Chapter 547, Instant Kill. In the state of Yu, at the former site of the Unyu sect, within a hidden cultivation chamber. A gaunt, distinguished-looking cultivator in a black robe, who had been cultivating with his eyes closed, suddenly frowned and opened them. He waved a hand, and the door to the cultivation chamber opened automatically. The middle-aged cultivator, who had just fled the Imperial Palace, ran in frantically and knelt before the cultivator. Master! Someone has invaded the Yu Imperial Palace. What? The black-robed cultivator abruptly stood up, a sinister glint flashing in his eyes, and he clenched his fist. Tell me, what exactly happened? The middle-aged cultivator trembled all over, quickly lowered his head, and said, it was an unfamiliar nascent soul cultivator. He suddenly broke into the Yu Imperial Palace for some unknown reason, killed the Emperor Yu and the other 5 leaders of the Immortal Slaying Society, and even declared that he would wait for you there, At this point, the middle-aged cultivator suddenly stopped. The black-robed cultivator's brow furrowed, and he roared, what about him? Speak. The middle-aged cultivator's body trembled even more violently. The black-robed cultivator's expression changed, and he suddenly thought of something, striking him with a blow from a distance that sent him flying out of the cultivation chamber. With a bang, the middle-aged cultivator's body suddenly exploded, turning into a large mess of flesh and blood, staining the entire door of the cultivation chamber blood red. The black-robed cultivator watched the scene, his features gradually becoming ferocious and twisted. Good. Very good. The black-robed cultivator soared out. As soon as he flew out of the cultivation chamber, his figure, for some reason, suddenly stopped again. After hesitating for a moment, the black-robed cultivator suddenly changed direction and shot off in another direction. At the same time, the Yu Imperial Palace was engulfed in a raging inferno. Those magnificent palaces and grand halls, adorned with gold and jade, all turned into ruins in the flames. Outside the Imperial Palace, everyone in the entire Yu capital city saw the raging fire that dyed the entire sky blood red. People crowded together, high officials, wealthy merchants, peddlers, and commoners all watched as the symbol of the Yu state's highest power gradually turned into a charred ruin, their eyes filled with the same confusion. Among the crowd, only a few individuals had their eyes light up. The flames burned for an entire day and night, reducing the entire Imperial Palace to ashes. A 5-colored spiritual light suddenly shot up from the center of the ruins. 2 large banners unfurled and billowed wildly in the wind amidst the ruins. 8 large characters were written on them. Slay demons, cut immortals. Great harmony under heaven. At this moment, most mortals showed puzzled expressions. Only a few elders suddenly had their eyes light up. There were also some people mixed in the crowd, who had been staring at the Imperial Palace fire. Their eyes lit up with pleasant surprise. After exchanging glances, they discreetly left the crowd and vanished into thin air. Liu Yun sat on the ruins of the Imperial Palace, staring blankly at the sky. On both sides, large banners fluttered in the wind, and beneath him was a charred wasteland of broken walls and rubble. He sat there openly, as if waiting, or perhaps reminiscing. After waiting a while longer, Liu Yun's eyes gradually refocused. In the distance, over a dozen escape lights appeared, heading straight for the Imperial Palace. The escape lights streaked across the sky like meteors, stopping above Liu Yun's head. The light dissipated, revealing over a dozen awe-inspiring cultivators with overwhelming presence. Tisk. The famous soul-shattering true person of the Ghost Spirit sect, calling for backup even for a challenge. Truly, meeting him is not as good as hearing his reputation. Liu Yun sighed and slowly stood up. With a sweep of his divine sense, the cultivation levels of the dozen or so individuals in the sky were fully revealed. Aside from the 12 cultivators in the middle and late core formation stage, the 2 leaders were both mid-nascent soul stage cultivators. Hearing Liu Yun's words, the black-robed cultivator in the sky let out a cold laugh. Humph. The immortal Dao values life. We who cultivate immortality are not like those foolish mortals who love to fight. Naturally, we must be cautious. As for your excellency, daring to venture deep into the state of Yu alone and slaughter the Yu imperial family, I wonder if it's bravery or foolishness. Liu Yun nodded slightly, unsure if he was agreeing or mocking. Just then, a black-robed cultivator next to soul-shattering true person suddenly spoke. Senior brother soul shredding, this person, with early nascent soul stage cultivation, dares to provoke us here. There must be a trick involved, so it's better to be careful. Soul-shattering true person smiled upon hearing this and said, Junior brother Zhong is right. This person is likely related to the remnants of the Immortal Slaying Society from back then. We must be extra careful. Are you done talking? Liu Yun's voice sounded from behind them. Soul-shattering true person and the black-robed cultivator's pupils instantly constricted to pinprick size. They retreated violently without hesitation, while simultaneously summoning large patches of black chi and 9 illusory, ghostly green spectre heads, blasting them towards their rear. The 9 spectre heads, enveloped in vast black chi, tore through the sky like malevolent dragons, but struck empty air. Everyone, spread out and form the array. Soul-shattering true person roared. But immediately after, he witnessed a scene that he couldn't comprehend. The 12 core formation cultivators floated in the air, their expressions twisted to the extreme, some joyful, some sorrowful, some enraged, some terrified as if they had instantly been cast into the 18 layers of hell, suffering all kinds of torture. Illusion technique. The black-robed cultivator frowned, raised a hand, and black chi howled forth, rushing towards the 12 core formation cultivators. Just then, 18 ghostly figures suddenly appeared in the air, black claw light spewing from their hands. In a single encounter, they tore the 12 defenseless core formation cultivators into pieces. How dare you! Soul-shattering true person's eyes almost popped out. 12 core formation cultivators. For the Ghost Spirit sect, this wasn't just a matter of suffering a minor injury, it directly damaged the foundation of the Ghost Spirit sect. He had originally thought that with these 12 core formation cultivators forming a grand array, combined with his and the black-robed cultivators' combined strength, even a late nascent soul stage cultivator wouldn't easily gain an advantage against them. But he hadn't expected this person's divine ability to be so bizarre, silently causing 12 core formation cultivators to fall into an illusion simultaneously, and then there were these 18 individuals who appeared out of nowhere, each not inferior to a late core formation stage cultivator. Adding that person from just now, this force could already be considered a large sect in the southern region. Liu Yun's figure mysteriously appeared in midair, his eyes coldly fixed on the two of them. You seek death. A murderous glint flashed in the black-robed cultivator's eyes, and rolling black chi, mixed with the wails of ghosts and wolves, surged towards Liu Yun's. Liu Yun's neither dodged nor avoided, simply watching as the surging black chi in front of him engulfed his figure. A hint of joy flashed in the black-robed cultivator's eyes, but immediately after, from within the surging black chi, a high-pitched dragon roar resounded through heaven and earth. Pale golden lightning tore through the darkness, and an azure dragon-like giant beast coiled up. Streaks of pale golden lightning snaked across its body. Liu Yun's figure was enveloped within the giant beast's body, his cold eyes fixed on the two of them. In that instant, a chill climbed up the spines of the two. Chapter 548, Battling a Nascent Soul. The immense spiritual pressure vibrated the air, and 100-jung-long giant beast, like an azure dragon, spanned the sky, unleashing large swathes of pale golden lightning. An 8th-rank flood dragon. Under divine sense detection, the beast's cultivation was completely revealed. Soul-shattering true person and the black-robed cultivator's expressions changed simultaneously, revealing a mix of solemnity and surprise. On one hand, with this flood dragon present, the early nascent soul stage cultivator opposite them instantly became a formidable enemy. Even if they could defeat him, both would inevitably pay a price. On the other hand, an 8th-rank flood dragon was a treasure trove. An 8th-rank demonic core refined into a medicinal pill could potentially advance their cultivation further, and the flood dragon's divine soul was the best spirit for refining magic treasure. Its other various rare materials had endless wondrous uses. Thinking of this, the two exchanged glances, seeing burning greed and a well-hidden hint of vigilance in each other's eyes. Liu Yun's chuckled, looked up, and calmly said, "It seems we're being underestimated." Upon hearing this, Qing Li grinned, revealing a mouth full of fangs. Pale golden lightning erupted from her dragon horns, spreading across her entire body along the metallic spines on her back, like a suit of lightning armor. Humph! Soul-shattering true person snorted disdainfully, flipping his hand. 9 black skulls flew out from his sleeve, growing rapidly in the wind to become 9 colossal objects, over 10 jong long. Immediately after, 9 illusory ghost figures flew out from his body and merged into the skulls. In an instant, a large amount of nether chi surged from the 7 orifices of the 9 skulls, enveloping the 9 colossal objects. Qing Li roared, opening her mouth to spit out a massive azure light pillar. The light pillar exploded in the air, transforming into thousands of azure jade flying swords, carrying large swathes of pale golden lightning, surging towards soul-shattering true person. In an instant, the entire sky was filled with countless azure jade flying swords, and the pale golden lightning was like giant pythons, leaping back and forth among the innumerable flying swords, forming a golden electric net that covered the sky. Beast! How dare you! The black-robed cultivator coldly snorted, and the sound of wailing ghosts erupted from his body. A large black banner flew out from him, fluttering in the wind, summoning large swathes of dense black chi to meet this powerful attack. Sizzle! The rolling black chi, upon contact with the pale golden lightning interspersed among the flying swords, was easily torn to shreds. Countless flying swords penetrated without any obstruction, heading straight for the two. The black-robed cultivator's expression changed. He quickly released a large azure bronze shield from his storage pouch, which stood before him like a city wall. The azure jade flying swords and the bronze shield collided fiercely, like strong winds and waves crashing against coastal reefs. The powerful impact instantly sent the two flying over 10 jong away, but it failed to shatter the shield. At the same time, a series of piercing shrieks suddenly erupted from within the vast, eerie green ghostly chi. 18 huge, ferocious claws tore through the ghostly chi, revealing 9 10 jong tall, azure-faced, fanged, and azure-scaled ferocious specters within. Go! Soul-shattering true person gritted his teeth, and a thin line of blood immediately flew into the bodies of the 9 specters. The red light in the eyes of the 9 specters flashed, and they instantly vanished from their original positions. A cold smile appeared at the corner of soul-shattering true person's mouth. The next second, the 9 specters suddenly appeared around Liu Yun's, who was protected within Qing Li's body. 18 terrifying claws simultaneously grabbed at Liu Yun's, seemingly about to tear him to shreds in the next instant. However, the claws tore through the air, but no flesh and blood flew out. Liu Yun's figure was merely a false illusion, his true body had long since disappeared. The 9 specters were momentarily stunned. In that brief moment, Qing Li's massive body tightened, and with her pale golden lightning armor, she fiercely squeezed the 9 specters together. Qing Li exerted her body, letting out a high-pitched dragon roar towards the sky. The pale golden lightning suddenly crackled, emitting thunderous roars that seemed to tear the heavens and earth apart. The 9 specters were annihilated by the evil warding divine thunder without even the strength to resist. Soul-shattering true person's face instantly turned pale, and his eyes showed disbelief. Suddenly, a strong spiritual premonition struck the two, and they instinctively tried to flee. But immediately after, black threads suddenly flew out from the void realm, heading straight for them. Both were experienced in combat and showed no panic at this bizarre sight. The black-robed cultivator stabilized the bronze shield, while soul-shattering true person immediately released a four-cornered token from his storage pouch, on which a lifelike crimson firebird was carved. As soul-shattering true person cast a magic incantation, the firebird on the token immediately let out a soft cry, flying directly out of the token and spitting fierce fire to meet the thousands of black threads. The black threads poured down like heavy rain, igniting into balls of black demonic fire in the air, colliding with the firebird and emitting explosive sounds. For a time, neither could gain an advantage over the other. Seeing this, soul-shattering true person's eyes widened in surprise, and a hint of retreat flashed through his mind. This ancient treasure had been with him for an unknown period, turning countless troublesome enemies to ashes, yet now it could not contend with the opponent's magic treasure. Setting aside the difference between an ancient treasure and a magic treasure, just in terms of cultivation, he was a full stage higher than the opponent, and his magical power output was at least 3 times that of the opponent. Now, being unable to defeat the opponent in a short time, and the person still hadn't shown his face, he must have other tricks up his sleeve. Coupled with the extraordinarily powerful 8th rank flood dragon, who could command thunder and lightning, and clearly had a restraining effect on their demonic technique, it was very much like some legendary type of lightning. Given this, he and the black-robed cultivator might not necessarily fare well against the opponent. Just as soul-shattering true person was hesitating, Qing Li had completely lost patience. She rolled over, transforming into a humanoid flood dragon with 2 horns on her head and clad in azure dragon armor. As soon as she revealed her human form, Qing Li opened her mouth and took a deep breath. Incredibly violent pale golden lightning gathered in her mouth, forming a golden light orb the size of a fist. Not good. Feeling the terrifying power of the lightning in the light orb, soul-shattering true person and the black-robed cultivator's expressions changed instantly. They no longer worried about the elusive Lu Yuns and simultaneously attacked, conjuring the bronze shield and soul-shattering true person's black command flag, which transformed into 2 barriers in front of them. Qing Li sneered, and the golden light in her mouth instantly exploded. Incredibly violent golden lightning immediately filled the entire sky, dyeing heaven and earth a pale golden hue. Their hearts suddenly sank, not because the attack was too strong, but because its power was too weak. Far below their expectations. If that were the case. Before the two could turn around, a pair of large hands, clad in black mechanical gloves, reached for the back of their necks. Chapter 549 Room. The spiritual senses of the 2 cultivators screamed, and without any hesitation, the black-robed cultivator suddenly acted, pushing soul-shattering true person behind him and transforming into a black escape lights that shot out. Soul-shattering true person was caught off guard, and with a push from the black-robed cultivator, he involuntarily took half a step back. Half a step was the difference between life and death. A terrifying immense force landed on the back of his neck. Soul-shattering true person's heart trembled, and he immediately tried to use his techniques to break free. But in the next moment, this terrifying immense force easily twisted his neck. Without any pause, Lu Yun's other hand naturally retracted, then lightning fast, plunged into soul-shattering true person's dantian. Strange runes instantly spread from his palm. Soul-shattering true person's nascent soul had just intended to teleport away when it was caught squarely by these strange runes. He immediately felt his spiritual chi loosen throughout his body, and he was grabbed without any power to resist. Meanwhile, the black-robed cultivator didn't even look back. He transformed into a black escape lights and fled for his life. Demonic Path Brotherhood, truly decisive, Lu Yun said, holding soul-shattering true person's corpse in one hand and his nascent soul in the other, showing no surprise. Qing Li flew to his side and asked in confusion, not chasing him. No need for that. As soon as Lu Yun's finished speaking, the black escape lights suddenly stopped. The black-robed cultivator hovered in the air, his eyes bloodshot, emitting beast-like roars from his throat. Lu Yun's raised one hand, and a pitch-black alms bowl shot out, spewing a large swathe of black ethereal light that swept towards him. The black-robed cultivator let out a fierce roar, his eyes temporarily regaining clarity. He then released a large amount of black chi, attempting to block it. However, the black ethereal light swept past, and the dense black chi was effortlessly drawn into it. The black-robed cultivator was also dragged in, his body uncontrollably flying backward. The black-robed cultivator resisted the suction with all his might, reaching for the storage pouch at his waist, attempting to retrieve some treasure to turn the tide. Just then, within his dantian, a 2-inch-long black nascent soul suddenly let out a painful shriek. A fine, seemingly transparent needle pierced through his sea of consciousness, nearly tearing his nascent soul apart with an incredibly strange power. The black-robed cultivator's right hand trembled, blood streamed from all 7 orifices, and he couldn't mobilize an ounce of his magical power. Streaks of black fine lines instantly appeared around him, passing through without any obstruction. Black flames flashed, and his body was directly reduced to nothing, leaving only his nascent soul, which was swept into the black ethereal light and sent before Lu Yun's. Lu Yun's eyebrows subtly raised as he expressionlessly scrutinized this nascent soul. This was his first battle after advancing to the nascent soul stage. Although Qing Li, who wielded the evil warding divine thunder, bore the brunt of the attack and they were dealing with demonic path cultivators, who were naturally countered by them, this did not diminish his performance. The formless escape technique, which was even more profound and exquisite than Qiang Wuji's back then, gave him a great advantage in combat. Coupled with Qing Li, a perfect meat shield and damage dealer who attracted extreme attention, he was able to perfectly display his characteristics in combat, fearing no mid-nascent soul stage cultivator. Of course, late nascent soul stage cultivators were another matter. This was mainly because Liu Yun's had never seen any late nascent soul stage cultivators make a move, so it was difficult to assess their strength. Liu Yun's was absolutely incapable of dealing with late stage cultivators of the Six Paths Extreme Sage or Twin Saints of Heavenly Stars caliber right now. But if they were slightly weaker, Liu Yun's felt he could probably fight them, and at the very least, making a quick escape would be simple. If it was a late stage cultivator specializing in demonic path cultivation technique, he might even be able to gain an advantage. As Liu Yun's pondered, he slapped away Qing Li's eager paws, rolling his eyes in exasperation. Don't mess around, I still have a use for these two guys, Liu Yun said, carefully selecting one, then put away soul-shattering true person's nascent soul. Qing Li pouted, staring at him with a wronged expression. Last time you stole my demon core. This time you won't even give me a nascent soul. I'm going to run away. I really will. Liu Yun's rolled his eyes again, then casually took out a jade bottle from his storage pouch and handed it to her. Qing Li's wronged expression instantly vanished. She snatched the jade bottle, opened the lid, glanced inside, and the joy on her face immediately fell again. An early nascent soul stage 1? You're trying to fool me with this. It's good enough to have one. I'll give you some good stuff later, I promise you'll be satisfied. Liu Yun's casually brushed her off, then focused his attention on the black-robed cultivator's nascent soul. Qing Li pouted, her vertical pupils unwillingly staring at the black-robed cultivator's nascent soul. From her expression, it seemed she wanted to find an opportunity to take a bite. Liu Yun sighed helplessly. Just wait half an hour. If no one comes after half an hour, he's yours. Okay. Qing Li quickly agreed, grinning at the black-robed cultivator's nascent soul, with faint, glistening drool seeping from the corners of her mouth, which made Liu Yun's mood incredibly complex. The two stood in the air like this, during which all the mortals in the entire capital city clearly witnessed this scene of immortals fighting. Some of them even had their eyes light up, turned around, and left, not knowing what they were going to do. After about 15 minutes, a black escape light suddenly lit up in the sky. Damn it! Qing Li cursed angrily, then turned and burrowed into Liu Yun's spirit beast pouch to sulk. Liu Yun's quietly breathed a sigh of relief, flew to the large banner inscribed with slaying demons and cutting immortals, and waited with a smile for the newcomer. The escape lights streaked across the sky, stopping 10 zhang away from Liu Yun's, revealing a middle-aged man in a wide black robe with a grim expression. Fellow Daoist Liu, I am Wang Tiansheng, sect leader of Ghost Spirit Sect. I pay my respects here. The middle-aged man smiled gently, cupped his hands to Liu Yun's, and subtly glanced at the black-robed cultivator's nascent soul. Liu Yun's nodded slightly upon hearing this, scanning Wang Tiansheng up and down. You know me. Fellow Daoist Liu, you jest. The inheritor of Kaiang Wuji's legacy from Yunyu sect back then is no unknown figure. Not to mention, fellow Daoist, you came here with no intention of hiding your identity, Wang Tiansheng said with a gentle smile. Hat. Liu Yun's chuckled, his tone unreadable, and said nothing. Wang Tiansheng's expression remained unchanged, and he continued to smile, saying, Fellow Daoist Liu, this matter is our Ghost Spirit Sect's fault. I ask fellow Daoist Liu to spare Elder Zhong's life. Of course, we will not let fellow Daoist suffer this grievance in vain. Regarding the appropriate compensation, our Ghost Spirit Sect will not shirk in the slightest and will surely satisfy fellow Daoist. In all of Wang Tiansheng's words, he only spoke of Elder Zhong, who was right before him. As for soul-shattering true person, he seemed to have completely forgotten such a person existed, not mentioning him once from beginning to end. Liu Yun's looked into Wang Tiansheng's eyes, a playful smile gradually appearing on his lips. Chapter 550, Conditions. Looking at Liu Yun's playful smile, Wang Tiansheng's smile remained unchanged, but his back was already covered in cold sweat. If he had a choice, he certainly wouldn't want to come here and face such a fierce person. If the other party had even a hint of murderous intent at this very moment, he would be like a lamb entering a tiger's den, with no chance of survival. But he had no choice. The Ghost Spirit Sect is the weakest sect among the 6 demonic sects, and the best breakthrough point for other forces against the 6 demonic sects. If other demonic sects coveted a position among the 6 demonic sects, they would all come to trouble the Ghost Spirit Sect. How many spies from various forces were truly within Yu State, perhaps even those forces themselves were not clear. Not to mention in this capital city, barely 100 miles from the former site of the Yunyu sect. If 2 nascent soul middle stage elders of the Ghost Spirit Sect were to fall here today, various major forces would swarm in before tomorrow. The Ghost Spirit Sect would be torn to shreds by these pouncing forces, and the first to strike would likely be the other 5 sects, also part of the 6 demonic sects. He simply had no choice. He could only come here to negotiate with Liu Yun's. As for taking it by force, Looking at Liu Yun's, who had not yet made a move, Wang Tiansheng felt a surge of anxiety, but he forcibly steadied his mind. He actually knew quite a bit about this person. Back then, Kaiang Wuji of the Yunyu sect was extremely famous, and even he had heard his name more than once while collecting intelligence on Yu State. Naturally, he also knew about this person's only true successor. In the intelligence, most evaluations of this person were capricious, erratic in conduct, and difficult to predict by common sense. Additionally, this person seemed to have some connection with the Joyful Union sect, and the death of his nephew, Wang Luo, back then was very likely related to him and the Joyful Union sect. Thinking of this, Wang Tianzhen's heart suddenly skipped a beat. Could the Joyful Union sect also be behind this incident? Liu Yun's looked at him playfully, not caring about his chaotic thoughts, and with a flicker of his figure, he appeared beside Wang Tianzheng, putting his arm around his shoulder like an old friend. Wang Tianzheng was startled and instinctively tried to activate his magic power. However, as soon as the magic power in his body stirred, it instantly froze, and no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't move it even a bit. In Liu Yun's palm, strange colored runic characters emerged, spreading from Wang Tianzhen's shoulder to half of his body. Seeing this, Wang Tianzheng, instead of panicking, breathed a sigh of relief. If this person wanted to kill him, there would be no need for such trouble. This behavior precisely proved that he was still safe for now. Friend, you see, I just came to catch up with a few old friends, but inexplicably, your people started shouting and killing. Don't you think I'm being treated unfairly? Liu Yun's asked with a smile. Wang Tianzheng smiled and nodded, mentally cursing all the female relatives in Liu Yun's family tree. Now you want your people back, just by saying so, and you expect me to hand them over? Don't you think that's a bit unreasonable? Wang Tianzheng nodded again and said naturally. Fellow Deist Liu is absolutely right. May I ask what compensation fellow Deist Liu requires? As long as fellow Deist speaks, the ghost spirit sect will spare no effort. Liu Yun's heard this and sighed helplessly. Wang Tianzheng, right? I'm very curious, what exactly did I do to make you disrespect me so much? Do I look like that kind of extortionist scoundrel? Wang Tianzheng naturally shook his head, starting to engage in super-friendly relations with all the female creatures in Liu Yun's family tree in his mind. Fellow Deist Liu, you are absolutely right. It was Wang's narrow-mindedness. How do you think we should compensate you? Liu Yun's nodded with satisfaction and continued, you see, your ghost spirit sect is a large and powerful organization, and I, a small loose cultivator, truly cannot afford to offend you. Some of my friends are still in U state, and they can even less afford to offend you, so I want to take a few friends with me. Is that not too much to ask? Not at all. Fellow Deist Liu, just say who you want to take, and it will be done. Wang Tianzhen's heart stirred, and he quickly agreed. That's good. On another note, these friends of mine are bringing their families and are forced to leave U state. Your ghost spirit sect is a large and powerful organization, so giving them some travel expenses isn't too much, is it? Not at all. Fellow Deist has a compassionate heart, and Wang will certainly assist with all his might. Wang Tianzheng had a look of righteous indignation, making it seem as if these two were life and death brothers. Very well, I have a list here. Just get the items on the list. Liu Yun smiled and removed the strange colored runic characters from Wang Tianzhen's body, then slipped a jade slip into his embrace. Wang Tianzheng felt his magic power recover, not daring to make any unnecessary moves, and transformed into a black escape lights, soaring through the air. Liu Yun's looked at the nascent soul of the black-robed cultivator in his hand, his eyes sparkling with profound meaning. He waited quietly in the air until various escape lights began to flicker on the horizon. Hundreds of escape lights broke through the air and stopped about a dozen feet away from Liu Yun's. The light gradually dissipated, revealing various strangely shaped flying magical artifacts. There were flying ships, flying boats, circular carriages, shuttle-like flying devices. Each flying device had a large flag hanging behind it, with 4 large characters written on it. Slay demons, cut immortals. Accompanied by the sound of mechanical parts fitting together and the spiritual chi flowing from flickering runes, these flying magical artifacts opened one after another, revealing individuals. The youngest among these people seemed to be around 60 years old. Aside from a few mortals whose bodies were more machine than flesh, the rest were cultivators, mainly at the foundation establishment stage, with a small number at the chi refining stage. Without exception, these individuals all had mechanical parts, more or less, on their bodies, inscribed with simple runes that connected them to their physical forms. They looked at Liu Yun's with expressions of disbelief, and some almost decrepit old people stumbled out of the flying devices, their gazes towards Liu Yun's tinged with tears. A truly sincere smile finally appeared at the corner of Liu Yun's mouth. The people he was waiting for had arrived. When Wang Tianzheng arrived outside the capital city with the materials from the jade slip, the sight before him nearly made his jaw drop. In the sky above the capital city, various flying devices were densely packed, and tens of thousands of mortals and cultivators stood on them, displaying expressions of fear, hesitation, or fanaticism. Even the ground was filled with all sorts of peculiar carriages, though no horses or livestock were to be seen. Among these people were elders past their 70s and toddlers just learning to speak. It seemed almost all of them had come as entire families, old and young crowded together, their eyes filled with longing as they looked at the person outside the capital city. Wang Tianzheng swallowed hard. For some reason, facing these weak beings, like ants, a trace of fear arose in his heart. Chapter 551, New Technology. Friends, you've arrived. When Wang Tianzheng, clutching his storage pouch, nervously pushed through the crowd, he saw Liu Yun standing on the ground, and beneath him, an incomparably vast and magnificent magic array. At this moment, the magic array had roughly taken shape, all that was left was to place the materials upon it. It was only then that Wang Tianzheng understood what this person intended to do with these materials. He forced a smile and softly asked Liu Yun's. Fellow Deist Liu, may I ask who these people are? They're my friends. Didn't I tell you before? Liu Yun said without turning his head. Some live too far away and will take a while to arrive. You're just in time, you can leave after putting the items down. After Liu Yun's finished speaking, he threw the black-robed cultivator's nascent soul over without looking back. Wang Tiansheng frowned, quickly caught the nascent soul, forcibly suppressed the anger in his heart, and lowered his head, remaining silent. He had already recognized who these people around him were. The Immortal Slaying Society. Not only had these remnants not been completely wiped out, but they had actually redeveloped in a place he didn't know about. Among these people, he saw too many children, far outnumbering the adults and elders. This was not good news. It meant that in a few decades, the Immortal Slaying Society would once again become that massive organization with hundreds of thousands of members. This was the advantage of mortals, there were too many of them. So many that they couldn't be killed off. A hint of killing intent arose in Wang Tianzhen's heart, but then, Liu Yun's looked back at him. That single glance instantly extinguished the killing intent in his heart. Sect Master Wang, is there anything else? Liu Yun's asked with a smile. A chill ran down Wang Tianzhen's spine, and he lowered his head, forcing a smile. Fellow Daoist Liu, this Wang will take his leave first. With that, Wang Tiansheng transformed into a black escape light and shot into the sky, not looking back even once. Not far from Liu Yun's, a one-eyed elder rubbed his mechanical right arm, his eyes fixed on the direction Wang Tiansheng had left, and a guttural gurgle escaped his throat. Why let them go? The elder asked. If we kill Wang Tiansheng, we can uproot the ghost spirit sect. As the elder spoke, a short sword as thin as a cicada's wing sprang from his right arm. We are old, but we're not useless yet. The remaining bastards of the ghost spirit sect are no match for us. Wipe out the ghost spirit sect, and then what? Liu Yun's took the storage pouch and began rummaging through it, saying without raising his head. Then all the cultivation schools in Tianese will pounce like mad dogs, dividing up you state while simultaneously extracting your souls and refining your spirits, killing every single one of you. The ghost spirit sect cannot be destroyed yet, the common people of you state still need them to hold the line. Unless you think the other 5 of the 6 demonic sects should get involved. Liu Yun sighed, saying helplessly. Believe me, they are far more difficult to deal with than the ghost spirit sect. The elder lowered his head, and other elders of similar age also fell silent. I know you all hate the ghost spirit sect, but now is not the time. The mortals outside, their lives have just begun to normalize, they can no longer withstand turmoil. Liu Yun smiled and walked in front of a few elders. War and slaughter should never be your goals, you should exist for a more noble and grand ideal. From today on, the Immortal Slaying Society will no longer be a purely military organization. Instead of researching killing machines, focus on how to make your own lives better. The elders heard this and fell silent again. After an unknown amount of time, a hoarse voice suddenly came from the crowd. We don't have much time left. It was an old woman who looked incredibly decrepit. She wore a heavy black robe, and her exposed head was covered with circuits of metal intertwined with spirit stones. Through the gaps in her robe, one could vaguely see her body shimmering with a metallic luster. She was one of the few mortals among this group, and also one of the few elders who hadn't started a family or developed a network of followers. Her eyes, which had been replaced by 2 crystals, were filled with icy coldness, just her standing there made the surrounding temperature bone-chilling. That was evil chi. Evil chi so dense it was almost impossible to dissipate. This old woman had practically emerged from a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. Mr. Liu, we are here because she trusts you, and so we trust you too. The old woman scanned her surroundings, only a handful of people dared to meet her gaze, even though most of them were cultivators. Among us remnants, some have inherited her will and wish to revive the Immortal Slaying Society. But there are also some who have clung to life until now solely for revenge. Mr. Liu, you slaughtered those traitors, and this old woman thanks you. But for me, the only meaning of living until now is to personally watch the ghost spirit sect, from top to bottom, be drowned alive, one by one, in their own blood. The old woman's voice was so hoarse it sounded inhuman, she looked like a rusty, ancient, yet extremely dangerous long saber. Liu Yun's remained silent, glancing at the people around him. They met Liu Yun's gaze with firm eyes, as if flames burned within them. A satisfied smile appeared at the corner of Liu Yun's mouth. I will take you to another place, where you won't have to worry about the ghost spirit sect, or any cultivator issues. You can develop well there. As for your time. Liu Yun wiggled his fingers a few times, scanning the group of people around him. That's not a problem. I have some new things I can teach you. It's a Dao completely different from cultivation, a path that leads directly to eternal life. Meeting everyone's surprised gazes, Liu Yun said with a smile. Time is on our side. After talking with Pure Thought and green-robed Han Li, Liu Yun vaguely understood something. His previous methods were merely treating the symptoms, not the root cause. HS piece itself cannot transcend the chessboard. To overturn this chessboard, one must start a new game. The rules of this game are set by me. Liu Yun released dozens of puppets, distributed the materials from the storage pouch to them, and had them responsible for the formation's construction. He then sat down on the ground, beckoning the people around him to come closer. I've seen your technology, and frankly, you've forged a grand Dao of your own. The technology of using spirit tools/artifacts to replace the physical body can even be called a technological revolution. However, these technologies are still a bit crude and need further improvement. Think about it, if you could create spirit tools/artifacts perfectly suited for the human body, to replace aging organs, and use the transmission of spiritual power to replace the body's outdated energy supply system. Wouldn't your lifespan increase accordingly? Lu Yun's asked with a smile. Want eternal life? Consider mechanical ascension. Chapter 552, New Home. Many years ago, Lu Yun's had always wanted to create magic treasures with life. Unfortunately, no matter how much he researched, the final products were always lacking. Even if their spirituality far exceeded that of ordinary magic treasures, a divine soul in the true sense never came into being. If he hadn't learned from pure thought that magic treasures with life had already emerged in the spirit realm, Lu Yun's might have even doubted whether he was on the right path at all. After countless failures, Lu Yun's thinking couldn't help but diverge a little. Speaking of magic treasures with life, he actually possessed one. The formless needle was a true magic treasure with life, but its divine soul wasn't born naturally, rather, his divided soul had possessed this magic treasure. Since the formless needle could, then could other magic treasures also do the same, borrowing a person's divine soul to possess a magic treasure, thereby creating a truly living magic treasure? This idea was very difficult, containing all sorts of problems that Lu Yun's couldn't figure out in a short time. But just recently, the research results of the Immortal Slaying Society laid out a grand path before him. Why must it be possession? If a person's limbs are directly replaced with powerful magic treasures, wouldn't that be equivalent to a living magic treasure? As soon as Lu Yun said this, the members of the Immortal Slaying Society exchanged glances. The old woman with the hoarse voice spoke first. Mr. Lu, we have also experimented with your idea. It did indeed significantly increase a person's lifespan. Almost all of us can live to over 100 years old, even longer than some low-level cultivators. However, once the time exceeds this limit, even if our physical body can continue to support us, our divine soul will immediately dissipate. Lu Yun's nodded and said, I am aware of that. The lifespan of the divine soul is basically on par with the physical body. Without a powerful divine soul, the path to immortality is impossible to speak of. I also have some thoughts on this point. But before I say them, you must first answer a question of mine. If a person possessed all of your memories and emotions, what difference would there be between him and yourselves? At these words, everyone was a little stunned, not understanding why Lu Yun's would ask such a question. Seeing this, Lu Yun's merely smiled and didn't let them dwell on it further. It doesn't matter if you can't answer. My method is actually very simple, it is to copy all of your memories and emotions, then form these into a separate soul imprint, directly imprinting it onto a physical body composed of spirit tools/artifacts. This way, even if your divine soul dissipates, as long as the imprint exists and there is the flow of spiritual power to activate the imprint, you will still be considered alive, and you can live for an incredibly long time. At this point, Lu Yun's also felt a touch of melancholy. How long is the lifespan of a magic treasure? Not only could Lu Yun's not answer this question, but probably the entire human realm couldn't either. The reason is simple, from the birth of the magic treasure refining methods in the human realm until now, the verifiable history is only about 100,000 years in total. And even now, cultivators occasionally discover magic treasures with lingering spirituality in the immortal caves of ancient cultivators from 100,000 years ago. In other words, a normal magic treasure, if not destroyed by external forces, can maintain its spirituality for at least hundreds of thousands of years. Look at this terrifying lifespan, and then look at the pitiful lifespan of cultivators. Cultivation? Cultivate my ass. To achieve eternal life, mechanical ascension is the true path to the heavens. Good. While everyone else was still hesitating, the old woman with the hoarse voice spoke first. A girlish excitement appeared on her incredibly aged face. Life and death, this old woman stopped caring about them long ago. As long as I can remain, as long as I have time to seek revenge on the ghost spirit sect. Anything is fine. This old woman doesn't care. Saying this, she raised her metal hands, turned her back, and said to everyone. What about you? Are you afraid of death? A deathly silence fell among the crowd, followed by a thunderous roar. Not afraid. Not afraid. Not afraid. The boiling shouts swept across the land, making the mortals in the capital tremble uncontrollably and the cultivators observing from around restless. Their eyes seemed to burn with fire, a fire that, 60 years ago, had pulled cultivators down from their high pedestals, and today, they were still burning, and would continue to burn. Lu Yun's was stunned for a long time before letting out a relieved laugh. He had originally thought he would have to lecture these people on the philosophy of life and death, so they could accept this technology that was considered heretical. But he hadn't expected that these people weren't even afraid of death, so how could they be afraid of making a copy of themselves? Alright, when we arrive at our new home, I will teach you the soul imprint art. Lu Yun's let out a long breath, and at that moment, Wen Ziyu also walked over. All the spirit stones and materials for the formation were installed, and now it only needed to be activated. Looking at the burning eyes around him, Lu Yun's felt a strange sense of nervousness. Such a large formation, so many targets, although Lu Yun's had rehearsed it countless times in his mind, at this moment, an unavoidable feeling of apprehension arose. Until a pair of soft hands grasped his fingertips. Lu Yun's looked back, Wen Ziyu's cheeks were flushed, and she stood smiling. For some reason, Lu Yun's mood suddenly became calm. He took a deep breath, stomped his foot, and the entire massive and magnificent formation activated. Hundreds of mid-grade spirit stones lit up in succession, accompanied by the humming sound of vibrating air, and a white light suddenly shone brightly. At this moment, whether it was the mortals in the capital or the cultivators hidden around, they all felt a violent tremor. An enormous white pillar of light then shot into the sky, carrying an unparalleled aura, and directly pierced through the clouds. Within the white light, the figures of nearly 100,000 people vanished, leaving only a massive magic array whose light gradually extinguished, still emitting an incredibly strong spiritual pressure. In the center of a vast grassland, the figures of Lu Yun's and Wen Xiu suddenly appeared. Feeling the solid ground beneath his feet, Lu Yun's quickly shook his head, clearing the dizziness from the cross-realm teleportation. He looked around, and a smile appeared on his face. It seems our luck is good this time. As soon as he finished speaking, nearly 100,000 people appeared out of thin air on the grassland, stretching as far as the eye could see, almost endless. The first large-scale cross-realm teleportation was a success. Everyone! Welcome to your new home. Lu Yun's laughed uproariously, shaking the four directions, startling a flock of giant birds in the undulating mountains not far away. Chapter 553, The Chessboard and the Chess Pieces. The daily needs of nearly 100,000 people were no small feat, not to mention a series of miscellaneous tasks like maintaining order, providing housing, and designating activity areas. Lu Yun's couldn't handle all these matters personally, but fortunately, he didn't have to. Almost every survivor of the Immortal Slaying Society was a master of guerrilla warfare, and the elders among them were elites from the society's peak period. They managed to organize these 100,000 people in perfect order in very little time. Various tents were arranged across the grassland, forming a massive, orderly circular camp. People moved in and out of the tents, resting on the grassland. To protect these people, Lu Yun's also deployed many puppets to guard the surroundings. It's important to know that this place not only contained various heaven and earth treasures but also many ancient exotic beasts that had survived from the ancient era, with the most formidable among them being no less powerful than nascent soul cultivators. Now, such a large group of people camping on the grassland was like a walking buffet. If it weren't for Qing Li's deterrent scent, Lu Yun's would never have dared to let them do this. After watching for a while and seeing that they were orderly and no accidents occurred, Lu Yun's quietly left the camp with Wen Xiu. The two followed the direction of the grassland until they reached the border, where there was an incredibly wide and clear river. The shimmering water reflected two faces, each lost in thought. Wen Xiu looked at Lu Yun's profile, opening her mouth as if to speak but hesitating. Just then, a green light flew out from Lu Yun's spirit beast pouch at his waist, manifesting in the air as a massive, 100-jong-long figure. Qing Li cheered excitedly and plunged into the river. The once clear river was churned into muddy water, and various strangely shaped large fish were scared and fled for their lives. Qing Li laughed like an idiot while leisurely chasing after them, disappearing from sight in a moment. Lu Yun's gritted his teeth, sighing helplessly. Wen Xiu chuckled, it seems Senior Qing Li, as a sea beast, has been enduring a lot on land. Indeed, when she negotiated with me back then, she asked for flowing water, but I didn't agree. Lu Yun's closed his eyes and pinched his temples, trying to alleviate his increasingly severe headache. Just then, a pair of familiar soft hands gently massaged his temples. A gentle and soothing spiritual energy flowed through his meridians, greatly easing Lu Yun's headache. Thank you. Sir, why are you being so polite with me again? Wen Xiu asked with a smile. Lu Yun's then realized, smiling helplessly. Sir. Wen Xiu's brow suddenly furrowed, and she said hesitantly. There might be some ill-intentioned individuals among those people. Shouldn't Sir prepare for them early? Upon hearing this, Lu Yun's blinked in surprise, sizing Wen Xiu up and down. I knew you've been preoccupied since just now. So, it was because of this. Lu Yun's shook his head and chuckled, reaching out to grasp Wen Xiu's delicate, scallion-like hand. Don't worry, I know all about what you're saying. Among those people, there will definitely be spies from other forces, despicable individuals with ulterior motives, and opportunists with unclear intentions. I am aware of all of this. Damn it. So you knew all along. Accompanied by an angry curse, a five-colored spiritual light figure flew out from Lu Yun's body, hovering before the two. Wen Xiu's eyes widened in surprise, and she instinctively took a step back. Lu Yun's reached out and grabbed her, saying with a smile, don't be afraid. Let me formally introduce you, this is Lu Yun's No 2. Lu Yun's number 2 your mother. Your whole family is Lu Yun's No 2. Lu Yun's number 2 cursed angrily, then glanced at Wen Xiu, his face falling with an expression of exasperation. Just tell me, what do you want to do now? Do you want me to brainwash them? Hearing Lu Yun's No 2's words, Wen Xiu immediately looked at Lu Yun's with suspicion. Talking about brainwashing people, this little figure didn't seem like a good thing. Lu Yun's number 2, how can you be like this? Can't you have some class? Lu Yun sighed in disappointment, speaking with a look of exasperated frustration. Lu Yun's No 2's entire body flickered with spiritual light, looking like a faulty light bulb. My friend, your method is too crude, and it's not necessary. Lu Yun's chuckled reassuringly, pulling Wen Xiu to sit on the ground. A unique, subtle fragrance emanated from Wen Xiu. This innate enchanting fragrance didn't disrupt his thoughts, instead, it made his thinking incredibly clear. They are here simply to understand our technology. Since that's the case, we'll give it to them. Hey! Lu Yun's No 2's eyes suddenly widened, and the five-colored spiritual light on his body brightened abruptly. He looked at Lu Yun's with an expression of disbelief. Hat! Lu Yun's chuckled, glancing at the puzzled Wen Xiu beside him, and explained gently. Humans are neither selfless nor selfish. Humans are social animals. Every action, every word, is influenced by societal values. The world is like a chessboard, and all people are chess pieces. They seem free, but in reality, every step can only be taken according to the rules of the chessboard. As long as one is on the chessboard, one cannot see other paths. This is the so-called cognitive barrier. Pure Thought and the others painstakingly work to tell me this truth. They want me to elevate my way of thinking from the perspective of a chess piece to the perspective of the chessboard. Cultivators are not the enemy, they are also people influenced by societal values, they are also chess pieces. Fighting with chess pieces is meaningless. As long as the chessboard exists, and the rules exist, similar things will repeat themselves, cycle after cycle. So I came. Chess pieces have no choice, so I came to give them a choice. The soul imprint technology has a prerequisite: one must die once and then be reborn in a completely different life form. For cultivators, abandoning their cultivation and power is equivalent to giving up everything they have. So now, a choice is laid before them. Do they continue on the path of cultivation with an uncertain future, or do they give up everything they have gained along the way? To start anew, to walk a completely different dale. Power, authority, profit, among these things they already possess in a nearly eternal, immortal life, which should they choose? I am personally very much looking forward to their decision. Lu Yun's grinned, his eyes sparkling with an unusual light. Lu Yun's No 2's heart sank. He understood what Lu Yun's wanted to do. This bastard wanted to undermine the entire human realm's cultivation system. They want my technology, they want to know the secret of immortal life. No problem, take it, take as much as you want. I want to see how many people can resist this temptation. The eternal life they've pursued their entire lives is right here. I'm waiting for them to take it, waiting for them to embark on this brand new, grand dale. The people are still the same people, the chess pieces are still the same chess pieces, but this time, the rules of this game will be set by me. Lu Yun's clenched his fist, his eyes and brows filled with unrestrained arrogance. Wen Ziyu looked at Lu Yun's profile, a faint blush gradually spreading across her cheeks. Chapter 554, Deep Sea Abyss. Several months later, accompanied by an earth-shattering roar, a massive white crocodile, 100 zhang long, suddenly shot out of the river, its huge maw viciously biting at Qing Li in midair. Qing Li's enormous body coiled up in response, and countless thick, pale golden bolts of lightning furiously struck downwards. This incomparably sharp evil-warding divine thunder, ever since Lu Yun's installed it on the Azure Dragon armor, had never been defeated by Qing Li. However, today, this divine thunder met its match. A layer of cold chi spread across the white crocodile's body, instantly transforming into a vast, impenetrable blizzard that met the divine lightning head-on. In an instant, the sound of thunderbolts echoed across the sky. Countless incredibly sharp snowflakes, mixed with the cold wind, surged endlessly, one after another, creating a stalemate with the pale golden lightning in midair. Just then, rings composed of countless exotic runes suddenly spread out above the blizzard. In an instant, the wind stopped and the snow ceased. The entire blizzard seemed to have been paused, unable to move an inch. Only the pale golden lightning bolts charged straight through, directly penetrating the blizzard. Boom! Accompanied by a pained roar, Lu Yun's figure appeared above, his large black sword slashing down directly. The roar instantly vanished, and the blizzard dissipated, leaving only a massive corpse severed in two. Lu Yun's gestured with one hand, and a blue demon core, emitting faint wisps of cold chi, shot out from inside the corpse's head and landed in his hand. This should be the last nascent soul-level exotic beast in the vicinity, Lu Yun said calmly. This entire space was an undeveloped virgin land, with resources far exceeding Lu Yun's expectations. According to Lu Yun's measurements, the overall area of this space was almost as large as the Yu Kingdom. Most of it consisted of continuous mountain ranges. Each mountain, if placed outside, would be a top-tier spiritual vein that major powers would fight over, and the overall spiritual chi concentration was several times higher than that of the human realm. With so much spiritual chi, and given that this space had not undergone any significant exploitation since the ancient era, various rare treasures, exotic beasts, and ancient beasts emerged in endless succession, many of them at the nascent soul level. The grassland where everyone had been teleported was a rare flat area without spiritual veins. At the same time, it had the fewest dangerous ancient beasts nearby, mostly rare and uncommon ones that posed no great threat. Such ancient beasts could be easily dealt with by the Immortal Slaying Society members and Lu Yun's puppets. However, ancient beasts like the white giant crocodile residing in the river were beyond their capabilities. Lu Yun's had no intention of being their bodyguard indefinitely. What he was doing now was merely clearing out a base for the Immortal Slaying Society, where they could establish a foothold and develop. According to Lu Yun's measurements, this space could accommodate several million people without issue, but the prerequisite was that its resources had to be effectively exploited. Lu Yun's was not worried about this at all. He now had people and technology. Moreover, the greatest advantage of mortals was their rapid and abundant reproduction. In just a few decades, these nearly 100,000 Immortal Slaying Society members could grow to several hundred thousand, or even millions. So many people, combined with spirit tools/artifacts, would be enough to extract a large amount of resources in a remarkably short time. Lu Yun's had read in history books how quickly human civilization's technological level developed after the Industrial Revolution in his previous life. In barely a century, the entire world transitioned from a feudal era to a modern technological era, developing at an astonishing speed. The emergence of spirit tools/artifacts was undoubtedly a major discovery no less significant than the Industrial Revolution. Soul imprints combined with spirit tools/artifacts prosthetics allowed everyone, with just spiritual chi, to go without eating, drinking, sleeping, or resting, surpassing the limits of their mortal bodies. It liberated the body's constraints and expanded the soul's boundaries. The potential that millions of mortals could unleash would far exceed everyone's expectations. Liu Yun's did not believe that his independent space, undisturbed by the outside world, would develop slower than his previous life. Backed by a small civilization in the industrialization phase, many of his ideas finally had the possibility of realization. Thinking of this, Liu Yun's couldn't help but grin. Looking at the rows of houses already erected not far away, his smile became even brighter. You're smiling like an idiot, Qing Li offered an objective assessment. Agreed, Liu Yun's number 2 offered a righteous assessment. Liu Yun's rolled his eyes, too lazy to bother with them, and said to Liu Yun's number 2 without looking back. There's something I need you to do now. The soul imprint technology originated from the exquisite illusion restriction created by Void Heaven Palace, which was a mimicry of the heart demon divine ability back then. Essentially, it's a miniaturized and simplified exquisite illusion. It's better for you to handle this, and while you're at it, add another function. Allow everyone to directly communicate and interact through the soul imprint, sharing technology and knowledge. For you, this shouldn't be difficult. Yes. Liu Yun's gasped, sucking in a cold breath. Where the hell did you, this idiotic party A, pop out from? How do you know it's not difficult? Liu Yun's grinned, giving him a thumbs up. I have full confidence in myself. I'll F***CKU. Liu Yun's decisively blocked Liu Yun's no 2's words of gratitude. He knew him well, once he finished expressing his heartfelt emotions, he would naturally get to work obediently. I'm just such a gentle yet tsundere person. JPG. Liu Yun's. While Liu Yun's number 2 was still cursing happily, the ancient jade treasure at Liu Yun's waist suddenly spoke. I have something to say to you. A month later, Tianese, above the boundless sea. Liu Yun's figure appeared on the sea surface, his eyes flashing with white light as he gazed at the murky sea water. According to Venerable Dharma's diary, that seal should be in this location, Liu Yun's murmured to himself. Liu Yun's number 3 made a muffled sound from within the ancient jade treasure. Liu Yun sighed silently, then plunged into the sea, heading deep into the seabed, while simultaneously transmitting a message to number 3. Have you thought it through? Do you really want to do this? I want to find my life's value. If I continue to stay by your side, I will always just be Liu Yun's backup. I want to live for myself. Liu Yun's nodded, all right, I understand. Thank you. Liu Yun's number 3 stopped speaking. Liu Yun's continued to descend deep into the seabed, above a massive fissure. Looking around, it seemed empty, appearing no different from common seabed fissures. But after a few glances, Liu Yun's expression turned solemn, and he plunged into the fissure. At the same time, exotic runes mixed with pale golden lightning formed armor on his body. In the pitch-black, gloomy depths of the seabed, he plunged into the darkness like a shooting star. Chapter 555, Blood Fiend Demonic Corpse. After an unknown depth, Liu Yun suddenly felt a powerful resistance around his body. Liu Yun's, instead of being surprised, was delighted. Spiritual chi flashed wildly around his body, and he continued to delve deeper as if he were invisible. As he continuously descended, he seemed to have broken through an invisible barrier. The surrounding seawater instantly receded, and his entire body was enveloped in pure and vast spiritual chi. The purity and vastness of this spiritual chi startled Liu Yun's, and he subconsciously released his divine sense, letting it spread out in this almost boundless space. So much spiritual chi. Liu Yun's murmured in disbelief. He roughly understood why the boundless sea had turned into such a state. The ancient cultivators in the Tianese region weren't very lucky. They couldn't get the cooperation of Rahu like their counterparts in the chaotic Star Sea. So they could only choose the most fool, but also the most effective method. Gathering the spiritual chi from the entire boundless sea to form an unbreakable seal. This undoubtedly cut off the future of their descendants, but they seemed to have no other choice. Liu Yun sighed with a hint of melancholy, not lingering. Instead, he continued to descend, passing through this space almost entirely condensed from pure spiritual chi, heading straight for the deeper regions. This time, Liu Yun's didn't spend much time. He only felt his vision blur, and a pitch-black devilish chi rushed towards him. The evil warding divine thunder on Liu Yun's body reacted on its own, instantly conjuring a pale golden lightning bolt that rendered the devilish chi invisible. Immediately after, all the evil warding divine thunder automatically reacted, spreading out to form a pale golden shield, adorned with countless strange seal characters. It blocked all devilish chi 3 feet away from Liu Yun's body. Looking through this shield, what appeared before Liu Yun's was a boundless demonic chi abyss. It's here, as expected. Liu Yun's let out a complicated sigh, increasing the output of the evil warding divine thunder around him. The pale golden shield immediately expanded by nearly a fold. Only then did Liu Yun's continue to fly towards the depths of the demonic chi abyss. In the darkness, pale golden lightning constantly flickered, rapidly descending at an extremely fast speed. Endless pitch-black devilish chi surged towards him, but under the protection of that shield, it failed to have the slightest effect on him. With a bang, Liu Yun's landed at the bottom of the abyss, looked around, and said to Liu Yun's number 3. We've arrived. Within the ancient jade treasure, a spiritual light suddenly shone, and a miniature Liu Yun's with complete limbs and features flew out from it, quietly hovering before Liu Yun's. At the same time, Lu Yun's number 2, whose body was composed of 5 colored light spots, also flew out from Lu Yun's sglabella. The 3 Lu Yunses looked at each other, and the atmosphere instantly became somewhat strange. Tisk. After being nurtured in that ancient jade for decades, your divine soul strength is much stronger than mine back then. Lu Yun's no 2's words were clearly sarcastic. Lu Yun's number 3 didn't respond, remaining silent. Lu Yun sighed helplessly, let's go. This place is so vast, it's still uncertain whether we can find the core of the formation. After saying this, Lu Yun's didn't look at the two of them and walked towards a certain direction on his own. Number 2 and number 3 silently followed behind him, the atmosphere as still as the unchanging darkness at the bottom of this abyss. After an unknown period, Lu Yun saw a familiar altar beneath the abyss. Lu Yun's quickly transformed into a yellow light, instantly arriving on the altar. A stone tablet made of chilling soft jade stood in the center of the altar, still emitting astonishing spiritual chi even at the very bottom of this demonic chi abyss. This is it. Unlike the one in the chaotic star sea, this is the real deal. Lu Yun's didn't dare to touch it and turned to look at Lu Yun's number 3. Are you really sure? Lu Yun's number 3 nodded, his eyes complex as he looked around. Alright, even family members getting married need a dowry, let alone another self going solo. Lu Yun sighed, slapped his storage pouch, and a huge black coffin instantly flew out, landing on the altar. Lu Yun's opened the coffin lid, revealing blood-red liquid filling half the coffin. A foul stench of blood immediately permeated the air. The surrounding devilish chi seemed stimulated by something, instantly becoming more frantic, but under the protection of the evil warding divine thunder, no matter how hard they tried, they couldn't cross the line. Lu Yun's then took out a corpse from his storage pouch. It was a male corpse significantly taller than an ordinary person, with yellow, curly whiskers and a bare torso. His body was heavy as 1,000 caddies, crashing heavily onto the altar. This was Savage Beard's physical body. Under Lu Yun's number 3's complex gaze, Lu Yun squatted down and began to draw runes on Savage Beard's corpse. At the same time, he said without lifting his head. I did my best to collect all the refined corpse methods I had on hand, and finally chose one called Blood Fiend Demonic Corpse Refined Corpse. This type of refined corpse requires the corpse of a nascent soul cultivator entangled with resentment as the main material, a yin-gathering coffin made of 3,000-year-old dark wood, supplemented with the essence blood of one nascent soul cultivator and 9 core formation cultivators. After being buried together in a place of extreme yin, and extreme evil for 49 years, it can achieve major achievement. The final Blood Fiend Demonic Corpse, once formed, is greatly related to the nascent soul cultivator's cultivation level in life, the quality of the physical body, the quality of the essence blood, and the choice of burial location. It can be said that none are dispensable. Savage Beard's physical body is so powerful, and he himself died from possession by that evil spirit, making him the best materials. I don't have the essence blood of cultivators, but I added the essence blood of that 9th rank Luo Flood Dragon and 9 7th rank Flood Dragon. It's definitely better than the essence blood of cultivators. Plus this coffin, the raw material was a 10,000-year-old dark wood ordered from Old Han, and I even added some other things to it myself. As Lu Yun spoke, he had already completed all the rune drawings. At this moment, Savage Beard's bare upper body was covered with dense blood-colored runes, exuding a unique and eerie aura. As for the final place of extreme yin, and extreme evil, a place more sinister than the bottom of this demonic chi abyss would be hard to find in the human realm. After Lu Yun's finished speaking, he took out 2 more items from his storage pouch. One was that oddly shaped demonic artifact's greatsword, and the other was the heaven-shattering divine sand gourd he obtained from the Huo brothers back then. These 2 things, one has endless troubles for me to use, and the other doesn't suit my fighting style, so it's useless for me to keep them. I'll give them to you. Once you refine them, you'll have 2 handy pieces of equipment. Lu Yun's number 3 remained silent, motionless. You're making me a little sentimental. Lu Yun sighed and continued. If you feel bad, then come help me with something. Chapter 556, The Phoenix Cultivating Essence Art. Lu Yun's closed his eyes, and strange, seal script characters emerged on his body, sealing off all his aura. At first glance, Lu Yun's at this moment looked no different from a corpse. Immediately after, wisps of grey-white chi, emanating an ominous aura, began to escape from Lu Yun's body. Yet, for some unknown reason, these grey-white chi lingered around Lu Yun's physical body, unwilling to dissipate. Lu Yun's number 3 was startled at first, then suddenly thought of something and flew into Lu Yun's body. These grey-white chi seemed to instantly find their target again, returning to Lu Yun's body. After a while, Lu Yun's number 3 flew out of his body, covered in a layer of incredibly solid and dense grey-white chi. Lu Yun's reopened his eyes, his face incredibly pale and his aura listless, but his eyes were sparkling with vigor. This evil chi, it's for you. Lu Yun's weakly curved his lips into a slight smile, pulling out 2 jade slips from his storage pouch and tossing them to Lu Yun's number 3. These are the heaven-supporting demonic art and the nameless body tempering technique I got from Venerable Dharma. I've studied them a bit myself and found that they very likely originate from the same source. You don't need to worry about the refined corpse's cultivation, the formation will operate on its own. When you have free time, research these 2 cultivation techniques, they will be of great benefit to you. Third brother, your path must ultimately be walked by you. I can only help you this much. Lu Yun's number 3 still said nothing, bowing deeply to Lu Yun's in midair before flying into Savage Beard's corpse. In an instant, runes flowed, and large patches of grey-white chi emerged from his body, only to be firmly locked down by these runes. Liu Yun's raised a hand, and Savage Beard immediately flew into a coffin. The coffin lid automatically closed, and one rune after another lit up. In an instant, a large amount of demonic chi swarmed over, rapidly absorbed by the runes on the coffin's surface. Is it worth it, helping him so much? Liu Yun's number 2 asked from the side. Helping him is helping myself, so what's there to question about worth? Liu Yun's rolled his eyes and said with a smile. Look at the long term. Going solo doesn't mean we'll never interact again. It's always fine for me to occasionally ask myself for a favor, right? Why always be so narrow-minded? I'm narrow-minded. Liu Yun's No 2's mouth twitched, and he instantly lit up several degrees like a large light bulb. You've gone insane. Savage Beard's physical body, a 9th rank flood dragon's essence blood, 10,000-year-old dark sunken wood, plus this demonic chi abyss. Do you even know what the hell you're doing? After that bastard comes out of seclusion, he'll be at least late nascent soul stage, or possibly even stronger. No matter how powerful the evil warding divine thunder is, against a refined corpse of this level, none of us know how much effect it will have. What if this guy develops some psychological issues and is led astray by his heart demon? You'll be waiting to be hunted down by him, you bastard. Liu Yun smiled, saying calmly. Friend, we are all Liu Yuns. You should have some confidence in yourself. Confidence my ass. What will you do if something really goes wrong? Liu Yun's number 2 grumbled. You didn't understand what I meant. Liu Yun sighed helplessly, glancing at the coffin beside him and saying. The blood fiend demonic corpse will need at least 49 years to emerge from seclusion. After 49 years, who will have achieved major achievement in their cultivation technique first is still unknown. Liu Yun's grinned, his face still pale as paper, but his eyes were frighteningly bright. Don't forget, we have a rapidly developing civilization behind us. Liu Yun's number 2 froze for a moment, then, somewhat disbelievingly, sized Liu Yun's up and down. His eyelids twitched uncontrollably, and he flew directly into Liu Yun's body without another word. Liu Yun smiled, looked left and right, then suddenly transformed into a yellow light and disappeared. A moment later, Liu Yun's figure reappeared, looking at the 4 demon marrow drills in his hand with pleasant surprise. He immediately let out an excited long howl and flew towards the outside of the abyss. With the miscellaneous tasks done, it was time to enter seclusion. Azure a sacred fire, new puppets, a second nascent soul, there was a mountain of things to do. Fortunately, this time, Liu Yun's had a large group of helpers who could save him a lot of time. But before that, he still had to go and greet Han Li. Returning to Xi country, Liu Yun's went straight to Yunmen Mountain, the most famous spiritual vein in the area. Not long ago, Han Li sent a message saying that he had successfully infiltrated Luyun sect, one of the 3 major sects of Yunmen Mountain. According to him, he was interested in their spirit eye tree and a type of medicinal pill special to the sect that was very helpful for nascent soul condensation. However, when Liu Yun's met him not long ago, he happened to see this guy working at Luyun sect, tending to a medicinal garden, happily humming a song while weeding. Liu Yun suspected that this guy was taking the opportunity to reminisce about his youth, but Han Li stubbornly denied it, and Liu Yun's had no choice. The mountain-protecting formation of Luyun sect, in Liu Yun's opinion, was only mediocre. It didn't take much time at all for him to quietly infiltrate the Luyun sect. It must be said that compared to the Yellow Maple Valley of yesteryear, Luyun sect had much more prestige, even comparable to the Yunyu sect of those days. This Yunmen mountain range was an even more extraordinary spiritual vein, probably ranking among the top few in the entire Tianese. In comparison, even Yunyu sect's main headquarters back then was a bit inferior. Liu Yun's activated his formless escape technique and skillfully snuck into the medicinal garden Han Li was tending. Martial nephew Han, how is your handbing art progressing? Just as Liu Yun snuck into Han Li's medicinal garden, he heard a gentle yet cold female voice. Liu Yun's was startled, his eyes narrowed, and he subconsciously pulled out a shadow recording pearl, looking in the direction of the voice. He saw a beautiful female cultivator with a cold demeanor standing in front of Han Li in the medicinal garden, asking something with an expressionless face. Han Li smiled cautiously, exchanged a few words with her, and then sent her away. Liu Yun's angrily put away the shadow recording pearl, then his eyes flickered slightly, and he appeared before Han Li. Old Han, who's that beauty? Liu Yun's asked with a grin. Han Li glanced at him, then squatted down to weed the medicinal garden with an expressionless face. If you have nothing to do, scram. You're so heartless, can't you see how badly I'm injured? Liu Yun's immediately coughed weakly twice. Han Li rolled his eyes directly, what exactly do you want? Give some medicinal pills to save a child. Scram. Han Li subconsciously grabbed the hoe next to him. You bastard didn't give me anything for the 10,000-year-old dark sunken wood you took from me last time, and now you're back again. Liu Yun's pouted, waving his hand indifferently. You're so stingy. Whoosh. Han Li directly threw the hoe like a hidden weapon. Liu Yun's quickly dodged it, and with a flick of his right hand, he pulled out a jade slip from his storage pouch. No, no, no. I brought something this time, you'll definitely be interested. Han Li held the second hoe, looking at him suspiciously. Don't look at me like that, this is a good thing, a top-tier secret technique created by the 6 Paths Extreme Sage of the Chaotic Star Sea, specifically for breaking through bottlenecks. If it were out there, even nascent soul old monsters would fight over it. Han Li took the jade slip suspiciously. It wasn't that he doubted Liu Yun's was lying to him, he mainly suspected that this bastard had ulterior motives. After hesitating for a while, Han Li still threw him a few bottles of medicinal pills. Liu Yun's accepted them with a chuckle, then turned and walked into Han Li's small house, disappearing into a secret teleportation array that had already been engraved there. Han Li picked up the jade slip and curiously extended his divine sense into it. The Phoenix Cultivating Essence Art. Chapter 557, Liu Yun's Diary. Year 1. Today marks the first day of my official seclusion. I spent a year recovering my origin chi, and only today have I truly begun my closed-door cultivation. Although I once said that no proper person writes a diary, considering the sheer number of things I need to accomplish in these years, I have no choice but to keep a record to ensure I haven't forgotten or overlooked anything important. After all, a cultivator's memory isn't always reliable. So, strictly speaking, this isn't a diary, it should be considered an experimental log. That's right. An experimental log. Liu, am still a proper person. The primary goal of this seclusion is to stabilize my cultivation, test the differences between my new style nascent soul and a normal nascent soul, and refine a second nascent soul. Secondary goals include guiding the mortals of the Immortal Slaying Society onto the path of industrial development, exploiting resources within the small interface, experimenting with some ideas I've had for many years, and finally, attempting to master the legendary Ghost Deo Sacred Fire, the Azura Sacred Fire. I believe that after this seclusion, as long as I can achieve these goals, both my personal strength and the overall development of the small interface will achieve a leap forward. Of course, I cannot achieve these goals alone. Fortunately, I am not by myself. Although third brother has left, second brother remains, and there's Wenxiu. Honestly, I owe this girl. To help me, she's on the verge of core formation, yet she's still running around, delaying her core formation preparations. I need to find a way to compensate her. It seems I should have a chat with some of the little guys I made back then. Year 2. After initial stabilization, my new style nascent soul has successfully solidified its form and can temporarily leave the body to wander. Perhaps it's due to drawing inspiration from the grand yin form refining art. My nascent soul is more stable and introverted than a normal nascent soul, while also possessing all the functions of a normal nascent soul. In fact, in terms of driving and absorbing spiritual chi, it's even slightly stronger than a normal nascent soul. This is very difficult for me to understand. Perhaps, just like the mortal body refining cultivator Jing Nian showed me, absorbing spiritual chi into the body and using it has never been the exclusive right of any group, but rather a kind of innate ability, present in everyone's body. My nascent soul amplified this innate ability? That's an incredible conjecture, I can test it given the opportunity. Year 3. Today, soul-shattering true person's nascent soul has been fully processed. I used the safest method to erase all of his memories and emotions. Now I can begin attempting to refine him into a second nascent soul. Normally, to be safe, I should first reduce his cultivation to the same realm as mine, but I don't think that's necessary. I don't fear the so-called heart demon guidance, and I don't plan to use the returning to one secret art on him. In fact, I eagerly anticipate the birth of fourth brother. As Liu Yun's, I often feel lonely. To be honest, having a few other versions of myself around makes me feel very secure. Although old Han never thinks this way. He seems to have an extraordinary aversion and vigilance towards other versions of himself. Even Jing Nian and the others were thrown far away by another Han Li. I'm not a psychologist, but I think this means that deep down, Han Li has an inexplicable sense of disgust with himself. Perhaps this is also the norm for most people, they find it difficult to accept the person they've become, even if it was their own choice. Year 5. The second nascent soul has officially stabilized. Normally, I should find him a physical body to cultivate. But there's no need for that, because I've already found him a primary cultivation technique. The profound soul demon refining great art, or rather, the grand yin form refining art. I plan to refine the second nascent soul into an ethereal ghost body. Azura Sacred Fire is a Ghost Deo Sacred Fire. Even if cultivators outside of the Ghost Deo can refine it, they won't be able to fully unleash its power. So, just as I gave the Kunlan Ice Flame to the lead turtle, I plan to first let the second nascent soul refine the profound soul yin fire, and then, with it as the primary, cultivate the Azura Sacred Fire. This is a rather distant goal. Before that, I must first wait for the lead turtle to completely refine the Kunlan Ice Flame, which shouldn't be far off. Year 8. The second nascent soul has initially formed an ethereal ghost body and is already a middle-stage nascent soul ghost cultivator. I gave him the profound soul yin fire and the black orb I obtained from Venerable Dharma's remains back then. That orb was a demonized Sara, a supreme treasure in itself. In the hands of the second nascent soul, it serves as his life-bound treasure. I also had him refine Venerable Dharma's skeleton into a temporary physical body. This secret art was once used by Dark Bone. He refined his own bones into a temporary physical body, allowing the ethereal ghost body to attach to it and be used as a magic treasure or puppet. As a former protector monk, a half-demon at the peak of nascent soul, it would be difficult to find a better skeleton in the entire human realm than Venerable Dharma's. I originally wanted to wait for the lead turtle to normally refine the Kunlan Ice Flame, but the speed was too slow. In desperation, I fed the lead turtle and the two fire pythons each in rank 8 Ice Attribute and Fire Attribute Yao Beast Core, respectively from the rank 8 separating Fire Flood Dragon of the Chaotic Star Sea and that white giant crocodile. That should be enough for now. Additionally, Qing Li found out about this. She bothered me so much that I couldn't stand it, so I could only appease her with the jade talisman techniques I had already prepared for her. This ancient Aram method of making jade talisman is highly compatible with her. To my surprise, her talent in this area is actually quite good. It seems I made the right move. Year 10. The lead turtle has emerged from seclusion. Its cultivation has advanced a stage, and it is now a proper grade 9 demonic beasts. Its body has also turned blue, which should be a good thing. The two fire pythons have advanced to rank 7, and their divine ability has also improved significantly, even allowing them to swim directly in the Kunlan ice flame. The innate divine ability of these exotic beasts is truly unreasonable. The second nascent soul has finally completely refined the profound soul yin fire, and the Azura sacred fire is very close to me. Year 13. After 3 years of seclusion, I have to admit that completely refining the Azura sacred fire is by no means an overnight success. The lead turtle's Kunlan ice flame, my evil warding divine thunder, and the second nascent soul's profound soul yin fire have begun their initial fusion, but the speed is extremely slow. To ensure the power of the Azura sacred fire, I cannot force the fusion like Darkbone did. Progress has stalled. Year 14. After a year of research, I went to the Demon Flame sect and had a chat with their sect leader. He was very friendly and generously showed me all the secret arts for refining demonic fire within their sect, stating that I didn't need to pay for their elders' medical expenses. What a good person. Year 15. I found a solution. Within the Demon Flame sect, there's a secret art called the Flame Refining Method, specifically for activating and strengthening demonic fire with yin soul attributes. The general principle is to throw a large number of cultivators' divine souls into the demonic fire, allowing the demonic fire to use them as fuel to strengthen itself. This not only accelerates the refining process and enhances the demonic fire's power, but also increases its spirituality. If strengthened to the extreme, it might even catalyze the demonic fire into the legendary fire spirit. It can be said to have many benefits. The only problem is the immense consumption of divine souls. Compared to other secret arts that utilize divine souls, the cost effectiveness is really not high. This method is perfect for me. I don't have cultivators' divine souls, but I have more Yao beasts' divine souls than I can use. Each one is a high-level Yao beast no less than a core formation cultivator. That should be enough. Year 16. The effect of the flame refining method was immediate. I only threw in dozens of high-level Yao beast divine souls, and the fusion progress of the Azura sacred fire sped up significantly. It seems I can continue. Year 20. The fusion of the Azura sacred fire is only a tiny bit away, but I must leave for a trip first. Han Li is about to undergo nascent soul condensation. Chapter 558, Silver Moon. Inside the small interface, at the center of a mountain range. Since Liu Yun's entered seclusion 20 years ago, Han Li had been traveling back and forth between the small interface and the Lu Yun sect through a secret teleportation array left by Liu Yun's. He was acting as a low-level disciple of the Lu Yun sect, taking the opportunity to scheme for various things, including the Spirit Eye Tree, while also cultivating with the abundant spiritual qi in the small interface. In 20 years, with the help of medicinal pills and the abundant spiritual qi, Han Li not only raised his cultivation to the peak of core formation but also mastered the 4th layer of the Great Evolution Art. Besides this, he seemed to have cultivated some other things, but Liu Yun's didn't pay much attention. His focus was entirely on synthesizing the Azura sacred fire. And today, Han Li was about to prepare for nascent soul condensation. So you're saying, Liu Yun sat opposite Han Li, his eyes filled with confusion. This is, your spirit treasure's spirit. Behind Han Li stood a graceful, charming young woman, looking at him expressionlessly. That's right. Han Li nodded, tidying up his words slightly. Your guess was correct back then, Silver Moon is indeed not simple. She is a member of the Silver Moon Wolf clan and seems to have come from the spirit realm. For some unknown reason, she was sealed within the Void Heaven Cauldron. About a decade ago, I accidentally encountered danger, and she saved my life, simultaneously taking possession of this current demon fox. For some unknown reason, she has lost all her memories. Aside from her identity as a Silver Moon Wolf clan member, she remembers nothing else. Han Li tried to explain Silver Moon's identity as simply and directly as possible, but Liu Yun's eyes were still filled with confusion. Let me summarize. Liu Yun pressed his temples, feeling that this world was truly crazy, where anything absurd could happen. You don't remember your past. You don't remember your name, you don't remember your identity, the only thing you remember is the name Silver Moon Wolf Clan, and that you have intricate ties to the spirit realm. Han Li gave Silver Moon a look, and Silver Moon subtly pouted, nodding reluctantly. You were imprisoned in the Void Heaven Palace for an unknown number of years until we released you. Then you kept hiding in that ancient treasure, watching us, until old Han was ambushed by a demon fox, and you took possession of her, becoming Han Li's spirit treasure's spirit. Silver Moon took a deep breath, then nodded expressionlessly again. In other words, you now have one divine soul and 2 bodies. One is this demon fox body, and the other is Han Li's green bamboo bee cloud sword. Liu Yun narrowed his eyes, asking sternly. How did you do that? Silver Moon's gaze was momentarily confused, then she said, it should be a secret art from my past, I don't remember the specifics. Liu Yun leaned back, slumping onto the ground ungracefully, looking at the two of them expressionlessly. So this is the situation, you are a member of the Silver Moon Wolf clan, once of distinguished status, possessing extraordinary divine abilities, and very likely from the spirit realm. The ancient cultivators left you a heaven-reaching spirit treasure as a prison, and also left the Void Heaven Palace. Never mind why the Void Heaven Palace was left, the mere fact that the ancient cultivators placed you in there is enough to prove your identity and status. The massive loss of memory is a sequela of severe divine soul damage. You must have been gravely injured for some reason back then, even losing your physical body. That's why those ancient cultivators put you inside that ancient treasure. I guess your identity is unlikely to be their enemy, otherwise, they should have directly taken the opportunity to kill you, and a group of ancient cultivators wouldn't have tried every means to release you. But at the same time, they didn't leave any clues about your background. So your identity is actually something that must be kept secret, and even the act of sealing you in the Void Heaven Palace might have been done in secret. Why the secrecy? Perhaps because you provoked some enemies? Perhaps because those ancient cultivators didn't want, or didn't dare, to mention your background? Perhaps because the incident of your injury itself was a secret. There are too many possibilities, but regardless, your background is tied to a major event involving a group of ancient cultivators, and even the spirit realm. Silver Moon thought for a while, her eyes brightening slightly. Han Li also nodded, a smile playing on his lips. In truth, Silver Moon was very reluctant to deal with Lu Yun's, otherwise, Lu Yun's wouldn't have known of her existence until more than a decade later. After all, if Silver Moon hadn't been utterly cowardly back then, and if Han Li hadn't spoken up in time, Lu Yun's would have truly acted to kill her. Even now, Silver Moon is very grateful that Han Li took her from Lu Yun's hands back then. Han Li didn't know what to say about this, he couldn't very well say it was because his intuition told him that Silver Moon was very important to him. However, no matter what, there were too many mysteries surrounding Silver Moon, and both Han Li and Silver Moon cared deeply about them. And Lu Yun's was the only person Han Li knew who might be able to figure out clues about Silver Moon's identity. If even he couldn't come up with any clues, Han Li truly doubted that anyone in the entire human realm could find even a shred of a clue. So you want to know? Lu Yun's asked calmly. The matters behind your background are too extensive. Think about it, you are from the spirit realm, of extraordinary status, but so many years have passed. Yet no one has tried to look for you. I don't believe the spirit realm lacks the technology to reach the human realm, otherwise, how did you get here? Or it could be worse, someone did come looking for you, but the ancient cultivators hid you. In such a situation, the situation would become incredibly complex, one misstep, and you could be doomed forever. Silver Moon's face suddenly paled for a moment, then became incredibly resolute. I want to know who I really am. Lu Yun's let out a complex laugh, saying nothing, but instead turned to look at Han Li. If I can help, I will. After all, she is currently my spirit treasure's spirit, if she suffers, I suffer. Han Li nodded and said, of course, if the situation is not right, I must also protect myself. I hope fellow Deist Silver Moon understands. Silver Moon smiled bitterly and nodded, saying, fellow Deist Han, rest assured, Silver Moon is not an unreasonable person. Only then did Han Li nod in satisfaction. Lu Yun's looked at the two of them, sighing helplessly in his heart, thinking that Han Li was truly a straight man, then subtly put away the shadow recording pearl in his palm. What a pity, he didn't capture anything interesting. So you're going to undergo nascent soul condensation here next? Lu Yun's asked naturally. Han Li nodded, this place is simply too suitable for nascent soul condensation. This process will probably take a few months, and I'll have to trouble you to act as my protector. No problem, what about the Luyun sect? Chapter 559, The Giant City. Han Li thought for a moment, then shook his head helplessly. Let Han Li, a disciple of the Luyun sect, disappear for a while. At worst, after successfully achieving nascent soul condensation, I'll go back to the Luyun sect to explain and offer some compensation. By then, the deed will be done, and they won't feud with a nascent soul cultivator over trivial external matters. Disguising oneself as a low-level cultivator and infiltrating another sect is not something you can just gloss over, Lu Yun said naturally. I know, but I'm a loose cultivator, so they don't need to be too excessive. At most, they'll just make things difficult for me. After listening to Han Li, Lu Yun's looked at Yin Yu again in confusion, then slowly stood up. Alright, you can perform nascent soul condensation here. In this small interface, the only ones who might disturb your nascent soul condensation are those ancient Yao beasts. We will guard outside. Han Li smiled, then quietly closed his eyes, beginning his final preparations. Lu Yun's walked out of Han Li's immortal cave and gazed out. Inside the small interface, the mountains were clear, the waters beautiful, and the air was filled with the song of birds and the fragrance of flowers. The once vast grassland had been transformed into a wide plain, with unique high-rise buildings rising from the ground, resembling a giant city. The dozen or so mountains closest to the grassland were already covered with a mix of mechanical and wooden frameworks and machines. Giant conveyor belts extended deep into the mountains, continuously transporting various piles of ore and wood. The humming sound of spirit chi operation resonated continuously throughout the world, delivering the massive amount of resources extracted into the city. Puppets of various shapes and forms either patrolled the land or guarded the sky. Along with various other mechanical creations, they collectively guarded the entire giant city. At the edge of the horizon, one could vaguely see giant airships swaying in the sky, emitting powerful spirit chi. Inside the city, between huge buildings, crowds flowed incessantly. Most people looked no different from ordinary mortals, but there were also many with mechanical tentacles, spirit tools/artifacts wings, or who were half human, half beast, 9 feet tall, half male, half female. At first glance, they were bizarre and varied. Liu Yun's was also helpless about this. The XP system was supposed to be about freedom, but unfortunately, after the popularization of soul imprint technology and spirit tools/artifacts prosthetics, this became a bit too free. When everyone could freely modify their own bodies, a truly diversified social structure became almost unavoidable. The degree of freedom some people exercised made even Liu Yun's shudder. For example, at this very moment, a certain big shot was walking down the street with at least 100 mechanical tentacles all over his body, completely naked. Just one look made Liu Yun's feel like his nascent soul had been defiled. After a helpless sigh, Liu Yun's casually waved his hand, and an emerald green light ball descended from the sky, hovering before him. Pass this down, this mountain is temporarily off limits for several months. Seal off all surrounding entrances and exits, and do not allow any ancient beasts to appear nearby. Recall the patrolling 5th, 7th, and 11th Fleet and have them seal off the surrounding sky. Also, dispatch 5 more teams of puppets, with at least 10 core formation level puppets guarding various corners of the mountain to prevent ancient beast attacks. The emerald green light ball flashed, and specific spirit chi fluctuations vibrated through all soul imprints, transmitting the information to everyone. The next moment, in the distant sky, giant airships turned their bows and flew towards Liu Yun's location at an extremely fast speed. Simultaneously, within the city, a dozen huge iron chariots soared over wide rivers, carrying dozens of armored, wolf-headed, human-bodied puppet soldiers into the depths of the mountains. In the sky, spirit runes connected between the airships, forming a giant magic array. A protective shield quietly emerged from the magic array, instantly expanding to cover the entire mountain, protecting everything within it. Liu Yun's calculated the time slightly and nodded with a smile. 11 seconds, the efficiency is decent. Liu Yun's took a step, and spirit runes automatically appeared beneath his feet, forming a small, temporary teleportation array. With a flash of white light, Liu Yun's figure appeared on one of the airships high in the sky. These airships were roughly similar to the flying boats of the outside world, only much larger, and without sails or oars. They were entirely constructed from metal and some kind of wooden structure, with runes covering the hull, forming a translucent protective shield. Inside the cabin, several people sat on special seats. Seeing Liu Yun's arrive, they showed no reaction. Instead, several cannon barrels on the ship moved, as if greeting him. Currently, they had connected their soul imprints to the airship. In a sense, this airship was an extension of their limbs. The ship was equipped with 20 rapid-fire cannons and 3 main cannons, plus a protective shield and formation technology, powered by spirit stones. The output of each rapid-fire cannon was roughly equivalent to that of an ordinary early Foundation establishment stage cultivator, while the main cannon, when fully charged, could unleash an attack comparable to that of a typical early core formation cultivator. The protective shield could also withstand the bombardment of ordinary magic treasures. After more than 20 years of rapid development, this basic model of airship had achieved industrialized mass production and had even been updated twice. The technology was incredibly mature. If Liu Yun's wanted, he could launch a fleet at any time. While he was in seclusion improving his personal strength, these people had developed an industrialized civilization belonging to the cultivation world. The continuous logistical support, coupled with an incredibly stable and rich technological reserve, could unleash a potential far beyond the comprehension of the cultivators outside, whose thinking was still stuck in the slash-and-burn era. Mr. Liu, while Liu Yun's was still lost in the beautiful scenery before him, a deep, vicissitudes of life, young female voice suddenly emerged from the emerald green light ball beside him. During the meeting today, someone again proposed opening a teleportation gate to the outside world. We few suppressed it. Is that so? Liu Yun's narrowed his eyes, a smile playing on his lips as he asked. How many people agreed with this proposal? Probably less than half, the rest are still observing. I see some people who simply want to go out and seek revenge on the ghost spirit sect, and there are some others, whose motives are probably impure. Do we need to investigate their soul imprints? The female voice asked deeply, a hint of bloodlust subtly permeating her words. There's no need for that. Just observe for now. If they bring it up again next time, just agree directly, Liu Yun said with a smile, then cut off the connection to the emerald green light ball. It's been over 20 years, it's about time. Liu Yun sat cross-legged, his gaze fixed on the unchanging sky of the small interface, his eyes becoming incredibly profound. Chapter 560, Nascent Soul Condensation complete. Several months later, inside the small interface, the usually unchanging clear sky was today covered in dark clouds, with winds and clouds gathering. Terrifying bolts of lightning appeared out of nowhere, and a large amount of heaven and earth spiritual chi converged into massive light orbs, forming a gigantic spiritual chi storm above a small mountain. Liu Yun stood not far away, surrounded by various people, some normal, some not, holding all sorts of instruments, bustling about with excited expressions on their faces. Spiritual pressure is normal, heaven and earth spiritual chi shows no special reaction, it's purely attracted by the act of nascent soul condensation. A voluptuous and enchanting woman, nearly 10 feet tall, stood behind Liu Yun's, her eyes flashing with a crimson glow. From her appearance, the woman was charming and alluring, her red lips like cinnabar stained with blood, her cat-like peach blossom eyes seemed capable of captivating souls, and a tear mole adorned her face. Just a glance would make one's heart flutter, her figure and looks were perfectly otherworldly. Aside from her unusual height, this woman could satisfy almost every unspoken fantasy a man might have. However, among the people coming and going, not one glanced at her. Instead, they were utterly mesmerized by the abnormal nascent soul condensation phenomenon in the sky. To them, this was far more attractive than any woman. After all, for them, every part of their body could be freely modified. As for mere appearance, if they wished, they could easily change themselves to look exactly like her, or even more beautiful. Because within the Soul Imprint network, more than one senior had already uploaded face sculpting tutorials, they just needed to follow them. Lu Yun's looked around. Except for a few individuals who, for some unknown reason, had made themselves look like certain indescribable entities, all the others were almost perfectly handsome men and beautiful women. Standing among them, he seemed a bit unremarkable. Seriously, maybe in the future, I can let you guys go out and try honey traps or something, Lu Yun's remarked, rather unseasonably. No one paid him any mind. Everyone was doing their best to observe and record all the data changes of the nascent soul condensation phenomenon. Lu Yun's didn't care either, silently releasing his divine sense to sense the agitation of the surrounding heaven and earth spiritual chi. Although he had already embarked on another dao, the stones of other mountains can be used to polish one's own jade. Opportunities like this, to observe someone else's nascent soul condensation up close, were rare. After a while, a high-pitched dragon roar suddenly erupted from within the spiritual chi vortex in the sky. The spiritual chi vortex instantly dissipated, and a humanoid light projection, about 100 feet tall, suddenly appeared above the stone mountain. This light projection shimmered with four-colored spiritual light, its hands and feet astonishingly large. Because its face was too bright with spiritual light, no one could clearly see the true features of the giant. They only felt that this figure seemed extremely majestic, making people dare not look up. The giant lowered its head slightly, and two eerie beams of light cast down, sweeping over everyone. At the same time, an incredibly powerful spiritual pressure indiscriminately fell upon everyone. Lu Yun's was prepared. He frowned slightly, and layers of concentric rings made of different colored seal script instantly flew out, interlocking to form a giant millstone. The powerful spiritual pressure pressed down upon it like a gentle breeze, causing no effect whatsoever. The giant stood still, its eyes coldly fixed on Lu Yun's. After an unknown period, the giant suddenly let out a skyward roar and instantly disintegrated and vanished. The alluring woman raised her head, and the evil chi like mountains of corpses and seas of blood in her eyes flashed and disappeared. That person has a problem. Do we need to act? Lu Yun's glanced at her, then shook his head and said, this is an instinct after biological evolution, it's not something he can control. The woman frowned but said nothing. Lu Yun's also felt a bit helpless. The younger generation of the Immortal Slaying Society was fine, they didn't harbor such great malice towards cultivators. After all, they grew up in an era where cultivators were not allowed to easily interfere with mortals, and they had many cultivator comrades. Except for their animosity towards the Ghost Spirit sect, they had no prejudice against cultivators. But these elders of the Immortal Slaying Society were different, especially those who had followed Li Ying'er back then. Their hatred for cultivators was almost carved into their bones. If Li Ying'er hadn't told them her identity in advance, Lu Yun's had no doubt that these people would have found an opportunity to kill him and monopolize this small interface. People taught by Li Ying'er would absolutely do such a thing. Lu Yun's knew this, but he couldn't say much. In a sense, this was also the karma he had created back then. As the two conversed, a clear, high-pitched cry suddenly emanated from the mountain, soaring straight to the 9 heavens. Lu Yun suddenly let out a sigh of relief. He took a step, and a small teleportation array automatically formed, sending him into the interior of the small mountain with a flash of white light. Inside the quiet room within the small mountain, Han Li slowly opened his eyes. Endless changes constantly arose and perished within them, finally transforming into a pair of clear and bright eyes. He curiously touched the top of his head. Just now, he felt as if he had returned to his carefree childhood, playing freely and releasing his true nature. This is the nascent soul. Han Li murmured to himself. He pointed with one hand, and the light on the quiet room's door flashed. It silently lifted. Congratulations, Master, on forming your nascent soul. Yunyu, transformed into the appearance of a beautiful young woman, was guarding outside the quiet room. As soon as she saw Han Li emerge, she immediately bowed respectfully. Her address and tone of reverence were somewhat beyond Han Li's expectation. On the other side, Lu Yun's was sitting there, laughing, holding. Han Li instinctively moved, kicking out, but Lu Yun's easily dodged. The first thing you do after coming out of seclusion is to hit me. Old Han, I misjudged you. Han Li took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing the murderous intent stirring within his heart. Put that shadow recording pearl down. Lu Yun's pouted and put down the shadow recording pearl in his hand. Han Li glared at him fiercely, then turned to Yunyu, asking with a solemn expression, did he instigate this? Yunyu smiled and shook her head, saying, Master misunderstands. Master successfully condensed his nascent soul at the age of 200, becoming one of the top cultivators in the human realm. I believe that in Master's lifetime, he will certainly be able to follow up with soul transformation and ascension to the spirit realm. Exactly, old Han, you don't trust me enough. If I had instigated it, she would be wearing a maid outfit right now. Get out. Han Li's newly solidified nascent soul trembled, almost shattering directly. Upon hearing this, Lu Yun sighed silently and said to Yunyu, see? I told you he doesn't have feelings for mature women in their 20s. If you could transform to be 7 or 8 years younger, it would definitely be much easier to communicate with him. Upon hearing this, Yunyu actually showed a thoughtful expression. Han Li silently bent over. For some reason, his stomach suddenly cramped with pain. Chapter 561, Undercurrent. Somewhere in Yu State, Wang Tiansheng, the sect leader of Ghost Spirit Sect, held the head of a beautiful woman in one hand, his eyes flickering with dark spiritual light, his expression gradually turning sinister. A flash of black demonic fire in his hand vanished instantly, spreading over the woman's entire body and reducing her to ashes. Beside him, a man with a silver mask on his face quickly stepped forward and asked, "Father, have you found any clues?" If Han Li were here, he would recognize at a glance that this person was none other than Wang Chan, the Ghost Spirit Sect young master, who had once driven him to desperation. Wang Tiansheng shook his head with a gloomy expression. It was a trap. This was a puppet without even a divine soul. Soul imprint is useless against them. Puppet. Wang Chan was startled, a hint of panic flashing in his eyes. Then what should we do? If the one surnamed Liu uses this as an excuse to attack us, how should we respond? If not for this matter, would the one surnamed Liu not make a move against us? Wang Tiansheng retorted with a sneer. Wang Chan was stunned by the words. He opened his mouth but didn't know what to say. Wang Tiansheng shook his head with some disappointment and handed him a jade pendant. Take this and go to Demon Flame Sect first, then to Joyful Union Sect. Find Old Devil Hehuan and Heavenly Fire True Monarch. Tell them that I, Wang Tiansheng, have something to discuss. Wang Chan's eyes lit up upon hearing this, but then he became a little hesitant. Father, are you planning to unite Joyful Union Sect and Demon Flame Sect to kill that person? Demon Flame Sect is easy to deal with, but Joyful Union Sect's attitude has always been ambiguous. The one surnamed Liu also seemed to have some connection with Hehuan Sect, Joyful Union Sect back then. Will they help us? Wang Tiansheng sneered, of course not. It would be good if they didn't watch us die first. Unless Old Devil Hehuan knows that a genius who achieved nascent soul condensation before the age of 200 possesses a heaven-defying item like the evil warding Divine Thunder. Old Devil Hehuan has an overbearing and autocratic personality. He will not allow anyone in Tianese to threaten him. As he said this, Wang Tiansheng's heart felt as if it was bleeding. If he had a choice, why would he want to join forces with the overbearing Old Devil Hehuan? But just thinking about the hidden force in the heartland of Yu State, which could uproot Ghost Spirit Sect at any time, made Wang Tiansheng restless and even caused him to develop a heart demon, preventing his cultivation from advancing. Given Old Devil Hehuan's nature, he would most likely take this opportunity to directly annex Ghost Spirit Sect, even if he joined forces with Demon Flame Sect. As far as he knew, when the one surnamed Liu forcibly entered Demon Flame Sect back then, several elders of Demon Flame Sect were seriously injured and are still in seclusion. This also led to Demon Flame Sect's current situation being similar to Ghost Spirit Sect's, with almost no ability to resist Joyful Union Sect and Old Devil Hehuan. However, even so, it was better than waiting for the one surnamed Liu to make a move. No matter how overbearing Old Devil Hehuan was, he was still a member of the 6 demonic sects and would not go too far. But the one surnamed Liu was an out-and-out madman. Who knew what he would do? Thinking of this, Wang Tiansheng took another deep breath. Channer, this time I'm relying on you. Next, I need to return to Luyun Sect to give an explanation, and then I'll go into seclusion for 100 days to stabilize my nascent soul. Don't disturb me if there's nothing important. Han Li threw out these words and immediately chased Liu Yun's out of the small mountain. Liu Yun's pouted, turned his head, and a glimmer of light suddenly flashed in his eyes. A verdant green orb of light appeared before him. Mr. Liu, all the first batch of personnel who went out have now lost contact. Should we go look for them? A steady male voice came from within the orb of light. Upon hearing this, Liu Yun's narrowed his eyes and subconsciously stroked his chin. There's no need for that. Their backup soul imprints are still there, aren't they? They are still there, the male voice said with unusual certainty. That's good. Get them new bodies. The materials will come from the collective treasury, Liu Yun said calmly, pinching his temples. Once the soul imprint was complete, as long as the imprint itself was not destroyed, the person was almost immortal. And this kind of soul imprint was itself just a set of independent restrictions. In other words, the soul imprint was not unique. If one wanted to, it could be copied at any time, and the quantity was unlimited. If it weren't for the fact that Liu Yun's operation of creating several versions of himself was too avant-garde for normal people in an art they couldn't yet comprehend, Liu Yun's would have already started mass-producing, instead of developing bit by bit like this. Even the backup soul imprints were only agreed upon after Liu Yun's talked himself hoarse to convince them. It seems the people from Ghost Spirit Sect have finally started to act. Very good. Liu Yun's looked up at the sky, a cold smile playing on his lips. Wang Tiansheng, don't disappoint me. Without the foil of an opponent, this performance cannot be called perfect. Tianese, within Luyun Sect. Mu Peeling put down the jade slip in her hand with a complex mood, looked up at the medicinal garden in front of her, and couldn't help but sigh deeply. Ever since the low-level disciple named Han Li disappeared not long ago, this place had been designated as a forbidden land. Many elders within the sect had come here more than once, trying to find some clues, but they found nothing. Normally, the disappearance of a mere low-level disciple would not alarm the core formation elders within the sect. However, the situation of this low-level disciple was somewhat special, directly related to a major event in the sect 20 years ago. Mu Peeling wasn't very clear about the specifics, only hearing that it was related to the Spirit Eye Tree and also involved internal spies from other forces within the sect. Under such circumstances, Han Li's disappearance naturally alarmed the higher UPS. However, after several months of futile efforts, the elders had no choice but to suppress the matter and reopen this medicinal garden. Thinking of this, Mu Peeling felt a surge of irritation. She had seen the disciple surnamed Han more than once. For some reason, that person always gave her a profound and unfathomable illusion. Now, his disappearance seemed to confirm her intuition, but Mu Peeling felt no joy at all. Perhaps it was due to a bit of unwillingness, or perhaps it was due to the recent vexation caused by her family forcing her into marriage. Mu Peeling unknowingly returned to this medicinal garden once again. Looking at this medicinal garden, which appeared somewhat messy due to being unattended for a long time, Mu Peeling couldn't help but curse herself inwardly. Instead of spending this time here, I should cultivate. Maybe I can achieve core formation sooner and get rid of that person's entanglement and the family's coercion. Mu Peeling finally looked around, shook her head, and turned to leave. At that very moment, in the corner of her eye, the figure of a man appeared, dressed in a green robe, with an ordinary face and clear eyes. Junior Marshal Uncle Mu, long time no see, Han Li said with a smile. Chapter 562, Luyun Sect. Han Li stood in the medicine garden, looking at the surrounding spiritual plants with a nostalgic expression, his gaze gradually softening. He reached out and plucked a yellowed leaf from a yellow spirit Ganoderma. Spiritual light flowed in his hand, and the somewhat sickly-looking yellow spirit Ganoderma instantly perked up. The sound of wind picked up behind him, and 2 streaks of spiritual light shot through the air, landing directly at the entrance of the medicine garden. The spiritual light receded, revealing the figures of a middle-aged man and a silver-haired elder. The two immediately saw Han Li's figure. After sweeping him with their divine sense, a smile appeared on the silver-haired elder's lips. His true essence was solidified, but his nascent soul was unstable, clearly indicating that he had just achieved nascent soul condensation recently and had not yet had time to formally stabilize his nascent soul. This must be fellow Daoist Han, right? When we first heard about this, we thought that disciple surnamed Mu was talking nonsense. The silver-haired elder smiled brightly and walked generously into the medicine garden. Seeing this, Han Li also felt a slight sense of relief. The reason he asked Mu Peeling to deliver his message and insisted on meeting the 2 nascent soul elders of the Luyun sect here was because he was worried they might do something irrational. Although he had successfully achieved nascent soul condensation, with his divine ability, he wouldn't fear facing the 2 early nascent soul stage cultivators of the Luyun sect. However, if he were to fall into some kind of trap or formation, that would be another matter entirely. But now it seemed these 2 elders were quite rational, which made things easier to discuss. Han Li turned around and bowed to the 2. Greetings, 2 fellow Daists. I apologize for intruding without notice and using your esteemed land for cultivation. It was truly presumptuous, Han Li said with a perfectly timed hint of apology on his face. Haha, fellow Daoist Han, you are too polite. For such a small matter, you only needed to say a word. Now that you have used the spiritual chi here to achieve nascent soul condensation, it is a good karma. We are overjoyed. The silver-haired elder said very happily, and his words were sincere. To gain the favor of an early nascent soul stage cultivator so easily, any sect would probably rush to make such a deal. As for whether the other party might be related to the incident 20 years ago, the silver-haired elder had also carefully considered it. Finally, he thought that if that were truly the case, there would have been no need for him to remain here for 20 years, let alone return after achieving nascent soul condensation. Han Li, hearing the silver-haired elder's words, sighed silently in his heart. The reason he didn't just leave was precisely because he was worried about similar situations. Debts of gratitude are very difficult to repay, not to mention that he had taken away the roots of the spiritual light tree, the youth-preserving pill, and the clear spirit water, among other treasures, back then. Although these matters were concealed, that was based on the premise that he was just a low-level disciple. If his cultivation base were exposed, these matters would not stand up to scrutiny and could easily lead to him being identified. Han Li did not want to inexplicably offend the 3 major sects of the Yunmen mountain range. These 3 major sects were influential powers within the Heavenly Dao Alliance. The 3 combined, in terms of strength, were absolutely no less than the former 7 sects alliance, and perhaps even slightly surpassed them. Therefore, resolving this matter privately was undoubtedly the best course of action, far better than just leaving and creating such a powerful enemy out of thin air. To be honest, 2 fellow Daists, I was stuck at the threshold of nascent soul condensation back then, and had no choice but to set my sights on your sect. Now that I have returned, it is to thank your sect for its assistance, and also to offer some compensation to make up for any losses your sect incurred because of me, Han Li said very sincerely. Fellow Daoist Han, you are being too modest. With your cultivation technique and talent, even if you hadn't come to our Luyun sect, achieving nascent soul condensation would have been a matter of time, the silver-haired elder said with a smile. Senior brother is right. The fellow Daoist surnamed Lu naturally took over the conversation. From the moment we first met, I felt that although fellow Daoist Han has just achieved nascent soul condensation, his true essence is profound, his magical power pure, and his foundation solid. I presume the cultivation technique he practices must be extraordinary. I just don't know which sect or faction fellow Daoist Han comes from, or if he has any connection with our Luyun sect. The 2, in perfect harmony, simultaneously tried to ascertain Han Li's background. Han Li didn't mind and said naturally, to be honest, 2 fellow Daists, I am also a southern heaven cultivator. I was born in Yu State in my early years, but later, the 6 demonic sects invaded, forcing me to flee to another country. After experiencing some things, I unexpectedly drifted to your country and happened to encounter the Luyun sect recruiting new disciples, which is why Ha ha ha. In that case, it truly is fate. The silver-haired elder, hearing this, burst into hearty laughter. Senior brother is absolutely right. The fellow deist surnamed Lu also smiled, then looked Han Li up and down with some curiosity, finally unable to resist asking, seeing fellow deist's youthful appearance, I wonder how many years fellow deist Han has cultivated. Could it be that the cultivation technique he practices also has miraculous youth-preserving effects? Upon hearing this, a glint flashed in the silver-haired elder's smiling eyes. In fact, from the very beginning, the two had been startled by Han Li's overly youthful appearance. Generally speaking, it takes at least 300 or 400 years for a core formation cultivator to successfully achieve nascent soul condensation. Therefore, most nascent soul cultivators appear middle-aged or older. While there are a few who maintain a youthful appearance, they are a minority, mostly women whose cultivation techniques have miraculous youth-preserving effects. As for young men, they are truly rare. Han Li merely smiled calmly and said, the cultivation technique I practice doesn't have a youth-preserving effect. However, by chance in my early years, I once took a youth-preserving pill, and my appearance has remained the same as it was at the moment I took the pill, without any change. As for my age, by my reckoning, I am probably over 200 years old. 200 years old. At these words, both the silver-haired elder and the fellow deist surnamed Lu were startled, revealing expressions of uncontrollable shock. To their knowledge, there had been cultivators in southern heaven who achieved nascent soul condensation after only 200 years of cultivation, but they were only a handful, a mere dozen or so individuals. Without exception, these people were all exceptionally talented, and most of them indeed became earth-shattering figures. Among them, many advanced to the late stage, dominating an era, and some even broke through to soul transformation and ascended to another realm. Counting across all of southern heaven, looking back tens of thousands of years, only a certain inexplicably appearing individual could surpass these people. What, is there something wrong with me achieving nascent soul condensation at 200 years old? Han Li frowned, asking with some confusion. He genuinely didn't think there was anything wrong with him achieving nascent soul condensation at 200 years old, a certain madman had done it more than 20 years earlier than him. Nothing at all. It's just that fellow deist is so young, his future is limitless. Looking across all of southern heaven, such talent, perhaps only that person from Mu State can compare with fellow deist, the silver-haired elder said with emotion. That person from Mu State. Han Li was stunned at these words, then showed a helpless, wry smile. Fellow deist is joking. That person is the same age as me, but he achieved nascent soul condensation 20 years earlier than I did. Upon hearing this, the silver-haired elder suddenly frowned, his mind racing, and he quickly asked. From fellow deist Han's words, do you perhaps know that person? Han Li nodded, saying very naturally, that's right, I was acquainted with that person when I was in Mu State, and we never lost contact afterwards. At this point, Han Li suddenly noticed that the expressions of the two people in front of him twisted abruptly for a moment. A bad premonition spread through Han Li's heart. Two fellow deists, Han Li didn't realize that his tone had suddenly become much more cautious. Did that person do something again? Chapter 563, Azura Sacred Fire. In a vast quiet room within a small interface, Lu Yun slowly exhaled a turbid breath, his eyes fixed on a giant, grayish-white fire lotus above his head. This fire lotus was dozens of feet in size, suspended in midair above the quiet room, almost occupying the entire space. Each lotus petal, formed from flames, was exquisitely detailed, like a physical object. Lu Yun's could even discern every pattern on it, resembling the lotus pedestals upon which Buddhas were said to preach in Buddhist legends. It appeared incomparably sacred, yet simultaneously emitted an intensely contradictory, chilling ghostly chi. At this very moment, this fire lotus, a blend of the eerie and the sacred, was slowly rotating. Around the fire lotus, more than 20 Yao beast spirits of various forms floated, each emanating soul power no less potent than that of a core formation cultivator. The fire lotus rotated leisurely, and with each rotation, one Yao beast spirit was drawn into it, vanishing without a trace. The grayish-white fire lotus grew stronger, becoming more pure and refined. At the center of the fire lotus's base, Lu Yun's clad in green robes with calm features raised his hands, seemingly supporting the giant fire lotus in the air. Pure, verdant yin qi continuously emanated from his entire body, being absorbed ceaselessly by the grayish-white fire lotus. Beside him were more than a dozen yin ming beast crystals that had already been completely absorbed. The grayish-white fire lotus continued to rotate, circle after circle, absorbing Yao beast spirits one by one. Something seemed to be gradually taking shape within the core of the fire lotus. After an unknown period, all the surrounding Yao beast spirits had been absorbed, and the fire lotus ceased its rotation, showing no further changes. Lu Yun silently sighed, took out a black jade bottle from his storage pouch, and prepared to add a few dozen more. Just then, the Lu Yuns on the ground, supporting the fire lotus, suddenly opened his eyes. Deep within his pupils, a wisp of verdant spiritual light flickered and vanished, as he softly uttered, "Come." In an instant, the sounds of wailing ghosts and howling wolves erupted. The grayish-white fire lotus trembled slightly, and a large expanse of pure, verdant yin qi burst forth, instantly transforming the entire quiet room into a verdant ghostly domain. Lu Yuns instinctively retreated, standing at the quiet room's entrance and looking up. Amidst the surging yin qi, a wisp of grayish-white spiritual light suddenly brightened. All the yin qi then surged towards the grayish-white spiritual light, like swallows returning to their nest. The figure of Lu Yuns gradually emerged. In his palm, a small, exquisite grayish-white fire lotus slowly rotated, devouring all the yin qi completely. Azura sacred fire, it's done. Liu Yun said with a smile. His smile was gentle, and his tone was peaceful, giving one a feeling of basking in the spring breeze. Liu Yun let out a huge sigh of relief and quickly moved closer to his other self, curiously examining the grayish-white fire lotus in his hand. This is the legendary demonic path sacred fire, Liu Yun said with some excitement. He and Liu Yun's number 4 had been busy for over 20 years for this thing, and now it had finally appeared. Quick! Let's test its power. Liu Yun slapped his right hand on his waist-mounted storage pouch, and a bronze shield immediately flew out, transforming into a giant, wall-like shield that stood before them. This ancient treasure was obtained from the black-robed elder of the Ghost Spirit sect back then. It could withstand Xing Li's full power output, and its defensive capabilities were quite impressive. Liu Yun's number 4 smiled slightly, and with a gentle movement of the grayish-white fire lotus in his hand, a lotus petal flew out and lightly landed on the bronze shield. With a sizzle sound, the wall-like shield suddenly ignited with raging grayish-white flames. In the blink of an eye, the entire bronze shield was reduced to nothingness by the grayish-white demonic fire, not even a wisp of smoke remaining. The grayish-white demonic fire then vanished, leaving only a small, delicate lotus petal flying back into Liu Yun's No 4's hand. Liu Yun's was so shocked that he couldn't speak for a long time. After a while, he finally uttered. Holy crap! He had expected the Azura sacred fire to be very strong, after all, it was the product of the fusion and sublimation of profound soul yin fire, evil warding divine thunder, and Qunlan ice flame, 3 of the human realm's most top-tier existences. It absolutely deserved the title of demonic path sacred fire. But he truly hadn't expected the Azura sacred fire to be this strong. A defensive ancient treasure, burned to ashes in the blink of an eye, without even a speck of residue left. This demonic path sacred fire was ridiculously powerful. Liu Yun's number 4 silently sighed, looking at Liu Yun's with an unusually complex expression. As the master who refined this fire, Liu Yun's number 4 knew very well that while a normal Azura sacred fire would also be strong, it wouldn't reach such an absurd level. The problem was that in order to complete the fusion as quickly as possible and cultivate a perfect Azura sacred fire, Liu Yun's had thrown in over 300 high-level Yao beast spirits. Over 300 high-level Yao beast spirits. What kind of concept was that? That was equivalent to over 300 high-level cultivators at the core formation stage. A large sect having a dozen core formation elders was already remarkable, any more would be in the low 20s, but certainly no more. 300 plus core formation cultivators normally, to gather so many core formation cultivator spirits, one would have to slaughter nearly 20 large sects. Such a feat, let alone in Tianese, even in the legendary Great Jin Empire, would scare to death those top demonic path sects who prided themselves on countless killings. To put it bluntly, with so many high-level spirits, even just smashing them together could create a top-tier demonic magic treasure. And Liu Yun's, without batting an eye, threw all these spirits into the Azura sacred fire. The Azura sacred fire itself was a demonic path sacred fire, perfectly compatible with spirits and yin qi, capable of absorbing spirits to the maximum extent to strengthen itself. Honestly, if Liu Yun's No 4's formless ghost body wasn't high-end enough, a genuine top-tier existence even within the demonic path, and combined with the fact that he personally cultivated this Azura sacred fire, he might have been directly backlashed by this demonic fire the moment he refined the Azura sacred fire. Thinking of this, Liu Yun's No 4's gaze towards Liu Yun's became even more peculiar. Your gaze is disgusting, Liu Yun said matter-of-factly. Liu Yun's number 4 smiled without speaking. Liu Yun's rolled his eyes, ignoring him, and with a single hand gesture, the grayish-white fire lotus obediently flew into his palm. After closing his eyes and sensing it for a moment, Liu Yun sighed with some disappointment. Just as he had thought, although he could also control the Azura sacred fire by virtue of Liu Yun's No 4's identity as a second nascent soul, he clearly couldn't achieve perfect synchronization, nor could he unleash the demonic fire's maximum power like Liu Yun's number 4. With a hint of disappointment, Liu Yun's tossed the Azura sacred fire back into Liu Yun's No 4's palm. Don't be so disappointed. If I have it, don't you have it too? I'm not like Liu Yun's number 3, wanting to go solo, Liu Yun's number 4 said, not knowing if he was comforting Liu Yun's or intentionally rubbing salt in his wounds. As he spoke, he didn't forget to fiddle with the Azura sacred fire in his hand. Liu Yun's glared at him, a slight sneer forming on his lips. He had already discovered that although they were all Liu Yun's, there were distinct differences among the 4 Liu Yun's. Liu Yun's number 2 was clearly more cautious, Liu Yun's number 3 was steady and introverted, while Liu Yun's number 4 was a typical smiling tiger, outwardly pure but inwardly dark. He wondered if it was because as the number of Liu Yun's increased, these other selves gradually diverged from his original personality, or if they were all concretizations of different facets of Liu Yun's inner self. Is it almost time? Liu Yun's number 4 suddenly asked. Chapter 564, Demon Dragon Blade. Liu Yun's was stunned for a moment, then nodded. It should be soon. Even if Wang Tiansheng is slow, he should have gathered a group of reinforcements by now. Liu Yun's number 4 sent the tiny fiery lotus into his glabella, and a layer of grayish-white lotus imprint immediately appeared on his forehead, looking extraordinarily mystical. Why not wait a little longer? The more people there are, the better the show will be. Besides, aren't you supposed to have another trump card ready, in addition to the Azura sacred fire? Liu Yun's number 4 said with a smile. Liu Yun's also smiled upon hearing this, taking out a jade box from his storage pouch. The lid opened, revealing 10 jet black crystals inside. The top-tier demonic path artifact refining materials, the legendary soul material for refining the supreme treasure demon dragon blade, demon marrow drill. Liu Yun's had obtained 1 from the abyss of the chaotic star sea back then, 5 from the netherworld, and an additional 4 from the demonic chi abyss of the boundless sea, totaling 10 demon marrow drills. The method for refining the demon dragon blade was not difficult to find. In fact, there was a detailed record in Immortal Tianjing's jade slip. It made sense. The demon marrow drill itself was a product of high-purity devilish chi concentration and refinement. The demon dragon blade refined with this material, in principle, was no different from Liu Yun's spiritual chi artifact refining method, both being products of materialized spiritual chi, and the best proof of Immortal Tianjing's theory. This legendary demon dragon blade was hailed as the #1 supreme treasure of the demonic path, possessing the terrifying characteristic of absorbing the true essence and divine soul of slain cultivators, thereby growing on its own. Both its power and potential were frighteningly strong. At the same time, the demon dragon blade was also the only powerful magic treasure in the entire human realm with clear records of having slain a soul transformation cultivator. Many even believed that the demon dragon blade, when cultivated to its late stage, would be no less inferior to the legendary heaven-reaching spirit treasure. Refining the demon dragon blade requires 9 demon marrow drills. There's 1 left, do you want it? If you do, I can make something for you. Liu Yun's asked Liu Yun's #4. The 4th one shrugged calmly, raised a hand, and a black orb flew out from his glabella, transforming into a black protective barrier. I have completely refined this demonic Sara. Now, with the Azura sacred fire for offense and the demonic Sara for defense, and this demonic skeletal body being no ordinary thing, I don't lack any magic treasure. I actually think that using demon marrow drill as a material purely for refining an offensive or defensive magic treasure is a bit too wasteful. Liu Yun's picked up a demon marrow drill, and with a flick of his other hand, summoned a small black mirror out of thin air. This magic treasure, named the Profound Yin Mirror, was originally refined specifically to enhance Liu Yun's glare divine light. Its refining method referenced the 8 Gates golden light mirror. Although it worked quite well, it was ultimately just a simple auxiliary magic treasure and had only been used a few times. Liu Yun's weighed the demon marrow drill in his hand, a vague idea forming in his mind. There's still a little time left. I'll go refine the demon dragon blade. You and the second one help me keep watch. If anything happens, notify me immediately. Liu Yun's #4 waved his hand casually and said calmly, I don't mind, but the second one was sent by you to help someone advance their technology tree, so he can't easily get away. Besides, he doesn't like me either. Don't be angry with him either. You're both Liu Yuns, try to understand each other. As the two spoke, they opened the door to the quiet room. Outside the door, the sky was as clear as washed azure. This entire quiet room was actually carved directly out of a mountain. Qing Li. Come here quickly, I have something good for you. Liu Yuns called out loudly to the river not far away, then turned around, smiling at the somewhat surprised Liu Yuns #4. It's better to be prepared. It's always best to prepare for the worst-case scenario for some things. As he spoke, a pale golden lightning bolt broke through the water, flashed twice, and arrived before the two of them. Qing Li, clad in azure dragon armor, appeared before them with a whoosh. Only then did the continuous rumble of thunder begin to echo throughout the surroundings. This lightning evasion speed, comparable to instant teleportation, caused Liu Yun's #4's gaze to slightly narrow, while Liu Yun stroked his chin, smiling as he observed the azure jade talismans floating in midair behind her. The jade talisman technique I gave you last time, it looks like you've learned it well. Humph. Qing Li snorted disdainfully, raising her chin proudly, her jiao tail flicking left and right behind her, stirring up a flurry of sand and stones. That's good. Give me the azure dragon armor. Liu Yuns naturally tapped the dragon horn on Qing Li's head, extending his hand and saying to her. With a boom. Accompanied by a pale golden electric light, Qing Li instantly appeared dozens of feet away. What do you want to do? I'm telling you, you promised me. This thing is mine. If you dare to mess around, do you believe I'll run away from home? Qing Li said, baring her teeth, trying to protect her property in this way. Liu Yuns looked at her expressionlessly, his eyes becoming unusually complex. Liu Yuns #4 looked at him, then at Qing Li, chuckled inexplicably, and turned to disappear. Stop being such an idiot. Come here quickly, I'm going to add something good for you. Liu Yun sighed helplessly, flipped his wrist, and an ember-like eyeball appeared in his palm. Qing Li cautiously approached, maintaining a careful distance of about 5 feet from Liu Yun's, bending down, and curiously examining the item in Liu Yun's hand. This eyeball gave her a very strange feeling. Although it didn't have much spiritual qi, it was unusually solid, vaguely giving her an extremely dangerous illusion. The previous owner of this eyeball possessed the divine ability of petrification, able to turn any spiritual power into stone. I've thought and thought, but couldn't figure out how to utilize it. However, for you, there might be a high compatibility with this item, and perhaps you can recreate this divine ability. Liu Yun suddenly reached out and tapped Qing Li, who had unknowingly moved closer. A flash of spiritual light instantly flickered on the azure dragon armor, and it detached itself from Qing Li's body, shrinking into a palm-sized azure armor piece that fell into Liu Yun's palm. Qing Li was startled. By the time she reacted, her treasure was already in Liu Yun's hand. Don't worry, I'll return it to you in half a year at most. Liu Yun waved his hand and was about to leave when Qing Li suddenly grabbed the corner of his clothes. You promised, right? You'll return it in half a year. Please don't lie to me this time. Qing Li said, her eyes welling up with tears. If such an expression were on a kitten or puppy, a single glance might melt one's heart, but on the face of a humanoid flood dragon, it would only make one uncontrollably get goosebumps all over. Liu Yun's mouth twitched. He took a deep breath, suppressing the violent impulses stirring within him. Don't worry, I'll definitely return it to you within half a year. By then, I might even be able to give you a late nascent soul stage nascent soul. Chapter 565, Malice. Tianese, Tianluo Country. Inside the Joyful Union Sect's main headquarters, in a reception room, Wang Chan and a stunningly beautiful girl who looked only 18 or 19 sat side by side in the guest seats. The girl's expression was indifferent, her eyes cold, while Wang Chan bowed his head slightly, his fingers tapping uncontrollably on his arm, appearing extremely restless. After an unknown period, a man with a neutral, exquisitely beautiful face, and a faint scent of cosmetics between his brows, walked into the reception room. The moment they saw him, the two immediately stood up and bowed deeply and respectfully. Greetings, Senior Yunlu. Old Devil Yunlu's captivating peach blossom eyes swept over the two, making them feel uneasy, before he chuckled softly and sat down in the main seat. You've come a long way, please, both of you, sit. The two then cautiously sat down, their bodies rigid, appearing extremely nervous. I heard you're looking for my senior brother. Old Devil Yunlu said with a smile, his tone slightly frivolous. Wang Chan swallowed nervously upon hearing this. He had heard that the relationship between Old Devil Yunlu and Old Devil Hehuan was not very good, or rather, given Old Devil Hehuan's personality, it was probably difficult for anyone to have a good relationship with him. To be honest, Senior Yunlu, my father has an important matter to discuss with Senior Hehuan, which is why he specifically sent this junior here. Is that so? Old Devil Yunlu smiled noncommittally. You've come at an inconvenient time. My senior brother just entered seclusion a while ago and hasn't come out yet. You probably made a wasted trip. Wang Chan suddenly looked up, just about to say something, when the beautiful girl beside him frowned sharply and pressed her hand on his arm, signaling him to calm down. Old Devil Yunlu saw this clearly and chuckled, then said to them. No one dares to disturb my senior brother's seclusion. How about this, when he comes out, I'll pass on your message. As for whether he wants to see your father, that's his business. Wang Chan secretly clenched his fists. He knew in his heart that with the ghost spirit sect's weakness, this was already the best outcome. However, as a young lord, coming with the sect leader's invitation, only to end up like this, he still felt a hint of unwillingness. Before that, the two fellow deists can stay at the Joyful Union sect for a while, or if you have other matters, you are free to leave, I won't force you. Old Devil Yunlu leaned lazily against the back of his chair, one hand on his forehead, and said in a gentle tone. In that case, this junior will take his leave. Wang Chan, with the beautiful girl, bowed his head, not letting the other party see the dark hatred in his eyes. Two escape lights merged into one, swiftly streaking across the Joyful Union sect's sky. Old Devil Yunlu watched them depart, his fingers unconsciously tapping on the table, his eyes narrowed, making his emotions unreadable. After a long while, Old Devil Yunlu sighed softly. Hat. My little disciple, you've really stirred up quite a storm. Yunmen Mountain Range, on the main peak of Luyun sect. Han Li looked at the two people with strange expressions in front of him, his eyelids twitching uncontrollably. So, Liu Yun's not only killed a mid-nascent soul stage cultivator of the ghost spirit sect back then, beat another elder until only his nascent soul remained, and slaughtered more than half of the ghost spirit sect's core formation elders. And then, more than 10 years later, he forcibly broke into the Demon Flame sect's main headquarters, injured several elders there, and forcibly took away a large number of the Demon Flame sect's secret technique scrolls. As Han Li spoke, he felt his tongue getting tied. It wasn't that it was difficult to pronounce, but purely due to nervousness. Han Li could hardly believe it, he had only been in seclusion for 20 years, and this bastard had caused so much trouble. What exactly did he want to do? The silver-haired elder nodded, his tone grave as he said, indeed, when we first heard about this, we also found it hard to believe. Especially when we learned that this person was not even 200 years old. But facts speak louder than words, and the spies from various major forces would not lie. Such a heaven-blessed genius truly exists in this world. At this point, the silver-haired elder's face couldn't help but show a hint of wistfulness. He had cultivated for nearly 1,000 years, yet he was still stuck at the early nascent soul stage, unable to make any progress, while some people, not even 200 years old, had already formed their nascent soul and possessed such terrifying divine abilities. The difference between people was truly too vast. The cultivator surnamed Lu also sighed deeply, a hint of lingering fear on his face. That's right. According to the information we received, Liu Yun's directly attacked the Demon Flame sect's main headquarters head-on. The Demon Flame sect's mountain protecting array failed to have any effect. All disciples below nascent soul stage tried to besiege him but were firmly suppressed by more than a dozen corpse puppets, which were no weaker than late core formation stage cultivators. Several nascent soul elders guarding the headquarters also swarmed him, but by his side, there was an 8th rank flood dragon that wielded pale golden lightning, and an ice attribute exotic beast that was even more powerful than a mid-nascent soul stage cultivator. The Demon Flame sect's several signature demonic fires were completely suppressed by the dragon's lightning and the exotic beast's blue cold flames. They didn't last long before being severely injured. After that, our Heavenly Dao Alliance also launched an investigation into this person, and that's how we learned of his past identity and his current age. According to our investigation, that person's escape technique is bizarre, and his divine ability is extraordinary. It must have originated from Kaiang Wuji of the Unyu sect's formless escape technique, but it has clearly surpassed the original. As for the blue cold flames that completely suppress the demon flame sect's several secret demonic fires, their origin is unknown. We scoured ancient texts but found no trace. However, the pale golden lightning wielded by the dragon is very likely the evil warding divine thunder from the legendary golden thunder bamboo. But none of us can figure out where so much evil warding divine thunder came from. Where did he find so much golden thunder bamboo? As they spoke, the silver-haired elder and the cultivator surnamed Lu subtly observed Han Li's expression. And Han Li, he was completely numb. So, this guy not only went out and provoked someone's main headquarters, but he also deliberately exposed his trump cards. Han Li had a faint feeling that this bastard was planning something big. Two fellow deists, after a moment of hesitation, Han Li spoke in a deep voice. To be frank with the two fellow deists, that person and I are sworn brothers. Could the two fellow deists please tell me what the Heavenly Dao Alliance's attitude is towards Lu Yun's? This was also what Han Li was most concerned about. If it were just the Demon Flame sect and the Ghost Spirit sect, let alone Lu Yun's, even Han Li wouldn't be afraid in the slightest. But the problem was, would such a blatant display attract other malice? The cultivator surnamed Lu looked a bit troubled, but the silver-haired elder waved his hand magnanimously and said, "It's a small matter, there's no harm in telling fellow deist. Our Heavenly Dao Alliance's current stance is to wait and see." However, the Nine Kingdoms Alliance and the righteous and demonic factions seem to have somewhat different views. Han Li frowned upon hearing this, vaguely understanding something. The demonic path, of course, goes without saying. Both the Ghost Spirit sect and the Demon Flame sect are members of the 6 demonic sects. The weakening of 2 schools is equivalent to the weakening of the entire demonic path. With powerful enemies all around, the demonic path is bound to take action. As for the righteous path, they were undoubtedly happy to see the demonic path suffer, but at the same time, being too close to the demonic path's territory, they would inevitably be wary of the immortal slaying society, fearing that the mortals would gain power and would want to extinguish this spark. However, the actions of the Nine Kingdoms Alliance surprised Han Li a bit, but after a careful thought, the 6 sects of Yu country back then were now also members of the Nine Kingdoms Alliance, and among those 6 sects, the Unyu sect's actions towards Lu Yun's master and disciple were not exactly honorable. In other words, Lu Yun's was likely to face the malice and encirclement of half of Tianese. Chapter 566, Alliance. Southern Sky, Yu Kingdom, Ghost Spirit Sect Main Altar. A red-haired old man, clad in a green robe with fiery red, curly hair, sat in the guest seat, eyes closed, slowly inhaling and exhaling. Other than that, he remained motionless, like a living statue. Behind him, 2 core formation stage Ghost Spirit Sect cultivators stood by, hands clasped in front of them, backs slightly bowed, legs trembling slightly, their expressions solemn and silent. The powerful spiritual pressure of a mid-nascent soul stage cultivator, though not intentionally directed at them, still brought immense pressure upon the 2. With orders in hand, they couldn't escape and could only remain there, struggling against the powerful pressure. After an unknown period, a black escape lights, accompanied by another pink light, flew in together. The old man suddenly opened his eyes. A hint of surprise flashed in his eyes, followed immediately by a sudden frown. "It's not Hehuan." The old man slowly stood up. The 2 escape lights descended, revealing Wang Tiansheng and another exquisitely beautiful man. "Fellow deist Yunlu," the old man slowly exhaled, glanced at Wang Tiansheng who was smiling silently beside him, and then refocused his gaze on old devil Yunlu. "I didn't expect it would be fellow deist who came. Where is fellow deist Hehuan?" Upon hearing the old man's impolite words, old devil Yunlu showed no sign of anger. Instead, he found a chair, sat down, and said with a smile, "Fellow deist Tianhuo, long time no see. Your spirit is as good as ever." Everyone outside rumored that fellow deist was severely injured by a giant turtle back then, but now it seems that it was merely a rumor. At these words, the old man's face suddenly darkened. Streaks of blood red, viscous demonic fire gradually seeped from his hands. The temperature of the entire hall instantly became scorching hot. The 2 core formation cultivators nearby even felt their breathing become difficult, as if each breath they took was like swallowing a burning coal, almost setting their internal organs ablaze. Wang Tiansheng frowned slightly, and wisps of black qi emanated from his body. The temperature inside the hall instantly plummeted, and the 2 core formation cultivators finally let out a sigh of relief. Seeing the poor performance of these 2, Wang Tiansheng sighed inwardly and waved his hand, signaling them to leave first. "Unstable qi, shallow foundation. Fellow deist Wang, these 2 don't seem like normal core formation cultivators," old devil Yunlu asked with a smile, sitting in his chair. Wang Tiansheng's smile remained unchanged, and he said with a hint of embarrassment, "Fellow deist Yunlu, you jest. Since the majority of our sect's core formation cultivators perished at that person's hands 20 years ago, we have been severely lacking core formation elders capable of taking on important responsibilities. Fortunately, our Ghost Spirit sect still possesses some cultivation techniques and secret arts that can cultivate a new batch of core formation cultivators in a short period. However, this does mean their foundation is indeed somewhat shallow, far inferior to normal cultivators of the same stage. The demonic technique of the Ghost Spirit sect is indeed miraculous, capable of quickly achieving core formation. Even with a shallow foundation, they are still far stronger than ordinary foundation establishment cultivators, enough to sustain the ghost spirit sect for a short time. Yunlu chuckled, his tone light-hearted. The red-haired old man looked at the two, let out a dissatisfied snort, and sat across from old devil Yunlu. The matter of the joint army has been delayed again and again. Do you two have any sincerity? The red-haired old man asked in a low voice. Old devil Yunlu shrugged helplessly and said to him with a smile, fellow deist Tianhuo, you're wronging me. You know my senior brother. Once he enters seclusion, who dares to disturb him? If he doesn't come out, I can't make the decision. As for fellow deist Wang, I don't know why. Wang Tianzhen's eye twitched imperceptibly, and he said with an unchanging smile, fellow deist Tianhuo, please don't be anxious. It's not that simple to deal with that person. I presume fellow deist has also witnessed that person's strange escape art. I wonder if fellow deist is confident in being able to hold that person back. Upon hearing this, the red-haired old man's hands trembled, and he fell silent. He still remembered how that fellow had suddenly appeared beside him, thrown a turtle at him, and then fled. Just thinking about the blue cold flame spewed from the giant turtle's mouth, the red-haired old man felt his arms tingle, as if the sight of his two arms frozen into ice blocks was still vivid in his mind. So, you have a solution? The red-haired old man asked in a low voice. Since I dared to summon the two fellow deists today, I naturally have a solution. Wang Tiansheng smiled confidently and took out 3 items from his storage pouch. A small flag, dark and shiny, but with more than half of its surface damaged, a silver-white token with a purple ancient character engraved on it, and a small blue cauldron, resembling glazed glass. These treasures were painstakingly collected by our ghost spirit sect, at the cost of the entire sect's resources and incurring a great number of favors. Wang Tianzhen's eyes twitched uncontrollably as he spoke. Clearly, the price paid by the ghost spirit sect was far more than just a great number of favors. This small flag is called the Startling Wind Flag. It is one of the ghost spirit sect's most prized ancient treasures. Although it is ancient and damaged, it is a genuine space attribute ancient treasure. Once activated, it can draw everything within 100 zhong radius into its space, and then annihilate the opponent with the soul-scattering yin wind within. With this item alone, it might not be able to kill that person, but within the space created by this treasure, he won't be able to use even a fraction of his escape art. After Wang Tiansheng finished speaking, he picked up another silver token. This Heaven Thunder token is one of the protective ancient treasures of a certain sect within the Righteous Path Alliance. I am not at liberty to disclose which sect it is, but the two fellow deists only need to know that this item is sufficient to counteract almost all unusual types of lightning in the world, including the evil warding divine thunder that we all fear. Upon hearing this, the red-haired old man's eyes lit up, and old devil Yunlu instantly shed the playful expression on his face, seriously looking at the last treasure. Wang Tiansheng smiled with satisfaction at this and reached for the last small blue cauldron. The demonic fire divine ability of the demon flame sect is unmatched in the southern sky, but when that person stormed your sect's main altar back then, it was completely suppressed by that beast's blue cold flame. Several elders of your sect had most of their divine abilities nullified, which is why that person heavily injured them. The red-haired old man's expression softened slightly, and his gaze towards the small cauldron in Wang Tianzhen's hand gradually became fervent. And this small cauldron is what I temporarily borrowed from a fellow deist in the Nine Kingdoms Alliance. It can counteract most ice attribute divine abilities in the world. With this cauldron, that beast that wields the blue cold flame will no longer be a threat. Wang Tiansheng arranged the 3 treasures in a row, his gaze solemn as he looked at the two fellow deists. This is the sincerity of our ghost spirit sect, and it is also the trend of the times. That person acts erratically and recklessly, and has already incurred public wrath. Now, all that remains is for us to rally the troops. Two fellow deists, it's time for you to state your position, isn't it? Chapter 567, Shifting Hearts. No sooner had Wang Tiansheng finished speaking than the red-haired old man eagerly interjected. Our demon flame sect can also send people. Although several elders within the sect have not yet recovered from their severe injuries, there are still some elders who were not at the main altar back then, and our disciples have not suffered any losses, which is enough to support a battle. Wang Tiansheng nodded in satisfaction, and the two then looked at old devil Yunlu. Old devil Yunlu glanced at the two, spread his hands, and said with a smile. Such an important matter, how could you not include our Hehuan sect? Anyway, my senior brother will be coming out of seclusion very soon. When he makes his move then, eradicating our demonic path's great enemy is only right, however. Halfway through his sentence, old devil Yunlu's expression suddenly turned serious, and he said earnestly. Two fellow deists, have you forgotten something important? For example, how should the spoils of war on that person be distributed? As soon as old devil Yunlu said this, Wang Tiansheng and the red-haired old man immediately fell silent. After a while, the red-haired old man's voice was low as he said, since fellow deist Yunlu has made it clear, then I'll be direct. We can forego everything else, but the beast that controls the blue cold flame is something our demon flame sect must obtain and absolutely cannot concede to others. Old devil Yunlu nodded slightly, indicating he had no problem. Wang Tiansheng also smiled and said, fellow deist Tianhuo is right. For such a miraculous item that counters one's own divine ability, even I would not easily give it away. Old devil Yunlu scoffed at his words, looking at Wang Tiansheng with a knowing gaze. Fellow deist Wang's words are quite interesting. I wonder what item on that person fellow deist Wang has taken a fancy to. Upon hearing this, Wang Tiansheng exchanged a look with the red-haired old man beside him and said calmly, fellow deist Yunlu, why play dumb? What we most desire is nothing more than that 8th rank flood dragon that can wield the evil warding divine thunder. Fellow deists should also understand that our ghost spirit sect's demonic technique is too severely countered by that evil warding divine thunder. Once it falls into the hands of others, our entire sect will be restless. Fellow deist Wang's words make sense, the red-haired old man chimed in suddenly. Fellow deist Yunlu, although your Hehuan sect also uses demonic techniques, its strength lies in dual cultivation and power. While the evil warding divine thunder does have a countering effect, it's not as obvious as it is against the ghost spirit sect's demonic technique. Not to mention, your Hehuan sect is already the first among the 6 sects. If you were to acquire the evil warding divine thunder as well, I'm afraid the other sects would not agree. How about fellow deist Yunlu makes a concession? Old devil Yunlu gently picked up a teacup nearby and took a sip, the smile on his face unchanged, as if the two men joining forces had long been within his expectations. You two, these words are useless if you say them to me. I'm only here as a messenger today, the final decision still rests with my senior brother. How about you two wait a little longer until my senior brother comes out of seclusion and discusses it with you personally? Wang Tiansheng and the red-haired old man's expressions instantly darkened. They looked at each other, both seeing the helplessness in the other's eyes. They had no solution for the domineering and unruly old devil Hehuan, who also possessed remarkably high cultivation. Wang Tiansheng stroked his chin, pondering for a moment, then said to old devil Yunlu. All right, regarding the ownership of that flood dragon, it's better to discuss it after fellow deist Hehuan comes out of seclusion. There's no need to rush, that person has been quite well behaved these past 20 years, and we still have some time to prepare. Old devil Yunlu frowned slightly at these words, his gaze sweeping over the two, seemingly trying to discern something from their faces. Very well, old devil Yunlu said without changing his expression. Then I will return to the sect to inform my senior brother of this matter. You two need not see me off. Old devil Yunlu no longer delayed, directly transforming into a pink streak of light and instantly disappearing from the main hall. Wang Tiansheng watched him leave, his expression abruptly sinking, appearing somewhat unpredictable. The red-haired old man beside him was silent for a moment before slowly speaking. Fellow deist Wang, old devil Hehuan will not allow the evil warding divine thunder to fall into anyone else's hands. It's best to prepare for this early. Thank you, fellow deist Tianhuo, for your concern, but I, Wang, already have a foolproof plan, Wang Tiansheng said with a cold smile. Our ghost spirit sect is weak, so the evil warding divine thunder naturally won't fall into our hands. However, this divine thunder absolutely cannot be obtained by old devil Hehuan, otherwise, our 6 demonic sects will truly become his personal domain. The red-haired old man was startled by these words, his eyes showing confusion. Seeing his expression, Wang Tiansheng's lips curled into a smile. Fellow deist Tianhuo, have you forgotten? 8th rank and 9th level heaven and earth spirit beasts have appeared in the southern region, each with peculiar divine abilities and unknown origins. This news, certain people value even more than we do. Upon hearing this, the red-haired old man's pupils suddenly contracted, and he blurted out subconsciously. Yuling sect. They're involved too. Precisely, Wang Tiansheng smiled slightly. The Yuling sect has developed rapidly these past years and has secretly been eyeing the position of Demon Dao leader. I can only pull them in to counterbalance the domineering old devil Hehuan. You should know, they are eagerly longing for that extraordinary flood dragon that can wield the evil warding divine thunder. Wang Tiansheng let out a cold laugh, a hint of evil chi flickering in his eyes. The cultivation technique cultivated by old devil Hehuan originates from the same source as our ghost spirit sects, and it is also completely countered by that evil warding divine thunder. If the Yuling sect can subdue that extraordinary flood dragon, they might truly be able to contend with the Hehuan sect for the position of Demon Dao leader. Only when these two tigers fight can it buy time for our two families to redevelop and grow strong again. At this point, Wang Tiansheng also let out a long sigh. How could he not know that he was playing with fire, but now, he had no choice. The red-haired old man also fell silent. How much better could the demon flame sect's situation be than the ghost spirit sect's? The two looked at each other without a word, and the entire hall immediately fell into silence. In Tianluo country, at the Hehuan sect's main altar, a pink escape light streaked through the air and stopped in front of the main altar. Several core formation cultivators had already been waiting there for a long time, and upon seeing old devil Yunlu appear, they immediately went to greet him. Greetings, Junior Marshal Uncle Yunlu. I wonder what the result of this trip was? My master is still waiting. A handsome middle-stage core formation male cultivator, dressed in white with peach blossom-like eyes, stepped forward first and asked old devil Yunlu with a smile. Although his tone was sincere and respectful, there was not the slightest hint of the respect he should have shown. Old devil Yunlu's face showed no emotion, and he said lightly, the ghost spirit sect and the demon flame sect have joined forces and want to personally discuss the ownership of that flood dragon with senior brother. The young male cultivator frowned almost imperceptibly and directly asked, is that all? Old devil Yunlu glanced at him and scoffed. What? Do you think I'm lying? This junior would not dare. The young man quickly lowered his head and said loudly, since that is the case, then this junior will go report to my master. The young man finished speaking and turned to leave, but after only a few steps, he suddenly remembered something and quickly turned back with a smile, asking old devil Yunlu. Junior Marshal Uncle, how has junior sister Dong been recently? This junior hasn't seen her in a long time, and I miss her a little. Old devil Yunlu's pupils trembled slightly, and a brilliant smile gradually bloomed on his face. I understand your feelings. I will convey them to that girl. The young man showed great joy and quickly bowed in salute, saying, thank you, Junior Marshal Uncle, for your help. Help? Hat. Not really, old devil Yunla said with a light smile, looking at the young man. Just don't blame me. Chapter 568, Half a Year. In the state of Tianese, within a secret chamber at the Yuling sect headquarters. A middle-aged cultivator with a dignified and serious face was anxiously waiting for something. After an unknown period, a streak of escape light suddenly shot over from afar. The middle-aged cultivator, startled, instinctively released a black short sword to block in front of him, but after sweeping with his divine sense, he somewhat awkwardly put away his magic treasure. The escape lights landed in front of him, revealing a long-bearded old man dressed in green robes. Senior Brother Dong, have you found that supreme wood spirit infant? As soon as he saw the old man's figure, the middle-aged cultivator impatiently stepped forward and anxiously asked. The old man sighed helplessly upon hearing this. The middle-aged cultivator's face paled, and he lowered his head, letting out a soft sigh. Alas, it seems Yunzi doesn't have this fortune. Junior Brother Han, there's nothing we can do about this. Who would have thought that supreme wood spirit infant would escape at this time? The old man consoled him helplessly, reaching out to pat his shoulder. As things stand, we can't delay any longer. We must immediately activate the backup spirit infants and have them fuse with those 5 disciples in the shortest possible time. Then our Yuling sect will effectively have 5 additional early nascent soul stage cultivators, and only then will we have a chance to snatch that 8th rank flood dragon, which can wield the evil warding divine thunder, from the hands of old devil Hehuan. With the 5 elements spirit infants and that 8th rank flood dragon, we will truly have a chance to contend with the joyful Union sect for the position of Demon Deo leader. Junior Brother Han, this is all for the greater good. Let's just make that little girl suffer a bit. The middle-aged cultivator could only sigh and nod upon hearing this. Seeing this, the old man finally breathed a sigh of relief. In fact, even if this supreme wood spirit infant hadn't been lost, the old man had no intention of letting the little girl named Han Yunzi be the candidate for the spirit infant fusion. Instead, he planned to choose another person. After all, there were other issues with the fusion of the 5 elements spirit infants. It would be fine for core formation cultivators without backing or foundation, but if his junior brother Han's only descendant really became a sacrifice for the spirit infant fusion, it was hard to guarantee that nothing would go wrong. Senior brother, how long will the fusion of the 5 elements spirit infants take? The middle-aged cultivator asked, somewhat worried. The old man thought for a moment, his expression gradually turning grim. Normally, it would take at least 2 years, but even with the Ghost Spirit sect and Demon Flame sect helping to delay, old devil Hehuan can't wait that long for us. We'll have to use some quick methods. Junior Brother Han, call all the spirit infant fusion candidates. It's time for them to sacrifice for the Yuling sect. As he spoke, a trace of evil chi flashed in the old man's eyes. The middle-aged cultivator's heart froze, and he quickly bowed his head in affirmation, vaguely having some suspicions, which he immediately suppressed. The old man nodded and slowly walked towards the secret chamber. Tell Wang Tiansheng that he must delay the joyful Union sect for half a year, no matter what. After half a year, we will certainly send troops to assist. Half a year later, in the state of Yu. In a tea house in the capital, a storyteller was passionately recounting a tale. He said that the Monkey King, wielding his golden hoop staff, charged into the Lingxiao palace with shouts and roars. The civil and military officials and immortals on both sides all went into battle, some holding 7-star swords, others brandishing crescent moon blades. That Monkey King was truly valiant. He transformed into 3 heads and 6 arms, wielding 3 golden hoop staffs, flipping them up and down. Within the Lingxiao palace, no god could block him, no general could stop him. He fought until the heavens collapsed and the earth split, scaring the Jade Emperor so much that he crawled under a table, sticking out his head and shouting. SHHH. Before the storyteller could finish his tale, a chorus of boos erupted from below the stage. This story is over 100 years old, why are you still telling it? Don't you have anything new? Someone shouted loudly from the audience, and then the crowd responded in unison. Yeah, tell us something new. Right, tell us something we haven't heard. The storyteller, who looked at least 70 years old, seemed a bit taken aback, but then, as if he had expected it, he lowered his head with a bitter smile, then looked up again, his face full of smiles, calm and composed. Good. In that case, today I will tell a story of a heavenly god's wrath burning down the imperial palace and gods and demons fighting for the common people. Upon hearing this, all the listeners below the stage became excited. Immediately, cheers rang out in unison. The storyteller calmly raised his hand to quiet the crowd, cleared his throat, and said in a clear voice. It is said that one day, a tyrannical ruler and treacherous officials gathered, ostensibly to discuss national affairs, but in reality, they were buying and selling official titles, engaging in corruption, and exploiting the people acts of usurping the nation. Just as this group was speaking happily, a sudden explosion was heard in the sky. Before the storyteller finished his sentence, a deafening thunderclap suddenly echoed from the sky. Everyone was stunned, even the storyteller froze in place, looking at the clear weather outside, completely bewildered. Immediately after, a majestic voice reverberated through the sky. All mortals, gather in the east suburbs within 1 hour. Violators will be executed without mercy. As he spoke, a massive black fireball suddenly descended from the sky, silently falling. The people in the tea house stared blankly at this scene until the sudden fireball engulfed them all. In an instant, nearly half of the DC district, including this tea house, turned into a sea of black demonic fire. Thousands of mortals, without even a chance to beg for mercy, were reduced to ashes by this black demonic fire. Others tried to put out the fire, but no matter whether they threw water or dirt, it had no effect. Instead, the demonic fire burned even more intensely, and in a short while, almost the entire East District was burned to the ground. None of the civilians living inside managed to escape. Only then did the mortals in the capital seem to realize something, and they quickly rushed towards the east suburbs outside the city, bringing their families with them. Women carried children, men carried elders, fleeing desperately towards the city outskirts. Some still held bags of luggage, but before they ran far, they were dragged down by the cumbersome luggage and collapsed to the ground, then swept away by the panicked crowd. Some children and elders fell behind the crowd, some were pulled, some were pushed to the ground, and as pairs of feet trampled over them, they ceased to breathe. An hour later, of the more than 100,000 residents of the entire capital, only a small fraction managed to escape the city. In the sky, the red-haired old man sneered disdainfully, casually throwing a scorching fireball towards the capital. He then turned to Wang Tiansheng beside him and asked, "Fellow Daoist Wang, are you really sure that doing this will draw out the one surnamed Lu?" Wang Tiansheng smiled somewhat smugly and said, "Fellow Daoist Tianhuo, you need not worry. Our ghost spirit sect has dealt with this person over 100 years ago. I can guarantee that he will come out." "Ha ha ha ha. That's good then, otherwise, so many mortals would all be wasted. What a pity, if only I could capture all of them and use their souls to sacrifice to my..." The red-haired old man's words suddenly stopped midway, and an expression of disbelief appeared in his eyes. Right before him, the huge fireball that should have fallen into the capital and razed the entire city to the ground suddenly paused in mid-air. Immediately after, a thunderous sound rang out, and countless metallic fragments, shimmering with blue electric light, shot out, instantly blasting the entire fireball apart in mid-air. The metallic fragments then flew back, forming a small blue shield in the hand of a man in green robe. The man was about 20 years old, with an ordinary appearance and clear eyes. At this moment, he was coldly staring at the two of them. Chapter 569, Battle of Wind and Thunder. Inside the small interface, accompanied by urgent, shrill alarms, everyone in the entire small interface stopped what they were doing. They looked up in the direction of the alarm. Some had confused expressions, some seemed at a loss, and others suddenly exuded a chilling killing intent, looking up with excitement. Warships gathered, puppet soldiers lined up, all factories were urgently activated, opening every production line. Even the critical underground areas of the city, where backups of soul imprints were stored, began emergency production, carving out spare soul imprints. Massive resources converged on the city center, rapidly processed into finished products by machines directly connected by soul imprints, and continuously transported to the production lines. Tens of thousands of troops rapidly assembled, and a sky-high aura of solemn killing intent instantly spread. Meanwhile, deep within a small mountain, Lu Yun's opened his eyes. Han Li felt that he must have owed Lu Yun's a lot of money in his previous life. Otherwise, why would he always get dragged into such matters? The flames and heavenly fire true person's hands were like glowing red liquid, rushing towards him with the aura of burning mountains and boiling seas. Wang Tiansheng was wreathed in black qi, a black short knife like a venomous snake, coming and going without a trace, cunning and vicious. The surging attacks were easily deflected by the shimmering, electric metal fragments surrounding Han Li. Accompanied by rumbles of thunder, Han Li, with wings on his back, transformed into streaks of pale golden afterimages. Looking around, it seemed as if Han Li's figure filled the entire sky. No matter how earth-shattering the attacks of the two were, they couldn't harm Han Li in the slightest. But Han Li also discovered a very awkward problem. Having only recently managed to stabilize his nascent soul, he lacked a decisive offensive method. He could only rely on the green bamboo bee cloud sword and the evil warding divine thunder to entangle the two. If it were one-on-one, Han Li would definitely be confident in defeating or even killing either of them. However, with the two working together, Han Li's weakness was instantly exposed. When I go back this time, I absolutely must refine the Kunlan ice flame first. And that bastard Lu Yun's, this matter isn't over without a few magic treasures. Han Li secretly vowed, then backhanded a blast of evil warding divine thunder, scattering Wang Tiansheng's black qi. His figure shifted, dodging the red-haired old man's fiery liquid. Little did he know, at this very moment Wang Tiansheng and the red-haired old man were even more enraged and shocked. Both of them were leaders of major demonic path sects. Their divine abilities, if not unrivaled, were at least outstanding among cultivators of the same stage. Yet now, the two of them were simultaneously besieging an early nascent soul stage cultivator, and not only had they failed to take him down quickly, but they were even subtly being suppressed by him. Are young cultivators these days also outrageous? Or have they truly grown old? Wang Tiansheng's face grew increasingly grim. Finally, after his demonic technique was once again easily neutralized, Wang Tiansheng suddenly let out a roar to the sky. In an instant, the world changed color. A massive storm appeared out of thin air around him, stirring up countless sand and shattered stones, dyeing the entire world a murky yellow. The incomparably violent hurricane swept through the surroundings, tearing up the earth, destroying city walls, instantly shredding houses into pieces and carrying them high into the sky. Formation. Han Li's pupils suddenly constricted. With the spread of his golden wings, he was about to flash away, but just then, desperate wails reached his ears. The trembling mortals, facing this cataclysmic power, had no ability to resist whatsoever. They held hands, attempting to protect themselves with the strength of the group, but the enormous storm merely showed some residual power, pulling one mortal after another off the ground. Among the crowd, some were still holding on, refusing to let go, but the wind grew stronger and stronger. It looked as if they themselves would also be swept into the storm in the sky. Once caught in it, these mortals would have no chance of survival whatsoever. They let out desperate cries, haphazardly praying for mercy to the immortals of legend, to the immortals in the sky. The immortals did not answer them, but a mortal descended from the sky. I really owe you, you bastard. Han Li gritted his teeth fiercely, cursing a certain lunatic in his heart, and stepped forward to block the storm. Compared to the sky-obscuring storm, that tiny figure was like an ant. Yet, this ant, before the storm, raised its proud head. Blue electric light roared out, and hundreds of metal fragments were connected by those massive blue lightning bolts. A giant shield made of thunder stood before the earth-shattering storm. These bolts of thunder were like natural thunder formation patterns. No matter how the gale roared, it could not advance a single inch. At this moment, Han Li seemed to feel the emotions of this magic treasure. It was an emotion instilled by its creator from the very beginning of its forging. Liu Yun's tried to use this method to create magic treasures with true life. He failed, but not completely. Han Li's shield was one of the few existing semi-finished products. It didn't have life in the true sense, but it possessed its own spirituality and emotions. Han Li instantly understood that before today, this guy had always been fooling him, always slacking off, just making sure he stayed alive. But now, he could clearly feel that the shield was cheering, roaring, letting out roars towards that cataclysmic storm. The magic power within Han Li surged almost uncontrollably into the shield. In an instant, thunder erupted. Blue lightning illuminated the heavens and earth, engraving blinding flashes of lightning, bright enough to burn out one's eyes, into the murky yellow storm. Metal fragments began to move within the thunder, their speed increasing, faster and faster, until Han Li's eyes only saw streaks of blue flowing light and shadows. Massive blue lightning bolts intertwined, fused, and rotated, finally transforming into liquid lightning with a mercury-like texture. These thunders, containing astonishing power, like true liquid, rapidly spun around Han Li, forming a storm composed purely of lightning. The gale shrieked. The thunder roared. Wind and thunder clashed head-on, blue and yellow divided the two ends of the sky, like a mythological catastrophe reappearing in the human world. Han Li's magic power was almost depleted. His core formation stage belt had long since failed to keep up with this nascent soul stage level of magic power consumption and was now completely dim. If this continued, no matter how abundant Han Li's magic power was, he would be dragged to his death by the opponent's grand formation. Suddenly, Han Li seemed to sense something. He frowned without hesitation, and his incomparably powerful divine sense, like a sharp thorn, fiercely plunged into the formation. More than a dozen chi connected to the formation were instantly locked onto by Han Li's divine sense. The next second, more than 10 blue light pillars suddenly flew out from within the blue lightning storm. These light pillars were astonishingly fast, carrying almost indestructible power, and instantly pierced through the storm's defenses. Before the core formation cultivators controlling the formation could react, these light pillars, like spears thrown by a heavenly god, instantly struck them. The powerful force directly penetrated the insignificant protective divine light on their bodies, instantly blowing up their physical bodies into pools of blurry flesh and blood. As the light dissipated, more than a dozen irregular metal blocks instantly flew back. The sky-obscuring storm vanished into thin air in an instant. Han Li slowly exhaled, forcing his almost completely drained body to look up. The scene before him almost made his breathing stop. Black warships, black-robed cultivators stepping on flying swords, terrifying giant vicious beasts, and above everyone, nascent soul-old monsters with profound aura. A demonic faction army suddenly appeared before Han Li. In a trance, he felt as if he had returned to over 100 years ago, to the battlefield where he fought against the demonic path. Facing this army, at this moment, he was as powerless as he had been over 100 years ago. Suddenly, Han Li seemed to sense something. He looked up. In the sky above, a massive teleportation array quietly emerged. Chapter 570, Giant Ship. As soon as the teleportation array appeared in the sky, it began to expand on its own. In just a few breaths, it had already dominated the entire sky. Lines of spiritual runes, shimmering with a strange white light, seemed like chains sealing the heavens, enveloping the entire world. Above the demonic faction army, Wang Tiansheng, who had not yet recovered from the shock of Han Li single-handedly breaking the grand formation, raised his head and stared disbelievingly at the massive formation. He naturally recognized it as a giant teleportation magic array, but why did this magic array appear out of thin air in the sky? Why did this formation show no signs of prior arrangement? Why, from start to finish, did he not even sense any spiritual power? The scene unfolding before Wang Tiansheng overturned all his common sense, leaving him momentarily stunned and somewhat at a loss. It wasn't until a bright white light illuminated the teleportation array, and black spheres emerged from it, rapidly plummeting towards the demonic faction army. Wang Tiansheng's brow furrowed, and as he released his divine sense, he couldn't help but grit his teeth in secret. Some of the helpers from Yuling sect and Joyful Union sect had already arrived, but the most crucial Dongmen Tu and Old Devil Hehuan had yet to appear. Only Old Devil Yunle stood at a distance from the army, looking as if he was prepared to watch a good show. Humph. Wang Tiansheng coldly snorted, his face grim. Although he didn't know what these dark figures were, he naturally wouldn't stand by and watch them fall into the military formation. At Wang Tiansheng's command, demonic path cultivators, some stepping on flying swords, some cloaked in demonic fire, and some riding spirit beasts, simultaneously raised their hands. Streaks of dark spiritual light spread out, and countless small black flags, driven by dozens of formation plates, formed a massive dark protective shield in the sky. At this moment, with the formation jointly cast by thousands of demonic path allied forces, Wang Tiansheng was confident that even if the three great cultivators of Tianese came, he could block them all. Originally, according to others, the idea was to dispatch several powerful nascent soul cultivators to besiege Lu Yun's, just as they dealt with other high-level cultivators. But Wang Tiansheng knew what kind of people the Immortal Slaying Society were, a group of madmen who would stop at nothing to achieve their goals. Now that Lu Yun's and the Immortal Slaying Society had joined forces, heaven knew what they would do. So, Wang Tiansheng overruled all objections, almost staking the entire Ghost Spirit Sect's fortune, to persuade the others to jointly dispatch such a large army, all for the purpose of uprooting Lu Yun's and the Immortal Slaying Society together. Wang Tiansheng knew that to eliminate these two great scourges, he only had this one chance. Accompanied by the flickering spiritual light, streaks of formation patterns appeared on the dark protective shield, and clusters of eerie green demonic fire erupted, directly meeting the dark spheres in the sky. For a time, flames soared to the sky. The sky-obscuring demonic fire almost ignited the entire firmament. Each of those dark spheres, incinerated by the demonic fire, instantly bloomed like flower buds, transforming into small white teleportation arrays. Just before being rendered formless by the demonic fire, streaks of white light illuminated, and pale golden metallic spheres were teleported through, erupting with dazzling thunder light in the heart of the overwhelming demonic fire. Pale golden lightning instantly filled the entire sky, and the eerie green demonic fire, without any power to resist, was swept away in an instant. Within the grand formation, everyone was stunned. Evil warding divine thunder. Impossible. How could he have so much evil warding divine thunder? Wang Tiansheng muttered in disbelief, his body trembling uncontrollably. He vaguely realized that he might have made a fatal mistake. He was trying to use conventional methods to fight an enemy that could not be predicted by common sense. The evil warding divine thunder raged in the sky, but without subsequent spiritual power support, the sky-filling lightning dissipated into thin air within a few breaths. Immediately after, another batch of identical black spheres fell from the teleportation array, heading straight for the grand formation. Defend. Wang Tiansheng's voice became shrill and high-pitched. Everyone in the grand formation, without hesitation, quickly poured all their spiritual power into the grand formation. The black spheres fell directly, one by one, smashing onto the grand formation's protective shield. Everyone was prepared to withstand a wave of evil warding divine thunder, but in the next second, these spheres suddenly burst open, turning into black liquid that quickly covered the entire shield. Everyone was startled, and then the formation flags and formation plates that had set up the formation suddenly emitted uneasy hums, turning pitch black at a visible speed and instantly losing all spiritual chi. The protective shield vanished, leaving the entire demonic faction army directly exposed. Everyone, attack the teleportation array. Wang Tiansheng roared, and a black short blade shot out, heading straight for the formation in the sky. Hundreds of spiritual lights, like long rainbows, followed closely, directly striking the teleportation array in the sky. However, the next moment, all the attacks struck empty space. The teleportation array, which dominated the entire sky, was like a phantom, passing directly through these attacks without causing any effect. Before everyone could recover from this scene, the magic treasures and spells that passed through the teleportation array seemed to hit something, emitting heavy rumbling sounds in the air. Tisk. Lu Yun's clicked his tongue helplessly. Still, we were discovered. As he spoke, a massive metal flying ship, over 300 zhang long and nearly 100 zhang high, emerged in the high sky. As soon as this behemoth appeared, it almost obscured the entire sky. Looking at it, gigantic spiritual runes and talismanic incantations crisscrossed the metal-forged hull, making it awe-inspiring and seemingly indestructible. Lu Yun sat casually at the bow, resting his head on one hand with a hint of boredom, looking at the dense demonic faction army below. Before Wang Tiansheng and the others could show joy, the entire giant ship suddenly emitted a hum. Tens of thousands of teleportation arrays unfolded out of thin air around the giant ship, and metal conical objects were teleported from them, accompanied by sharp whistling sounds, flying towards the demonic faction army at an extremely fast speed. Not good. Wang Tiansheng's pupils suddenly contracted. This time, without his command, 6 of the 8 nascent soul old monsters around him unhesitatingly rushed forward. Among these 8, including the red-haired old man, 3 were the remaining nascent soul elders of the Demon Flame sect, 3 were the Ghost Spirit sect's last trump card, and 2 were loose cultivators invited by Wang Tiansheng with both favors and heavy gold. For these 6, this demonic path allied army was the last foundation of their sects, and it absolutely could not be lost like this. But immediately after, a massive beam of light blocked their path. Chapter 571, Slaughter. Beneath the colossal ship, a massive teleportation array, dozens of meters high, rose. A humanoid white dragon slowly flew out. This white dragon was clearly a mechanical construct. Nearly 20 zhang tall, it was enormous. Its left arm mounted several muzzles, while its right arm held a white, gold-inlaid sword shield. Its eyes were crimson, and its entire body emanated a powerful spiritual pressure no weaker than an early nascent soul stage cultivator. Before the cultivators could even team up to defeat this puppet, another humanoid white dragon emerged from the teleportation array. Then came the third, the fourth, the fifth. A total of 12 humanoid white dragons stood side by side, their scarlet eyes coldly and indifferently staring at them. At this moment, everyone present felt their scalps tingle. At the same time, in a small mountain in the distance, Yuling sect Grand Elder Dongmen too frowned, watching this scene expressionlessly. Behind him stood 5 early nascent soul stage cultivators, each exuding powerful spiritual energy of 5 different attributes. However, for some unknown reason, these 5 individuals had dull eyes and blank expressions, as if they lacked any divine soul. On the other side, old devil Yunlu gently pressed his brow, calming his wildly twitching eyelids. You really have opened my eyes. On the colossal ship, Lu Yun's frowned. Behind him, Han Li, with wings on his back, broke through the air. You finally showed up. Han Li sighed in relief and sat beside Lu Yun's. Tell me, what exactly do you want to do? I don't believe you knew nothing when these people gathered their forces to deal with you. Lu Yun's merely smiled at his words, snapping his fingers. Dozens of transparent screens instantly appeared around him, suspended in the air, observing the war from various angles. You watch first, I'll explain to you later. Beneath the colossal ship, the red-haired old man looked at the humanoid white dragon puppets, feeling an indescribable absurdity about the entire situation. Since when could nascent soul-level puppets be mass-produced? If so, what was the point of their existence as nascent soul cultivators? The red-haired old man suddenly realized his thoughts had strayed. He quickly shook his head, forcing himself to concentrate. A mere 12 puppets of the early nascent soul stage, though troublesome, were not a cause for concern. Not to mention, puppets were just puppets, they couldn't truly be as adaptable and agile as cultivators. His side, after all, had 3 middle-stage nascent soul cultivators and 6 early nascent soul stage cultivators, which was enough to overwhelm the opponent in terms of absolute power. It was just that, in this situation, his side would likely find it difficult to disengage for a while. And just as the nascent soul cultivators were held back by the puppets, the conical objects had already descended upon the demonic faction army. Although without the cover of nascent soul cultivators, these demonic path cultivators, seasoned in battle, were not lambs to be slaughtered. Under the command of the core formation cultivators, attacks simultaneously met the cones in the sky. Just then, these cones suddenly opened, like blooming flower buds, revealing white teleportation arrays inside. This familiar sight instantly made everyone's scalp tingle. The next moment, streaks of pale golden lightning erupted, instantly clashing with the incoming spells and magic treasures, resulting in mutual destruction. Before the demonic path cultivators could show joy, another batch of cones descended from the sky. This time, there was no time for them to prepare a counterattack. Thousands of cones finally landed among the demonic faction army's formations. For a moment, accompanied by the white light of the teleportation arrays activating, dazzling pale golden lightning swept across the entire battlefield. Nearly a quarter of the demonic path cultivators were instantly annihilated, and the remaining cultivators fell into chaos. Immediately after, warships emerged from the teleportation arrays in the sky, charging into the chaotic demonic faction army. These metal warships brutally cut into the battlefield, their dense muzzles indiscriminately sweeping the surroundings. Puppet soldiers rushed out rapidly under the cover of artillery fire. These puppets either had wings on their backs, moving like the wind, or were covered in iron armor, impervious to water and fire. The demonic faction army, which had no military discipline to speak of, was easily scattered, divided, and surrounded, followed by a one-sided slaughter. Even if the remaining cultivators managed to organize a counterattack, destroying some warships and puppets, it was meaningless. Inside the teleportation array, warships and puppet soldiers continued to pour out, seemingly endless. In the small interface on the other side, colossal factories operated at full capacity. Parts were rapidly assembled on production lines by mechanical arms controlled by soul imprints, forming warships and puppet soldiers. And in the deepest part of the factory, backup soul imprints continuously lit up. After the previous imprints were destroyed, they were instantly put back into use, the entire process taking less than 3 minutes. Powerful productivity transformed into true power, continuously pouring onto the battlefield. Looking out, the entire battlefield was filled with warships and puppets. Cultivators who had endured decades, even centuries, of arduous cultivation before stepping onto the battlefield were easily killed like grass. Finally, the demonic path cultivators completely collapsed. Several nascent soul cultivators watched, their eyes splitting with rage, almost suicidally attacking the humanoid white dragons in front of them. 2 middle-stage nascent soul cultivators even took advantage of others entangling the puppets to bypass them and fully attack the puppets and warships on the ground. But it wasn't long before several puppets fearlessly surrounded them again. Meanwhile, 2 loose cultivators who had been recruited looked at each other and turned to flee without hesitation. After his magic treasure was once again blocked by the humanoid white dragons, Wang Tiansheng looked up and shouted unwillingly. Hehuan. Dongmen too. Are you just going to watch? His mournful, hoarse voice dissipated into the air, causing not a single ripple. Wang Tiansheng tremblingly took out a storage pouch, looked up, his face twisted, at the figure sitting in front of the colossal ship. He was unwilling, he still had trump cards, but he was firmly held here by these puppets, unable even to get close to that person. Suddenly, several escape lights lit up in the sky. Old Devil Yunlu's brows suddenly furrowed. He turned to look, only to see a black-robed man breaking through the air, followed by a male and a female cultivator. Senior brother, you're a bit late, Old Devil Yunlu narrowed his eyes, asking with a smile. The black-robed man silently watched him, his powerful spiritual pressure causing the surrounding air to subtly distort. Why didn't you inform me? Old Devil Yunlu frowned slightly, silently sighed, and voluntarily stepped back, saying, things happened too quickly. Humph. The black-robed man snorted coldly, walking past him expressionlessly. The man and woman also passed by Old Devil Yunlu. The man wore an iron mask, his expression unclear, while the woman was enchanting and alluring, giving old devil Yunlu a slightly provocative glance. Both the man and woman were actually middle-stage nascent soul cultivators. The three of them simultaneously joined forces, transforming into a massive escape light, instantly flying towards Liu Yun's position in front of the colossal ship. After the three left, old devil Yunlu's expression instantly turned grim. He lowered his head, lost in thought. Wang Tiansheng also saw the scene. The corners of his mouth slightly curved, and a hateful glint flickered in his eyes. After repelling the humanoid white dragon's attack once more, Wang Tiansheng clenched his storage pouch and flew out without hesitation, directly heading towards the massive escape light in the sky. A middle-stage nascent soul cultivator beside him filled Wang Tiansheng's gap, and the spreading black chi temporarily blocked the puppet's attacks. In the distance, Dongmen too, upon seeing the escape light, first frowned slightly, then showed a conflicted expression. To be honest, he had originally only wanted Liu Yun's to deplete the strength of the Ghost Spirit sect and the Demon Flame sect, and to see his trump cards. He believed old devil Hehuan probably had similar thoughts. But Dongmen too hadn't expected the battle to develop so quickly, so fast that before he could react, the entire demonic faction army was almost annihilated. Now that old devil Hehuan had arrived, and that Flood Dragon had not yet appeared, Dongmen too was somewhat hesitant. Chapter 572, Debasing Oneself. Aboard the giant ship, Liu Yun's expression was devoid of emotion, his eyes half closed as if half asleep, revealing nothing. Han Li sat beside him, equally silent. Seeing Wang Tiansheng merge with the escape lights not far away, revealing three cultivators, Han Li couldn't help but speak. Someone's here. Liu Yun's half opened his eyes and looked at them with some surprise. Old devil Hehuan, why is it only him? When did you go blind? Han Li's mouth twitched as he listened. So, in his eyes, those two mid-nascent soul stage cultivators weren't people, right? Liu Yun's waved his hand casually and said, I didn't mean that. I originally thought it might be the three great cultivators coming together. What did you do this time? It's hard to explain clearly in a short while. Liu Yun scratched his head and sighed helplessly. No four. Before he finished speaking, a ghostly green humanoid light figure emerged from behind Liu Yun's and instantly detached from him. Han Li looked closely, and it was a pitch-black skeleton wrapped in ghostly green chi. The next second, the ghostly green chi enveloped the skeleton, revealing the figure of a green-robed Liu Yun's. Take Qing Li and deal with them. Liu Yun's tilted his head, flicked his hand backward, and a black ray shot out from his hand. The other Liu Yun slightly tilted his head, and his right hand instantly shot up, grabbing a 3-foot-long, pitch-black long saber. The long saber was as black as ink from top to bottom. As the other Liu Yun's gripped its hilt, it inexplicably began to hum, trembling slightly, as if trying to break free from his control. Liu Yun's looked back and said helplessly. Behave. The long saber immediately quieted down, becoming like an ordinary black long saber, without any further movement. Just the two of us against old devil Hehuan plus two mid-nascent soul stage cultivators, isn't that a bit much? The green-robed Liu Yun said with a smile. For some reason, this Liu Yun's smile gave Han Li a creepy feeling, as if he was being watched by something extremely dangerous. If you talk more nonsense, I'll even keep Qing Li. Go now. Liu Yun's rolled his eyes and said unceremoniously. Liu Yun's number 4 could only shrug his shoulders and called out to the huge cabin behind him. In an instant, a green light shot out and hovered in front of the three of them. At this moment, Qing Li looked much the same as when Han Li had seen her years ago. She still had a green face with fangs, wore armor and had dragon horns on her head. The only difference was a slender vertical crack on the armor of her forehead, just below the dragon horns, faintly emanating a light green light. Finally here. Are we acting now? As soon as Qing Li appeared, she asked with great excitement. Liu Yun's pointed his chin towards old devil Hehuan in the distance. He's over there. Kill him, and that late nascent soul stage cultivator's nascent soul will be yours. Han Li's mouth twitched at these words. An 8th rank flood dragon was going to kill a late nascent soul stage cultivator. Clearly, Qing Li also felt that something was amiss. After thinking very hard for a while, she asked Liu Yun's. What if I can't beat him? Don't worry, Liu Yun's number 4 will be responsible for bringing you back. Liu Yun's replied casually. Qing Li thought again and very seriously said to Liu Yun's, can we do it this way? Let Liu Yun's number 4 take care of that late nascent soul stage human first, and then I'll go and take his nascent soul. It's not impossible, as long as Liu Yun's number 4 has no problem with it. Liu Yun's number 4 couldn't listen anymore. After a helpless sigh, he directly turned one hand pitch black, grabbed Qing Li by the armor on the back of her neck, and transformed into a green shadow, shooting out directly. Han Li looked at Liu Yun's and asked doubtfully, a middle stage ghost cultivator and a rank 8 flood dragon, are these your trump cards? Something like that. Liu Yun's shrugged and said, originally, the worst case scenario I envisioned was Qing Li dealing with old devil Hehuan, Liu Yun's number 4 holding back Wei Wuya, and me dealing with venerable Xiang. But now it seems we won't need it. Han Li's mouth twitched, unsure what to say. Liu Yun's counted on his fingers and explained to Han Li, Wei Wuya's poison cultivation technique is exceptionally potent, but against Liu Yun's no 4's formless ghost body, even if it still works, its effectiveness will be greatly reduced. Venerable Xiang's cultivation technique is comprehensive, making it hard to find weaknesses, so I specifically prepared that saber. As for old devil Hehuan, it's not difficult for Qing Li to defeat him, he's actually the easiest of the three great cultivators to deal with. Han Li sighed and couldn't help but ask, are you that confident in her? Just watch, it shouldn't take long. Liu Yun's grinned, enlarged the screen in front of him, and watched the live broadcast with Han Li. On the other side, Wang Tiansheng quickly met old devil Hehuan and his group, his eyes bloodshot as he blocked their path. Fellow Daoist Hehuan, wait. The escape lights formed by old devil Hehuan and the two others instantly stopped, revealing their figures. Sect Master Wang? How did you get into such a sorry state? It wasn't old devil Hehuan who spoke, but the enchanting and charming woman standing behind him. This woman, with a pair of clear, captivating black and white eyes, scanned Wang Tiansheng up and down, couldn't help but cover her mouth and chuckle, completely disregarding Wang Tiansheng's increasingly grim expression. Wang Tiansheng's face was grim, he didn't look at the woman, but stared intently at old devil Hehuan in front of him. Fellow Daoist Hehuan, the one surnamed Liu has powerful methods and strange divine abilities. His evil warding divine thunder is almost inexhaustible. While it's not difficult for fellow Daoist's divine ability to defeat him, I fear that if you suffer any injury, others might seize the opportunity. Wang Tiansheng took a deep breath, and his face once again returned to that calm, unruffled expression. I have a few treasures here that can specifically counter this person's divine abilities and methods. I am willing to offer all these treasures to fellow Daoist. I only ask that fellow Daoist Hehuan, on behalf of the Joyful Union sect, accept the Wang family. As the clan chief of the Wang family, I am willing to swear an oath to my heart demon that from now on, my Wang family will serve fellow Daoist Hehuan with utmost loyalty, going through fire and water without hesitation. After saying these words, Wang Tiansheng bowed deeply to old devil Hehuan, his words practically treating himself and the entire Wang family as old devil Hehuan's servants. This action directly stunned the two people behind old devil Hehuan. Old devil Hehuan looked at Wang Tiansheng, pondered for a moment, then silently extended his hand and helped Wang Tiansheng up. Fellow Daoist Wang, let's discuss these matters later. First, hand over those treasures to me. Upon hearing this, Wang Tiansheng's face immediately lit up with joy. He slapped his storage pouch with one hand, releasing the startling wind banner, the heavenly thunder token, and the sapphire-like blue small cauldron. Next, I will completely rely on Grand Elder. Wang Tiansheng said with a sincere expression. A hint of a smile finally appeared on old devil Hehuan's cold and gloomy face. He directly collected the three treasures and looked up at the green light shooting towards them. Chapter 573, Duel. A green light flashed and vanished, stopping about 10 zhang away from them. As the green light dissipated, they all saw who the newcomer was. It was Liu Yun's, dressed in green robes, holding a humanoid dragon in one hand, smiling as he observed them. The dragon in his hand was still struggling, seemingly hesitating whether to bite this person. Fortunately, Liu Yun's number 4 released Qing Li just before she could bite. Old devil Hehuan's brows furrowed tightly, and his powerful divine sense instantly spread out, directly capturing Liu Yun's main body in front of the giant ship. Incarnation technique. A hint of doubt immediately arose in old devil Hehuan's heart. Fellow Daoist Hehuan has good eyesight, Liu Yun's number 4 said politely. Old devil Hehuan's brows furrowed even deeper. As the Grand Elder of the Joyful Union sect, he had seen many similar incarnation techniques, but this was the first time he had seen an incarnation whose cultivation was higher than the main bodies, and which also seemed to possess sentience. Didn't the brat surnamed Liu worry about the incarnation rebelling? To fellow Daoists, there's no need to be nervous. I'm only here to be a witness, Liu Yun's number 4 said, retreating and letting Qing Li step forward. What kind of witness? Old devil Hehuan asked expressionlessly. Naturally, a witness to the duel between fellow Daoist Hehuan and this dragon, Liu Yun said, pointing at Qing Li with one hand, a smile playing on his lips. If fellow Daoist wins, we'll pretend nothing happened today. If fellow Daoist loses, then please hand over your nascent soul. We guarantee we won't involve anyone else. Of course, the other 3 fellow Daoists, please stay far away and do not interfere with this duel. Otherwise, I will have no choice but to take action against you all. As soon as Liu Yun's number 4 uttered these words, the woman behind old devil Hehuan couldn't help but let out a snicker. Ha ha ha. Interesting. Too interesting. I haven't seen such a handsome and confident man in many years, my concubine says. Old devil Hehuan didn't speak, but his eyes slightly lifted, and a surge of monstrous evil qi instantly erupted. Wang Tiansheng and the other 2 subconsciously retreated several steps, and even the woman quickly shut her mouth, afraid of saying the wrong thing. Liu Yun's number 4 smiled without speaking, as if the overwhelming evil qi rushing towards him was nothing more than a spring breeze, causing no ripple. However, the next moment, he felt his sleeve being tugged. He turned his head to see Qing Li, who had somehow hidden beside him, cautiously saying. I feel like I might not be able to beat him. How about we just gang up on him? Liu Yun's number 4 suddenly didn't want to speak. After a moment of silence, Liu Yun's number 4 still let out a helpless sigh. Liu Yun's almost blew his mind trying to figure out how to make you fight old devil Hehuan head on. With your current strength, you can definitely beat him. At least you. Mid-sentence, Liu Yun's no 4's pupils suddenly constricted. His single hand turned pitch black, and he slammed it downwards. In midair, a giant, pitch-black ghostly hand suddenly appeared, grabbing downwards fiercely. Bang! With a muffled thud, a pitch-black banner resembling a long spear was seized by the ghostly hand, emitting a series of buzzing sounds. Lu Yun's no 4's eyes slightly lifted, his gaze like a blade, dismissively sweeping over old devil Hehuan. Fellow deist Hehuan, ambushing others is not honorable. Old devil Hehuan returned with a sneer, forming a hand seal. Instantly, the pitch-black banner, like a long spear, released rolling black chi, instantly engulfing the entire ghostly hand. Lu Yun's no 4's cold and indifferent gaze swept over the ghostly hand submerged in black chi. With a boom, grayish-white demonic fire suddenly ignited on the ghostly hand. The raging fire instantly swept away all the black chi. The ghostly hand then slammed shut, letting out a crack. Old devil Hehuan's face instantly turned pale, devoid of blood, and he uncontrollably spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. He looked up, staring at Lu Yun's number 4 in disbelief. You dare to destroy my magic treasure? Lu Yun's no 4's disdainful gaze flashed, then he turned to look at Qing Li, an expression of helplessness on his face. I originally wanted you two to have a fair duel, but it seems there's no chance now. Qing Li first blinked in confusion, then, seeing old devil Hehuan's pale face, she suddenly reacted. With an excited AOW, she pounced towards old devil Hehuan. A faint golden bolt of lightning flashed, and Qing Li instantly appeared before old devil Hehuan, her claws, capable of crushing ordinary magic treasures, striking down at old devil Hehuan's head. Old devil Hehuan suddenly widened his eyes. He hadn't expected this dragon to actually know the legendary thunder escape. At a mere 10 zhang distance, old devil Hehuan had no time to react and could only release a layer of grayish-white devilish chi to protect himself. Qing Li's movements remained unchanged. Streaks of evil warding divine thunder shot out from her, instantly sweeping away the grayish-white devilish chi. However, this also bought old devil Hehuan a moment. He took a step back, and his entire person abruptly appeared more than 10 zhang away, evading Qing Li's claws. Shrinking the ground into an inch. Lu Yun's no 4's eyes narrowed. Suddenly, the two people who were originally behind old devil Hehuan shot out, releasing dense black and pink devilish chi from left and right, attempting to sandwich Qing Li, while Wang Tiansheng maintained a not too far, not too close distance, silently observing. Lu Yun's no 4's mouth twitched slightly, and his figure instantly vanished. Two black lights abruptly shot out from beside Qing Li. The two mid-nascent soul stage cultivators, one male and one female, subconsciously adopted a defensive stance. Then they only felt a tremendous force assault them. The black light flashed before their eyes, instantly cutting through their protective devilish chi. The two quickly retreated. The two black lights did not pursue, but instead flew back, transforming into two short blades about a foot long, hovering beside Lu Yun's number 4, who had appeared there at some unknown point. He extended his hand, and the two short blades instantly transformed into two pitch-black arm bones, returning to his arms. Two fellow deists, I believe I already said, please do not interfere. At this moment, faint golden lightning surged from Qing Li's entire body, transforming into a bolt of lightning, like a thunder god descending to the world, and charged towards old devil Hehuan. Old devil Hehuan secretly gritted his teeth, using shrinking the ground into an inch to create distance while bringing his hands together in front of him, slightly open, and letting out a cold snort. A small, exquisite black bell suddenly appeared between old devil Hehuan's palms. The bell was entirely pitch black, with a lifelike ghost head carved upon it, as if the head of some fierce ghost had been shrunk countless times and placed on the bell. The bell gently moved, and a silent black ripple spread from it. Qing Li, whose figure was integrated with the lightning, was instantly struck out, clutching her ears and wailing. Old devil Hehuan's eyes revealed a ferocious glint. He raised his hand and released 3 pitch-black bladed wheels, which, enveloped in a grayish-white devilish chi, emitted a soul-stirring hum. He raised one hand, and the 3 bladed wheels instantly grew wildly against the wind, transforming into 3 colossal objects over 10 zhang in size. Old devil Hehuan stared at Qing Li with sinister eyes, and lightly uttered in the air, "Go." The 3 bladed wheels immediately shot out. Before Qing Li could recover, old devil Hehuan spread his hands again, releasing a large expanse of grayish-white devilish chi. These devilish chi were like living things, expanding and contracting, transforming into overwhelming green light threads that surged towards Qing Li. Qing Li had just recovered from the sound wave attack when her entire body was tightly bound by these green light threads. And at this moment, the 3 giant bladed wheels were already upon her. Chapter 574, Deadly Battle. The shadows of 3 blade wheels reflected in Qing Li's eyes, and a ferocious expression surfaced, as she let out a roar like a wild beast. Pale golden lightning, capable of dispelling all evil, instantly surged forth, turning the green light threads into nothingness. The 3 giant blade wheels were already upon her. Qing Li roared to the sky, letting out a high-pitched dragon's cry. The next moment, 100 zhang giant beast, like an azure dragon, coiled itself up. Emerald-like green spiritual light poured out like mercury, and pale golden incantations appeared within the green light, forming a giant jade cocoon that enveloped all the incantations. Jade Talisman Art, 9 transformations of the azure dragon. Her pale golden eyes suddenly opened, glowing with spiritual light as the pale golden incantations flared. 9 phantoms, identical to her true body, instantly shot out. The 9 phantoms, carrying rolling thunder, shot out in all directions, then simultaneously charged towards old devil Hehuan. The 3 blade wheels struck Qing Li's massive form, but passed directly through. What remained in place was merely a phantom. Old devil Hehuan quickly cast a spell to recall them. At the same time, the grayish-white devilish chi around him surged, transforming into hideous, evil skull heads that spat out quiet green demonic fire, meeting the 9 phantoms. With a boom, The 9 phantoms simultaneously used the thunder escape technique, like 9 giant bolts of lightning piercing through heaven and earth, instantly shattering the raging demonic fire and colliding with the skull heads. For a moment, pale golden lightning and grayish-white devilish chi intertwined, creating a stalemate. Old Devil Hehuan's gaze shifted constantly, trying to find Qing Li's true body, while one hand secretly gripped the heavenly thunder command, ready for a fatal strike at any moment. A moment later, the thunder light flared, and the grayish-white devilish chi instantly showed signs of being unable to sustain itself. Old Devil Hehuan's pupils changed, and he finally locked onto Qing Li's true body. The heavenly thunder command in his hand was instantly unleashed, expanding wildly against the wind, transforming into a giant command token nearly 20 zhang tall, suspended in the air. Purple seal script lightning appeared on it. For a moment, all the evil warding divine thunder seemed to be suppressed by an invisible force, instantly becoming stagnant and slow, almost unable to move an inch. The 9 phantoms were then forcibly withdrawn from their thunder escape, and large swathes of grayish-white devilish chi suddenly surged, turning into raging demonic fire that swallowed all 9 phantoms. 8 of the phantoms only lasted for a moment before dissipating into thin air. Pale golden incantations reappeared around Qing Li, but this time Old Devil Hehuan held nothing back. The incomparably violent devilish chi was like a giant beast tearing through heaven and earth, and layers of demonic fire boiled and burned, emitting sounds of ghosts wailing and wolves howling. Pale golden incantations appeared around Qing Li, forming a solid barrier in front of her. However, from within the raging demonic fire, terrifying evil spirits constantly flew out, as if to drag her into hell, desperately crashing into the pale golden barrier. Under such dense attacks, the barrier quickly became covered in cracks, on the verge of shattering at any moment. At the same time, a cold killing intent flashed in Old Devil Hehuan's eyes. With a single hand gesture, the 3 giant blade wheels flew back again, heading straight for Qing Li. Seeing Old Devil Hehuan seemingly gaining the upper hand, the 2 fellow deists, who were mid-nascent soul stage cultivators, were not in a hurry to intervene. The female among them even had the leisure to tease. "Young master, your pet seems to be on its last legs. Isn't that right, husband?" The iron-masked man nodded, remaining silent. Liu Yun's number 4 chuckled softly, as a crisp shattering sound echoed in his ears. The barrier in front of Qing Li instantly shattered, and large swathes of surging demonic fire, mixed with countless hideous evil spirits, rushed towards her. Just then, Qing Li slightly raised her head, and her massive dragon head now displayed a majestic appearance, akin to a god or Buddha. At the center of her forehead, a vertical eye quietly opened. Large swathes of green light behind her transformed into a circular jade mirror with a golden rim, like the spiritual light behind a god or Buddha, emitting a myriad of rays. A slender green light shot out from this third eye, merging with the green light and flowing into the jade mirror. The next moment, dazzling green light erupted. The surging demonic fire, the hideous evil spirits, and even the 3 flying blade wheels were all transformed into crystal clear emerald jade under this green light. For a moment, a bizarre-shaped small mountain, composed purely of jade, formed in the sky. Accompanied by a dragon's cry, the azure dragon-like giant beast burst through the jade, its claws resting on the small mountain. The 3 eyes on its forehead shot out dazzling green light, instantly striking the heavenly thunder command in the air. The command token instantly turned into jade, falling powerlessly. With a boom, the evil warding divine thunder, which had been stagnant, was like giant pythons devouring the sky, tearing apart the entire emerald mountain with bared fangs and claws, surging towards Old Devil Hehuan. Pale golden incantations also spread onto the shattered mountain. Jade Talisman Art, Divine Thunder Transformation. The pale golden lightning expanded and contracted, gathering myriad divine thunders into a ball. In an instant, beneath Qing Li's claws, it was as if she held a pale golden scorching sun, containing incomparably terrifying and powerful might. A hint of a ferocious sneer gradually appeared on her face, which closely resembled an azure dragon. Her claws moved slightly, and several pale golden runes appeared. The scorching sun transformed into golden lightning, instantly arriving before Old Devil Hehuan. Old Devil Hehuan did not hesitate. The startling wind banner was in his hand at some unknown point. He threw the startling wind banner with a backhand, and a deep black light flashed and disappeared. The golden scorching sun, which had transformed into lightning, directly vanished. Just as Old Devil Hehuan managed to let out a sigh of relief, the startling wind banner in front of him suddenly trembled violently. Old Devil Hehuan's pupils suddenly contracted. He stomped forward, and his entire body appeared more than 20 zhang away. At the same time, the startling wind banner suddenly exploded, and the scattered pale golden lightning almost engulfed everything within a 10 zhang radius. Old Devil Hehuan showed no surprise. Even if the startling wind banner had spatial attributes, it was still an ancient treasure of the demonic path. It was only natural for it to not withstand such terrifying evil warding divine thunder. At least this treasure had blocked one attack for him. When Qing Li saw her attack miss, she immediately let out an angry roar. Green light mixed with pale golden incantations appeared around her, transforming into countless golden light bullets, shooting towards Old Devil Hehuan like a torrential rain. Old Devil Hehuan took a deep breath, directly releasing a giant black banner. As it unfurled in the wind, a giant python as black as ink flew out from the banner, shielding him from behind. The 2 fellow deists, who were mid-nascent soul stage cultivators of the Joyful Union sect, exchanged glances upon seeing this, and dense devilish chi suddenly erupted from their bodies. 2 fellow deists, do you still wish to interfere? Liu Yun's number 4 asked with a smile. Young master, don't block the way, or don't blame us, husband and wife, for being impolite. The woman's charming voice came from within the pink devilish chi. Liu Yun's number 4 sighed softly. In his palm, a 3-foot-long saber quietly appeared. Chapter 575, Desperate Struggle. This 3-foot-long saber was entirely black, neither metal nor wood, made of an extremely special material. At first glance, not only did it not emit any luster or spiritual chi, but its deep blackness gave off an eerie feeling as if it could suck a person's divine soul into it. The two mid-nascent soul stage cultivators of the Hehuan sect subconsciously extended their divine sense, and then both their faces paled simultaneously, looking on in disbelief. That long saber actually swallowed their divine sense directly. If it weren't for their quick reactions, severing the connection of their divine sense in time, they might have even directly injured their own divine souls. And after swallowing a portion of their divine sense, the long saber, as if it had just awakened, began to hum without cause, emitting soft chimes. They wondered if it was their imagination, but they actually felt this saber was excited. Liu Yun's number 4 gently stroked the blade, his gaze following his finger as it slowly swept across the edge, a smile on his lips and a focused look in his eyes. This saber is being drawn for battle for the first time today. For you two fellow deists, to use your lives to sharpen this greatest treasure of the demonic path, it can be considered your honor. After all, its original opponent was the number 1 person of the righteous path in Tianese. As his words fell, Liu Yun's No 4's figure instantly vanished. Their hearts suddenly thumped, and they quickly fled towards each other. The two were already Dao companions, and they cultivated the top-tier dual cultivation technique secretly preserved within the Hehuan sect, excelling at joint attacks. With their combined efforts, they were confident they could retreat safely even against a late nascent soul stage cultivator. This was why old devil Hehuan brought the two along. A mere dozen feet was an instant for the two. But just as they were about to meet, a semi-transparent, eerie green shadow silently emerged from behind the woman, slowly reaching its hand towards the back of her head. The woman was still happy about reuniting with her Dao companion, a hint of a triumphant smile even on her lips, completely unaware of what was happening behind her. Only the iron-masked man saw this scene. Without any hesitation, black devilish chi gathered in his hand, transforming into a long spear that shot out, heading straight for the woman. The alluring woman's heart suddenly jumped, and she instinctively turned to dodge, just in time to see the semi-transparent shadow. What the hell is that? The woman's pink devilish chi poured out, forming a thick cocoon that completely enveloped her. At this moment, the long spear had also struck the shadow's torso. Even a momentary pause was enough for the iron-masked man to reach his Dao companion's side. As long as the two were together, the iron-masked man was confident he could face anyone in Tianese. However, after the long spear struck the shadow's torso, it passed directly through, leaving a bowl-sized wound in the shadow's chest. This severe injury, enough to kill a normal cultivator several times over, did not affect the shadow's movements in the slightest. He extended his hand, and his palm directly touched the pink cocoon. To the iron-masked man's horrified eyes, a patch of grayish-white demonic fire spread from the shadow's palm. The cocoon, which could even withstand direct attacks from a late nascent soul stage cultivator, instantly burned, disintegrated, and vanished under this grayish-white demonic fire, revealing the figure of the alluring woman inside. The alluring woman's eyes were almost bulging to their limit, her originally enchanting and charming face becoming distorted and ferocious. Save me! The woman only managed to utter these two words before the grayish-white demonic fire surged over, turning her entire body into a wisp of green smoke. The iron-masked man's eyes were bloodshot, almost bulging out, and violent black devilish chi, like a vicious beast, surged out, mixed with hundreds of sharp spears, towards the green shadow, wishing to extract its divine soul, refine its spirit, and tear it to shreds to avenge this hatred. However, the next moment, a grayish-white fire lotus bloomed in the devilish chi. All the devilish chi before this fire lotus was turned into nothingness, without even a trace of struggle. Liu Yun's No 4's figure appeared above the fire lotus. Behind him was the eerie green shadow, already riddled with holes from the devilish chi spears. Joyful Union Sect's demonic technique is nothing more than this. However, your attack, fellow deist, is quite interesting. It seems my estimation was correct, among you two fellow deists, you are the most dangerous one. Liu Yun's number 4 said with a smile, and the green shadow took a step forward, merging into his body and disappearing. At this moment, the battle between Qing Li and Old Devil Hehuan also finally reached a conclusion. The third eye on her glabella opened again, and the precious mirror behind her head emitted dazzling green light. In the blink of an eye, the awe-inspiring black python was transformed into a crystal-clear jade. Immediately after, to Old Devil Hehuan's disbelief, streaks of pale golden runes spread out of thin air within the jade formed by the giant python. Jade Talisman Art, manipulating jade to inscribe seals. The green light intensified, and the entire jade formed by the giant python, like a massive jade talisman, emitted astonishing spiritual chi. Overwhelming golden light bullets also shot over at this moment. In an instant, golden and green lights burst forth, and violent spiritual power emerged. With a boom, an earth-shattering explosion instantly resounded across the entire battlefield. Everyone shifted their gaze, just in time to see a grayish-white devilish chi shield within the explosion persist for a moment, then be directly torn apart. The figure inside vanished directly into the explosion without any struggle. Qing Li shrieked excitedly towards the sky, but halfway through her cry, she suddenly remembered something and abruptly looked down. She saw that the spot where Old Devil Hehuan had been was empty, not even a speck of dust remaining. For a moment, Qing Li stood frozen, her eyes gradually losing their light. Just then, a disheveled figure suddenly appeared dozens of feet away. Old Devil Hehuan, with torn clothes and only one arm left, appeared in midair, glanced behind him, and then, without hesitation, transformed into a bloodlight and vanished. His speed was so fast that it even exceeded the limit of Qing Li's divine sense detection. Great Calamity Transformation Art, Liu Yun's number 4 sighed softly. Sure enough, these old fellows who had climbed to the peak of the human realm step by step, putting aside everything else, their life-saving abilities were stronger than the last, not so easy to kill. Qing Li watched him leave, her spirits, which had just recovered a little, were instantly dealt a huge blow again. Liu Yun's number 4 turned to look at the iron-masked man and asked with a smile, "Fellow deist, your grand elder seems to have abandoned you and run off. Aren't you planning to leave?" The iron-masked man slowly exhaled a mouthful of turbid qi, and streams of dark, black bloodlight emanated from his body. His figure suddenly grew a size larger, emitting chilling, low muffled sounds, as if flesh and bones were devouring each other, appearing incredibly eerie. At the same time, his aura was also gradually rising, directly reaching the peak of the middle stage nascent soul, just half a step away from a breakthrough to the late nascent soul stage. Today, I will kill you. Chapter 576, Dragon Binding Rope. Seeing the iron-masked man's reaction, Liu Yun's number 4 couldn't help but lightly caress his forehead and let out a scoff. "Fellow deist, you're a bit too overconfident. Do you really think that with temporarily boosted magic power, you can simultaneously deal with both of us?" As Liu Yun's number 4 spoke, he glanced in Qing Li's direction, and the rest of his words immediately got stuck in his throat. Not far away, Qing Li was sitting on the ground, her massive head lowered, completely withdrawn. Liu Yun's no 4's mouth twitched. He had too many things he wanted to say, but he didn't know where to start. He just wanted to go back and ask Liu Yun's, "What exactly did you intend to accomplish by bringing this thing along? Can we get a different one?" "Forget it," Liu Yun's number 4 sighed. A black light flashed in his hand, and the demon dragon blade instantly appeared, emitting a series of dissatisfied hums. "I know, he's yours," Liu Yun's number 4 said helplessly. The creations of Liu Yun's all took after their master, each one more temperamental than the last. The demon dragon blade let out a crisp hum and instantly vanished from Liu Yun's no 4's hand. The iron-masked man remained silent. Even though Liu Yun's number 4 clearly didn't take him seriously, he showed no sign of anger. The moment the demon dragon blade disappeared, the iron-masked man suddenly let out a low growl. His back instantly bulged, like a swollen tumor. Screech! The iron-masked man lowered his head, and behind him, a ferocious, twisted, blood-red, towering ghoul slowly squeezed out from his body. The demon dragon blade instantly appeared before him, slashing down without hesitation. Just then, the grotesque ghoul suddenly lifted the iron-masked cultivator's body, using it as a shield. The demon dragon blade flashed past, and the iron-masked cultivator's body was instantly cut in half. All the flesh and blood on his entire body withered and shriveled, leaving only a stark white skeleton in the blink of an eye. The ghoul backhanded the skeleton aside, its gaze solemn as it looked at the demon dragon blade, which was hovering in the air and humming with dissatisfaction. Liu Yun's no 4's brows furrowed sharply. He scanned the ghoul up and down several times, and his mouth twitched uncontrollably. This ghoul actually possessed the cultivation of a late nascent soul stage. Sacrificing one's body to feed a ghost, spirit attachment art. Although he believed that no matter what methods the iron-masked cultivator used, he would be unable to harm him in the slightest, at this moment, Liu Yun's number 4 was still shocked by the ruthlessness of his actions. This fellow sacrificed his life and soul, abandoning reincarnation, to create this ghoul, which was no weaker than a late nascent soul stage, all just to kill him and avenge that woman. Such ruthlessness was truly rare. And this style of action didn't seem like that of a demonic path cultivator. At this moment, the ghoul's eyes glowed with blood light. The surging violent chi within its body finally overcame its fear of the demon dragon blade. It let out a roar to the sky and lunged at Liu Yun's number 4. The demon dragon blade transformed into a black as ink afterimage, slashing down from above. Two large bulges suddenly appeared on the ghoul's back. Accompanied by the rip sound of tearing flesh, a pair of fleshy wings grew out directly. Whoosh! The ghoul's figure instantly vanished, reappearing behind Liu Yun's number 4 the next second, clawing down at his head. Seeing this fellow showing off his escape technique in front of him, Liu Yun's number 4 couldn't help but scoff. His figure instantly blurred, and the ghoul's massive claw passed right through his body, as if grasping at empty air. The ghoul immediately froze in place. It seemed its newly formed brain couldn't comprehend this scene, and it appeared somewhat at a loss. Just then, a five-colored glow streaked across the sky, heading straight for Qing Li. Qing Li subconsciously raised her head and let out a warning roar. The battle with Old Devil Hehuan had not been easy. Her magic power was now less than a third of its peak. If not for the Azure Dragon Armor's inherent ability to store lightning and spiritual energy, she might not even have this much magic power left. However, in response to Qing Li's warning, the five-colored glow showed no concern and instead accelerated a second time. A fierce glint flashed in Qing Li's eyes. She was already upset about Old Devil Hehuan's escape. Since these people wanted to court death, she would use their nascent souls to compensate for Old Devil Hehuan. Just then, an aged and majestic voice echoed from within the five-colored glow. "Dragon binding rope, rise!" Before Qing Li could react, a rope shimmering with five-colored spiritual light suddenly erupted from the ground, binding her tightly from head to toe. Qing Li instantly felt her magic power seemingly stagnate, and at the same time, her originally formidable demonic body became extremely weak. Concurrently, the rope also glowed brightly, continuously absorbing Qing Li's magic power. You're courting death! Qing Li roared to the heavens. The third eye on her forehead burst forth with green light, and by this time, the five-colored glow had already reached above her head. At this moment, Lu Yun's number 4 also noticed the newcomers, and a bloodthirsty glint flashed in the depths of his eyes. Lu Yun's No 4's body suddenly solidified, and a grey-white fire lotus beneath his feet abruptly erupted, spewing forth a massive grey-white pillar of fire. The ghoul subconsciously tried to dodge. Just then, a black as ink spinal bone suddenly flew out from Lu Yun's No 4's back and instantly transformed into a black bone rope, coiling around the ghoul like a spiritual snake, binding it tightly. The next second, the grey-white pillar of fire engulfed its figure. This newly born, powerful ghoul was incinerated into ashes within the Azura sacred fire, having barely utilized any of its divine abilities. A late nascent soul stage ghoul with no intelligence whatsoever. If you truly thought such a thing could kill me, then you severely underestimated me, Lu Yun's number 4 muttered to himself, turning around. His gaze, cold as a blade, slowly swept over the 6 cultivators who had emerged from the five-colored glow. Dongmen too felt his scalp tingle under that gaze, especially seeing the late nascent soul stage ghoul being annihilated by Lu Yun's number 4 with almost no resistance. His heart pounded uncontrollably. However, at this moment, he had no retreat. Old Devil Hehuan had sacrificed an arm to survive, and even if he lived, he would be severely weakened. The Joyful Union sect had also lost 2 mid-nascent soul stage cultivators, so its strength was greatly diminished. If he could subdue this flood dragon that had severely injured Old Devil Hehuan, then even if all the 5 element spirit infants perished here, it would be worth it. As the Grand Elder of the Yuling sect, he knew more than one way to deal with a heaven and earth spirit beast like a flood dragon. That ancient treasure named Dragon Binding Rope was merely one of them. Go! Stop him! Dongmen too commanded the 5 element spirit infants behind him with an expressionless face. As long as the 5 element spirit infants could buy him a little time, Dongmen too was confident he could subdue this flood dragon. Chapter 577, A Desperate Gamble. At this moment, the demon dragon blade had already flown to Lu Yun's No 4's side, buzzing with dissatisfaction. It had been promised that it would be sharpened, but both mid-nascent soul stage cultivators had died at Lu Yun's No 4's hands. Judging by its demeanor, if Lu Yun's number 4 couldn't give it a reasonable explanation, the demon dragon blade was probably planning to carve a hole in him. Don't worry, aren't they here now? Lu Yun's number 4 could only say with a reassuring smile, pointing his chin at the 5 element spirit infants who were arriving together. Hiss. These 5 incarnations? No, that doesn't seem right. With just one glance, Lu Yun's number 4 saw the problem with the 5 element spirit infants. The demon dragon blade didn't bother to listen to his nonsense and directly transformed into a black afterimage, heading straight for the 5 element spirit infants. Lu Yun's number 4 frowned slightly, his gaze flickering a few times before finally locking onto the gold-robed cultivator standing in the center of the 5. Gold attribute, you're the one. Lu Yun's number 4 retracted the Azura sacred fire, his figure flickering a few times, and instantly appeared 10 zhang away in front of the 5 element spirit infants. Just as the 5 were about to make a move, the demon dragon blade suddenly let out a whoosh, transforming into a giant blade several zhang long, and slashed down at the 5 like lightning. The black blade light was like a ferocious gaping maw devouring everything, even light itself was cut in two wherever it passed. The 5 element spirit infants quickly joined forces to summon 5 magic treasures, their spiritual light intertwining to form a 5-colored protective shield in front of them. With a clang, the blade light collided with the 5-colored protective shield, actually emitting a sound like clashing metal. Lu Yun's number 4 couldn't help but sigh. No matter how strong the demon dragon blade was, and no matter how high its sentience, it was still just a magic treasure, not a true living being. Even if its inherent power was strong, it couldn't possibly cleave open this shield, formed by the combined efforts of 5 early nascent soul stage cultivators of different attributes, with a single strike without anyone controlling it. A shield of this level was almost enough to block late nascent soul stage cultivators. Not to mention, the terrifying aspect of the demon dragon blade lay in its extremely exaggerated, almost limitless speed of power increase. As long as enough cultivators were slain, its power could be increased to an extremely exaggerated degree at an astonishing speed. And now, this demon dragon blade was still very far from the legendary number 1 demonic path treasure capable of slaying soul transformation cultivators. Lu Yun's number 4 was too lazy to get entangled with these 5 people any longer. He simply waved a hand, summoning the reluctant demon dragon blade into his grasp, then wiped his single hand across the blade's edge. A streak of grayish-white instantly spread from the blade's edge, intertwining with its original black chi, revealing an extremely dangerous and ferocious sharpness. Lu Yun's number 4 held the blade with both hands and swung it down fiercely. Immediately, a black and grey blade light, several times larger than before, erupted and slashed down. The 5-colored protective shield was easily split into 2. 3 of the 5 people, caught off guard, were cut in half by this blade light. All the flesh and blood in their nascent soul instantly flowed back into the demon dragon blade along with the blade light, leaving only 3 pale skeletons split in 2. The other 2 were one dressed in golden robes and the other in crimson. They had managed to dodge the blade light in time, raising their hands to release fireballs and golden light, surging towards Lu Yun's number 4. A spiritual light flashed from the lotus pattern on Lu Yun's No 4's forehead, and a grayish-white fire lotus instantly flew out from it, expanding rapidly to block in front of him. The Azura sacred fire easily devoured these spells. Liu Yun's number 4 then poured his internal magical power into the demon dragon blade, throwing it out of his hand and sending it straight towards the crimson-robed cultivator. He himself instantly vanished from his original spot, appearing behind the gold-robed cultivator the next second. The gold-robed cultivator tried to fight back, a golden dagger in his hand slashing back, but it was easily pinched by a pitch-black ghostly hand. Within the ghostly hand, grayish-white demonic fire erupted, instantly obliterating his physical body, leaving only a golden, nascent soul-like object. Liu Yun's number 4 looked at this object curiously for a moment, then put it into his body with a backhand. He knew at a glance that Liu Yun's would definitely like this kind of strange thing. He himself wasn't very interested, at most just a little curious. At this moment, the crimson-robed cultivator was also cut in half by the demon dragon blade and sucked dry into a skeleton. The demon dragon blade floated in the air, emitting low hums. 4 early nascent soul stage cultivators were enough for sharpening, but compared to the 2 mid-nascent soul stage cultivators from before, the demon dragon blade was clearly still somewhat dissatisfied. On the other side, Qing Li's situation was not very good. The ancient treasure called the dragon binding rope seemed to be her bane. No matter how hard she struggled, she couldn't break free, and instead, her internal magical power continuously drained away. Now, she could only barely delay with the jade-like light from her third eye on her forehead. She had also tried to use this light to defy the dragon binding rope on her body, but whenever she attempted to do so, Dongmen too would pounce on her without hesitation, forcing Qing Li to raise her head to face him. In just a few breaths, Qing Li felt that her magical power was already at its bottom. At this time, Liu Yun's number 4 had also dealt with all the 5 elements spirit infants, which filled Dongmen too with dread, making him wish he could turn and run immediately. But looking at the 8th rank flood dragon almost within reach, seeing the last hope for the rise of the Yuling sect right before his eyes, Dongmen too simply couldn't bring himself to turn and leave. The 5 elements spirit infants were dead, and old devil Hehuan was still alive. If he couldn't even subdue this dragon, then who knew when the opportunity for the Yuling sect's future rise would come. Thinking of this, a decisive glint flashed in Dongmen too's eyes. He gritted his teeth fiercely, and a crimson bloodline instantly flew out of his mouth, transforming into a blood-colored flying dagger in the air. Seeing Liu Yun's number 4 already holding the demon dragon blade and preparing to fly over not far away, Dongmen too dared not hesitate any longer. A nascent soul, about 2 inches long, flew out from between his eyebrows and directly merged into the blood-colored flying dagger. His body, however, fell straight from mid-air, hitting the ground and turning into a blurred mass of flesh and blood. Dongmen too had directly abandoned his physical body. With the nascent soul controlling the blade, the blood-colored flying dagger directly transformed into a thin bloodline, heading straight for Qing Li. A warning bell rang loudly in Qing Li's heart, and she quickly shot out a green light from her third eye on her forehead. However, at this moment, Dongmen too, with his nascent soul controlling the blade, could already use the nascent soul's life-saving ability, true instant teleportation. The bloodline in midair suddenly became blurry, and the next second it had already appeared in front of Qing Li. Before Qing Li could react, the blood-colored flying dagger, as if invisible, directly plunged into Qing Li's head. Qing Li's gigantic figure instantly froze, remaining motionless in place, but a look of pain appeared on her ferocious face. Seeing this, Liu Yun's No 4's eyes narrowed slightly. His entire being transformed into a faint, ethereal greenish-black shadow and also flew into Qing Li's head. Within Qing Li's sea of consciousness, 3 figures appeared almost simultaneously. Chapter 578, Epilogue. Within Qing Li's sea of consciousness, a greatly shrunken Qing Li was tightly surrounded by blood-colored runes, unable to move an inch. Facing her, Dongmen too's nascent soul, whose spiritual light was dim, was forming hand seals, his brow furrowed, his expression extremely pained, yet he still gritted his teeth and persisted. The blood-colored runes pulsed, emitting an eerie glow. Qing Li's divine soul, caught in this light, had a gaze that was sometimes vacant, sometimes struggling, as if she was fighting against some force. Just then, a faint green spiritual light suddenly burst forth in the sea of consciousness. A translucent, humanoid green shadow abruptly appeared, transforming one hand into a ferocious ghost claws, and lunged at Dongmen too's nascent soul. Dongmen too's heart trembled, and he quickly used his teleportation divine ability to dodge the grab. But at the same time, he lost control of Qing Li. Qing Li's gaze instantly cleared. She let out an angry roar, and a powerful soul power immediately tore through the surrounding blood-colored runes, stirring up a violent storm throughout the entire sea of consciousness. Spiritual light flickered around Dongmen too, fending off the storm's assault. His eyes, filled with dread, stared at the green shadow that had suddenly intruded. The next moment, Dongmen too suddenly reacted, pointing at the green shadow and saying in disbelief, "A ghost cultivator? The one surnamed Liu has a ghost path incarnation? This is impossible." Before this, he had never heard of an incarnation being able to cultivate ghost path divine ability. After all, a mere incarnation doesn't even have a complete divine soul, let alone embarking on the demonic path. It's impossible for it to even enter reincarnation. This world is vast, Liu Yun's number 4 said with a smile, a fierce glint in his eyes. Just then, Qing Li charged forward first, her eyes bloodshot, letting out an angry roar. She opened her fanged mouth and ferociously bit at Dongmen too. Dongmen too snorted coldly, forming a hand seal. Chains made of divine soul power appeared out of thin air, locking Qing Li firmly in midair. If it were a direct battle, he would most likely be beaten to a pulp by Qing Li. But in a clash of divine souls, he, a mid-nascent soul stage cultivator, had no fear of this 8th rank flood dragon. Just then, Lu Yun's number 4 attacked again, streams of faint green ghost chi transforming into dozens of venomous snakes, surging towards Dongmen Tu. Dongmen Tu sneered, clapped his hands together, and streams of divine soul sword chi immediately shot out, completely annihilating all the venomous snakes. At the same time, Qingli's divine soul suddenly let out a pained groan, and the entire sea of consciousness began to tremble slightly. Lu Yun's number 4, who was about to continue casting spells, paused and reluctantly stopped. If they were outside, Lu Yun's number 4, as a ghost cultivator, had countless ways to torment Dongmen Tu to death. Among other things, as soon as the Azura sacred fire was released, in front of this ghost path sacred fire, whether he was a divine soul nascent soul or a vengeful ghost, he would have no power to resist. But within Qingli's sea of consciousness, if the Azura sacred fire were released, it would directly burn through the place. At that time, Qingli's best outcome would be to become a raving idiot. This fellow was already foolish enough, Lu Yun's number 4 dared not even imagine what she would be like if she became even dumber. At this moment, Lu Yun's number 4 frowned slightly, several divine ability methods flashing through his mind, but he rejected them one by one. Qingli's sea of consciousness was too fragile to withstand two mid-nascent soul stage cultivators messing around in there. Fellow deist, do you really want to fight us to the death? Lu Yun's number 4 asked with a smile. Fellow deist, don't forget, my main body hasn't even made a move yet. Although I don't know where fellow deist comes from, judging by your appearance, you must not be an unknown figure. To possess such a miraculous ancient treasure that restrains flood dragons, fellow deist's origins must not be particularly difficult to investigate. I'm not afraid to tell fellow deist, my main body is not a generous person. If fellow deist truly harms this flood dragon today, then it won't matter if fellow deist hides to the ends of the earth. Dongmen Tu's eyes flickered, appearing somewhat hesitant. The divine soul strength of a heaven and earth spirit beast like a flood dragon far exceeded Dongmen Tu's expectations, to the point where he couldn't control the opponent in the shortest time. In the current situation, it was impossible to take this flood dragon away, so he had to think about how to save his own life. As for whether they would retaliate against Yuling sect afterward, that was none of his business. At worst, he would find a hidden place to hide. Anyway, as long as he, the Grand Elder, was still alive, Yuling sect would not perish. It was just a pity for this flood dragon, which was no less powerful than a late nascent soul stage cultivator. As soon as he thought of this, Dongmen Tu felt his heart bleeding. If he could obtain such a heaven and earth spirit beast, then no matter where he went in this vast world, it would be enough for him to swagger around. At that time, where in this world would there be no place for him? As he thought of this, Dongmen Tu gritted his teeth in resentment, and his heart was filled with raging jealousy towards the flood dragon's owner. Thinking of this, Dongmen Tu raised his head with a gloomy expression and looked at Lu Yun's number 4, asking. The grudge has already been formed. Why should I believe that your main body will let me go? How about this, let me take this flood dragon away first, and once I am safe, I will return this flood dragon to you. Dongmen Tu's words were merely an attempt to provoke the other party and find a flaw. He never expected the other party to agree, but Lu Yun's number 4, upon hearing this, only chuckled and shook his head, as if Dongmen Tu had said something very ridiculous, showing no anger at all. What are you laughing at? A trace of unease suddenly flashed through Dongmen Tu's heart, and he instinctively asked. He's laughing at you for still daydreaming when death is at your doorstep. A familiar voice sounded from within Dongmen Tu's physical body. Before Dongmen Tu could react, a colorless and formless thin needle pierced through the crown of his nascent soul's head. An intense pain that penetrated the soul instantly invaded Dongmen Tu's mind. Immediately after, Lu Yun's number 4 struck like lightning, transforming one hand into a giant python and swallowing him whole. You're too slow, Lu Yun's number 4 said in dissatisfaction. The thin needle twisted and deformed, transforming into Lu Yun's number 2, who rolled his eyes at him. You messed things up so badly just by letting Qingli slip away. Where do you get the nerve to criticize me? Lu Yun's no 4's mouth twitched, and he directly turned and left Qingli's sea of consciousness. The war outside was already nearing its end. After old devil Hehuan's defeat, the morale of the demonic faction army plummeted to rock bottom. The cultivators who could barely organize a counterattack almost directly gave up resisting, and were easily captured by the puppet soldiers one by one. Now, on the battlefield, only the 6 nascent soul cultivators were still stubbornly resisting, but they were at the end of their rope. 3 of the early nascent soul stage cultivators were all injured, and one of them even had his physical body directly blown apart, with only his nascent soul attempting to escape, which Lu Yun's caught right in a teleportation array. Putting away the nascent soul with a backhand, old 4th, old 2nd, and Qingli were flying over from a distance. Lu Yun's, he ran away. How is it? Are you all unharmed? Lu Yun's asked old 4th directly. Lu Yun's number 4 nodded, pointing to Qingli, who looked wronged beside him. Other than her divine soul being slightly injured, everything else is fine. He ran away. It's good that everyone is fine. Now there are only 5 left. Lu Yun stroked his chin, pressing his temples with a slight headache. Lu Yun's. Qingli came closer, her 2 ferocious dragon claws tightly gripping Lu Yun's sleeve. He ran away. He ran away. Lu Yun's headache worsened. All right, I know. Lu Yun sighed helplessly, waving one hand. A small, pure black, lightless mirror shot out. Chapter 579, War and Choice. This small mirror was no bigger than a palm, and its body was made of an unknown material. Under the midday sun, it didn't reflect any light, as if all light had been swallowed by its deep, dark surface. Liu Yun's pointed with one hand, and the small mirror instantly trembled slightly, splitting into 2, then 4, then 8. In the blink of an eye, it transformed into hundreds of small mirrors, densely covering the entire sky. Liu Yun's pointed again, and all the small mirrors instantly vanished. The next moment, these hundreds of dark small mirrors mysteriously appeared around the 5 nascent soul cultivators, surrounding them tightly, leaving no gaps. The 5 felt a sudden jolt in their hearts. Just as they were about to strike and shatter these small mirrors, they saw streaks of black light erupting from within them. The black lights intertwined, instantly forming a giant black cocoon in the blink of an eye. In an instant, it looked as if a massive black sphere had appeared beneath the giant ship. That purest darkness sent shivers down one's spine, as if it intended to swallow all light completely. The 5 only felt their vision go dark, and they found themselves in a realm of ultimate darkness. Their divine sense instinctively spread out, but they felt this darkness was boundless. No matter how they explored, they couldn't find its limits. Even their senior brothers, who had been by their side, were nowhere to be found. It was as if, in this darkness, only they remained. Yet, in reality, the 5 were still within arm's reach. The profound yin mirror, infused with the demonic following drill, deceived their senses and confused their divine soul, making them wander aimlessly within that space of only 100 zhang. Alright, go. How much you can eat depends on yourself, Liu Yun said helplessly to Qing Li, while pressing a spiritual light onto her eyes, allowing her to remain unaffected in that darkness. Qing Li cheered excitedly and flew into the darkness. The demon dragon blade in Liu Yun's No Force hand suddenly let out a piercing hum, breaking free from No Force grasp and flying directly to Liu Yun's side. Alright, you go too, Liu Yun said helplessly. The demon dragon blade quickly shot out, fearing it would be a step too slow and be snatched by someone else. The 4th and 2nd clones sighed simultaneously. One transformed into a green shadow and merged behind Liu Yun's, while the other simply vanished, returning into Liu Yun's body. On the giant ship, only Han Li and Liu Yun's remained. If you have anything to ask, just ask, Liu Yun said calmly as he sat beside him. Han Li opened his mouth at the words, but couldn't utter a single sound. There were simply too many questions, and Han Li didn't know how to begin. After a moment of thought, Han Li asked with a serious expression, you had another way to avoid this great war, didn't you? Yes. But you didn't, because you wanted to fight this war? Even if you had a better way. Han Li weighed each word carefully, the scenes of the past 6 months flashing through his mind. Yes. I've been in Yuanwu Kingdom for the past 6 months, but I couldn't find you at all. Were you deliberately avoiding me, afraid that I would do something to affect your plan? Han Li asked, his brows tightly furrowed and his expression grave. Old Han, you've gotten smarter. Liu Yun's eyes widened in surprise. Han Li stared at him expressionlessly, until the smiling expression on Liu Yun's face could no longer be maintained, and he let out a silent sigh of relief. Yes, that's exactly what happened, Liu Yun said in a low tone. Why do you want to fight this war so much? Han Li asked with an unusually serious tone. Liu Yun heard this, fell silent for a moment, then looked up slightly and said with a smile. Old Han, I know what you're thinking. But I can assure you, this has nothing to do with personal grudges. Liu Yun stood up, looking at the scorched earth below the giant ship. Old Han, frankly speaking, how was this battle? Liu Yun asked without turning his head. Han Li glanced at him, then lowered his head and sighed, saying. Ghost Spirit Sect, Demon Flame Sect, Yuling Sect and Hehuan Sect, 4 of the 6 demonic sects were mobilized. Nearly half of the entire demonic path's power gathered here, yet you defeated them utterly. Old Devil Hehuan was severely injured, and 2 nascent soul middle stage elders perished. The Yuling Sect's Grand Elder died, and 5 early nascent soul stage cultivators died here along with him. Ghost Spirit Sect and Demon Flame Sect. After today, those 2 schools will likely cease to exist. This battle wasn't just good, it was a complete and utter crushing. After today, the entire Tianese will look up to you, treating you as an existence above the 3 great cultivators. The demonic path is weakened, almost broken at its spine by you. In a sense, after today, you can replace the former position of the 6 demonic sects. You will be on equal footing with the other 3 major powers. Liu Yun's, don't tell me this is what you wanted? You're not that shallow, Han Li said, looking at Liu Yun's with conviction. Thanks, hearing you say that makes me feel a lot better. Liu Yun slightly hunched his back, pointing his chin at the puppet soldiers cleaning up the battlefield. As you can see, it was with these guys that I defeated half of the demonic path so thoroughly. I believe others have seen it too. This is the power of soul imprint technology. The result of transforming the vast majority of mortals, overlooked by cultivators, into tangible productivity is right before your eyes. After today, everyone will understand what this powerful technology means. They will also understand how weak the old cultivator forces truly are in the face of this power. Before this, what I feared most was that they would discover this point before this battle, but the fact has proven that those capable of transcending their social environment and accurately discerning future trends are truly few and far between. At least among the 3 great cultivators of Tianese, such people do not exist. Han Li listened, his scalp tingling. He realized only now that what Liu Yun had told him before wasn't nonsense. Jade Talismans, Jade Transformed Light, Demon Dragon Blade, Azura Sacred Fire. This guy wasn't joking, he was truly preparing to wage war against the entire Tianese. Starting today, tens of millions of mortals in the entire Yuanwu Kingdom and the neighboring Yuanwu Kingdom will be incorporated into the Soul Imprint system. Tianese old forces have already lost their best chance to eradicate me. Now they only have two choices. First, learn from me, learn Soul Imprint technology, learn spirit tools/artifacts manufacturing, learn how to integrate mortals into the cultivation society system, and learn how to build a complete civilization. Second, play deaf and dumb, pretend not to know anything, and then wait to be crushed into dregs by the wheels of time. Old Han, I'm not doing all of this for personal grudges, nor for a power struggle between two forces. This is a war of advanced productive forces against backward production relations. It's a war of an emerging class against old forces. We have no choice. Chapter 580, The Spark. Han Li watched Liu Yun's retreating figure, his mind buzzing. Frankly, he didn't understand much of what Liu Yun said, it even sounded somewhat vague and confusing. But one thing he did understand. Liu Yun's wanted to overturn the entire existing system of Southern Heaven. Why do you want to do this? Han Li truly couldn't comprehend Liu Yun's reasons for doing these things. Even within the old system, with Liu Yun's talent and aptitude, he was a genuine beneficiary. Why would he want to overturn a system that brought him benefits? Liu Yun's, with his back to Han Li, let out a silent sneer. Old Han, Southern Heaven has problems, very big problems, he said in a calm voice. We both came back from the chaotic Star Sea, we've both seen what a normal, healthy, and upward-moving civilization should look like. But Southern Heaven is different, too different. In the chaotic Star Sea, mortals take on miscellaneous tasks, transportation, mining, and cultivation for cultivators, while cultivators are responsible for protecting islands, hunting Yao beasts, and resisting natural disasters. In the neighboring Mulan grassland, mortals directly worship cultivators in exchange for the cultivators' protection of their tribes. Old Han, do you see it? In other places outside Southern Heaven, regardless of the relationship between cultivators and mortals, at the very least, they form a complete civilization. Cultivators and mortals both contribute labor and productivity to the entire society as part of social production. But in Southern Heaven, civilization has been torn apart. Most mortals don't even know of the existence of cultivators, and cultivators don't interact with mortals, or if they do, it's with obvious malice. Cultivators and mortals have been artificially separated. Mortals have been stripped of the opportunity to contribute to the cultivation civilization. Old Han, this is a very terrifying thing. Imagine a genius with a heavenly spiritual root or an exotic spiritual root from a mortal background. In the chaotic Star Sea, he could join any school, even the Star Palace. In the Mulan grassland, he would be absorbed by the Mulan people's sacred temple, and his tribe would immediately rise in status. But in Southern Heaven, without heaven-defying luck, he can only live a mediocre life until old age, dying without ever knowing that there's a group of people in this world called cultivators. Now imagine a low-level cultivator with decent talent who clearly has the opportunity to advance further but is forced to waste his precious time, which should be used for cultivation, on a large amount of work that even mortals could complete. In the end, he can only watch helplessly as his lifespan approaches, powerless to do anything. Old Han, I'm not exaggerating. In Southern Heaven, countless such examples exist. Indeed, the probability of mortals developing spiritual roots is much lower than that of cultivation families. But think about it, how large is the base of mortals? And how large is the base of cultivators? Can you imagine how many people in Southern Heaven who could have become cultivators remain mortals until their death? Can you imagine how many low-level cultivators, lacking resources, are forced to miss their best opportunity to advance further, even when those resources are just sitting in the mountains waiting to be mined? Under Han Li's thoughtful gaze, Liu Yun sighed helplessly. I've been wondering for a long time, why is this? Is it because of resource scarcity? Although Southern Heaven's resources can't compare to the vastness of the chaotic Star Sea, they are enough to make the cultivators of the neighboring grassland drool. Their land is truly resource poor. Yet, with such meager resources, the entire grassland, including the Mulan people and the Tuwa people, has produced a total of 7 late nascent soul stage cultivators. And they almost started from scratch, creating a complete spirit arts system. What about Southern Heaven? Southern Heaven still only has 3 great cultivators. And almost all sects are living off the legacy of their ancestors. Liu Yun's took a deep breath and pointed in the direction old devil Hehuan had fled. Old Han, you just saw him, that's the so-called number 1 demonic cultivator of Southern Heaven. He's also a demonic cultivator in the late nascent soul stage. If 6 Paths Extreme Sage from the chaotic Star Sea were here, I would definitely tell Qing Li to run as far as she could, but old devil Hehuan. Hat. Liu Yun's let out a disdainful sneer. Southern Heaven has resources, it has legacy, and it has unique advantages. Old Han, the same ancient treasure, when placed in the chaotic Star Sea, is a rare and precious item, even causing nascent soul old monsters to fight over it. But in Southern Heaven, it's just so-so. Southern Heaven has an outrageous number of ancient cultivators' ruins. Ancient treasures, cultivation techniques, legacies, everything you could wish for. The secret realm of Yu country, you've seen it with your own eyes. If a remote Yu country has such a place, what about other countries? Not to mention anything else, just look at Demon Falling Valley. All cultivators in Southern Heaven know that there are countless ancient cultivators' immortal caves inside. But even after at least tens of thousands of years, not a single major power has been able to develop a method to enter Demon Falling Valley. Old Han, don't you think this is wrong? Tens of thousands of years. What have these people been doing? and the cultivation techniques of Southern Heaven. Believe me, any major school in Southern Heaven with a slightly longer history, their cultivation techniques definitely have a great origin. But until now, the strength of Southern Heaven cultivators is just so-so. In fact, under the same conditions, they can't even defeat the spirit arts system of the neighboring grassland, which almost started from scratch. Southern Heaven's cultivators, let alone promoting and innovating their own learning, can't even manage the simplest task of preserving their legacy. The reason is simple, a lack of people. The monopoly of resources by cultivation families and major cultivation schools has reached an outrageous degree. The entire Southern Heaven is being pushed by these parasites, step by step, into the abyss. They want to cling to their pitiful resources and status and continue to degenerate, pretending that all is well, pretending that everything is developing for the better. They don't want to change, they'd rather drown in the mud than have their status and power threatened in the slightest. If that's the case, then good, I'm here. Liu Yun's turned around, his eyes burning with what seemed like raging flames. Old Han, I'm not someone who wishes for chaos. I just want things to be as they should be. If Southern Heaven's cultivators are not up to par, then I'll find Southern Heaven's mortals. If they don't want to change, I'll force them to change. If they'd rather stay on their small chessboard and degenerate, I'll overturn their chessboard and force them to play by my rules. From today onwards, those mortals with no path forward, those whose lifespan is nearing its end yet cannot break through, those cultivators at the bottom who see no hope. For the vast majority of these people whose upward mobility has been blocked, I will give them a second choice. As for those rent seekers, if they are unwilling to change, then let them await their demise. Chapter 581, All sides begin to stir. Tianese, the main headquarters of the Huai sect, the largest sect in the Nine Kingdoms Alliance. The sect's only Grand Elder, Wei Wuya, also one of the only 3 late nascent soul stage cultivators in Tianese, was currently seated in a secluded pavilion, a cup of spirit tea in his hand, a smile in his eyes. Across from him, a kind-faced, well-featured Daoist priest with a sword on his back put down the jade slip in his hand and let out a long sigh, his eyes filled with complex emotions. Why does fellow Daoist Xiang sigh? Wei Wuya put down his spirit tea and asked with a smile. Now that the demonic path has been largely crippled, and old devil Hehuan is severely injured and won't recover for decades of secluded cultivation, shouldn't this be good news for you, fellow Daoist? The Daoist priest with the sword on his back, sitting opposite him, was none other than the other of the 3 great cultivators, the foremost figure of the righteous path in Tianese, Venerable Xiang. Brother Wei, why must you use such words to mock me? Venerable Xiang forced a bitter smile, his tone exceptionally sour. I admit, I misjudged this time. I didn't expect fellow Daoist Liu to be so formidable, defeating old devil Hehuan with just a flood dragon spirit beast and an incarnation, and even slaying the infamous Kunyan couple of the Joyful Union sect. Those 2, when working together, even gave me a headache. Indeed. Wei Wuya also sighed and said, this time, we all misjudged. Who would have thought that a mortal organization, once hunted by the ghost spirit sect in Yu State, would erupt with such powerful strength after fellow Daoist Liu took over? Fellow Daoist Xiang, we were both wrong. Fellow Daoist Liu is not some solitary loose cultivator, he is now the leader of a major power, on equal footing with us. We can no longer treat him as we would a loose cultivator. Upon hearing this, Venerable Xiang's eyes darkened slightly, but he quickly raised his head and asked Wei Wuya with a serious gaze. Brother Wei, if it is as you say, how should we deal with this suddenly emerging major power? Wei Wuya narrowed his eyes slightly, glanced at the seemingly sincere Venerable Xiang, and spoke of another matter in a calm and steady tone. Recently, our scouts on the grasslands reported back. The Mulan people are on the move again. What? Venerable Xiang was startled upon hearing this, but quickly reacted, stroking his chin thoughtfully. So, it has been over 100 years since the last great war, and it's almost time. Wei Wuya nodded, picked up his spirit tea, took a sip, and said without raising his head. According to the intelligence I've received, the Mulan people were previously soundly defeated by the Tuwa people on the grasslands, and large swathes of their land were occupied by the Tuwa people. They are now like homeless dogs, and Tianese is their last straw. They will never give it up easily. Before long, the Mulan people will advance with a large army, and this time, it is very likely to be the decisive battle between Tianese and the Mulan people. At this juncture, we in Tianese absolutely cannot afford internal strife. At this point, Wei Wuya suddenly looked up, his sharp gaze fixed directly on Venerable Xiang's gentle, jade-like face. Venerable Xiang showed no other reaction, merely nodded in agreement. Brother Wei is absolutely right. Tianese should now unite to face the enemy and absolutely cannot continue to consume itself. Venerable Xiang spoke these words firmly and without hesitation. Seeing this, Wei Wuya finally breathed a sigh of relief, a hint of a smile appearing at the corner of his mouth as he said. Since fellow Daoist Xiang also thinks so, then this old man is relieved. We cannot interfere with the grievances between fellow Daoist Liu and the demonic path, but at this critical moment for the survival of the entire Tianese, we cannot let them continue to act recklessly. This time, let you and I put aside our pride, Wei Wuya said with a chuckle. Ha ha ha. Brother Wei is absolutely right. Venerable Xiang laughed a few times, then after a moment of contemplation, he continued to Wei Wuya. Brother Wei, the demonic path has been largely defeated now, so they shouldn't make any more moves. However, there might be trouble between Liu Yun's and the Heavenly Dao Alliance. How about this, I will go to the Heavenly Dao Alliance and talk to fellow Daoists Long Han and Feng Bing. Brother Wei, you go to fellow deist Lu and see if he is willing to temporarily set aside his grievances with the demonic path for the greater good. Good. Wei Wuya narrowed his eyes slightly and agreed without hesitation. Venerable Xiang was surprised upon hearing this, he hadn't expected Wei Wuya to agree so readily. A hint of doubt immediately arose in his heart. But no matter what, this was his own suggestion, so Venerable Xiang didn't say much more. After a brief chat, he rose to take his leave and headed straight for the Heavenly Dao Alliance. Wei Wuya remained in place, watching Venerable Xiang leave, toying with a jade slip in his hand. After an unknown amount of time, Wei Wuya was heard muttering to himself in a low voice. Eternal life. Tianese, the main headquarters of the Joyful Union sect. This former leader of the demonic path had now fully activated its mountain protecting formation. Streaks of escape lights streaked across the sky, setting up layers of defenses in the air, clearly indicating a state of facing a formidable enemy. Just then, a pink escape light flashed across the horizon, arriving before the mountain protecting formation in the next instant. Who goes there? A sharp shout came from within the formation. 3 streaks of escape light immediately shot out, blocking the pink escape light. Me. A low, impatient growl came from within the escape light. The light dissipated, revealing the figure of old devil Yunlu. So it's senior brother Gu returning. The 3 escape lights also dissipated. A pink-clad woman with a peach-like face and a seductive figure breathed a sigh of relief and said with a smiling face. Beside her were 2 black-clad burly men, both appearing to be around 40 years old, their bodies shrouded in devilish chi. At first glance, they didn't seem to be from the Joyful Union sect, but rather practiced a cultivation technique of the Ghost Spirit sect lineage. All 3 of them were actually early nascent soul stage cultivators. Old devil Yunlu glanced at the 3, her slightly charming peach blossom eyes narrowed slightly, and a faint, almost imperceptible smile gradually appeared at the corner of her mouth, making the 3 opposite her feel a drumbeat in their hearts. Before the 3 could say anything more, old devil Yunlu asked directly. On the battlefield earlier, senior brother left too quickly, and I didn't have time to respond. He should have returned by now, right? Where is he now? As soon as these words were spoken, the faces of the 3 opposite immediately changed dramatically. The 2 burly men even instinctively took a step back, appearing as if they were facing a formidable enemy. Old devil Yunlu completely disregarded their wary expressions, still smiling, as if she had only asked casually. The pink-clad woman lowered her head slightly, her eyes moving, then she smiled and said. Senior brother Gu, the Grand Elder just returned and is currently in secluded cultivation to heal his injuries. Is that so? Old devil Yunlu smiled cryptically, then, as if the 3 were invisible, she directly flew towards the main headquarters. Chapter 582 Spirit Infants. On the battlefield of Yu country, as captives were escorted into the teleportation array one by one, this great war that had shaken the entire Tianese finally came to a complete end. Under the pincer attack of the profound Yin Mirror, Qing Li, and the Demon Dragon Blade, the remaining 5 nascent soul cultivators did not last long. However, Qing Li's movements were too grand and attracted attention when she made her move, wasting some time, so she couldn't beat the Demon Dragon Blade and only managed to get 1 nascent soul from a middle stage cultivator and 1 from an early nascent soul stage cultivator. Amidst Qing Li's unwilling wails, Lu Yun's could only give her the early nascent soul stage nascent soul he had just acquired, which effectively silenced her. The Demon Dragon Blade also devoured a large amount of a nascent soul cultivator's true essence and divine soul in this battle, which Lu Yun's absorbed into his body to slowly refine. It wouldn't be long before these true essence and divine soul would be transformed into the purest power. Besides these, some discoveries made by Lu Yun's number 4 gave Lu Yun's a huge surprise. These nascent soul-like things, called spirit infants, exhibited very rare and precious characteristics. These spirit infants originated from nascent souls, but their essence was already completely different from nascent souls. Firstly, a normal nascent soul actually has no ability to cultivate independently, it must have a physical body to properly cultivate cultivation techniques and divine abilities. But spirit infants are different, these little things don't need a physical body at all to cultivate the divine abilities that human cultivators can cultivate, and even advance their cultivation on their own. In other words, within these spirit infants, there are meridians and dantian just like a normal human body. Moreover, a normal nascent soul cannot be exposed to the outside world for a long time, at least before soul transformation. A cultivator's nascent soul is very fragile. But spirit infants are completely different, they don't need a physical body at all and can freely roam between heaven and earth. Sunlight, astral wines, and even some cultivators' divine abilities, things that are extremely dangerous for nascent souls, are nothing to spirit infants. In some sense, spirit infants are a completely new type of spirit entity. The physical body can even be said to be a burden for them. Lu Yun's couldn't figure out what those brain-dead people from Yuling sect were thinking. Such a powerful spirit entity, and you use it as a one-time early nascent soul stage incarnation to refine? This thinking is too rigid, isn't it? Who said only humans can be elders? These newborn spirit infants, if properly educated and taught divine abilities, spells, cultivation techniques, and cultivation, wouldn't they be ready-made nascent soul level combat power? Not only do they not have the core formation level lifespan restrictions of spirit infant cultivators, but their cultivation can also grow a second time in the future. Isn't this more practical than refining them into incarnations? Lu Yun's held the golden spirit infant, racking his brains but still couldn't understand what these guys were thinking. If it weren't for 5 early nascent soul stage incarnations that came today, but 5 spirit infants each with their own intelligence, capable of cooperating with each other, and possessing strange divine abilities, Lu Yun's number 4 would not have won so easily. Old Han, who was beside him, saw it clearly and said with a slight twitch of his mouth, "Not everyone is as open-minded as you. Those not of our race are bound to have different hearts. This is the normal human way of thinking. Liu Yun's peculiar way of thinking is not something everyone can accept." Liu Yun's, upon hearing this, uncharacteristically remained silent. The spirit infant manufacturing technology from Dongmen Tu's memory was too useful to him. For more than 20 years since his nascent soul condensation, although Liu Yun's divine abilities were far superior to the past, his cultivation had been stagnant. The reason is simple: his nascent soul is not like a normal nascent soul. A normal nascent soul is composed of heaven and earth spiritual qi, divine soul, and true essence, which is the so-called essence, qi, and spirit. Ordinary cultivators only need to absorb heaven and earth spiritual qi and cultivate cultivation techniques, simultaneously strengthening all three aspects, and the nascent soul naturally grows along with them. But Liu Yun's nascent soul is different. Due to the lack of spiritual qi intervention during nascent soul condensation, Liu Yun's nascent soul cannot cultivate and advance in a normal way. Without a normal nascent soul to act as an organ for spiritual qi conversion and storage, no matter how much heaven and earth spiritual qi Liu Yun's absorbs, he cannot transform it into his own divine soul and true essence, he can only convert it into magic power for use. And now, this method of manufacturing spirit infants has opened another door for him. Since he cannot cultivate with his physical body, why not just cultivate with his nascent soul? Using the nascent soul as the physical body, directly refining heaven and earth spiritual qi to become nourishment for the growth of the divine soul and physical body. Normal cultivators drive the growth of the nascent soul with their physical body and divine soul. Liu Yun's could do the opposite, using the strength of the nascent soul to drive his own divine soul and true essence. Thinking of this, Liu Yun's frowned slightly and put away the golden spirit infant. From Dongmen Tu's memory, Yuling sect had only one golden spirit infant, but one spare of each other attribute of spirit infant. Liu Yun's has other uses for these spirit infants, and now he can put together another set of 5 elements spirit infants. The Grand Elder of Yuling sect's nascent soul is already in his hands, so now it just depends on whether Yuling sect wants him back. Liu Yun smiled faintly, looking towards the horizon. "You're smiling so lewdly," Han Li said earnestly from the side. Liu Yun's expression immediately crumpled, and he rolled his eyes in dissatisfaction. "You've had enough. You've been mocking me non-stop since just now." Han Li scoffed, then turned his head to look at the demonic path cultivators being escorted into the teleportation array. "Old Liu, how do you plan to deal with these people?" Han Li asked seriously. Liu Yun glared at him directly, saying displeasedly, "Do you think I'm a perverted serial killer? I plan to teach these people the soul imprint method, show them how to manufacture and use spirit tools/artifacts, and then let them go back." Han Li's temples twitched, and he couldn't help but press his brow in a headache. "Are you serious? What if they learn this and use it to fight you?" "Hat. Then let them fight. If they can really defeat me, it means their technology in this area has surpassed mine. Isn't that a good thing?" Liu Yun's reached out and patted Han Li's shoulder. "Old Han, I've said it before. I'm not doing all this to dominate or for personal grievances. Some things, whether they do them or I do them, there's no difference. If this technology can truly flourish and constantly innovate, then even if I'm defeated by them, I'll still be very happy." Liu Yun's pressed Han Li's shoulder hard. "On this new chessboard, I don't necessarily have to be the winner. Besides, if they really become interested in this technology, then we're on the same side. There's no need to fight at all. Whatever they want, I can just give it to them." Liu Yun's grinned, and for some reason, Han Li suddenly felt that this bastard's condition had gotten even worse. "All right." Han Li sighed, then suddenly pointed to the puppet soldiers in the Immortal Slaying Society who had later joined the battle. "Do they think so too?" Chapter 583, Division. Liu Yun's was stunned for a moment, then suddenly thought of something. He turned his head and looked at the Immortal Slaying Society group with a tightly furrowed brow. In his divine sense, most of these people showed excited, happy, and joyful smiles. But there was still a small portion of people who stared at the captives expressionlessly, with flames of hatred flickering in their eyes. Number 5. Liu Yun's tone suddenly turned cold. Han Li was startled, and then, to his horrified expression, the massive iron-clad warship beneath their feet suddenly began to deform. Plates of steel armor rearranged and combined, transforming into a colossal human face made of various steel parts, clearly another Liu Yun's. Han Li's heart pounded, but then, as if he had thought of something, he suddenly calmed down. That's right, soul imprint technology, the best choice to replicate oneself. How could a lunatic like Liu Yun's resist replicating himself? Immediately activate the soul imprint within the small interface, take control of the entire city, protect all the captives, and wait for me to return. All right. Liu Yun's number 5's voice carried a metallic grinding sound, like electronic music, yet it exuded a cheerful demeanor. Liu Yun's then noticed Han Li's strange expression and shrugged helplessly, saying, "Don't look at me like that. Do you really think opening a teleportation array anywhere is easy? This set of equipment I copied from the Void Heaven Palace requires a huge teleportation hub as a transfer station to achieve arbitrary teleportation within a certain range." Liu Yun stomped on the giant ship beneath his feet. "That's this thing. There's another identical one in the city of the small interface. Both are directly controlled by number 5. Otherwise, every time I open a teleportation array, it would take me at least a quarter of an hour, just calculating the various spatial differences would exhaust me to death." Han Li's mouth twitched, and he sighed helplessly, saying nothing. Alright, let's go quickly. If we're any slower, I'm really afraid these people will do something. Liu Yun's tapped his foot, and a white teleportation array instantly appeared beneath them. Accompanied by a flash of white light, the two reappeared in the center of the giant city within the small interface. In a prison made of massive rings, the demonic path captives were held separately according to their cultivation level. At first glance, they looked like hamster balls encased in metal rings. Outside the prison, puppet soldiers stood in a line, confronting a group of people. Liu Yun's mouth twitched at this, and a hint of helplessness flashed in his eyes. His mind hadn't caught up. While the new members of the Immortal Slaying Society were fine, the old members of the Immortal Slaying Society had fought their way through the darkest years. Their approach to all cultivators basically followed Li Ying'er's plan, better to kill 1,000 innocent than to let one guilty escape. Not to mention, these were all demonic path cultivators, and a large portion of them were from the Ghost Spirit sect. Too many of these old members had a blood feud with the Ghost Spirit sect. Each of their once-aged bodies had struggled through relying on their hatred for the Ghost Spirit sect. Now that their enemies were right in front of them, how could they hold back? Liu Yun's mind was a bit muddled, and for a moment, he couldn't think of any solution. It was Han Li, standing beside him, who suddenly clapped Liu Yun's on the shoulder. Say something, they're waiting, Han Li transmitted with an expressionless face, then added, this time, you can only pick a side. Liu Yun's eyelids twitched. He sighed silently and slowly flew in front of everyone. Mr. Liu. Everyone bowed slightly to Liu Yun's. Standing at the forefront of the crowd was a beautiful, charming woman about 10 feet tall. Liu Yun's recognized her, she was the old woman who had been the first to speak out in support of him in the Immortal Slaying Society back then. Mr. Liu, today we old-timers are gathered here simply to ask for an explanation, the woman said calmly. Every one of these demonic path cultivators has the blood of mortals on their hands. We understand, Mr. Liu, that you are a cultivator, with a long-term vision, and perhaps you need them alive for some purpose. But we mortals only believe in one thing, blood for blood. When we followed you back then, it was, firstly, to repay your great kindness, and secondly, to avenge the Ghost Spirit sect. Now that we have accomplished the former, we ask you, Mr. Liu, to give us a chance to achieve the latter. These people showed no anger, no aggression, no the most vicious curses, nor disappointed eyes. They just stared at Liu Yun's, expressionless and focused. At this moment, Liu Yun suddenly felt as if their gazes had become solid, pressing down on his shoulders, heavier than a mountain, heavier than this giant city they had built with their own hands. After a long stare, Liu Yun suddenly waved his hand, and the prison composed of rings flew out from behind him. Among the demonic path cultivators, those at Foundation Establishment mid-stage and above, and over 30 years old, are yours to deal with. Leave the rest, give them a chance, Liu Yun said with some difficulty. Their ideology of mortals and cultivators being in opposition and hatred originated from Li Ying'er, and also from the naive, ignorant, and arrogant Liu Yuns of that year. Debts must always be repaid, no matter how much time has passed. The members of the Immortal Slaying Society remained silent for a long time, then one by one, they stepped forward and took their captives, who now belonged to them. After bowing to Liu Yuns, these old members, with their captives and some people who were still willing to follow them, returned to Tianese via the teleportation array of the small interface. Liu Yuns knew they would not return. The former Immortal Slaying Society had, after all, split into two. Who was right could only be judged by time. Suddenly, Liu Yuns felt so tired. Han Li reached out and patted his shoulder. Cheer up, this is also a good thing. At least after they leave, everyone remaining will be those who support you. Liu Yuns gave a bitter smile, not responding, but instead changed the subject and asked. What are your plans next? Han Li was startled by this, subconsciously taking a step back, blocking himself with his hands, and looking at Liu Yuns with a vigilant expression. Based on his experience of being tricked for over 200 years, that bastard was definitely up to no good again. What do you want? Han Li asked with a serious expression. Actually, it's nothing. Liu Yuns rubbed his hands, a little embarrassed. It's just a small matter I wanted to discuss with you, you see. No way. Han Li said decisively. Really no chance? Absolutely no chance. Liu Yuns narrowed his eyes slightly, sizing up Han Li. Old Han, as far as I know, you haven't gone to see Nangongwan yet, have you? What exactly do you want to do? Chapter 584, Boyhood. You state, the former headquarters of the Unyu sect. Liu Yun stood at the foot of the mountain, looking up at the towering peaks and the faintly visible pavilions and terraces deep within them. In Liu Yun's memories, there should have been a perpetual mist and a semi-real illusion here, used to conceal the Unyu sect's headquarters. But now, only an empty complex of buildings and ugly cave entrances remained in the mountains. Liu Yun stood at the foot of the mountain, silent for a long, long time. It wasn't until Wen Ziyu, behind him, took an uneasy step forward and patted Liu Yun's shoulder. I'm fine, Liu Yun said without turning his head. He turned around and very naturally took Wen Ziyu's hand. Let's go. I'll show you what my old home looked like. Wen Ziyu was startled for a moment, then couldn't help but chuckle, walking briskly to Liu Yun's side. Neither of them chose to fly or use spells, instead, like two mortals, they walked up the mountain step by step. They passed through dense forests and crossed gurgling streams. Occasionally, fierce beasts roared in the mountains, and Liu Yun's, like a child, roared back at them, then laughed and pulled Wen Xiyu to run away. They walked from dawn to noon, and then from noon until the sun began to set. Liu Yun's talked almost incessantly to Wen Xiyu about his childhood. At that time, Liu Yun's was still a proper mischievous child, full of curiosity about a strange world. So, even with Kaiang Wuji's constant reminders to cultivate diligently, he would uncontrollably sneak out, only to be caught by Kaiang Wuji and brought back for kneeling punishment after not running far. Later, as Liu Yun's grew up, he discovered how to conserve energy and protect his knees while kneeling. From then on, kneeling punishment held no deterrent power over him. They continued walking until the sun was setting, and the enormous fiery orb in the sky was just hanging on the mountaintop. Only then did they enter the gate of the Yunyu sect, stepping into the array of pavilions and terraces. This is the Spirit Beast Pavilion. When I was young, besides all sorts of strange and wonderful spells, what interested me most were these tamed spirit beasts. Back then, I often came here to observe these spirit beasts. Because of my master, the overseers here didn't dare to bother me. And the low-level disciples working here liked me a lot. They often told me about the characteristics of spirit beasts and their rearing techniques. I remember she had a round face, and to be honest, she wasn't particularly beautiful, but she looked very kind and made people feel comfortable. I remember later, she failed foundation establishment and was arranged by her family to marry out. I never saw her again after that. This is the 100 Mechanisms Hall, a gathering place for the sex artifact refiners. I learned the most basic artifact refining techniques here back then. Those bastards tried to fool me with a few cheap, old books, but I wasn't stupid. I directly took their tokens while they were in a meeting, sealed their conference room, and then snuck into the library to copy all the ancient texts inside. Because of this, those artifact refiners found my master, and he almost died laughing. Of course, I didn't let them off later. I smashed this place more than once after I grew up. This is the Heavenly Ingenuity Pavilion. Liu Yun's held Wen Xiyu's hand, walking deeper into the sect while chattering, unclear whether he was telling Wen Xiyu or himself. This is where I grew up. Later, many things really happened. Even this place changed so much, badly ravaged by those people from the Ghost Spirit sect. Wen Xiyu nodded slightly, smiling as she asked. Sir, shall we open an immortal cave here? No need, there's one already. I still remember where the Grand Elder of the Yunyu sect's immortal cave was back then. Speaking of which, don't laugh, but I always wanted to see what it looked like inside, but I never had the chance. Liu Yun's chuckled softly, finding a step to sit down on. Wen Xiyu sat beside him, only then realizing that this spot offered a perfect view of the setting sun in the distance. The semicircular fiery red orb hung in the sky, its light dyeing both their faces red. The sky was also stained blood red by this light, and the scale-like fiery clouds seemed to truly burn, emitting a crimson glow beneath the blue-purple sky. This light spilled over the surrounding pavilions and terraces, turning the glazed tiles into a brilliant purple. Liu Yun stared blankly at the scene, not recovering for a long while. 200 years had passed in a blink of an eye, but today Liu Yun suddenly realized that the sunset in this world was as beautiful as it was in his previous life. Wen Xiyu hooked her arm through Liu Yun's, her head slightly bowed, resting on his shoulder. How does it compare to the chaotic star sea? Liu Yun suddenly asked with a smile. Much more beautiful, Wen Xiyu said, looking at Liu Yun's face and smiling. Liu Yun smiled and said nothing. The two maintained a strange unspoken understanding, neither willing to break the rare atmosphere with a sound. Until a pink escape lights appeared on the horizon. Liu Yun pursed his lips, revealing an expression that was both disdainful and helpless. Wen Xiyu released Liu Yun's arm as if electrified, her face redder than the sunset. The pink escape light stopped in front of the two, revealing the smiling figure of old devil Yunlu. It seems I've interrupted you too, old devil Yunlu said with a smile. Wen Xiyu quickly stood up and bowed to old devil Yunlu. Liu Yun's, on the other hand, reluctantly picked at his ear. Tisk. I thought you'd take a while longer to arrive. Old devil Yunlu chuckled, saying in a light tone, this is all thanks to you. Senior brother Hehuan is severely injured, and the Kun Yin couple have been killed. Within the entire Joyful Union sect, there's no one left who can oppose me. Liu Yun's raised an eyebrow in surprise, asking incredulously, is it that simple? Your senior brother Hehuan didn't leave any backup plans. Het. Old devil Yunlu chuckled, a hint of disdain flashing in his eyes. I forgot to tell you something. I was originally the personal disciple of the previous Grand Elder of the Hehuan sect, his true successor. The only reason my senior brother inherited the title of Old Devil Hehuan was simply because he entered the late nascent soul stage a step earlier than me. Even so, my influence within the sect is still considerable, which is why my senior brother was so wary of me. Besides that, I also have to thank you. Me? Liu Yun's looked at him with a puzzled expression. Yes, back then, a certain person took my jade pendant and emphatically told everyone that he was my personal disciple, Old Devil Yunlu said with a slight smile in his eyes. Because of that, I had quite a bit of trouble. But now, thanks to having a formidable disciple, my status in the Hehuan sect is also rising rapidly. Chapter 585, Negotiations. Liu Yun's mouth twitched, and he awkwardly turned his head away. He remembered that back then, to avenge Kaiang Wuji by killing Wang Luo of the Ghost Spirit sect, he had used Old Devil Yunlu's jade pendant and, with Dong Xianer's help, mobilized the Joyful Union sect's army, wiping out the Ghost Spirit sect's group. At the time, he was in a hurry to escape and didn't have time to consider what kind of trouble this incident would bring to Old Devil Yunlu and Dong Xianer. You suddenly bringing this up to me, you're not trying to ask for a favor, are you? Liu Yun's asked, somewhat helplessly. It wasn't that he was being cynical, it was just that facing an old monster like old devil Yunlu, he dared not relax even for a moment. Not a favor, but you do owe me one, that's true. I'll have you repay it when the opportunity arises. Old devil Yunlu waved his hand casually, his gaze lingering on Wen Ziyu for a moment before he said with a smile. Your taste and luck are both quite good. Another innate charm, and you've encountered her again. Liu Yun's lowered his eyelids, feeling a bit awkward to respond. Wen Ziyu, however, looked at him in surprise, her eyes subtly shifting, wondering what he was thinking. Seeing this, old devil Yunlu let out a somewhat feminine chuckle, waved his hand, and said, young man, don't laugh when I say this, but when I came, those people from the Joyful Union sect racked their brains to ensure smooth negotiations with you. Someone even suggested I bring Xianer here to negotiate with you. Wasn't that fool killed by you? Liu Yun's asked directly. Not yet, but there will be an opportunity in the future, old devil Yunlu said with an unchanging smile. Neither of them mentioned why Dong Xianer wasn't brought along. Liu Yun's knew very well that as the temporary Grand Elder of the Joyful Union sect and the current leader of the demonic path, old devil Yunlu should, by all accounts, use any means necessary to gain an advantage in negotiations with Liu Yun's. Moreover, if he could use this to win over Liu Yun's as an ally, it would be a huge boon for both the Joyful Union sect and himself personally. But as a father, he could never, under such circumstances, hand his daughter over to another person, no matter how much he admired that person. It was also because of this that Liu Yun's was able to negotiate with old devil Yunlu so calmly at this moment. Let's not exchange pleasantries. Tell me directly, what will it take for you to spare the Joyful Union sect and the demonic path cultivators you've captured? Old devil Yunlu pinched his brow, his voice low as he said, you should know that the demonic path's situation is very bad right now. Thank you for not completely eliminating my senior brother, but while he's in seclusion recovering from his injuries, it's hard to guarantee that the Heavenly Dao Alliance and the Righteous Path won't try to encroach on the demonic path's territory. My pressure is immense right now. At this point, old devil Hehuan pursed his lips, looking a bit tired. His peach blossom eyes, which seemed capable of captivating souls, drooped slightly, carrying both the unrestrained air of a man and the allure of a woman. Wen Ziyu stared blankly for a moment, while Liu Yun's mouth twitched, and he silently sighed. I understand. You can rest assured on that point, I never intended to do anything to you. As for those captives, some are gone, and the rest I will release after a while. Old devil Yunlu narrowed his eyes upon hearing this, and asked warily. After a while? Why? Liu Yun shook his head, nothing, just showing them another possibility. To be honest, aside from the ghost spirit sect, I have no personal grudges with any of you, and there's no need to push things to the extreme. Let's be direct. I only want you country and Yuanwu kingdom, nothing else. This should be enough for you to explain to the other demonic path members. After today, you country and Yuanwu kingdom will merge, becoming a neutral zone. Your demonic path, as well as the Nine Kingdoms Alliance, the Heavenly Dao Alliance, and the Righteous Path, can all come in for free trade, free exchange, and even study. I don't care, as long as you don't cause trouble. Also, your demonic path members cannot obstruct others. Furthermore, I need to leave a group of people in Dongyu Kingdom to research the restrictions of the Demon Falling Valley. I need your public acknowledgement, and you cannot send people to interfere. These are all my current demands. What do you think? Old devil Yunlu's eyes widened in surprise. It wasn't that Liu Yun's was asking for too much, on the contrary, he was asking for too little. Yu country and Yuanwu kingdom belong to the Ghost Spirit sect and the Demon Flame sect, respectively, 2 of the 6 demonic sects. One of these schools had essentially been annihilated by Liu Yun's, while the other was barely clinging to existence, though not by much. It could be said that Yu country and Yuanwu kingdom were now effectively Liu Yun's. What he was truly asking from the demonic path was merely a neutral zone designation, a promise not to obstruct other cultivators, and an acknowledgement of the legitimacy of his research on the Demon Falling Valley's restrictions in Dongyu Kingdom. The only somewhat difficult point here was the legitimacy of researching the Demon Falling Valley's restrictions. With the current capabilities of the demonic path, they didn't have the guts to interfere with him or take any substantive action. Liu Yun's demands, at most, were simply to gain the demonic path's support in public opinion. These demands were too low, so low they seemed unrealistic. Old devil Yunlu pondered for a moment, then suddenly looked up and said seriously, why don't you ask for more? With such minimal demands, they won't believe it. Instead, they'll think you're accumulating strength, preparing to wipe us out in one fell swoop. Liu Yun's mouth twitched upon hearing this, and he let out a helpless, long sigh. Then give me some war reparations. I'll make you a list later, and you can go back and have them gather it. Also, have the Demon Flame sect clean up their main altar, leaving behind some of their secret techniques and treasures. I'll send people to supervise their evacuation. Is that problem solved now? Oh, and also the Yuling sect, have them come to me to discuss the redemption of Dongmen Tuesday. No problem, old devil Yunlu said with a light tone. In fact, even before coming, old devil Yunlu had already made a trip to Yuanwu Kingdom and discussed with the remaining elders of the Demon Flame sect, successfully reaching an agreement. After today, the Demon Flame sect would merge into the Joyful Union sect, becoming an independent sub-altar. In a sense, this was also old devil Yunlu's first step in gradually reclaiming power within the Joyful Union sect. With such an independent and powerful ally, many things would become much easier. Since everything has been settled, I won't disturb you two any longer. Old Devil Yunlu smiled, his gaze sweeping over the two of them, and then he continued leisurely. Oh, Lu Yuns, if you get a chance, go see Xiener. Girls, no matter how much they miss someone in their hearts, find it very difficult to take the initiative. In such a situation, as a man, you should have the magnanimity to visit her yourself. Lu Yun's gaze flickered, not daring to respond to that remark. Old Devil Yunlu merely chuckled at this, then transformed into a pink escape light and vanished. Lu Yuns looked up at the stars that now filled the sky, gazing in the direction Old Devil Yunlu had left, and his brows gradually furrowed. Sir, what's wrong? Wenzi raised an eyebrow, walked in front of Lu Yuns, and asked with a smiling gaze. Lu Yuns was startled by her smile, but then quickly recovered, saying somewhat helplessly. I'm just wondering if I've forgotten something? I always feel like I've overlooked something. After thinking for a while, Lu Yuns wisely gave up on this endeavor. Never mind, if I could forget it, it means it's not important. Let's go, I'll take you to see the Unyu sect's treasury and see what good things the ghost spirit sect left behind. Suddenly, Lu Yuns paused, turned around, and looked with surprise at a purple escape light flying in the distance. The escape light was incredibly fast, arriving in front of the two in the blink of an eye from the horizon. The escape light silently dissipated, revealing an old man with an extraordinary demeanor and sharp features. The moment Lu Yun saw this person, he was momentarily stunned, then broke into a smile, cupped his hands, and bowed. Fellow Daoist Wei, I have been waiting for you for a long time. Chapter 586, Various Factions. At the border of Yu Kingdom, a man with a silver mask raised his head, looking at the purple escape light streaking across the sky. A hint of surprise appeared in his eyes, quickly turning into a deep-seated hatred. A large hand clapped him on the shoulder, making him quickly lower his head. Let's go, we still have things to do. With a low voice, a man in a black robe walked in front of the masked man. Yes. Your son obeys. The masked man bowed his head in response, the flame in his eyes gradually receding, replaced by a deep, poisonous resentment. The man nodded in satisfaction, turned around, and gazed in the direction of the Unyu sect's old site for a long time, letting out a cold snort from his nose. Wang Tiansheng had survived. After old Devil Hehuan was suppressed by Qing Li, and the Dragon Han and Phoenix Bing couple had one of them easily slain by Lu Yun's number 4, Wang Tiansheng unhesitatingly turned and fled. Fear filled his heart, and for a considerable period, he only cared about running forward. Ghost Spirit Sect, 6 demonic sects, even his own son Wang Chan, were all cast aside. Only the words escape with his life remained in his mind. It wasn't until he flew to the border of Yu Kingdom that Wang Tiansheng surprisingly looked back, only to find that no one was chasing him at all. He was like a pathetic clown, thinking he was important, but in reality, no one had him in their eyes. Upon realizing this, joy and humiliation simultaneously welled up in Wang Tiansheng's heart. Lu Yuns, Wang Tiansheng silently recited the name in his heart, his gaze becoming cold and piercing, like a venomous snake lurking in the darkness. Father, where are we going next? Wang Chan asked cautiously from the side. Beside him, a stunningly beautiful young woman looked at these people with an indifferent gaze. An early nascent soul stage Wang Tiansheng, 3 or 4 core formation cultivators, plus her and Wang Chan, both late core formation stage. This was all that remained of the ghost spirit sect's power. These few people, yet they still dared to think of revenge. It was simply laughable. A barely perceptible sneer appeared in the corner of the young woman's eye, but she quickly suppressed it. The ghost spirit sect will not perish in my hands, Wang Tiansheng muttered, whether to others or to himself, was unclear. The ghost spirit sect still has some hidden power, we still have a chance. Black chi swirled around Wang Tiansheng as he let out a low shout. Go. As soon as his voice fell, the group transformed into streaks of black chi, crossing the border of Yu Kingdom and rapidly flying towards the 9 Kingdoms Alliance. The main altar of the Luanming sect, the Heavenly Dao Alliance's foremost sect. A streak of escape lights suddenly rose, flying at an extremely fast speed towards the Righteous Path Alliance. Within the escape lights, Venerable Xiang, the number 1 person of the Southern Heavenly Righteous Path, had a gloomy expression and deep eyes, his mood exceptionally complex. Not long ago, he had come to the Luanming sect to seek an audience with the Dragon Han and Phoenix Bing couple, who were in charge of the Heavenly Dao Alliance. This couple was extremely famous in the Southern Heavenly. Although both only had middle-stage nascent soul cultivation, their combined efforts made them fearless of any of the 3 great cultivators. This was also the key to the Heavenly Dao Alliance being able to stand shoulder to shoulder with the other 3 major forces. This time, he had preemptively secured the opportunity to negotiate with the Dragon Han and Phoenix Bing couple from Weiwei, hoping to sound them out first. He always felt that allowing the Immortal slaying society under Lu Yuns to run rampant was not a good idea. Once mortals in other countries learned of this and followed suit, the entire Southern Heavenly would fall into chaos. Unfortunately, Lu Yuns' strength was unfathomable. Putting aside everything else, just having the flood dragon that defeated old Devil Hehuan and the incarnation that slew the Dragon Han and Phoenix Bing couple meant that even if their 3 great cultivators of the Southern Heavenly joined forces, it would likely be very difficult to kill him. Not to mention old Devil Hehuan was now severely injured. In such a situation, if things went awry, then the Dragon Han and Phoenix Bing couple would be a crucial powerful force to win over. Their combined strength could fill the void left by old Devil Hehuan. However, the idea was good, but for some unknown reason, from the moment he arrived at the Luanming sect, Feng Bing used the excuse of going into seclusion to avoid him, and Long Han also prevaricated, constantly changing the subject, unwilling to give a clear answer. He dragged it out until the end, and Venerable Xiang, seeing that nothing could be done, could only reluctantly take his leave. Fortunately, although they did not reach a consensus on joining forces against Liu Yun's and the Immortal Slaying Society, Long Han's opinion was highly consistent with his own on maintaining stability and preventing internal strife in the Southern Heavenly. This way, at least the trip wasn't a complete waste. First Wei Wuya, then the Dragon Han and Phoenix Bing couple, why are their attitudes so ambiguous? What exactly happened? Venerable Xiang muttered in a low voice, his escape lights instantly speeding up by 3 points, heading straight for the Righteous Path Alliance. The moon hung high in the sky, adorned with countless stars, exceptionally dazzling. Liu Yun's bid farewell to the visiting Wei Wuya, collapsing tiredly on the steps with a deep sigh. Frankly, the conversation with Wei Wuya wasn't difficult at all, in fact, it was quite simple. The other party was exceptionally agreeable, readily agreeing to everything, whether it was acknowledging the neutral status of Yu Kingdom's territory or promising to allow him to research the restrictions of the Demon Falling Valley in the Dongyu Kingdom. Wei Wuya agreed to all of it without even negotiating terms. The other party's straightforwardness, on the contrary, left Liu Yun somewhat at a loss, until the other party proposed needing soul imprint technology. Only then did Liu Yun suddenly realize. Wei Wuya was the oldest among the 3 great cultivators, by his reckoning, his remaining lifespan was probably not much. For him, the option of eternal life was simply too tempting, enough to make him sacrifice everything in exchange. Liu Yun's naturally agreed readily, and even included a comprehensive manual on spirit tools/artifacts. The 9 Kingdoms Alliance side is settled. As for the Heavenly Dao Alliance, Old Han should be almost done by now, judging by the time. Only the Righteous Path Alliance remains. Liu Yun's muttered, feeling a headache coming on. He wanted to spread soul imprint technology and spirit tools/artifacts technology, and this couldn't be achieved by brute force alone. Unless he could now sweep across the entire Southern Heavenly, some matters still required a bit of thought. Liu Yun's believed that anyone with a bit of intelligence could see the potential and future of these 2 technologies. They could also easily discern the deep malice behind them towards those in power. The future isn't very bright, Liu Yun sighed deeply, muttering to himself. Just then, a pair of soft hands pressed against his temples, gently massaging them. Liu Yun's immediately felt his headache alleviate considerably, and he couldn't help but let out a long breath, saying, "Thank you. Why is Mr. still so polite?" Wen Ziyu said with a smile. Then, she lowered her head slightly, resting her fair chin on Liu Yun's shoulder. Her long black hair spread out slightly, brushing against Liu Yun's face, making it a little itchy. "Mister, I will be attempting core formation soon. I don't know if I will succeed," Wen Ziyu said in a low, soft tone. "Don't worry about that," Liu Yun's naturally raised his hand and stroked her smooth, black hair. "I have some medicinal pills here that can increase the chances of core formation, and some secret arts I created myself, which should be enough to raise your core formation success rate by 50 to 60%. Even if you fail, I still have other methods. So, don't worry, a mere core formation won't stump me." Wen Ziyu lowered her head slightly, her soft, tender red lips touching Liu Yun's ear. "Mister, I'm still a little scared. A 50 to 60% chance is high, but I want to raise that chance even higher." As Wen Ziyu whispered, her body, as if boneless, leaned forward slightly. With her hands on Liu Yun's shoulders, she slid into Liu Yun's embrace with an incredibly lithe movement. She cupped Liu Yun's face in her hands, looking down into his eyes. In Liu Yun's sight, her flushed face was framed by enchanting eyes like water. Behind her, countless stars twinkled, and a silvery white full moon hung above her head, making her appear both sacred and alluring. She leaned down and whispered into Liu Yun's ear, like a kitten purring softly. "Siyu wishes to use the power of dual cultivation to break through the core formation bottleneck. Mister, can you help me just this once?" Chapter 587, Legacy. Several days later, Liu Yun sat in the immortal cave of the successive Grand Elders of the Yunyu sect, which he had only recently managed to organize. A map of Tianese was spread out before him, and he was observing it with rapt attention. For some reason, Liu Yun's face appeared somewhat pale, and his back was slightly hunched, making him look a bit stooped. As for what exactly happened these past few days, Liu Yun could only say that due to policy reasons, he could not disclose it. If he had to describe the experience, Liu Yun could only say that innate charm was indeed remarkable, and the Miao insect's secret techniques truly had their unique points. Although they couldn't compare to the profoundness of the Yunyu sect's secret arts, they excelled in their unconventional moves and bold approach. Coupled with the other party's special physique and gender advantage, Liu Yun's was almost unable to parry. Fortunately, Liu Yun's had a slight edge in practical combat experience, which allowed him to preserve the Yunyu sect's dignity. 9 Kingdoms Alliance, Righteous Path Alliance, Heavenly Dao Alliance. Liu Yun's lowered his head slightly, his gaze wandering over the map as he muttered to himself. The goal of spreading soul imprint technology and spirit tools technology was mostly complete. The 9 Kingdoms Alliance, needless to say, was constantly facing threats from the grasslands and urgently needed a large number of combatants. Coupled with the permission of Wei Wuya, the leader of the 9 Kingdoms Alliance, the dissemination of these 2 technologies within the 9 Kingdoms Alliance would not encounter any obstacles. As for the Heavenly Dao Alliance, Liu Yun had already sent Han Li there. His plan was for Han Li to join a major sect within the Heavenly Dao Alliance, thereby showing goodwill to the Heavenly Dao Alliance. After all, after the battle in Yu country, the entire Tianese should have witnessed Han Li's strength and his relationship with Liu Yun's. Presumably, no sect would refuse his entry. However, to Liu Yun's surprise, Han Li did not choose the top sect of the Heavenly Dao Alliance, the Luanming sect, but instead chose the Lu Yun sect of Xi country. On second thought, this also seemed like a good choice. On one hand, the Lu Yun sect was located in Xi country, which was the deepest hinterland of the Heavenly Dao Alliance, far from the righteous and demonic factions. They also had no significant conflicts of interest with them, making their relationship much simpler. On the other hand, although the Lu Yun sect itself was not particularly strong, the three sects of Yunmen Mountain had always been united. Their relationship was somewhat similar to the seven sects of Yu country back then. While they might engage in internal strife when there were no external enemies, they would immediately unite against any outside interference. The alliance of the three sects was a significant and influential force within the Heavenly Dao Alliance. Liu Yun's never thought that this method alone could persuade the Heavenly Dao Alliance to accept these two technologies. He merely wanted to use this approach to extend some goodwill and convey some positive information to the Heavenly Dao Alliance, thereby gaining time for gradual infiltration. After all, the Heavenly Dao Alliance was different from the righteous and demonic factions, it was merely a loose alliance, and its internal control was far weaker than the other three major forces. As long as Liu Yun's had sufficient patience, he would eventually see these two technologies spread within the Heavenly Dao Alliance. It just so happened that Han Li himself was following the path of a proper nascent soul, completely different from Liu Yun's. He also needed some experienced peers to guide him. If he were to stay by Liu Yun's side all the time, he might easily go astray. The two discussed it carefully, and only then did they refine the entire plan. Now the only problem was the Righteous Path Alliance. Liu Yun's looked at the territory of the Righteous Path Alliance on the map, feeling a headache. The Righteous Path Alliance was different from other forces, it had no powerful external enemies, and its internal control was strong enough. Its leader, Venerable Xiang, was in his prime, ambitious and full of vigor. Internally, its relationship with mortals and loose cultivators was also quite good, belonging to the type where they didn't interfere with each other, lacking the mass base that the demonic path had. Upon careful consideration, the entire Righteous Path Alliance was like an iron barrel, completely impenetrable. Forget it, if it doesn't work, it doesn't work, Liu Yun sighed helplessly. When most of Tianese enjoyed the benefits brought by technological advancement, the attitude of the Righteous Path Alliance would become irrelevant. The only question was whether Venerable Xiang had the courage to withstand the pressure from most of Tianese and choose to oppose Liu Yun's. Liu Yun's had too many things to do now. If he were to be targeted by a major force using unscrupulous means, it would still put him in a very passive position. Old 5, how are things going in Dongyu Kingdom? Liu Yun's asked calmly, looking at a translucent white screen beside him. A cheerful electronic voice sounded from the screen. The research center in Demon Falling Valley has been established. Currently, the outermost restriction of Demon Falling Valley has been included in the analysis scope. The analysis progress is 83%, and it is expected to be fully analyzed within 10 hours. Liu Yun's immediately nodded with satisfaction. Liu Yun's number 5 was the pinnacle achievement of soul imprint technology. By imitating the teleportation center of the Void Heaven Palace, multiple soul imprints were activated simultaneously through interconnected teleportation arrays, and all information was shared in real time via the teleportation arrays. All the soul imprints were the same person. Strictly speaking, whether it was Old 5 in the small interface, or Old 5 on the giant ship, or Old 5 in front of him, they were all just a part of the true Liu Yun's number 5. They were extensions and expansions of his limbs. At this very moment, hundreds of Liu Yun's number 5 were analyzing the restrictions within the Demon Falling Valley in front of it. Are there any troublemakers from the other four major forces? Liu Yun's asked calmly. Yes, after they discovered that we already possess the ability to freely open the outermost restriction of the Demon Falling Valley, they strongly demanded to share the information. Liu Yun's number 5's electronic voice was slightly low. Tell them to scram. Liu Yun's rolled his eyes and said unceremoniously. Understood. Old 5's electronic voice became even more cheerful. Monopolizing the Demon Falling Valley was impossible, Liu Yun's knew this from the start. So, when negotiating with the other four major forces, Liu Yun's readily offered a portion of the Demon Falling Valley's benefits. Specifically, after he finished analyzing the Demon Falling Valley's restrictions, the four major forces could send a portion of their people into the Demon Falling Valley for free exploration, and all their gains would belong to them. Anyway, Liu Yun's himself wasn't too interested in the ancient treasures, cultivation techniques, and various heaven and earth treasures within the Demon Falling Valley. Liu Yun's was not lacking in treasures now. In terms of cultivation techniques, he had the complete set of the Taiyin scripture, and his own 5 elements escape heaven art was still not fully understood. The problems with his nascent soul were also unresolved. As for heaven and earth treasures, backed by an entire small interface, Liu Yun's truly didn't lack any heaven and earth treasures now. For Liu Yun's, what was truly important were the myriad of strange and varied restrictions within the Demon Falling Valley itself. In Liu Yun's view, the entire Demon Falling Valley was a compendium of ancient restrictions. All sorts of ancient restrictions, all sorts of fantastical variations, one could say it had everything imaginable. This was the most valuable legacy within the Demon Falling Valley. Putting away the map in front of him, Liu Yun's tilted his head and pondered for a moment. The four major forces were fighting and pulling, the research progress in the Demon Falling Valley was on track, and with Liu Yun's number 5's help in the small interface, resources were being developed progressively. The overall situation was very good. On his personal side, the appearance of Old 4, the fusion of the Azura sacred fire, and various divine abilities after advancing to nascent soul had basically reached their peak. Now, he just had to wait for people from the Yuling sect to arrive and have a good talk with them about the ownership of the 5 elements spirit infants. Thinking it over, Lu Yun suddenly realized that he was, for once, unusually idle. After a moment of thought, Lu Yun got up and walked towards the back mountain. Chapter 588, Reunion. Lu Yun's, like Immortal, walked step by step through dense bushes and waist-high weeds to an exceptionally secluded spot at the foot of the back mountain of the Anu sect's main altar. The last time he came, there were large patches of camellias, a gurgling stream, and a small village with curling cooking smoke on the opposite bank. Now, only waist-deep weeds remained. The former stream bed had become a flat expanse of dry, yellow earth, barren of any vegetation. The small village had also vanished, replaced by a dense thicket of bushes laden with shriveled, black-purple berries. Lu Yun sighed silently, waded through the weeds, and walked step by step to the edge of the dense forest, reaching out to push aside a hanging branch. Within the branches, a moss-covered tombstone stood silently, like a wordless old man. Lu Yun tore away the branches, one by one, allowing the newly risen sunlight to shine upon the tombstone. Master, your disciple has returned. Lu Yun casually tidied the surroundings, pulled up a handful of weeds, and with nimble hands, wove them into a grass mat to place on the ground. He then sat cross-legged on it and said with a cheerful smile. I just saw the immortal cave of the Grand Elder of the Anu sect. To be honest, it was nothing special. Aside from being rich in spiritual chi, its overall layout wasn't as tasteful as your immortal cave. Of course, it's possible the Ghost Spirit sect modified it later, which I can't confirm. The Ghost Spirit sect members were annihilated by me, and the rest were driven away. They probably won't be able to return in the future. To be honest, I wanted to come more than 10 years ago, but at that time, I felt I couldn't face you while the Ghost Spirit sect was still here. Later, after I drove them away, I felt I should at least tell you what the Grand Elder of the Anu sect's immortal cave looked like. After the immortal cave was tidied up, I felt I should finish all those troublesome matters first. Now I'm finally free, and I no longer have any excuses. Lu Yun extended his hand, and spiritual light flickered in his palm. The moss on the tombstone instantly fell off, revealing a complete tombstone with some traces of weathering. Separation from the beloved, the inability to obtain what one desires. Too many tragedies in this world are because human lives are too short. So short that they rush through this life, without even time to look back at the past, or to look down at themselves. 100 years is like this, 1,000 years is also like this. So, your disciple has developed a new technology. Strictly speaking, this technology is no different from eternal life. Everyone now has ample time to think, to reflect, to pursue things they didn't have time to pursue. No power will stand behind them, holding a whip, driving them blindly forward and upward like cattle and sheep. I believe I have given everyone the power of choice. If back then... Never mind, let's get to the point. Master, there are some things I can't figure out, no matter how long I think about them. Master, I'm a little afraid to see you, because after seeing you, I'll be forced to think about these things. Lu Yun sighed deeply, raised his head, and looked at the sky with a bitter smile. Master, what should I do about the Anu sect? Lu Yun remained silent, with only the rustling of wind through the weeds in his ears. Previously, Wei Wuya, the leader of the Nine Kingdoms Alliance, personally came to me. He was quite sincere and somehow knew about those old troubles from back then. He told me that if I needed it, he could turn a blind eye to the situation of the Anu sect. In other words, I can now do anything to the Anu sect, no one will jump out to stop me, and no one has the ability to stop me anymore. Lu Yun smiled bitterly. He should hate the Anu sect, but when a place holds all of a person's beautiful and happy memories, it's hard for that person to harbor strong malice towards it. Master, if you were alive, you would probably stop me. So, if only you were alive. Lu Yun slowly stood up, took a step forward, and knelt before Kaiang Wuji's tombstone. In a little over a year, there will be a heaven and earth treasure trade fair at the Nine Kingdoms Alliance. Wei Wuya promised me that the current Grand Elder of the Anu sect, your good senior sister, my good senior martial uncle, will also be there. I plan to meet her first. I'm really curious what she'll say when she sees me again after more than 100 years. Lu Yun chuckled twice, kowtowed 3 times, then slowly rose and soared into the sky, transforming into a 5-colored escape light. The trade fair was more than a year away. With his current wealth, it was ridiculously abundant for an individual, but by the standards of the 4 major forces, it was a bit insufficient. Fortunately, within the small interface, all sorts of rare beasts, heaven and earth treasure, and even many things that had completely disappeared in the outside world, could be easily found. Coincidentally, Lu Yun also had some things he needed to exchange with the major forces. Before that, he still had to wait for the Yuling sect people to come for negotiations. Indeed, creating the 5th one was the most brilliant decision I've ever made in my life, otherwise the mess in the small interface alone would drive me crazy. Lu Yun gently exhaled, then flew back to the empty former site of the Anu sect. The location of the Demon Flame sect's main altar in the Yuanwu kingdom. The remaining disciples of the Demon Flame sect moved back and forth, placing boxes into storage pouches. At first glance, these boxes, stacked together, seemed quite impactful, as if there were many. But in reality, for a large sect, this amount of stuff might not even be enough to maintain the most basic sect operations. Watching these dejected Demon Flame sect disciples, the four nascent soul cultivators in midair couldn't help but clench their teeth, their eyes gleaming coldly as they looked up at the sky. Above them, a grey-white fire lotus about 10 feet in size, appearing almost solid, slowly rotated in the air, like the lotus pedestal on which Buddhas travel in myths and legends. And upon this lotus pedestal sat a handsome young man with a smile playing on his lips. This person showed not a trace of Buddhist compassion, instead, from head to toe, he exuded a chilling ghostly chi, and though he smiled, it made people's hearts tremble, secretly raising their guard. The red-robed elder, the only middle-stage nascent soul cultivator among the four, silently clenched his fists, his gaze sweeping over the demon flame sect's treasure vault, which no one dared approach, his eyes seemingly burning with raging flames. Senior brother. The middle-aged cultivator beside him quickly called out, shaking his head silently. The situation is stronger than us, don't seek death again. Humph. The red-robed elder snorted coldly and reluctantly fell silent. Chapter 589, Joining Forces. Liu Yun's number 4 watched the farce on the ground with amusement, almost bursting into laughter. Even if no one stopped the red-robed elder, would he dare to attack him? What a joke. If they truly had the guts, they should have ambushed him with a formation the moment he arrived in Yuanwu Kingdom, instead of putting on a show of anger at the last minute, pretending to still be the nascent soul cultivator with immense divine ability. The courage of these elders from the demon flame sect had been shattered when Liu Yun's first came to their door. After all, anyone who saw their divine ability, cultivated through a lifetime of asceticism, easily neutralized by a mere beast, unable to cause even the slightest trouble for the opponent, would inevitably begin to doubt life itself. Their courage was worn away in this manner. Thinking of this, Liu Yun's number 4 scoffed directly and, as if no one else was present, flew into the demon flame sect's treasury to begin tallying the spoils of war. The red-robed elder's hands trembled slightly with rage, but he ultimately sighed helplessly, looking as if he had aged more than 10 years in an instant. The remaining disciples of the demon flame sect had assembled. The nascent soul cultivators, as if none of them had seen Liu Yun's number 4 picking and choosing in the treasury, directly led the disciples away from what was once the demon flame sect's main headquarters without looking back. From today onwards, there would be no more demon flame sect in Tianese, only a branch of the Joyful Union sect, directly subordinate to old devil Yunlu. On the surface, these people merely transitioned from being elders of the demon flame sect to elders of the Hehuan sect, which might seem like a gain at first glance. However, in reality, unlike their former position of power within the demon flame sect, they would at most be advanced thugs in the Hehuan sect. The Hehuan sect would not grant them an ounce of power. The disparity in status could probably only be fully understood by these elders themselves. Humph. As the group was about to approach the border of Yuanwu Kingdom, the red-robed elder suddenly let out another cold snort, 2 clusters of blood-red demonic fire flickering in his eyes. Senior brother, the middle-aged cultivator beside him was about to say something, but the red-robed elder raised a hand to cut him off. No need to speak. You all go to the Hehuan sect. This old man would rather be a free and unfettered loose cultivator than be a dog for that genderless thing, Yunlu. The red-robed elder declared resolutely, a flash of blood-red light and flame appearing and disappearing on his body, and he instantly transformed into a blood light, vanishing from sight. The middle-aged cultivator looked in the direction he had disappeared, sighing silently, and then turned to continue leading the group towards the Hehuan sect. The other two also exchanged glances and silently followed. The red-robed elder was a mid-nascent soul stage cultivator, whose divine ability and methods were not inferior, even comparable to the former grand elder of the demon flame sect. A person like him could live well wherever he went. But the 3 early nascent soul stage cultivators were different. Once deprived of the protection of a major power, let alone the possibility of further advancement in the future, just the enemies they had offended over the years would be a series of overwhelming troubles they couldn't handle. Despite their immense reluctance, they could only choose to join the Hehuan sect. The red-robed elder performed a fire escape technique, instantly fleeing hundreds of miles away. Suddenly, the red-robed elder frowned, then roared in anger. Who's lurking there? Before his voice faded, a blood-red fireball several zhong in size shot out from his hand, heading directly towards an empty spot in midair. With a boom, the blood-red demonic fire suddenly exploded, turning an area several dozen zhong in radius into a sea of blood-red flames. At the center of the sea of flames, a thick mass of black chi struggled to resist the fiery encirclement. The next moment, the black chi rapidly expanded, carrying a chilling aura, instantly tearing through the fiery encirclement and landing about 10 zhong in front of the red-robed elder. Fellow Daoist Gu, long time no see. Fellow Daoist is still as fiery as ever, Wang Tiansheng said with a smile, cupping his hands. The red-robed elder was slightly startled when he saw him, then a sneer appeared at the corner of his mouth. So it's sect leader Wang of the Ghost Spirit sect. You actually didn't die at the hands of the one surnamed Liu. Facing the red-robed elder's sarcasm, Wang Tiansheng smiled nonchalantly, showing no anger whatsoever, and instead said with a beaming smile. To be honest, fellow Daoist, the one surnamed Liu was arrogant and didn't take me seriously, which is how I fortunately managed to keep my life. Wang Tiansheng's unusually frank answer left the red-robed elder stunned, his brows deeply furrowed, and a hint of apprehension in his heart. Wang Tiansheng, just speak your mind. This old man doesn't have time to waste words with you here. The red-robed elder said unceremoniously, red light flickering all over his body, looking as if he would teleport away at any moment. Wang Tiansheng quickly said with a smile, Fellow Daoist Gu, the demon flame sect's 10,000-year legacy has been lost in a single day. One of the 6 demonic sects has now become a subordinate of the Hehuan sect. Are you truly content with this, fellow Daoist? Humph. It seems the ghost spirit sect's situation isn't any better than the demon flame sect's, is it? The red-robed elder's face darkened as he spoke unceremoniously. Fellow deist is absolutely right, Wang Tiansheng agreed with a smile. That's why I, Wang, am not content. I want to try again. I believe fellow deist Gu feels the same. The red-robed elder's pupils contracted slightly, and he looked at Wang Tiansheng seriously for the first time. How will you try? Do you intend to fight the brat surnamed Lu to the death? I'm afraid you can't even get close to him, can you? Wang Tiansheng did not answer directly, but instead took something out of his storage pouch and threw it to the red-robed elder. The red-robed elder subconsciously caught it. Upon closer inspection, it was a fiery red leaf, appearing like red jade all over, with flames flowing and burning within it, looking extraordinarily miraculous. A leaf from the leaf fire tree. Where did you obtain this? The red-robed elder's heart trembled, and he quickly asked. Wang Tiansheng lowered his head slightly, his lips moving as he transmitted his voice. Fellow deist Gu, do you know that the brat surnamed Lu reached an agreement with several other major powers a few days ago, and is now studying the restrictions of the Demon Falling Valley? Humph. He doesn't know that long ago, someone successfully entered the Demon Falling Valley and brought some things out alive. The red-robed elder's eyes widened in disbelief, and he quickly transmitted his voice back. You want to explore the Demon Falling Valley? We, the Ghost Spirit Sect, want to explore the Demon Falling Valley, Wang Tiansheng corrected. Originally, this plan was largely complete, but unexpectedly, we encountered the brat surnamed Lu at this time. However, even so, we are still confident that we can enter the valley. I wonder if fellow deist Gu would be willing to lend us a hand. The red-robed elder's face darkened, and he simultaneously transmitted his voice, You? As far as this old man knows, all of the nascent soul elders of the Ghost Spirit Sect should have died at the hands of the one surnamed Lu. How can there still be you? Fellow deist Wang, are you perhaps including a few core formation cultivators as well? Of course not, Wang Tiansheng said with a bright smile, a huge sigh of relief escaping his heart. He finally got this old monster hooked. Fellow deist Gu, our Ghost Spirit Sect has stood for 10,000 years without falling, so naturally, we have some backup plans. There are still some nascent soul elders within the sect who usually travel outside, never claiming to be elders of this sect, nor associating with other fellow disciples. These people are our Ghost Spirit Sect's last trump card. Now, can fellow deist Gu rest assured? Wang Tiansheng asked with a smile. The red-robed elder met his gaze, his eyes flickering with a greedy light. And not far above the two of them, in an empty space, Lu Yun's number 4 stroked his chin, chuckling softly. Interesting. Chapter 590, Firefly Stone. And then you just went back to the Demon Flame Sect like that? Yeah, why not? Lu Yun's looked at Lu Yun's number 4, who was smiling broadly in front of him, and felt his temples throb, wishing he could slap him. But looking at that face, as handsome as his own, Lu Yun's ultimately couldn't bring himself to do it. Fourth, tell me honestly, do you have some sort of issue with me? Lu Yun's rubbed his temples, asking with an ill-tempered tone. No, boss. I was following your orders to confiscate the Demon Flame Sect's materials. As for Wang Tiansheng and their matters, that was an accident. How could I let an accident delay important business? Lu Yun's number 4 said with a smile. Lu Yun's was very familiar with that expression, he had smiled just as obnoxiously when he was showing off in front of Kaiang Wuji back then. Looking down at his own hand, which was itching to strike, Lu Yun's finally understood how good Kaiang Wuji had been to him back then. He had actually endured this kind of fellow for over 20 years. Taking a deep breath, he forcibly suppressed the irritable emotions in his heart. Lu Yun's managed to force a smile onto his face. Then I thank you. You're welcome, it's my duty. Lu Yun's number 4 waved his hand humbly, and casually pulled out a red, glowing ore from within his body, tossing it to Lu Yun's. Oh, right, I had an unexpected gain from this trip to the Demon Flame Sect. Take a look at this. Lu Yun's took it and his gaze instantly froze. This was a palm-sized ore, entirely red and translucent, like some kind of crystal. Within it, there was a small beast formed of flame, constantly changing its various forms. Top-tier fire attribute materials, Firefly Stone. And it's a top-grade Firefly Stone that has given birth to a spirit. This kind of thing should be quite useful for you right now, shouldn't it? Lu Yun's number 4 said with a smile, his eyes, almost narrowed into slits, staring intently at Lu Yun's expression. Lu Yun's turned the Firefly Stone over and over in his hand a few times, then raised his head expressionlessly and asked calmly. Do you know where the Demon Flame Sect got this thing? Lu Yun's voice was very calm, but Lu Yun's number 4 detected a hint of urgency in it. A smile of unknown meaning appeared at the corner of Lu Yun's no 4's mouth. I actually looked into it. In the Demon Flame Sect's collection of books, it was recorded that over 1,000 years ago, a certain elder of the Demon Flame Sect traveled to the Great Jin Empire and saw the miraculous sight of thunder and fire in a certain volcano in the Great Jin Empire. At this point, Lu Yun's no 4's expression suddenly became serious. Lu Yun subconsciously tightened his grip on the Firefly Stone in his hand. This material itself was one of the top-tier fire attribute materials, almost something every fire attribute cultivator dreamed of. Any fire attribute magic treasure, with just a tiny bit of Firefly Stone mixed in, could almost see its power surge by several folds, and its amplification ability for a cultivator's spiritual fire was incredibly strong. What very few people knew was that the birth of this material was extremely difficult and complex, with no definitive conclusion from ancient times to the present. The only consensus was that this object must be born at the very bottom of a giant earth fire vein, where the pure fire spiritual chi was a necessary condition for its birth. However, Immortal Tianjing had a different view on this. He believed that at the very bottom of a giant earth fire vein, after years of spiritual chi accumulation, another strange object would be born, and the firefly stone was merely an accessory to this strange object. This strange object melted into the earth fire, making it difficult to detect with divine sense, and to the naked eye, it was just a mass of red light, inconspicuous within the earth fire. Only under certain specific circumstances would this strange object appear for a fleeting moment, like lightning and fire. And this strange object was named Minyi Divine Thunder by ancient cultivators. Also known as Supreme Fire Divine Thunder. Do you know the exact location? Liu Yun's asked expressionlessly. Liu Yun's number 4 pouted helplessly, shrugged his shoulders, and said, the ancient texts only stated that the giant earth fire vein was somewhere in the southern border of the Great Jin Empire, the specific location was not mentioned. However, the descendant of that demon flame sect elder from back then is still alive. He might know something. Liu Yun's looked at him expressionlessly, his eyelids gradually beginning to twitch uncontrollably. He pressed his brow, asking with a weary tone, let me guess, the descendant of that demon flame sect elder is that mid-nascent soul stage cultivator surnamed Gu, who was abducted by Wang Tiansheng. Exactly right. As expected of boss. Liu Yun's number 4 grinned, giving Liu Yun's a thumbs up. Liu Yun's looked up and smiled, then pointed towards the exit behind him. Get lost. Liu Yun's number 4 wasn't angry, and hummed a tune as he walked out of the quiet room. As soon as he left, Liu Yun's number 2 flew out from between Liu Yun's eyebrows. I told you a long time ago, this guy is not right. Liu Yun's number 2 said with an I told you so tone. Not necessarily, he's just a bit too annoying, Liu Yun said casually. Not necessarily. I felt something was off ever since number 3. The more of yourself you split off, the more different the resulting Liu Yun's becomes from your main body. I'm still alright, and number 3 is just a bit introverted at most. Both of us share the same origin as you, fundamentally, there isn't too much difference. As for number 5, that guy is even more inhuman than you, I've already gotten used to him. Only number 4 is different, this guy is fundamentally different from us, and you even dared to let him cultivate the ghost Dao. Even now, I can't see through him. At this point, Liu Yun's number 2 sighed helplessly. Honestly, I don't know where the malevolence in this guy's heart comes from. If this continues, I'm afraid he'll eventually lose control and attack us. My abilities might not be of much use against a nascent soul level ghost cultivator. You'd best think about how to deal with his Azura sacred fire and demonic relics. Liu Yun's looked down at the firefly stone in his hand, and said without raising his head. I've already thought about it. If nothing happens, that's naturally for the best, but if it really comes to that. Liu Yun's took a deep breath, and said with a solemn expression. Then it will be up to Qing Li. Are you serious? Liu Yun's number 2 asked with a bewildered expression. Tisk. Look at you, even number 4 figured it out himself, yet you still haven't. Liu Yun slowly stood up, casually putting the firefly stone into his storage pouch. Haven't you noticed at all that Qing Li's current divine abilities, besides restraining old devil Hehuan, actually restrain number 4 even more? Liu Yun stretched, slowly walked out of the quiet room, and at the same time, said without looking back. We are all Liu Yuns. Theoretically speaking, in this world, there won't be a closer relationship than between us. So, as long as it's not the last resort, I'm willing to give him a chance. If possible, I really don't want to reach the point of fratricide. At the door of the quiet room, Liu Yun's number 4 chuckled softly and disappeared. Chapter 591, Illusionary Flame Moth. Leaving the quiet room, Liu Yun's first went to inventory the secret treasures of the Demon Flame sect. It has to be said that the Demon Flame sect, as a major sect in Tianese that had stood for tens of thousands of years and was one of the 6 demonic sects, not only had unique secret techniques, but its sheer wealth of treasures startled Liu Yun's. Such an ancient heritage, spanning over 10,000 years, was something Liu Yun's, a parvenu, couldn't compare to. Many items there made Liu Yun's eyes gleam. He even discovered 7 or 8 auxiliary materials for the Black Wind banner among them. He wondered where the Demon Flame sect had found these materials from the ancient era. This also gave Liu Yun some new ideas. In Tianese, many materials that had seemingly disappeared from the surface might not be truly gone, they could just be hidden away in the treasure vaults of certain major sects, never seeing the light of day. This thought made Liu Yun's eyes light up, and he took out the artifact refining method for the Black Wind banner from his storage pouch. Great Master Venerable Dharma had thoughtfully gathered a small portion of the raw materials for him, one of which was even something as heaven-defying as Rahu's essence blood. Theoretically, Liu Yun's could actually begin the artifact refining of the Black Wind banner now. At most, he would just make some modifications to the materials. With his talent and profound knowledge in artifact refining, creating a replica with 40% of the original Black Wind banner's power would be no problem at all. However, Liu Yun's felt that doing so would be a waste of that drop of Rahu's essence blood. Such a heaven-defying item shouldn't even exist in the human realm. It was only because the ancient cultivators of that time were audacious enough, Venerable Dharma was bold enough, and this Rahu chose to reside in the human realm, that Liu Yun's had the opportunity to encounter such a material. In this situation, refining it into a replica with only a fraction of the original's power would undoubtedly be an astonishing waste. And now, Liu Yun's felt that he could try to find some substitute materials and attempt to refine a black wind banner that was close to the original's power. If that were the case, the Tianese trade fair, a little over a year from now, seemed like the best opportunity. Liu Yun's eyes flickered with brilliance, and he solemnly put away the jade slip in his hand. Leaving the treasure vault, two more surprises fell upon Liu Yun's. At the entrance of a spirit beast room in the Immortal cave, Liu Yun's gazed intently at the cracked black silk cocoon inside. Feeling a peculiar connection, Liu Yun's reached out and pushed open the door to the spirit beast room. Clusters of black flames suddenly ignited fiercely within the spirit beast room. Liu Yun's was about to retreat when he suddenly realized that these black flames had no temperature and no effect on the surrounding objects, as if they were just an illusion. Liu Yun's raised an eyebrow, seemingly sensing something, and instinctively stirred his divine sense. The black flames instantly converged, transforming into a black moth before Liu Yun's eyes. This moth was clearly right in front of Liu Yun's, but no matter how Liu Yun's probed with his divine sense, he couldn't find any trace of its existence, as if the moth itself was an illusion. Illusionary flame moth. The 17th ranked wondrous insect on the list of exotic insects, naturally possessing the power of illusion. After nearly a century of gestation, the golden silkworm finally broke out of its cocoon and was reborn, transforming into the spirit beast, the 17th ranked wondrous insect. Liu Yun's looked at the illusionary flame moth before him and almost instantly thought of several ways to use it. This wondrous insect, with its power of illusion, was perfectly suited to his fighting style. With the assistance of this illusionary flame moth, Liu Yun's own strength instantly rose by a level. Evasion techniques combined with illusions, if used well, would be enough to make any enemy doubt their sanity. Liu Yun's divine sense moved slightly, and the illusionary flame moth immediately landed on his shoulder, instantly disappearing. This feeling was very strange. Liu Yun's clearly knew of its existence, and the connection through his divine sense allowed him to easily locate it, but no matter what method Liu Yun's used to verify it, his shoulder remained empty. This feeling made Liu Yun's a little unaccustomed, but fortunately, he was broad-minded and didn't dwell on it for long before arriving at the door of another spirit beast room. Inside the spirit beast room, a massive green armored beast lay on the ground, resembling a giant green stone. Its body was covered in a five-colored spiritual light, surging like a fluid, enveloping its entire body like amber. The green armored beast had been at rank 7 for over 100 years, and various advanced Yao beast cores had almost never stopped. Its cultivation had long reached the peak of rank 7. About 20 years ago, the green armored beast began to frequently fall into slumber. Liu Yun's naturally saw that it was trying to advance to rank 8. So he gave the green armored beast ample time to break through the rank 8 bottleneck. Until now, this bottleneck finally seemed to be loosening. Outside the spirit beast room, Liu Yun's exhaled deeply. Ancient exotic beasts like the green armored beast do not inherently possess the ability to transform into human form in the human realm, so they do not undergo the shape-shifting thunder tribulation of normal Yao beasts. But that doesn't mean its advancement to rank 8 is simpler than other Yao beasts. On the contrary, the difficulty of advancement for such ancient exotic beasts is almost several times that of Yao beasts of the same rank. If Liu Yun's hadn't fed it piles upon piles of Yao beast cores, the green armored beast wouldn't have even touched this bottleneck for another 1,000 years. Now, seeing the green armored beast just a step away from becoming an 8th level demonic beast, Liu Yun's couldn't help but feel nervous. He had invested a great deal of effort into his first advanced Yao beast. Watching the five-colored spiritual light on the green armored beast's body grow thicker and thicker, gradually almost submerging its form. Liu Yun's instinctively held his breath until a crisp cracking sound was heard. The thick five-colored spiritual light shattered like an eggshell, and a gigantic creature roared to the sky, letting out a dull thud. The green armored beast, advanced to rank 8. Liu Yun's let out a sigh of relief, quickly opened the door to the spirit beast room, and went in to comfort the green armored beast a few times. Only then did he realize that after advancing to rank 8, the green armored beast's body had become even more massive, almost the size of a small mountain. If Liu Yun's hadn't specifically enlarged the spirit beast room in the Grand Elder of the Immortal Immortal cave, the green armored beast might have, with a slight raise of its head, directly embedded its horns into the surrounding rock walls. This behemoth, with just a slight lowering of its head, gave off an incredibly tangible sense of power. Liu Yun's had no doubt that even if there was a city wall fortified with a great formation in front of it, the current green armored beast could easily tear it apart. Phew. It seems your old armor won't fit anymore. I'll get you a new set later, Liu Yun said with a smile, gazing up at the colossal creature. Liu Yun's. A white screen suddenly popped out beside Liu Yun's, startling him. Cheerful electronic music emanated from the screen. The people from the Yuling sect are here. It's my 9th day confined to the unit, the water heater is broken, the washing machine is also broken, the unsealing is nowhere in sight, and I still can't fall behind on work. I'm starting to feel like my brain no longer belongs to me. Chapter 592, Yuling sect arrives. In a grand hall on the front mountain of Yunyu sect's old site. A middle-aged cultivator sat silently in the hall. Behind him, 2 core formation stage female cultivators with extraordinary temperaments stood respectfully. These 2 female cultivators looked no older than 20. One had a languid demeanor, yet her shifting gaze revealed a shrewd intelligence. The other had clear eyes, cold and beautiful features, and an aura of aloofness that kept people at a distance. Since the 3 arrived, no one had greeted or entertained them. As hosts, leaving guests to cool their heels like this was undoubtedly extremely rude and unacceptable anywhere. But the 3 in the Great Hall were in a state of turmoil, with no leisure to care about such trivialities. The Grand Elder of Yuling sect, one of the 6 demonic sects, a major demonic path sect that had stood in Tianese for tens of thousands of years, had actually been captured alive, and a ransom demand had been issued for Yuling sect to bring items for his release. Such a grave humiliation naturally incited outrage among all members of Yuling sect. All cultivators above the core formation stage held an overnight meeting, vehemently denouncing this act. And after Lu Yun's demanded the 5 elements spirit infants from Yuling sect, all high-ranking Yuling sect officials who knew about the matter were even more enraged. This was the highest secret within Yuling sect, their greatest reliance for becoming the #1 demonic path sect in the future. How could they possibly hand it over to an outsider like this? After 2 hours of intense discussion, all high-ranking officials of Yuling sect unanimously decided to quickly send the items over. There was no other way, circumstances were stronger than them. With the Supreme Metal Spirit Infant already captured, it would be unknown how many years it would take to gather the 5 elements spirit infants again. Compared to the current crisis, that was merely a mirage. In contrast, the captured Grand Elder of Yuling sect, Dongmen Tu, was a tangible reality. Yuling sect had already lost enough face, a little more wouldn't hurt. If the Grand Elder truly died because of this, then it would truly be over. The current Yuling sect could no longer afford to lose a mid-nascent soul stage cultivator. Recalling the potential consequences of this negotiation and the high hopes the entire sect had placed on him, the middle-aged cultivator felt as if he was sitting on pins and needles, as if 2 great mountains were pressing down on his shoulders, almost suffocating him. As time passed by minute, the 2 core formation stage female cultivators couldn't help but exchange a discreet glance. Just then, a white light flickered outside the door. Lu Yun's figure instantly emerged from the white light, briskly walking towards the 3. Sorry, I was delayed by something just now, Lu Yun said calmly. The middle-aged cultivator quickly stood up, his face full of deference, and cupped his hands, just about to say some polite words. However, Lu Yun's directly asked. Did you bring the items? The middle-aged cultivator choked up, his mouth twitching imperceptibly, and he said with some helplessness, I did. That's good, bring them here. As Lu Yun spoke, he took out a small jade bottle from his storage pouch and threw it to him. The middle-aged cultivator was stunned for the second time since Lu Yun's appeared. He lowered his head and inspected the jade bottle, finding that it indeed contained Dongmen Tu's sleeping nascent soul. Is it that simple? The middle-aged cultivator looked up in confusion, meeting Lu Yun's somewhat displeased gaze. The two looked at each other for several seconds before the middle-aged cultivator suddenly reacted, quickly taking out 3 jade boxes, each sealed with a purple-backed, gold-patterned restriction talisman, from his storage pouch. Fellow Daist Lu, these are the only 3 spirit infants left in our sect, the middle-aged cultivator said with a bitter smile. Lu Yun's lowered his head to look, his single hand covered in 5-colored spiritual light, and he wiped it across the jade boxes. The 3 purple-backed, gold-patterned restriction talismans instantly detached themselves. The jade boxes opened on their own, revealing 3 spirit infants, each about an inch tall, colored blue, red, and yellow respectively. These 3 spirit infants were covered in dense black needles, with wisps of black chi entanglement around them. The faces of the 3 spirit infants occasionally showed pain, but then quickly became numb. Fellow Daist Lu, these are yin soul needles. They are specifically used to clear the spirit infant's memory and weaken its cultivation. Only by doing so can we successfully transform it into a spirit infant cultivator, the middle-aged cultivator said, a hint of regret flashing in his eyes. The 5 elements spirit infants belong to the 5 elements, and all are early nascent soul stage cultivators. Normally, with the combined power of 5 people, they could even contend with a late nascent soul stage cultivator for a period of time. But who would have thought that after thousands of years, the first battle of Yuling sect after finally gathering the 5 elements spirit infants would encounter an unreasonable person like Lu Yun's. Lu Yun's looked at these 3 spirit infants with some regret. Such excellent innate spiritual bodies were ruined by these rigid-minded fellows from Yuling sect. Even if these were given to Ghost Spirit sect, they wouldn't have ended up with only a crippled version of a nascent soul incarnation. And what about the Supreme Wood Spirit Infant? Lu Yun's asked without raising his head. The middle-aged cultivator's heart stirred slightly, and he quickly moved aside, revealing the 2 core formation stage female cultivators behind him. Fellow Daist Lu, that Supreme Wood Spirit Infant is somewhat unusual. About 1,000 years ago, through some unknown opportunity, it spontaneously developed sentience and even secretly snuck into our Yuling sect's scripture pavilion, peeking at many secret cultivation techniques. This greatly increased its divine ability, allowing it to escape the restriction. At that time, it was fortunate that our sect happened to have a late nascent soul stage elder stationed here, who used a great divine ability to suppress it in one fell swoop. This prevented it from causing great disaster. But at the same time, it left behind a hidden danger. Not long ago, one of our core formation stage elders foolishly attempted to fuse with this Supreme Wood Spirit Infant on his own, but he was swallowed by its divine soul, and it escaped. Lu Yun's looked at him expressionlessly, not saying a word, but his gaze became even more displeased. He had already learned about this matter from Dongmen Tu's memories. However, since he had requested the remaining 4 of the 5 elements spirit infants, then this Supreme Wood Spirit Infant should have been captured and brought to him by the people of Yuling sect, not for them to complain here. Had these people still not learned their lesson? The middle-aged cultivator's mouth twitched at this, and he secretly felt bitter. Fellow Daist Lu, to be honest, that spirit infant possesses extraordinary divine abilities and peculiar evasion techniques. The current Yuling sect. The middle-aged cultivator hesitated for a moment, but still gritted his teeth and continued. The current Yuling sect truly cannot spare the manpower to capture it. Without waiting for Liu Yun's to speak, the middle-aged cultivator quickly pointed at the two core formation stage female cultivators and said, "Fellow deist Liu, these two are the best candidates for body integration with that supreme wood spirit infant. Both of them have cultivated a secret technique that can remotely locate the spirit infant. With their assistance, combined with your astonishing divine ability, you will surely be able to subdue it. At the same time, to compensate you for your losses, Yuling sect is willing to offer a large sum of spirit stones and materials as compensation, guaranteed to satisfy fellow deist Liu." Liu Yun's gaze swept over the two female cultivators behind the middle-aged cultivator. These two female cultivators were also quick-witted and immediately stepped forward, bowing deeply. Junior Han Yunzi, greetings, Senior Liu. Junior Lu Yu, greetings, Senior Liu. Chapter 593, Probing. Han Yunzi's eyes were downcast, her gaze cautiously sweeping over Liu Yun's familiar young face before instantly moving away, not daring to look longer. Lu Yu, on the other hand, had her head slightly bowed, her eyes subtly shifting, lost in thought. Liu Yun's looked at the two of them, stroking his chin thoughtfully. "All right, you two come with me. We'll go capture that supreme wood spirit infant now. I'll also make a list for you. See what materials Yuling sect can provide, and then just send them over," Liu Yun said with a wave of his hand, sounding quite helpless. The middle-aged cultivator seemed not to have expected Liu Yun's to be so agreeable, and for a moment, he was stunned, only reacting when Liu Yun's had finished the list and handed it to him. "Good. Thank you, fellow deist Liu, for your understanding," the middle-aged cultivator said with a smile, while subconsciously releasing his divine sense to check the list Liu Yun's had made. It was fine if he didn't look, but one look gave him a huge fright. The long list contained dozens of materials, more than half of which he had never even heard of. The ones he did recognize were mostly heaven and earth treasure that had been famous for a long time but whose physical forms he had never seen. A bitter smile appeared at the corner of the middle-aged cultivator's mouth. He felt that Liu Yun's was deliberately listing these impossible-to-obtain materials to extort Yuling sect. But still, the situation was stronger than him. Even if the middle-aged cultivator knew this, he was helpless. "If you can gather 7 of these materials for me within 10 years, that will make up for the supreme wood spirit infant's absence," Liu Yun said directly to him, ignoring the middle-aged cultivator's complex internal monologue. "As for the rest, you can also help me keep an eye out. I can exchange them fairly with you. I can certainly provide nascent soul-level puppets and some rare ancient exotic beasts." The middle-aged cultivator was stunned again. These conditions were not at all harsh, in fact, they could be said to be exceptionally lenient. Collecting these rare materials, only recorded in the ancient era, might be impossible for other small sects or newly established sects, but for an old, established demonic path major sect like Yuling sect, it wasn't really that difficult, just something that truly required some time. With Yuling sect's foundation, they could even find a way to gather 4 or 5 of the materials right now. Although they didn't have the remaining few, they knew where to look for them. And the exchange conditions proposed by Liu Yun's were even more enticing, nascent soul-level puppets and rare ancient exotic beasts. These were existences that could serve as sect-protecting treasures and be passed down as a legacy. With such a foundation, it could ensure that even if Yuling sect were to decline one day, it wouldn't directly fall to rock bottom, and could maintain its status as a major sect, ensuring stable development for future generations. For an old sect like Yuling sect, with a legacy spanning tens of thousands of years, stability was far more important than dominance. And this made the middle-aged cultivator even more perplexed. Why were Liu Yun's conditions so lenient? "All right, time waits for no one. Let's go quickly." Before Liu Yun's words finished, 5-colored spiritual light suddenly lit up around him, transforming into a dazzling streak that enveloped Lu Yu and Han Yunzi, instantly disappearing into the sky. The middle-aged cultivator was left standing in the old site of Yunyu sect, looking bewildered, his eyes filled with confusion. From the moment Liu Yun's appeared, the middle-aged cultivator felt completely unable to follow his train of thought. All the preparations he had made before coming had become useless. This left him with a feeling of powerlessness, like punching at empty air. After pondering for a long time, the middle-aged cultivator could only let out a helpless bitter laugh, then transformed into an escape lights and disappeared into the sky. In the sky, after her initial panic, Lu Yu quickly recovered and smiled, taking a step ahead to say to Liu Yun's beside her. "Senior Liu, the two of us previously discovered traces of the Supreme Wood Spirit Infant in Yuanmu Kingdom. But it seems to have sensed our presence and is now fleeing deeper into Tianese. At this distance, we can only vaguely sense its location." Liu Yun's nodded, the 5-colored escape light around him gradually becoming transparent and disappearing, as if formless. His speed also suddenly increased by another 30%. The two women, Lu Yu and Han Yunzi, inside the escape lights, only felt the outside scenery blur, then instantly stretch and elongate. The speed was so fast that it left behind a trail of afterimages. The two women stared, their eyes wide. Lu Yu muttered in disbelief. "This is the famous formless escape technique of yesteryear." After speaking, Lu Yu suddenly came back to her senses and said with a smile to Liu Yun's, "Senior's escape technique is probably unparalleled in all of Tianese." Liu Yun's gave her a strange look, silently increasing his escape speed by another 50%. Suddenly, the atmosphere became awkward. Han Yunzi sighed silently nearby, then bowed slightly and respectfully said to Liu Yun's, "Thank you, Senior Liu, for showing mercy to Yuling sect. It's not mercy, I just couldn't be bothered to annihilate them, and besides, I don't need to act, Liu Yun sighed faintly, turning his head to Han Yunzi and saying, you've grown up a lot since we last met so many years ago. If you don't mind, just call me Big Brother Liu again. Han Yunzi was startled by his words, then lowered her head with a complex expression and called out, Big Brother Liu. Lu Yu, who was nearby, suddenly widened her eyes, but then seemed to remember something, and her beautiful, arched eyebrows rose slightly, showing a hint of a smile, whether genuine or not. Liu Yun's nodded, then continued, I'm sorry, I killed your big brother back then. Han Yunzi paused at his words, then lowered her head, her voice sounding a little low. It's not Big Brother Lu's fault. My big brother actually joined the Black Fiend cult to cultivate the blood sacrifice method. He brought it upon himself. Halfway through her sentence, Han Yunzi suddenly remembered that she was also a demonic path cultivator now. For over 100 years, although Han Yunzi had been in the demonic path, she believed her actions were consistent with her conscience. However, when Liu Yun's, an old acquaintance, appeared before her, she couldn't help but recall the past century's events. For a moment, an extremely complex emotion spread through her heart, leaving her speechless for a long time. Lu Yu, seeing this, chuckled lightly. Her thoughts shifted slightly, and she probed Liu Yun's, asking, Senior Liu, this junior believes that although Yuling sect and senior had some conflicts before, there are no conflicts of interest now. On the contrary, we might be able to cooperate more in the future. What are senior's thoughts? These words were naturally not her own idea. Before they came, the nascent soul elders of Yuling sect had ordered them to probe Liu Yun's to see if he intended to annihilate Yuling sect. Currently, it seemed Liu Yun's had no such intention, but the information revealed in his words made Lu Yu secretly alarmed. It seemed another force was coveting Yuling sect. Chapter 594, A New Yuanwu Kingdom. Tianese, Yuanwu Kingdom. The former Yuanwu Kingdom was a gathering place for both righteous and demonic cultivators, divided among 6 sects, with both sides locked in a stalemate, unwilling to yield. Until the demonic faction army attacked, the Tianxing sect, Divine Weapon sect, and Myriad Marvels Temple, the righteous path sects of the original Yuanwu Kingdom were almost completely annihilated without any power to resist, caught between the pincer attack of the Demon Flame sect's army and the Yuanwu Kingdom's demonic path. The demonic path of the Yuanwu Kingdom then merged with the Demon Flame sect, becoming an affiliated branch of the Demon Flame sect. Not long ago, after Liu Yun's decisively defeated the demonic path allied forces, forcing the Demon Flame sect to abandon the Yuanwu Kingdom and become an affiliate of the Joyful Union sect, several major cultivation families in the Yuanwu Kingdom immediately sent messengers to Liu Yun's side. Their messages generally conveyed the sentiment of, if adoptive father does not abandon us, we are willing to follow him in life and death. This was quite normal. In the highly unique social environment of Tianese, a sect itself was essentially an alliance of interests formed by several large families, a number of smaller families, and a few loose cultivators. These large families were themselves important components of the sect, arguably shareholders of the sect, highly bound to the sect in terms of interests, yet not entirely bound. When everything about the sect was flourishing, constantly progressing, and bringing benefits to everyone, then naturally, everyone was happy and eager to die for the sect. But when the sect declined and faced a catastrophe, the first to defect were often these very people. It wasn't that others didn't want to defect, the key was that major cultivation families had the confidence and capital to quickly switch allegiances. These large families often had roots in a certain country for tens of thousands of years, some families even had a longer history than most sects. Over the years, their understanding and control of certain regions in their country often reached a peak. This also meant that no matter which sect was in power, it could not do without the support of these large families, even if it was short-term support. So, when Liu Yun's drove away the Demon Flame sect, these families felt it was merely a change of masters. Messengers from various family heads arrived with carefully prepared gifts, directly paying their respects. And surprisingly, these large families actually had some good things. Liu Yun's glanced at them, and the extremely rare treasures genuinely startled him. There were even 2 rare materials that could replace the auxiliary materials for the Black Wind banner, which even the Demon Flame sect's treasury didn't possess, yet these families had produced them. After 2 seconds of thought, he accepted all the gifts, except for 2 families who sent female cauldron cultivators, whom Liu Yun sent away. Then, he told them quite bluntly. Within 7 days, either you get out yourselves, or I'll help you get out. Leave your assets before you go. All the families were bewildered by such thuggish behavior, stamping their feet and cursing loudly. Then, seeing the army of puppets that had appeared out of nowhere, they wisely chose to flee with their entire families. By now, they might have already reached the 9 Kingdoms alliance. Coincidentally, when Wei Wuya came to him last time, he mentioned that the countries closest to the grasslands were short on manpower and wanted to buy a batch of puppets from Liu Yun's. Now, with such a large new batch of cannon, fresh forces, Wei Wuya would probably be smiling in his sleep. After crossing the border of the Yuanwu Kingdom and flying 100 miles inward, the 3 of them seemed to pass through an invisible barrier. Then, one after another, airships, seemingly forged from steel, abruptly appeared before their eyes. These airships spanned the sky, connected by tracks dozens of zhonglong, and beneath them, giant stone pillars covered in runes stood on the ground. At first glance, it looked like a city of steel suspended in the air. Under Lu Yu and Han Yunzi's incredulous gazes, human-like figures, resembling puppet soldiers, continuously moved along the tracks between these airships, traversing back and forth between the giant stone pillars, engraving runes and installing steel components onto them. Beneath some of the airships, the steel between the giant stone pillars subtly connected, forming what looked like a steel dome, beneath which giant buildings, hundreds of zhang tall, were rising from the ground. This spectacular scene instantly reshaped the two women's worldview. In Tianese, where civilization was infinitely close to an agrarian society, no one had ever witnessed such a magnificent sight. The entire Yuanwu kingdom has a population of about 13 million. It used to be more, but the demon flame sect has caused quite a lot of harm over the years. Seeing the two women so stunned that their jaws couldn't close, Lu Yun's explained to them with a hint of pride. About 8 million of these people have undergone soul imprint technology. The puppet soldiers, airships, and cities you see now are all controlled by them. Soul imprint technology can ensure that relevant technical data is imprinted into their memories in an instant. Combined with specialized machinery, the efficiency is terrifying. In about 2 more years, roughly 70% of the Yuanwu kingdom's land will be transformed into factories, research institutions, residential facilities, entertainment facilities, and so on. Simply put, they will be giant, fully functional cities. The original Yuanwu kingdom's imperial court was somewhat unwilling, so I had them roll out with those cultivation families. Now, the main authority here is an assembly formed by these former mortals. Still in a state of shock, Lu Yu turned to him in disbelief and asked in a low voice. Senior Lu, you've given so much, and yet you just gave the Yuanwu kingdom to these mortals? Why is this, exactly? Lu Yun's gave her a strange look, then sighed helplessly. That's why you people, what good would all the resources of an entire country do me, even if they were all given to me? I can't use that much. Conversely, with these resources and technologies in their hands, they can create an unprecedented country, innovate technology, and inspire countless people like me to open up one new technology after another on this nascent Dao. They will continuously progress, becoming stronger and more excellent. And I will learn from them, and we will advance together, until we reach the end of this Dao. I have no interest in being a ruler, much less their mentor. On the contrary, I am very much looking forward to what they can teach me. Lu Yun's, accompanied by the two thoughtful women, swiftly traversed most of the Yuanwu kingdom. Everything they saw and heard along the way directly shook everything they had believed for many years. Especially when they saw the nascent soul-level puppets, which the Yuling sect elders longed for, being produced one by one, they couldn't help but begin to doubt whether everything the Yuling sect was doing now truly had value. Chapter 595, Exquisite Pagoda. The 5 elements spirit infants were never abandoned. In fact, there are still a few backup spirit infants within the Yuling sect, just without the supreme metal and supreme wood spirit infants. The elders of the Yuling sect were still indulging in pipe dreams. They believed that in a few hundred, or at most a few thousand years, they would eventually gather all the 5 elements spirit infants again. Now, old Devil Hehuan was severely injured, and the Joyful Union sect had lost 2 renowned mid-nascent soul stage cultivator. It could be said that it had suffered a great loss of origin chi. In contrast, the Yuling sect, apart from the 5 elements spirit infants, had basically lost nothing. If they could redeem Dongmen too, then with the Yuling sect's spirit control sect, foundation, surpassing the Joyful Union sect and once again becoming the largest sect of the demonic path would be just around the corner. They firmly believed this, because the southern domain had always been this way. No matter if it was a few hundred or a few thousand years, the southern domain would not change at all. It was merely the rise and fall of sect powers and the separation and reunion of aristocratic family. Civilization would not progress, the situation would not change, solidified like a pool of stagnant water. But now, a new force is rising. This power is strong enough to change the world. Not to mention a few hundred or a few thousand years, even a few years would be enough for them to completely change the entire southern domain. The changes were too fast, so fast that those nascent soul old monsters who were accustomed to using centuries as a unit of time couldn't react. Compared to everything happening in this place, the Yuling sect's spirit control sect, so-called plan seemed utterly ridiculous. When all the passengers on a train disappear, who cares who the so-called engine is? For some reason, Lu Yu felt a bit down. The resentment she originally felt because she couldn't become a spirit infant fusion cultivator also mysteriously diminished a lot. Can you still sense the supreme wood spirit infant? Lu Yun's asked calmly. Han Yunzi closed her eyes, sensed for a moment in silence, and then pointed forward. That direction, about 500 li. Hiss. The national border. Lu Yun's raised his eyebrows in surprise. No wonder old 5 soul imprint was almost all over the Yu kingdom and Yuanwu kingdom, yet he hadn't found any trace of that supreme wood spirit infant. Who would have thought that fellow would run to the border of the Yuanwu kingdom? He was quite good at finding places. That area was a convergence of various factions informants, a mixed bag of good and bad. All of old 5's imprints there were used to block various spies. Other forces were also scheming against each other in that place, and what happened in the shadows day and night was much more lively than what happened in the open. Under such circumstances, a spirit infant proficient in escape techniques and skilled at hiding, when it arrived there, was like a drop of water merging into the ocean. Even with immense power, it would be difficult to easily find it. Clever. Lu Yun's praised. He transformed into a yellow light with the 2 women, instantly plunging underground, seemingly formless and directly merging into the earth, without revealing any movement. About a dozen breaths later, at the border of the Yuanwu kingdom, in a relatively prosperous market town, a dignified middle-aged man with 2 ordinary-looking maids swaggered into the market town. The 2 maids were merely at the 8th or 9th level of the chi refining stage cultivation, both their appearance and cultivation were quite ordinary. However, the dignified middle-aged man was actually a late core formation stage high-level cultivator, not far from the peak of core formation stage, the pseudo-nascent soul realm. The strong spiritual pressure, shining brightly, was not concealed at all, which startled the surrounding pedestrians, who quickly made way, fearing that they might accidentally offend this somewhat eccentric core formation senior. Behind him, the two ordinary-looking maids had stern faces, giving off an unapproachable vibe. One of them, with her head slightly bowed, spoke via spiritual message with subtly moving lips. Senior Lu, shouldn't we be more low-key? Lu Yun's, who had transformed into the dignified middle-aged man, also maintained a stern face and replied via spiritual message without turning his head. Being low-key is useless. This place is full of spies sent by various major forces, and many are members of Immortal Cultivation family who were driven out of the Yuanyu kingdom by me. These people, harboring resentment, simply defected to other forces, monitoring the Yuanyu kingdom for them here and assisting other spies. Now, as long as a new face appears here, it won't take half an hour for people from various major forces to thoroughly investigate his identity and background. If they can't find anything, that's even more interesting. As long as you stay here for a day, you'll be monitored for a day, and even if you leave, you'll be tracked for several months. If your cultivation is average and you don't seem to have much backing, there's a high probability they'll kill you on the side. At this point, the dignified middle-aged man that Lu Yun's had transformed into suddenly turned his head, and a powerful spiritual pressure erupted. A translucent phantom instantly appeared from an inconspicuous corner, transforming into an old man with deep-set eyes. That old man actually had the cultivation of an early core formation stage, and as soon as he appeared, he chuckled and bowed to Lu Yun's. At the same time, several other spiritual pressure locked onto Lu Yun's, none of them below the core formation stage. Scram! The dignified middle-aged man, played by Lu Yun's, glared with tiger-like eyes, his brows filled with evil chi, directly blocking the words the old man was about to utter. The old man opened his mouth, then resumed his chuckling expression, bowed apologetically, and then disappeared. Several spiritual pressure around them vanished simultaneously, and Lu Yun's immediately snorted in a feigned manner. See. Lu Yun's explained to the two women via spiritual message, took them for a casual stroll, and then walked directly into a 5-story pagoda, over 10 zhang tall, facing the street. Even within the entire market town, this pagoda was one of the largest and most conspicuous buildings, and it was adorned with jewels and treasures, making it clear at a glance that this place was extraordinary. Above the pagoda's entrance hung a huge plaque, brightly displaying the 3 golden characters, Exquisite Pagoda. The two women frowned at the bizarre name, silently following Lu Yun's inside. Inside was a vast space, with several long display stands arranged around. On them were both mid to high-grade magical artifact, talisman shimmering with faint spiritual light, and some herbs emitting a subtle medicinal fragrance, but none were over 100 years old. Behind the display stands stood several low-level female cultivator dressed in translucent pink gauze, with delicate and charming appearances, smilingly introducing various items to the endless stream of low-level cultivator in front of the stands. As Sun Yun stepped inside, the entire interior of the exquisite pagoda suddenly fell silent. The powerful spiritual pressure, shining brightly, was too overwhelming for these low-level cultivator, and for a moment, it seemed even the sound of breathing had vanished. Lu Yun's casually looked around until a beautiful woman, probably around 30 years old, with a graceful figure and alluring face, walked down the stairs on the other side of the hall. Senior, the area for core formation cultivator in our exquisite pagoda is on the 4th floor. Please follow me upstairs. The woman chuckled, lightly covering half her face with a feather fan. Her seductive peach blossom eyes seemed to hold myriad charms, and her gaze towards Lu Yun's was almost silken. Lu Yun's nodded expressionlessly and led the two women up the stairs, all the way to the 4th floor. Opening the door, they found an elegantly decorated private room. Inside, several exotic flowers and plants were arranged, subtly emitting a peculiar fragrance that invigorated the spirit upon smelling. In addition, there was a screen in front, radiating a crimson spiritual light. Behind the screen, there was a jade green table and 2 white wooden chairs, exuding a sandalwood scent, the specific type of wood unknown. Around them, 2 beautiful maids at the peak of chi refining stage and 2 foundation establishment mid-stage servants stood separately. This scene secretly astonished the 2 women behind Lu Yun's, who couldn't help but wonder which powerful family this was, to have foundation establishment cultivator as servants. At this moment, the beautiful woman unknowingly moved closer and closer to Lu Yun's, until she was almost pressed against his chest. Senior. The beautiful woman's eyes were like silk, and she chuckled softly, just about to say something. Slap. Lu Yun's backhanded her across the face. Chapter 596 The Fierce Family. Bang. The crisp slap instantly stunned the 2 women behind Lu Yun's, they couldn't understand why he suddenly attacked. As the 2 women stared blankly, Lu Yun spat on the ground with a look of disgust, then wiped his clothes as if cleaning off something dirty. Senior. The beautiful woman raised her head, a bright red slap mark on her fair, snow-white cheek, her charming, peach blossom eyes now filled with tears, making her appear pitiful. Strangely, none of the surrounding maids or servants showed any anger or shock, instead, they watched the scene with knowing smiles. The 2 women even saw 2 maids giggling and whispering to each other, as if this whole situation was exactly what they had expected. Lu Yun's didn't hesitate and kicked again, which the woman agilely dodged. Damn it, act normal. Otherwise, I'll tear you apart first. Lu Yun's cursed fiercely. To the surprise of the 2 women, he used his own voice. The beautiful woman rolled her eyes at his words, casually tossed aside the feather fan in her hand, and sprawled out on the chair. You're so boring. Liu Yun's kicked over the wooden chair beneath her, and with a flash of spiritual light in his hand, a golden shuttle instantly appeared in his palm. Stop, stop, stop. I spent a long time shaping this body. The beautiful woman quickly dodged, saying in a flustered voice. It wasn't until Liu Yun's put away the shuttle in his hand that the beautiful woman, in a more masculine manner, pouted and said. Unbelievable, that such a boring guy as you would be my main body. My heart has been severely wounded. Yes, yes. The other two maids and two servants echoed in unison, all wearing expressions of helplessness, with the same slight smiles, and even their tones were identical. Male and female voices mixed together, transforming into an incredibly strange and peculiar tone that echoed throughout the entire private room. This bizarre scene made the two women's scalps tingle. They subconsciously took a step back, hiding behind Liu Yun's. I can't believe it either. I only haven't contacted you much for a few months, and you've already become this perverted. Liu Yun's rubbed his temples uneasily, letting out a deep sigh. As your main body, I feel very guilty. How about we just melt you down and remold you? Your way of expressing guilt is so avant-garde. The beautiful woman was stunned by his words, saying in a bewildered tone. Liu Yun's closed his eyes and silently sat down on a chair before asking. Tell me, what have you found? There aren't any very specific discoveries yet. The beautiful woman sighed, her expression instantly becoming serious. The two beautiful maids beside her stepped forward, smiling as they poured a cup of tea for each of the three. One maid, while pouring tea, continued in a tone identical to the beautiful woman's. That supreme wood spirit infant is skilled in escape techniques and illusions, and it has read various ancient texts treasured by the Yuling sect. It's not an easy task to find it. At the doorway, a servant nodded and said to the three. Even for me, given that the other party is already on guard, finding it in this chaotic place is almost impossible. But based on the information you provided, that spirit infant likes to devour the divine souls of human cultivators, so I directly changed my approach. The beautiful woman stood up, took a jade slip from her storage pouch at her waist, and handed it to Liu Yun's, saying at the same time. I investigated the number of cultivators who died or went missing along the border of the Yuanwu kingdom, and I did find a clue. In recent times, the number of cultivators who have gone missing or been confirmed dead outside the market for various reasons has increased several-fold. I specifically checked, and all the bodies were destroyed to erase any traces. This is actually quite normal, but the abnormal part is that no matter what method I used, I couldn't find any traces left by the divine souls of these deceased individuals. Their divine souls were taken. Liu Yun's picked up the jade slip, extended his divine sense into it, and carefully read through it, then asked. Do you know which family did it? The former great family of Yuanwu kingdom, the Lai family. The five people said in unison. 30 li outside the market, there is a small mountain called Green Jade Mountain. In the past, this was the location of a small school's mountain gate. Because it was close to the border of the Yuanwu kingdom, and it only had an extremely barren small spiritual vein, it was not noticed by other large sects. Other small schools and small families were also unable to compete for it, so this small school managed to establish itself steadily here. Although this small school's strength was average and it lacked the ability to establish a market, being close to the Yuanwu kingdom's border allowed it to do business and barely maintain the sect's operations. However, not long ago, due to the defeat of the Demon Flame sect, several major cultivation families in the Yuanwu kingdom were forcibly expelled from the Yuanwu kingdom by Liu Yun's. Most of these families went to the Nine Kingdoms Alliance, exchanging their lives as cannon fodder on the border of Tianese for a place to reside. But there were also some families who found it difficult to accept such a decline, so they contacted several other major forces and settled at the border of the Yuanwu kingdom, becoming the eyes of other forces monitoring the Yuanwu kingdom. And the Lai family was one of the largest among these families that settled on the border. Over 100 years ago, the Lai family was an affiliated family of the Ghost Underworld sect, a major demonic path school in the Yuanwu kingdom. When the Demon Flame sect occupied the Yuanwu kingdom, the Lai family merged with the Ghost Underworld sect into the Demon Flame sect. Later, when the Demon Flame sect suffered a major defeat, the Lai family initially wanted to directly pledge allegiance to Liu Yun's, but unexpectedly, he humiliated them and seized the family's accumulated wealth and legacy from over the years. The Lai family could not swallow this insult. Thus, they proactively contacted the demonic path powerhouse, the Thousand Illusions sect, becoming their eyes and occupying Green Jade Mountain. And today, in a secret chamber deep within Green Jade Mountain, a middle-aged cultivator at the early core formation stage slowly passed through a narrow corridor. The guards, clad in black armor and faintly exuding dark demonic chi from their bodies, silently knelt on the ground, welcoming his arrival. The middle-aged cultivator walked straight ahead, reaching the bronze gate at the deepest part of the corridor. How is the situation inside? The middle-aged cultivator asked a guard beside him with an expressionless face. Reporting to Old Ancestor, everything is normal inside the gate, it's just. The guard, wearing an iron mask and armor, swallowed and said cautiously, today's offerings were too crude, so, there was a bit of a commotion. Humph. The middle-aged cultivator snorted coldly at his words and pushed open the bronze gate. Behind the gate was a huge, dark space, like a natural cave, without a trace of light. And above the center of this space, a completely green existence, resembling a nascent soul, had its eyes closed, seemingly in a deep slumber. I caught a cold today, just finished my medicine. The second chapter will be a bit late. Chapter 597, 10,000 Incarnations. The middle-aged cultivator looked at the azure spirit infant above his head, his eyes flickering with fear, resentment, and killing intent, before finally settling into a deep, stagnant pool of dead water. The azure spirit infant seemed to sense something, slowly opening its eyes. A flash of azure spiritual light appeared and vanished on its body, and an incredibly powerful spiritual pressure slowly emanated from within it, causing the surrounding air to hum with an unbearable buzz. He, what's wrong? The azure spirit infant let out a sharp, piercing laugh, making the middle-aged cultivator frown. You've devoured so many cultivators' divine souls, isn't that enough? The middle-aged cultivator asked in a gloomy tone. Humph. The azure spirit infant snorted coldly, slowly descending to hover in front of the middle-aged cultivator. If you could find this grandmother/matriarch a few nascent souls, then this grandmother/matriarch could even advance further. But the weaklings you've provided are barely enough for this grandmother/matriarch to whet her appetite. The azure spirit infant flew a circle around the middle-aged cultivator, then nodded in satisfaction. Not bad, your cultivation has improved again. This grandmother/matriarch's guidance wasn't wasted. The middle-aged cultivator's eyes were lowered, making it impossible to discern his emotions, as he calmly said. In a few more years, I should be able to advance to the middle core formation stage. But what about you, will you be ready by then? Ha 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 ha, the azure spirit infant let out a piercing shriek of laughter, shaking the surrounding air. Grains of gravel and dust fell from above, simultaneously being blown far away by the chi wave. If you had the cultivation of the middle core formation stage, this grandmother/matriarch could integrate with you right now. But you don't. With your meager cultivation, this grandmother/matriarch fears that the moment I enter your body, I would burst you apart. Alas, times have changed. It's hard to find a cultivator who specializes and would attribute cultivation techniques and is also willing to merge with this grandmother/matriarch. If not for that, why would I bother guiding you? This grandmother/matriarch has perused the Yuling sect's extensive library, and the demonic techniques and secret arts I know are countless. If you weren't so utterly disappointing, would this grandmother/matriarch need to hide in such a dark place? At this point, the azure spirit infant's voice suddenly became shrill. The middle-aged cultivator immediately half-knelt on the ground in pain, clutching his head and letting out a beast-like roar. Traces of dark red blood slowly seeped from his 7 orifices, dripping onto the ground. Humph. The azure spirit infant snorted coldly, flying back into the air. I'm not afraid to tell you, this grandmother/matriarch's divine ability has recently improved again. I am already not far from the peak of the middle stage nascent soul. The middle-aged cultivator endured the intense pain, raising his head in disbelief. That fast. Humph. This grandmother/matriarch advanced to the middle stage 1,000 years ago. If it weren't for those youngsters in the Yuling sect fearing my divine ability was too strong to control and constantly weakening my cultivation, I would have already been in the late nascent soul stage. The azure spirit infant's delicate face twisted, appearing incomparably hideous. This is also a good thing, just as this grandmother/matriarch said. Once I merge with you, this grandmother/matriarch can cultivate through your human body, reducing many invisible restrictions. Those cultivation techniques and secret arts that couldn't be cultivated due to physique can also be freely cultivated. And you, in turn, can instantly possess the cultivation of the middle stage nascent soul. By then, with the world so vast, where can you not go? The middle-aged cultivator lowered his head and remained silent for a while, not speaking. What? Still worried that this grandmother/matriarch wants to possess you? The azure spirit infant chuckled lightly, saying noncommittally, this grandmother/matriarch is not a true nascent soul, there is no such thing as possession cultivation for me. This Yuling sex fusion secret art is already the most suitable for me. Once the fusion is complete, you are I, and I am you. We will be one, indistinguishable. Didn't you also take the fusion secret art to study? Why are you still worried now? The middle-aged cultivator's face was gloomy as he slowly spoke, your divine soul is too much stronger than mine. Even after the fusion, you will be dominant. Humph. This grandmother/matriarch never hid that from you. To suddenly possess the cultivation of the middle stage nascent soul, there will inevitably be some price to pay. Besides, it's only a part of yourself, what's there to be reluctant about? Or do you want to continue staying in this god-forsaken place, watching the Yuanyu kingdom like a guard dog, until your lifespan runs out and you become a pile of dry bones? Enough. The middle-aged cultivator roared, his expression as ferocious as a wild beast. In this darkness, the middle-aged cultivator took a deep breath and slowly spoke. I will advance to the middle core formation stage as quickly as possible. Don't forget what you promised me. After the fusion, leave a portion of the Yuling sect's hidden texts to the Life family. The azure spirit infant let out a delicate laugh, don't worry, by then you will be me. Can I go back on a promise I made to myself? The middle-aged cultivator gave it a deep look, then turned and walked out of the bronze gate. Only then did the azure spirit infant's face suddenly turn gloomy. Could this junior have noticed something amiss? In the market, Liu Yun's, transformed into a dignified middle-aged man, strolled leisurely with the 2 women, appearing completely unhurried. Senior Liu, aren't we going to look for the supreme wood spirit infant? The maid, played by Han Yunzi, transmitted softly. No need. That guy managed to evade old 5th search, so it won't be easy for us to find it. Even if I flew over now and pulverized the entire Life family, it could still escape at any moment. It's better to use an easier method. Liu Yun's transmitted without turning his head, and at the same time, pointed to the surrounding shops, continuing. More than half of the businesses in this market you see belong to my incarnation. The rest belong to those few families. However, most of the shop assistants, servants, and even customers are my incarnations. So, after we finish our business, you two can just take anything you like from this market. Take whatever you fancy, consider it your reward for this trip. Lu Yu and Han Yunzi's eyelids twitched, and they couldn't help but gasp. The two women had seen many incarnation techniques, but they had never even heard of such a playful incarnation technique, let alone seen one. Senior Lu, so, most of the people in this market are your incarnations? Lu Yu asked, unable to hide her curiosity. Lu Yun's turned to look at her, saying somewhat helplessly, actually, it's not just people. Before he finished speaking, Lu Yun's kicked a tree by the roadside. To the two women's horror, a face identical to Lu Yun's suddenly appeared on the lush green tree, glaring at him impatiently. At the same time, a smiling face appeared on a lantern hanging from a roadside shop, a stone stool at their feet moved a few steps on its own, a bird in the sky let out a joyful cry, and an eye grew on a blue stone beneath their feet. The pedestrians on the road simultaneously turned their heads and offered the two women a kind smile. Chapter 598, Confrontation. The middle-aged cultivator slowly walked out of the narrow passage, flew several miles along an upward-sloping tunnel, and then poked his head out from a hidden secret passage at the foot of Green Jade Mountain. Stepping out of the secret passage, the middle-aged cultivator found himself inside a tea house. Outside the tea house, people came and went, horse-drawn carriages and ox carts passed by from time to time, and faintly, one could hear the hawkers' cries and children's laughter from outside. This was actually a bustling mortal town. The middle-aged cultivator swiped a hand across his face, instantly transforming it into the gaunt face of an old man. He slowly walked out of the tea house, strolling along the street like an ordinary mortal until he left the town. Only then did he find an empty, deserted place to revert to his original appearance, transforming into a streak of escape lights and flying towards the Lai family on the mountaintop. Just then, several streaks of escape lights suddenly flew down from the mountain, directly meeting him. The middle-aged cultivator frowned, abruptly stopping and hovering in midair, his gaze vigilantly fixed on the approaching escape lights. The escape lights gradually dispersed, revealing several Foundation establishment cultivators stepping on flying boat magical artifacts. The leading old man among them quickly stepped forward, bowing to the middle-aged cultivator and saying, "Old ancestor, news from the market says that a late core formation stage cultivator forcibly bought an 800-year-old purple cloud ginseng from our shop and injured several clansmen." Late core formation stage, the middle-aged cultivator frowned upon hearing this, not showing any anger on his face. With a stern expression, he asked, "Is that person still in the market? Did anyone see how he attacked?" The old man quickly replied, "That person just left the market. We've already sent a wind chime sparrow to follow him." As for how he attacked, the clansman present only mentioned that he raised his hand, and a yellow light shot out, injuring them in the blink of an eye. As for anything else, those few clansmen's cultivation was insufficient, so they really couldn't discern more. The middle-aged cultivator was silent for a moment, then slowly raised his head, a trace of black chi flashing in his eyes. "Summon the clan's Azure Nether Guards, Qing Ming Wei, bring the Xianming Lushan Grand Formation, and follow me to pursue and kill that person." "Yes." Everyone present immediately bowed in response, a hint of fanaticism flashing in their eyes. The Lai family's Azure Nether Guards, Qing Ming Wei, were elite cultivators famous throughout the Yuanwu Kingdom for hundreds of years. Each one had Foundation establishment mid-stage cultivation or higher, and the ghost nether art they cultivated could transform people into half-human, half-ghost beings, making them extremely troublesome. 5 or 6 Azure Nether Guards working together were enough to stall or even contend with an ordinary early core formation cultivator. As for the Xianming Lushan Grand Formation, it was one of the Lai family's legacy trump cards, passed down for 1,000 years. When Lu Yun's puppet army attacked their home, several Azure Nether Guards endured severe pain to hide it within their bodies, thus successfully evading the notice of those puppets. With the Azure Nether Guards, Qing Ming Wei, and the Xianming Lushan Grand Formation acting simultaneously, even a late core formation stage cultivator, everyone felt no fear. Not to mention that this Lai family old ancestor's divine ability had surged recently, and he had even successfully killed a mid-stage core formation cultivator not long ago. No matter how heaven-defying that person's cultivation was, he would be left here today. The group quickly returned to the Lai family, assembled the Azure Nether Guards, Qing Ming Wei, brought the Grand Formation, and gathered at the peak of Green Jade Mountain. The middle-aged cultivator stood suspended at the peak of Green Jade Mountain, looking at the more than 20 Azure Nether Guards, Qing Ming Wei, in dark green armor, and couldn't help but nod in approval. "Go!" With a furious roar from the middle-aged cultivator, wisps of black gale howled around him, instantly engulfing all the Azure Nether Guards, Qing Ming Wei. The next moment, this black wind soared into the sky, like a malevolent dragon stirring up wind and waves in myths and legends, roaring as it tore through the air. Meanwhile, in a dense forest several tens of miles from the market, Lu Yun's, in the guise of the dignified middle-aged man, crushed the bright yellow sparrow in his hand. Black wind rolled in from the horizon, instantly obscuring the sky and sun, casting a massive shadow. "Training mortal birds to act as your eyes and ears, your Lai family certainly has ideas." The dignified middle-aged man sneered, and a golden light shot out from his sleeve, blocking in front of him. In this environment where heaven and earth were black, this golden light was like a long sword cleaving through the darkness, emitting dazzling brilliance. "It seems fellow deist knows our Lai family. So, you were deliberately deceptive before." The middle-aged cultivator's voice emanated from within the black wind, swept by the gale, it resounded all around, sounding incomparably majestic. Humph. Your Lai family's hands aren't clean, so you should have expected this day. But I didn't expect your guts to have grown to such an extent that you dare to lay hands on a late core formation stage cultivator like me. The dignified middle-aged man sneered, his tone hinting at a threat. For a moment, silence fell within the black wind. Until a somewhat flustered voice sounded from within the black wind. Old ancestor. Something's not right. That person should have had 2 maidservants with him. What? The middle-aged cultivator was stunned, a hint of surprise appearing in his tone for the first time. After a moment of contemplation, the middle-aged cultivator suddenly took a deep breath. It seems fellow Daist also came prepared, so all the more reason I cannot let you leave. Before his words finished, the black wind obscuring the sky above suddenly dispersed, transforming into streaks of ink-black wind blades, hovering in the air like 10,000 steel knives. And at the center of these wind blades, the middle-aged cultivator held a formation flag, with the giant formation plate suspended above his head, emitting wails like ghosts and wolves. Within a few tens of feet around him, more than 20 Foundation establishment cultivators in dark green armor held formation flags, arrayed in an incomparably profound formation. A massive, ink-black formation pattern emerged in the air, and wisps of ink-black devilish chi seeped out from it, drilling into the wind blades. In an instant, those invisible wind blades gradually materialized, transforming into ink-black long blades, 10 feet long, pointing directly at the dignified middle-aged man's position. The dignified middle-aged man fiercely gritted his teeth, and the golden light in front of him emitted dazzling brilliance, transforming into a golden giant sword several tens of feet long. Seeing this, the middle-aged cultivator in the air couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. What he feared most was the opponent suddenly pulling out an ancient treasure or some kind of magic treasure with obviously strange divine ability in such a situation. If that were the case, he might not necessarily be able to keep the opponent. Fortunately, it seemed that person was just an ordinary core formation cultivator and didn't have so many messy trump cards. Thinking this, the middle-aged cultivator felt his heart settle. With a wave of his single hand, 10,000 blades launched simultaneously. Countless ink-black long blades, 10 feet long, rushed forward like a torrential rain. The dignified middle-aged man pointed at the giant sword, and his figure instantly merged into it, transforming into an incredibly swift golden light and fleeing. Seeing this, the middle-aged cultivator did not get angry but laughed instead. 2 huge blood sacs suddenly grew on his back, and then with a rip sound. The blood sacs ruptured, and a pair of incomparably ferocious blood-colored bone wings emerged from them, fiercely fanning backward. The middle-aged cultivator instantly transformed into a streak of blood light, arriving later but reaching first, directly catching up to the golden light. Within the blood light, a black gleam suddenly appeared, heading straight for the golden light. Chapter 599, Possession. Half an hour later, the dignified middle-aged man collapsed powerlessly to the ground, a fist-sized hole in his chest. Beside him, the several-foot-long golden longsword was firmly pinned to the ground by a jet-black bone saber, unable to move an inch. The middle-aged cultivator looked at his corpse, a hint of excitement in his eyes, and quickly extended his right hand, grabbing at the void realm. A vortex-like black chi flashed in his palm and vanished, immediately followed by a figure, countless times smaller, flying out from the dignified middle-aged man's glabella, which he seized in his hand. As expected of a late core formation stage cultivator's divine soul, it's countless times stronger than the primordial spirits of those Foundation establishment cultivators, the middle-aged cultivator muttered excitedly to himself, his eyes gleaming, as if contemplating something. Around 20 azure nether guards escape lights flickered, and the middle-aged cultivator quickly suppressed his excited expression, raising his hand to pull the golden longsword into his grasp, and directly spat a mouthful of black chi onto it. The golden longsword's spiritual light instantly dimmed, letting out a weak wail. The middle-aged cultivator nodded in satisfaction and tossed it into his storage pouch. Let's go. The middle-aged cultivator called out, once again conjuring black wind, sweeping up the surrounding azure nether guards and soaring into the sky. Before leaving, he didn't forget to throw a black fireball in the direction of the dignified middle-aged man's corpse, burning it to ashes. The black wind howled away, leaving behind only a messy dense forest. After a while, an arm suddenly emerged from the void realm. With a flash of spiritual light, Lu Yun's, now restored to his original appearance, emerged with Lu Yu and Han Yunzi, stroking his chin as he looked at the faintly visible black wind in the sky. This guy's divine ability is quite good, not something the Lai family would typically possess. It seems we really did find the right place this time. Lu Yu and Han Yunzi both looked at him somewhat bewildered, unable to understand what he was trying to do by going to such great lengths. Come with me, I'll show you something. Lu Yun's waved his hand without looking back, and a 5-colored spiritual light flashed on his body, making him and the 2 women disappear again. On the other side, as soon as the middle-aged cultivator returned to the summit of Green Jade Mountain, he forced himself to act calm, encouraged everyone a few words, and after announcing rewards for all, he flew directly out of Green Jade Mountain. After flying several miles along the secret path at the foot of Green Jade Mountain, the middle-aged cultivator returned to the narrow passage and stood before the giant bronze door. Looking at the bronze door, adorned with numerous runes, the middle-aged cultivator couldn't help but take a deep breath, his eyes constantly changing, eventually settling back into a stagnant pool. He reached out and pushed open the bronze door. The azure spirit infant opened her eyes, gave him a cold glance, and couldn't help but sneer. What? Did you just fight someone? Why did you expend so much magic power? Was that person very strong in cultivation? The middle-aged cultivator took a few steps forward, nodding expressionlessly. That was a late core formation stage cultivator, and his magic treasure was very sharp. I only managed to kill him with the help of the Netherworld Heaven Grand Array. Humph. What a waste. The Azure Spirit Infant snorted unhappily, descending before him. It's a shame this grandmother/matriarch taught you so many divine abilities and even personally helped you cleanse your marrow and change your cultivation technique. Yet, you still needed help to take down a late core formation stage cultivator? You've truly disgraced yourself. The middle-aged cultivator's eyelids twitched almost imperceptibly, and he opened one hand, revealing a golden figure entangled in black chi. The Azure Spirit Infant's eyes immediately lit up, and she reached out with her small hands to take it. But then, the middle-aged cultivator actually took it back into his body. The Azure Spirit Infant froze, then suddenly looked up, her eyes instantly turning blood red. Boy! What do you want to do? The voice was extremely shrill, as if countless steel needles had been directly plunged into his brain. The middle-aged cultivator couldn't help but groan in pain, and 2 streaks of dark red blood flowed uncontrollably from his nostrils. Nothing. I just want to negotiate with this grandmother/matriarch. The middle-aged cultivator wiped the blood from his face expressionlessly and said calmly, the fusion secret art you gave me should be fake, right? Although it was a question, the middle-aged cultivator's tone was unusually certain. The Azure Spirit Infant's originally distorted features instantly returned to normal. She looked him up and down with some surprise, then sneered and flew back into the air. Indeed, it's fake. However, there's one thing this grandmother/matriarch didn't lie about, I am not a nascent soul, so I cannot perform possession and cultivate like a normal nascent soul. I need your cooperation to truly possess a physical body. After we fusion, it will indeed be me within you, and you within me. We two will be one entity, but at that time, my consciousness will most likely be overwhelming, completely occupying your consciousness. So what? Boy, do you want to fall out with this grandmother/matriarch? Or do you want to pretend this never happened, miss the opportunity to become a nascent soul cultivator, and continue to be someone else's dog? The Azure Spirit Infant let out a series of shrill sneers, and the middle-aged cultivator's face suddenly darkened. Boy, this grandmother/matriarch has lived long enough. Long enough to understand what people like you are thinking. Your ambition is as high as the sky, but your fate is as thin as paper. You're just a clan chief of a cultivation family, who got lucky to advance to core formation, but you're always unwilling, feeling that you should go a step further. But in reality, compared to those truly extraordinary people, you are nothing. And now, the only opportunity that could change your destiny is right before you. Boy, can you let go? The Azure Spirit Infant hovered in front of the middle-aged cultivator, her blood-red eyes staring straight into his. Or do you want to gamble that your consciousness won't dissipate in the fusion, gamble that your own will is strong enough to remain intact under my divine sense? If you lose, it's just death. I will still take care of your family. If you win, you will soar to great heights, becoming one of the few strong cultivators in the human realm. Boy, this grandmother/matriarch isn't afraid to tell you. Once this grandmother/matriarch has a physical body and masters the cultivation techniques and secret arts in my mind, then I won't say I can dominate the human realm, but at least I can go anywhere in the vast world. Boy, can you give up? The middle-aged cultivator's eyelids twitched, and his breathing suddenly became heavy. A sneer appeared at the corner of the Azure Spirit Infant's mouth. Just then, a 5-colored spiritual light suddenly burst forth. A 5-colored little person suddenly shot out from the middle-aged cultivator's glabella and directly entered the Azure Spirit Infant's body. What? The Azure Spirit Infant was greatly alarmed and instinctively retreated violently. Just then, a lazy and playful voice came from within her body. You can go anywhere in the vast world? Even if you had a physical body, at most you'd just be a stronger middle-stage nascent soul. That tone is a bit too much, isn't it? What kind of ghost are you? Get out of this grandmother/matriarch right now. The Azure Spirit Infant let out a series of shrill screams, her 2 small hands frantically clawing at her body in fear. Tisk. It's just something that's been locked up and gone silly after all. As he spoke, a human face, countless times smaller, emerged from the Azure Spirit Infant's glabella. Due to the pandemic, I couldn't buy anti-inflammatory medicine, but I still had cold medicine at home, so I took it and also made a bowl of ginger brown sugar water. I hope it helps. Chapter 600, Taking the Spirit Infant. The middle-aged cultivator watched everything unfold before him in disbelief, somewhat slow to react. Everything had been normal. He had even been swayed by the Azure Spirit Infant's words, ready to trust his own will for once. But then, the primordial spirit, which had been tightly bound by his demonic technique, suddenly ignored his restriction and directly rushed into the Azure Spirit Infant's body. And that immensely powerful Spirit Infant merely struggled a few times before a grotesquely shrunken human face eerily grew from its forehead. The Spirit Infant then abandoned all struggles. On that tender, eerie little face, dullness and struggle appeared in succession, causing the middle-aged cultivator's mind to reel and his scalp to tingle. The next moment, a frantic spiritual premonition screamed in the middle-aged cultivator's mind. He instinctively turned sideways, rolling on the ground in an utterly disheveled manner. Almost the very next instant, countless slender black threads erupted violently through the rock layer above, like a black giant sword reaching the heavens, cleaving the earth in two with a single strike. A massive gap appeared, and the midday sun immediately poured into the pitch-black underground, illuminating the middle-aged cultivator's face, who had narrowly escaped death. Under the sunlight, 3 figures, 1 male and 2 females floated in the air, looking down at him from above. Those slender black threads instantly transformed into thousands of black needles, flying back behind the man, like a cluster of dark stars hanging in the midday sky. The middle-aged cultivator squinted against the dazzling sunlight, clearly seeing the appearance of the newcomers. In an instant, humiliation and fear beyond human imagination flooded his mind. His heart was pounding, and a huge sound he desperately wanted to roar out was stuck in his throat, unable to escape. He had never seen that face in person, yet he would never forget it. That face had appeared countless times in his most terrifying and darkest imaginations. He scrambled to his feet, ignoring the dust and mud covering him. The rage flowing in his blood broke through the blockage in his throat, transforming into a heart-wrenching roar. Liu Yun's! He roared, and a pitch-black bone blade flew from his palm, transforming out of thin air into a giant blade about 10 feet long, which he grasped in his hand. Then, a black escape lights shot out, heading straight for Liu Yun's. Within the escape lights, the figure holding the giant blade roared furiously, his face twisted like a malevolent ghost. Tisk! Why bother? Liu Yun's clicked his tongue, letting out a silent sigh. He reached out and plucked a black needle from beside him. With a whoosh, the black needle instantly shot out, turning into an incredibly thin black line that instantly pierced through the black escape lights. The escape lights silently dissipated. The middle-aged cultivator stared at Liu Yun's, his body instantly engulfed by pitch-black demonic fire, turning into ashes. The thin black needle flew back, joining the thousands of other needles around it as they all flew into Liu Yun's sleeve. Let's go! Liu Yun's calm voice roused the two astonished women. They had long known that Liu Yun's was powerful, even likely not inferior to the three great cultivators of Tianese. But to them, the three great cultivators of Tianese were merely a benchmark of combat power. They had never witnessed a cultivator of this level in action, only glimpsing the might of such top-tier existences in the human realm through some obviously exaggerated and unbelievable rumors. And now, Liu Yun's had personally demonstrated to them just how powerful this level of strength was. A core formation cultivator, not much different from them, was easily crushed like an insect. The impact of witnessing this firsthand was far beyond what those rumors could convey. The three descended underground. Liu Yun's ignored the azure spirit infant, which was still struggling in its death throes, and curiously scanned his surroundings. No spiritual chi involved at all, relying entirely on mortal technology to excavate such a large space over 100 zhang underground. This couldn't have been done in 10 or 8 years. No wonder the Lai family chose a place like Green Jade Mountain. It seems this was originally a fallback left by the Lai family's ancestors. Now, it's just convenient for this fellow. Indeed. The small human face on the azure spirit infant's head naturally spoke up. No wonder even Old Five couldn't find this fellow. Who would have thought that a cultivation clan like the Lai family would use mortals as a smokescreen? This scene sent chills down the spines of Lu Yu and Han Yunzi, and they inexplicably got goosebumps. They even subconsciously felt an itch between their eyebrows, and couldn't help but worry if a face would also pop out from there. The azure spirit infant was clearly still struggling, but its struggles were growing weaker and weaker. It wouldn't be long before Liu Yun's number 2 completely purged its memories. Liu Yun's also let out a slight sigh of relief. This supreme wood spirit infant was not difficult to deal with head-on, but the challenge lay in its mastery of illusion and escape techniques, and its unpredictable movements. If he alerted it and it escaped, it would be even harder to find it again. Oh, and remember to back up those memories. Liu Yun's reminded. This supreme wood spirit infant had once infiltrated the Yuling sect's library, reading a large number of cultivation techniques and secret arts, all of which were valuable research materials. Moreover, Han Li had recently told him that his gold-devouring insects had become increasingly difficult to control after several evolutions. This was a good opportunity to acquire some of the Yuling sect's secret techniques for controlling insects and beasts. Liu Yun's also greatly needed such secret techniques. Although he didn't have Han Li's problem of uncontrollable spirit beasts, the Yuling sect's secret techniques would surely have many ways to directly boost the combat power of spirit beasts or improve coordination with them. Although Dongmen too also had memories in this area, it was unclear whether it was due to the Yuling sect lacking sufficiently powerful spirit beasts or Dongmen too not having much research in this field. His memories regarding such secret techniques were not very comprehensive. Instead, he was more accomplished in other secret arts, especially those related to divine soul, which even made Liu Yun's number 2 a little alarmed. No wonder he dared to directly enter Qing Li's sea of consciousness as a nascent soul. Liu Yun's was different from him. He had many powerful spirit beasts under his command, including the illusionary flame moth, Li turtle, and green armored beast, all of which undoubtedly required secret techniques to maximize their strength. With these secret techniques, Liu Yun's strength would undoubtedly reach a higher level. Lu Yu and Han Yunzi naturally knew this as well. The two women immediately exchanged glances, tacitly pretending that nothing had happened. After a while, the struggling look in the supreme wood spirit infant's eyes completely vanished, replaced by a vacant stare, clearly an empty shell. It was no different from the other 4 spirit infants Liu Yun's currently held, just a bit larger. And Liu Yun's number 2 also flew out from its brow, tossing a speck of light to Liu Yun's. Those were all of the supreme wood spirit infant's memories. Liu Yun's took the speck of light, not rushing to study it, but instead placing it into an empty jade slip. Let's go, the matter is settled. I'll take you two to the market to pick out a few things. Liu Yun's called out, about to leave directly. Just then, Lu Yu and Han Yunzi suddenly hesitated, simultaneously bowing in salute. Senior Liu. Big brother Liu. The two exchanged glances, and Han Yunzi spoke, Big brother Liu, helping you find the Supreme Wood Spirit Infant was originally a task assigned by our sex elder. We dare not take credit. We appreciate your kindness. Liu Yun's turned his head, glanced at the two women, and helplessly pinched his brow. It seemed that as his cultivation and age increased, the frequency of his sighs and headaches also increased. Chapter 601, An Attempt. I have something here that I originally intended to show you later. Liu Yun sighed, took a jade slip from his storage pouch, and tossed it over. This is a portion of Dongmen Tu's memories, related to both of you. You can choose whether to look at it or not. Han Yunzi paused at his words, while Liu Yu subconsciously caught the jade slip, looking up with a hint of bewilderment. The two women exchanged a glance. Liu Yu took a deep breath, her expression solemn, and extended her divine sense into it. Han Yunzi subconsciously swallowed, watching her somewhat at a loss, until Liu Yu's expression suddenly twisted. She slowly withdrew the jade slip, her gaze chilling as she handed it to Han Yunzi. Seeing her reaction, Han Yunzi's heart immediately pounded. She quickly extended her divine sense into the jade slip. Impossible. As scene after scene flooded her mind, Han Yunzi blurted out instinctively. Why is it impossible? Liu Yu sneered, retorting directly. Almost the instant she finished viewing that memory, Liu Yu immediately confirmed its authenticity. All the past details she had overlooked now surfaced in her mind. Why was she, a core formation cultivator with ordinary aptitude, no family backing, and no nascent soul elder, able to compete fairly with an elder's descendant like Han Yunzi? Why, during the competition, did she not only avoid any difficulties but also receive various conveniences, allowing her to almost keep pace with Han Yunzi? Why did everyone, from Grand Elder Dongmen Tu to the other nascent soul elders, appear to treat everyone fairly, even showing a slight bias towards her? This was the reason. From the very beginning, they intended for her to become an incarnation of Grand Elder Dongmen Tu. As for Han Yunzi, she was merely a tool to dispel the doubts of other candidates. From the start, no one considered her for the shortlist. The reason was simple, she had a nascent soul elder serving as an elder in the Yuling sect. A cold smile appeared on Liu Yu's lips, a smile that sent shivers down Han Yunzi's spine. Understood now. Liu Yun spread his hands, saying with a touch of helplessness. Liu Yu didn't look at Han Yunzi. She stepped forward on her own, bowing deeply and respectfully. Many thanks, Senior Liu, for saving my life. Han Yunzi was stunned for a moment before realizing. If Liu Yun's hadn't appeared out of nowhere, the Yuling sect would have surely sent both of them to search for the Supreme Wood Spirit Infant and used every means to capture it and bring it back to the Yuling sect. At that time, Liu Yu would have become the Spirit Infant's fusion partner, transforming into an incarnation of Dongmen Tu, a human puppet. Thinking of this, Han Yunzi's mood instantly became incredibly complex. For many years, she and Liu Yu had called each other sisters, but in reality, their relationship was closer to that of rivals. Liu Yu's personality also made it difficult for Han Yunzi to feel close to her, but that didn't mean she wanted Liu Yu to die. Not to mention becoming someone else's incarnation, which could very well be worse than death. It's not really a life-saving grace, just a fortunate opportunity. Liu Yun sighed softly, found a random stone on the ground, and sat down, asking the two women, what are your plans next? Han Yunzi paused slightly at his words, turning to look at Liu Yu. Liu Yu's eyebrows were slightly lowered, the killing intent in her eyes gradually receding, transforming into an even deeper shade of black. If Senior does not disdain me, this junior is willing to serve Senior to the death. Liu Yu said, enunciating each word. The resolute determination in her voice made Han Yunzi's heart pound. Not so, not so, Liu Yun quickly waved his hand, his eye twitching as he interrupted Liu Yu's pledge of allegiance. Clearly, this girl was overthinking again. I'm not asking you to be spies or anything. I've already said, I have no grudge with the Yuling sect, nor am I interested in eliminating you. Liu Yun quickly explained. Actually, I just want to ask you for a small favor. Liu Yun said, tossing a jade slip to Liu Yu. In the decades following today, I will gradually open up access to a portion of the Demon Falling Valley multiple times. At that time, I will need you to try your best to secure this qualification. Of course, I will also provide certain conditions to ensure you can enter the valley. In exchange, I want your Yuling sect's intelligence regarding the Demon Falling Valley. Liu Yun's expression suddenly became serious. Liu Yun knew very well that despite the current state of these people in Tianese, their ancestors were definitely powerful. He had even found some intelligence about the Demon Falling Valley in the Demon Flame sect's treasure vault, though it was already in poor condition due to the passage of time. Liu Yun believed that similar intelligence must exist in other major sects with long legacies. However, with no success in entering the Demon Falling Valley, these cultivators, accustomed to only focusing on immediate benefits, would not waste time on it. Now it was different. Liu Yun's research had given them hope of entering the Demon Falling Valley. They would inevitably dig out their hidden treasures for focused study. This information held unimaginable value for Liu Yun's research into the Demon Falling Valley, so he urgently needed to get his hands on it. Things with Wei Wuya were almost settled, though he hoped Liu Yun would send troops to assist when the prairie invaders attacked. This was not a problem, but the specifics of how to assist were still being debated remotely between them. On the Joyful Union sect side, old Devil Yunlo had already handled a portion, but that fellow was deeply cunning and probably had some undisclosed ideas of his own. For the remaining major forces, normal methods were out of the question. Liu Yu and Han Yunzi were his first attempt. It's that simple. Liu Yu froze in place. Han Yunzi, on the other hand, let out a huge sigh of relief. Frankly, betraying the confidential information of the demon Falling Valley was also an act of rebellion, but compared to secretly serving as a spy for other forces within the sect, this option suddenly became much more acceptable. It's that simple. You don't need to rush either. The demon Falling Valley still needs some time to open. You can go back and think about it slowly. As Liu Yun spoke, he took out a pair of gold and silver scissors and a blade wheel shaped like a full moon from his storage pouch. As soon as the two magic treasures appeared, they emitted a clear chime in mid-air. These Wind Thunder Scissors and Illusory Moon Wheel are my gifts to you. Don't rush to refuse, these two items are definitely much stronger than your own magic treasures. Liu Yun's finished speaking and tossed the two magic treasures to the two women. The two women subconsciously caught them. The powerful spiritual chi subtly emanating from the magic treasures made their eyes widen. The words of refusal were on their lips, but they couldn't utter them. All right, go back and report. Liu Yun said with a smile, waving his hand. The two women exchanged glances, remained silent for a moment, then bowed and bid farewell with varied expressions. Watching the two women transform into escape lights and disappear into the sky, Liu Yun's number 2 flew to his side and asked directly. Which one is the fifth one? Both. Chapter 602, A New Immortal Cave. Inside the small interface, a massive, ape-like creature with a green face and fangs roared at the sky. This creature, known as a mountain elf, Shinxiu, was a vicious beast infamous since the ancient era, renowned for its incredibly strong physical body and ferocious nature. Although this mountain elf, Shinxiu, only possessed rank 8 cultivation, with its powerful physical body and several innate earth attribute divine abilities, it wouldn't fall into a disadvantage even against a typical mid-nascent soul stage cultivator, making it an extremely troublesome opponent. Above its head, Liu Yun stood suspended, his feet on the lead turtle. At this time, the lead turtle's appearance was completely different from when it was in the Void Heaven Palace. Not only had its size increased, but its body had also transformed from a translucent white flocculent state into a glazed ice blue. Through its translucent skin, one could vaguely see its equally ice blue internal organs, and the Kunlan ice flame, which flowed like a solid substance through its veins. Go! Liu Yun's commanded in a low voice. The lead turtle's eyes, which had turned a deep blue, immediately flashed with a fierce light. It opened its mouth, and a blue light erupted, instantly transforming into a sky-obscuring torrent of blue ice shards that surged towards the mountain elf, Shinxiu. For a moment, an extreme cold chi burst forth. Wherever the ice shards passed, everything was frozen, turning into a deep blue ice. In an instant, it was as if an ice storm swept through. No matter how ferocious and combative the mountain elf, Shinxiu, was, it knew that such a powerful strike was not something it could withstand head-on. It immediately touched the ground with its palm, and the earth beneath its feet instantly turned into fine sand, allowing the mountain elf, Shinxiu's massive form to sink into the ground. The next moment, a yellow light illuminated the ground above, and the soil of this entire hilltop became as hard as iron, completely impervious to direct magic treasure attacks. The deep blue ice storm surged past, instantly freezing the entire hilltop. Dozens of miles away, at the foot of the mountain, a yellow light appeared, and the mountain elf, Shinxiu's figure emerged. It stared with blood-red eyes, turning back to glare fiercely, but then suddenly realized that the distant sky was empty. The mountain elf, Shinxiu, seemed to realize something, slowly turned around, and saw Liu Yun's grinning at it. At the same time, a deep blue color suddenly erupted. Liu Yun's raised one hand, and a deep blue fire lotus emerged from his palm, instantly pouncing on the mountain elf, Shinxiu. Accompanied by a series of sizzle sounds, a thick layer of blue solid ice appeared on the mountain elf, Shinxiu. This powerful Yao beast, which was only stronger than a mid-nascent soul stage cultivator, was thus frozen inside without any resistance. Only then did the lead turtle's figure appear behind Liu Yun's, nudging his arm affectionately. Liu Yun's raised his hand in response, stroking the lead turtle's icy, glazed head. The Yuling sect's methods are quite good. They can directly control spirit beasts to cast divine abilities through divine sense connection, and even borrow a portion of the spirit beast's innate divine abilities and magical power. If the relationship with the spirit beast is good enough, or the restriction is strong enough, it can even merge the cultivator's and spirit beast's magical power into one, to some extent, even achieving an effect similar to spirit attachment arts. Paired with a powerful spirit beast, combat power is increased by at least 40%. Dongmen too, as the Grand Elder of the Yuling sect, has barely practiced such a powerful secret art. It seems the Yuling sect has also declined, severely lacking suitable spirit beasts. No wonder he was provoked so much by Qing Li. The Yuling sect's 3 guardian beasts are only rank 8, and they are completely incomparable to heaven and earth spirit beasts like flood dragons and lead turtles. Due to their lack of intelligence, they might even be slightly weaker than an ordinary early nascent soul stage cultivator in a one-on-one fight, and they don't have any decent innate divine abilities. No wonder Dongmen too was too lazy to cultivate this secret art. Thinking of this, Liu Yun's couldn't help but sigh softly. To be able to research such a powerful secret art, the ancestors of the Yuling sect definitely did not lack such powerful spirit beasts. I don't know how they ended up like this. Liu Yun shook his head, putting all these miscellaneous thoughts aside. He directly merged with the lead turtle, transforming into an ice blue escape lights, and instantly returned to the mountaintop dozens of miles away. At this time, the entire hilltop was covered in deep blue ice, but the lead turtle merely opened its mouth, and the thick blue ice recoalesced into a Kunlan ice flame, which it swallowed whole. Liu Yun's landed on the hilltop, looking at the withered, thin, short tree no more than a jong tall in front of him, and the two small yellow fruits hanging on it, a smile involuntarily appearing at the corner of his mouth. The lifespan fruit, the main material for the legendary longevity pill. One longevity pill can extend lifespan by 10 years. Liu Yun's took a deep breath, slowly released his divine sense, and quickly found other heaven and earth treasure on the hilltop. 10,000-year dragon roar grass, 10,000-year spirit nourishing ginseng, devotion heart fruit, purple sun grass. With this lifespan fruit tree here, naturally, there would be no other heaven and earth treasure of the same rank nearby, but there was no lack of other slightly lower grade rare spiritual plants, and all of them were over 10,000 years old. Liu Yun sent a message to Liu Yun's number 5, asking him to come and collect all these heaven and earth treasure, while he himself planned to open an immortal cave on this mountain. He had already explored this small interface once, and without a doubt, the tall mountain in front of him was the largest and most spirit-rich spiritual mountain within the small interface. He had prepared to open his immortal cave here. Of course, at the same time, he would also leave traces outside the small interface, in the old site of the Unyu sect, to make outsiders believe that he had moved into the immortal cave of the former Grand Elder of the Unyu sect. Opening an immortal cave was not a simple matter for Liu Yun's. He was not like Han Li, who could just dig a hole in a mountaintop and live in it. Necessary restrictions, mechanisms, designs, artifact refiners' workshops, spirit beast rooms, medicine gardens, all of these required him to invest a great deal of energy. Even with Liu Yun's number 4 and Liu Yun's number 5 forcibly brought in to help, it took Liu Yun's a full 3 days to complete the immortal cave. Seriously, why doesn't Liu Yun's number 2 have to work? Looking at the hall that was almost an exact replica of Kyang Wuji's immortal cave back then, Liu Yun's no 4's eyes were slightly dim, but he still complained to Liu Yun's. I'm just a damned artifact spirit. Liu Yun's number 2 floated beside Liu Yun's head, speaking in a harsh tone. Liu Yun's number 4 didn't speak, but silently pointed to the Liu Yun's no 5s who had just finished their finishing touches. Strictly speaking, Liu Yun's number 5 could also be considered a type of artifact spirit. Liu Yun's no 2's eyelids twitched with anger, wishing he could fly over and punch him, but then he remembered that he didn't have that function, so he could only curse and say, I'm just a damned heart demon. Hat. Liu Yun's number 4 sneered, not taking the bait. Alright, alright. Liu Yun's reluctantly stepped in to mediate. Next, I'm going into seclusion. I'll leave external matters to you all. Don't let me finish my seclusion and come out to find you all fighting. I'll try my best. Liu Yun's number 2 said expressionlessly. Liu Yun's number 4 smiled, not speaking. The Liu Yun's no 5s raised various limbs, wanting to say something. Liu Yun's took advantage of their silence and quickly slipped into the quiet room, sealing the door. The Liu Yun's no 5s disappointedly put down their scissors, axes, screwdrivers, protractors, and other tools. Liu Yun's number 2 glared at Liu Yun's number 4, then turned and disappeared. The Liu Yun's no 5s looked at where Liu Yun's number 2 had disappeared, then looked at Liu Yun's number 4. Seriously, why do you have to provoke him? Hundreds of electronic voices merged into one, echoing in the hall. It's interesting. Liu Yun's number 4 said with a natural smile. Chapter 603, Assimilation. Inside the quiet room, Liu Yun sat cross-legged, calmly sorting through his thoughts. More than 20 years had passed since his nascent soul condensation, and Liu Yun's own cultivation and magical power had almost stagnated, showing no progress whatsoever. It was only because of the continuous emergence of Liu Yun's number 4 and number 5, the success of the Azura Sacred Fire and the Demon Dragon Blade, and the advancement of several spirit beasts, that the fact of Liu Yun's main body's weakness was concealed. But in reality, in a one-on-one fight, the current Liu Yun's might not even be able to defeat his fourth clone or Qing Li. On one hand, it was due to the disparity in cultivation, on the other hand, it was because of the special nature of his nascent soul, which prevented Liu Yun's from using many secret arts related to the nascent soul. After Liu Yun's learned about the existence of the spirit infant from Dongmen Tu's memories, a conjecture surfaced in his mind. A normal nascent soul cannot cultivate independently from the physical body, but a spirit infant, a special spiritual entity, is completely free from this restriction and possesses the ability to cultivate magical power independently. Does this mean that the spirit infant has a complete meridian system within its body? Does it mean that a pure nascent soul spirit body also has the potential for cultivation? If this were truly the case, it would mean that all of Liu Yun's problems could be solved. He could completely use his nascent soul to drive his physical body, elevating his life. And after obtaining the golden spirit infant, Liu Yun's conducted an in-depth study of it, gradually refining this idea in his mind. If this idea was sound, then this time it would not only solve his problem of being unable to cultivate, but might even allow him to undergo a complete metamorphosis. Liu Yun's went through the process in his mind one last time, then opened his eyes, a look of determination flashing within them. He slapped his storage pouch, and 9 jade boxes immediately flew out. With a flicker of spiritual light, the lids of 5 of the jade boxes opened on their own. The 5 element spirit infants, each with a distinct color of gold, green, red, blue, and yellow, immediately flew out of the 5 jade boxes, hovering in midair with vacant eyes. Liu Yun's gaze was deep. With a single pull, the 5 spirit infants immediately flew to Liu Yun's front. After scanning the 5 spirit infants and confirming there were no issues, Liu Yun's closed his eyes. A greatly miniaturized Liu Yun's then rose from his crown, a pair of spiritual light-filled eyes coldly scrutinizing the 5 spirit infants. A moment later, Lu Yun's nascent soul closed its eyes and chanted a series of low incantations. As the incantations sounded, the bodies of the 5 spirit infants began to tremble uncontrollably, as if an invisible force was invading their minds. The incantations grew more urgent, and the spirit infants' reactions became more intense. Even Lu Yun's nascent soul frowned, seemingly experiencing immense pain. After a while, the incantations abruptly stopped. Lu Yun's nascent soul opened its eyes, and 2 beams of white light shot out, splitting into 5 in the air and injecting into the eyes of the 5 spirit infants respectively. The 5 spirit infants trembled violently, and streaks of white light flowed within their bodies, slowly merging into them like mist. Lu Yun's nascent soul let out a long breath, then wearily drilled back into Lu Yun's crown. Lu Yun's main body suddenly opened his eyes, his face abruptly turning pale. He subconsciously exhaled a mouthful of turbid qi, then wearily looked at the 5 spirit infants. Time passed by minute by minute. Lu Yun's complexion gradually regained its healthy glow, and the 5 spirit infants also slowly quieted down, gradually opening their eyes to reveal 5 pairs of intelligent pupils. Humph. This is the first time I've used the returning to one secret art like this. It seems the effect is good. Lu Yun's grinned and said to the 5 spirit infants. Everyone, do you all understand what's going on? The 5 spirit infants all grinned at the same time and nodded heavily. Good. Lu Yun's took a deep breath, took out a jade slip from his storage pouch, and meticulously read it with his divine sense, then looked up. This jade slip was left by the venerable golden talisman back then, recording several extremely rare secret talisman crafting methods, including the spirit transformation talisman and the 16 heavenly armor talisman, which he called the 3 great secret traditions of the heavenly talisman sect. Lu Yun's carefully studied the crafting method of the spirit transformation talisman several times, confirming that he had no omissions, before forcing out a golden talisman from between his brows. It was precisely the spirit transformation talisman left by the venerable golden talisman back then. This spirit transformation talisman was originally no different from a magic treasure. After refining it, it could change as desired and also act similarly to the Great Tribulation transformation art. The power of the spirit transformation talisman, in addition to relying on the talisman maker's skill and the quality of the materials used, depended on the effort the refiner put into it and whether the refiner carefully cultivated it. This talisman had been refined by him for over 100 years and cultivated a second time by him. Its power even far surpassed what it had been in the venerable golden talisman's hands back then, making it a truly top-tier spirit transformation talisman. And now, Lu Yun's was going to create 4 other spirit transformation talismans no less powerful than it. As a 5-colored spiritual light flickered in Lu Yun's palm, the other 4 jade boxes also opened. The jade boxes contained a section of emerald green bamboo, a mass of ink black liquid, a crystal that seemed to have flames flowing inside, and a white stone. 10,000-year golden thunder bamboo. Profound origin true water. Yinghuo stone. Chilling soft jade. 4 supreme spiritual items, belonging to the wood, water, fire, and earth attributes, slowly rose from the jade boxes, emitting astonishing spiritual qi. Recalling the crafting method of the spirit transformation talisman, Lu Yun slapped the ground with one hand, and an incredibly complex formation diagram immediately appeared. As the spiritual light of dozens of spirit stones around them flickered, 4 beams of light shot up from within the formation diagram, enveloping the 4 spiritual items. The 4 spirit infants, excluding the golden spirit infant, simultaneously adopted serious expressions. They flew forward, performed a hand seal, and opened their small mouths. 4 infant fires, colored green, black, red, and yellow respectively, immediately shot out, directly spraying onto the 4 beams of light. For a time, the fire light blazed. The 4 colored infant fires ignited the 4 fire pillars, heavily enveloping the spiritual items within and slowly refining them. Lu Yun's raised one hand, and his own spiritual qi continuously poured into the bodies of the 4 spirit infants, replenishing their magical power. The spirit stones on the formation diagram also channeled spiritual power into the beams of light. Under such massive magical power supply, the spiritual items in the fire pillars gradually showed signs of melting. 3 days later, Lu Yun's and the 4 spirit infants were almost depleted of magical power, and within the 4 fire pillars before them, the original spiritual items had disappeared. In their place were 4 masses of liquid, colored green, black, red, and white respectively. Lu Yun slowly exhaled, cutting off the magical power supply. The 4 spirit infants also quickly retracted their infant fires. The fire pillars instantly extinguished, and 4 masses of liquid emitting astonishing spiritual qi hovered in the air. Lu Yun slowly exhaled, then raised his hand and slapped his storage pouch. Dozens of jade boxes immediately flew out. Next, the most difficult step was about to begin. Chapter 604, Gathering the 5 Elements. Lu Yun took a deep breath and exhaled a stream of 5-colored spiritual qi. Wherever the spiritual qi passed, all the jade boxes automatically opened, revealing various spiritual liquids, powders, and metals inside. These were all auxiliary materials for the spirit transformation talisman. In the jade slip, Venerable Golden Talisman pointed out that even auxiliary materials varied in rank. The more advanced the materials, the more precious they were, some could even serve as primary materials for less demanding spirit transformation talismans. Lu Yun's, naturally, chose the most advanced auxiliary materials without hesitation. If these materials were calculated in spirit stones, they would be worth at least 200,000 spirit stones on the outside. This was still a situation where they were priceless, as some of the spiritual plants were thousands of years old, and some spiritual objects that had long been extinct in the outside world were very difficult to purchase with spirit stones. As Liu Yun's fingertips counted, precious materials floated up one by one and poured into the 4 masses of spiritual liquid. Some of the 4 spiritual liquids expanded, some instantly contracted, some became deep and restrained, and others became like mercury. A moment later, when all the materials had poured into the spiritual liquids, Liu Yun's was left with only 4 fist-sized masses of various colored liquids in different states before him, a several-foot-sized magma-like liquid, a fist-sized jet-black orb, a surging green mist-like vapor, and a solid-like yellow condensed liquid. Liu Yun scrutinized these 4 liquids for a few moments, then breathed a slight sigh of relief and solemnly took out 4 beast hides from his storage pouch. These 4 beast hides were all carefully selected by him. The cultivation of the owner of each hide was undoubtedly rank 8 heaven and earth spirit beast, coming respectively from the rank 8 separating fire flood dragon from back then, a rank 8 giant alligator hunted in the small interface, a rank 8 tree demon discovered in the small interface, and the rank 8 mountain imp from just now. Liu Yun still had a better 9th rank Luo flood dragon, but for the balance of the 5 elements, he still chose the rank 8 one. Presumably, even venerable golden talisman would find it hard to imagine that someone would use such extravagant materials to refine a spirit transformation talisman. The 4 beast hides floated in the air. The 4 spirit infants, after slightly recovering their origin chi, flew over with solemn expressions, opened their mouths, and spewed infant fire onto them. Under the scorching of the infant fire, the 4 human face-sized beast hides began to rapidly shrink, quickly becoming palm-sized. Liu Yun's then pointed his finger, and the 4 masses of spiritual liquid slowly flew before him. After glancing at the 4 spirit infants with a hint of nervousness, Liu Yun's raised his hand, drew in the misty green spiritual liquid, and began to concentrate on depicting complex incantations on the green beast hide. For Liu Yun's, who frequently drew spiritual runes on various objects, this was actually a relatively simple step, almost impossible to make a mistake. However, it was hard to say whether accidents would occur in such matters, so Liu Yun's first chose a wood attribute spirit transformation talisman with golden thunder bamboo as the main material, ensuring that even if it failed, he could redo it without worrying about having to search for raw materials again. As streaks of green spiritual runes appeared on the beast hide, a powerful wood attribute spiritual power slowly began to emanate, accompanied by thunderous sounds from an unknown source, gradually reverberating throughout the entire quiet room. Finally, Liu Yun's made his last stroke. A green light then shot up into the sky, emitting a clear cry like a dragon's roar. Within the green light, a green talisman shimmering with faint golden lightning emerged. Liu Yun's breathed a sudden sigh of relief and, while the feeling was still fresh, quickly began to depict the remaining 3 spirit transformation talismans. Half a day later, 4 spirit transformation talismans, each shimmering with green, black, crimson, and yellow 5-colored spiritual light, floated before Liu Yun's. Together with the golden spirit transformation talisman, they formed a nearly perfect 5 elements cycle. 5 of you, Liu Yun's excitedly looked up at the 5 spirit infants, whose faces were now identical to his own. Begin. More than a year later, a streak of escape lights streaked across the sky, crossing the border of Yu country, passing through several bustling cities along the way, and finally stopping above the former site of Yunyu sect. The escape lights dissipated, revealing a young man dressed in black. This man had a handsome appearance, with slightly upturned, fox-like eyes and a perpetually playful smile on his lips, giving him an exceptionally carefree demeanor that held an unimaginable attraction for ordinary women. He looked at the huge metal city at the foot of the mountain, which was nestled against the mountains but even larger than the entire mountain range. He saw the incredibly bustling market within the city and the scene of mortals and cultivators coexisting in the market. He couldn't help but frown slightly, then murmured with a slight curve of his lips. They all say that trade here is free and prices are low. That's why it attracted many cultivators to build this enormous city. But now, it seems most are still mortals. What kind of largest city in Tianese is this? At this point, the man seemed to curl his lip in disdain, but then he thought of something, quickly reined in his smile, and flew towards the former site of Yunyu sect deep in the mountains. Meanwhile, within the small interface, Liu Yun's number 2 passed through layers of restrictions and sent a message through the quiet room door. Inside the quiet room, Liu Yun's eyes were tightly closed, as if he were asleep. Beside him, 5 talismans composed purely of spiritual runes floated, colored gold, green, black, crimson, and yellow, each emanating astonishing spiritual chi. Accompanying Liu Yun's No 2's message, Liu Yun's eyelids seemed to twitch slightly, and a miniature version of Liu Yun's flew out from his glabella, sitting directly opposite him. At the same time, the 5 talismans simultaneously transformed, rapidly extending hands, feet, limbs, and torsos, finally becoming 5 Liu Yun's, each wearing a 5-colored long robe. The 5 Liu Yun's opened their eyes at the same time, looked at each other, and burst into laughter. All right, stop playing, the miniature Liu Yun said helplessly. The 5 Liu Yun's then sobered their smiles, their bodies shimmering with spiritual light, instantly transforming into 5 elements spirit infants, and, riding 5-colored escape lights, flew into the miniature Liu Yun's body. The miniature Liu Yun's then rapidly expanded, finally transforming into a translucent figure the same size as Liu Yun's. In this figure, the original positions of the 5 internal organs were all occupied by the corresponding 5 elements spirit infants. The liver is wood, the heart is fire, the spleen is earth, the lungs are metal, and the kidneys are water. Centered on the 5 internal organs, the 12 meridians of the human body are derived, distributing throughout the entire meridian system. A spiritual pressure, almost tangible, emanated from this translucent Liu Yun's, then transformed into a five-colored stream of light and vanished into Liu Yun's body. Liu Yun's eyelids twitched, and he opened his eyes. Two streaks of five-colored spiritual light instantly shot out from his eyes, extending more than a foot before slowly dissipating. Humph! Liu Yun's exhaled, his entire body's spiritual chi surged. Although he was still at the early nascent soul stage, the feeling he gave off was completely different. Screech! Faint golden lightning and jet black lightning appeared in Liu Yun's palms respectively. Liu Yun's looked down, chuckled, and then dispersed the lightning. An unexpected pleasant surprise. Chapter 605, Departure. Inside the main hall of the Immortal's old site, a black-clothed man sat in the guest seat, praising the spirit tea in his hand while looking at Wenziyu, who was seated in the host's position. He had a kind smile, humble and polite demeanor, and an elegant bearing. Wenziyu used the action of drinking tea to hide the twitching muscles on her face and the almost uncontrollable disgust in her eyes. She had originally intended to focus on preparing for core formation and ignore external affairs. However, in the vast old site of the Inu sect, she was the only one who counted as half a host. The others had either hidden or disappeared, and those remaining didn't even look human. Left with no choice, she could only temporarily emerge from seclusion to receive this distinguished guest from the Nine Kingdoms Alliance. Originally, given his appearance and demeanor, Wenziyu would have found it difficult to feel any ill will towards him. However, when he appeared, Liu Yun's number 2 was bored and decided to come out with her to meet the guest. As a result, when the guest saw her, a series of unspeakable images flashed through his mind, which were easily seen through by a heart demon and then passed on to Wenziyu. The fact that Wenziyu could still patiently remain here to entertain him was already a testament to her good upbringing. Fellow Daoist, when will fellow Daoist Liu emerge from seclusion? If he cannot come for a while, I wonder if fellow Daoist Wen would be willing to introduce me to that massive city down the mountain? I am very curious about this largest city in Tianese, which was built in just 1 year. Wenziyu suppressed the urge to throw the teacup in her hand at his face, forcing out a faint smile and saying, "Fellow Daoist Wei, there's no need to rush. Someone has already gone to invite him, and senior will be out immediately." At this point, Wenziyu suddenly realized her slip of the tongue, quickly stopped, and secretly cursed herself in her heart. The black-clothed man's lips curled slightly upon hearing this, and he took a sip of the spirit tea in his cup. Indeed, it's impossible for such a large place to not even have a servant. However, I didn't seem to see anyone heading to the Grand Elder of the Immortal's Immortal Cave just now. Is there another passage? Or has Liu Yun's opened a new Immortal Cave in a hidden location? The smile at the corner of the black-clothed man's mouth became even more genuine, and his gaze subtly swept over Wenziyu's full and alluring body, sighing inwardly. A natural charmer. The one surnamed Liu has good fortune. I wonder if he'd be willing to trade. Suddenly, the black-clothed man frowned sharply and slowly turned his head. He saw a slender left hand resting on his shoulder, though he didn't know when it had appeared. "You are Wei Lycan? Wei Wui's grandnephew." Liu Yun's voice sounded from behind him. Wei Lycan was stunned for a moment, then a cold sweat broke out on his back, and he almost leaped out of his seat. He had been touched from behind without even realizing it. This meant that if that person wanted to kill him, he might not even know how he died until his last breath. "Fellow Daoist Liu." Wei Lycan's mouth twitched. He forcefully suppressed the fear in his heart, quickly stood up, turned to face Liu Yun's, and bowed politely, saying, "I've long heard of fellow Daoist Liu's great name, today I finally meet the Immortal Master." Liu Yun's looked him up and down a few times, then sat in the main seat without saying a word. Wenziyu, with great discernment, stood up and took a position to the side, a smile on her lips. This action made Wei Lycan's heart pound. He quickly turned and said, "Fellow Daoist Liu, my ancestor sent me here to guide you to the first trade fair in Tianese, held in Tiantian City. My ancestor specifically instructed me that there's an important matter to discuss, and he wishes to meet with fellow Daoist Liu in Tiantian City." Liu Yun slumped lazily in his chair, propping his temple with one hand, staring at him expressionlessly. This gaze made Wei Lycan's heart pound wildly, and he quickly began to recall, trying to figure out where he had offended him. "Wei Wuya has something for me." Liu Yun's eyelid twitched, and then a smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. "What is it? It wouldn't still be about purchasing puppet soldiers, would it?" Seeing Liu Yun's reaction, Wei Lycan immediately breathed a sigh of relief and said with a smile, "Fellow Daoist Liu, you jest. Since my ancestor sent me here, it's naturally for a more important matter. Fellow Daoist Liu can rest assured on this point, our Nine Kingdoms alliance will definitely make your trip worthwhile." At this point, Wei Lycan felt his face was getting numb from smiling so much. After so many years, other than facing his granduncle, when had he ever been so subservient? "All right then," Liu Yun said casually. He then turned his head to look at Wenziyu. "Do you want to come along? It's a rare grand event, it would be a pity to miss it. It's not too late to undergo core formation after we return." Upon hearing this, before Wenziyu could even reply, Wei Lycan quickly said, "Senior Liu is absolutely right. This grand event only happens once every 100 years, it truly cannot be missed. Furthermore, to my knowledge, at this auction, there will also be a spiritual item that can increase the chances of core formation. If fellow Daoist Wen can purchase this item, then becoming a core formation cultivator will not be far off." Wei Lycan's tone was gentle, his attitude sincere, appearing genuinely concerned for Wenziyu's sake. Wenziyu subtly frowned, looking at Liu Yun's with some annoyance, just as she saw him wink. Wen Ziyu immediately understood, a bright smile appearing on her face as she said, "In that case, please take me with you, senior." Wei Lycan smiled without speaking, appearing, on the surface, to be happy for Wen Ziyu. Liu Yun's glanced at him. Inside his body, Liu Yun's number 2 let out a disgusted retching sound. "Let's go then, don't waste any more time," Liu Yun said, pulling Wen Ziyu's hand as they walked out of the hall. Outside the hall, a colossal object had long been waiting. Tiantian City is located in Yu State, the northernmost part of Tianese, serving as the general headquarters of the Nine Kingdoms Alliance and the only cultivator city in Tianese. Everyone residing in this city, regardless of gender or age, is a cultivator with a spiritual root. There are as many as 6 or 7 old monsters from the Nine Kingdoms Alliance at the nascent soul middle stage or above in this city alone, representing a formidable power across the entire Tianese, capable of instantly eradicating any cultivator who causes trouble or provokes them. Therefore, neither the righteous and demonic factions, the Heavenly Dao Alliance, nor the unruly loose cultivators dare to act too presumptuously or cause trouble here. 1 or 2 months before this first trade fair in Tianese was held, the Nine Kingdoms Alliance, as the host, began to remove most of the restrictions of the city's renowned protective formation, the Shangyuan Light Extinguishing Formation. From this time on, some cultivators from afar had already arrived in the city, and some impatient cultivators even set up stalls in some of the city's markets in advance. And indeed, other cultivators came forward to inquire about prices and conduct transactions. Among these cultivators, the most eye-catching were undoubtedly a group of strange individuals with handsome and beautiful appearances, accompanied by a large number of puppets and spirit boats. These strange individuals had arrived here several months ago and, with the consent of the Nine Kingdoms Alliance, had occupied almost half of the stalls in Tiantian City. Their stalls offered talismans, magical artifacts, puppets, formation flags, and even many spirit medicines and materials. All sorts of goods were virtually available, and what was even more attractive was that the prices of the items these people sold were nearly half of the normal price, with absolutely no compromise on quality. This undoubtedly attracted a large number of cultivators to purchase, even leading to a buying frenzy, forcing the Nine Kingdoms Alliance to send people to maintain order. Of course, doing such a large business at such cheap prices undoubtedly ruined many people's livelihoods. Even in this cultivator city, various overt and covert dangers were not uncommon, but for some unknown reason, everyone who tried to cause trouble in secret disappeared without a trace. While this left many people terrified, it also made them ponder the origins of this group. Chapter 606, Coincidental Encounter. When there was only half a month left until the trade fair, 3 escape lights were leisurely flying towards Tiantian City from a place several thousand miles away. As the escape lights drew closer, it became clear that they were 3 cultivators, 2 men and 1 woman. One of them, a cold and beautiful female cultivator, followed closely behind a plain-faced young man in a green robe. The other was a middle-aged man in a blue robe, his sleeves fluttering, exuding an extraordinary aura. The arrivals were Han Li and Elder Liu, who had traveled a long distance from Xi country. The other woman was Mu Peeling of Luyun sect, who for some reason also appeared here. Speaking of this grand event being held in the Nine Kingdoms Alliance, it's only been in the last 100 years or so. Before, the righteous and demonic factions always controlled the trade fair, holding it alternately in Tianluo country and Fengdu country. But as soon as the righteous and demonic factions began to expand, cultivators from other forces naturally wouldn't feel safe allowing the righteous and demonic countries to host the trade fair anymore. So, from the last time onwards, the right to host the trade fair fell to the neutral Nine Kingdoms Alliance without dispute. Elder Liu said to Han Li with a pleasant expression as he flew. Han Li smiled and nodded, stroking his chin as he said with a laugh, "In that case, it has indeed benefited the Nine Kingdoms Alliance. However, I am quite interested in the rumors about Tiantian City. It's the only cultivator city in the entire Southern Heaven, and also the largest city in the Southern Heaven. I heard that back then, the spellcaster allied army once advanced into Yu State, and it was only beneath Tiantian City that the newly allied Nine Kingdoms cultivators used the Shangyuan Light Extinguishing Formation to defeat them and send them retreating. Ha ha ha, that's natural, but in another 100 years, the situation may not be the same." Elder Lu's eyes flickered as he said with a smile, "A few years ago, Tiantian City was still the undisputed largest city in the Southern Heaven, but now, that title is very likely to change hands." Han Li raised his eyebrows slightly upon hearing this, and after a moment of thought, he let out a wry laugh. "Is senior brother Liu referring to Qinji City in Yu country? I did hear disciples within the sect mention that although Qinji City is large, it's a place where cultivators and mortals live together, so it can't be considered a cultivator city. Therefore, many people don't really consider it the true largest city in the Southern Heaven, right? Junior brother Han, you are mistaken." Elder Liu waved his hand and said somewhat seriously. "Junior brother Han, are you unaware that Qinji City is rich in resources and has a developed commercial sector? Various talismans, magical artifacts, and other items are nearly half cheaper than outside. If other forces were to do this, they probably wouldn't even recover their costs, but I don't know how they manage it. In short, spurred by this, various major forces have dispatched trade caravans to Qinji City and other cities in Yu country to purchase large quantities of talismans, magical artifacts, formation diagrams, and other items. At the same time, this has also attracted a large number of loose cultivators to settle in Yu country, and it is now completely different from how it was back then. Although I have been busy with sect affairs, I have also heard disciples from Yu country say that compared to Tiantian City, which is purely a cultivator city, the current Yu country is more like a cultivator country." Cultivator country. This term made Han Li raise an eyebrow, and he subconsciously wanted to retort, but then instantly recalled what Liu Yun's had once told him. A assimilated social system is the factor that can best provide a sense of belonging. For Southern Heaven cultivators who are accustomed to living in seclusion, a prosperous and diverse society with shops selling talismans, magical artifacts, and spiritual materials everywhere, where one doesn't need to hide their cultivation wherever they go, and where there are fellow cultivators everywhere, is undoubtedly a true cultivator country. Elder Liu sighed slightly, then said with some excitement, I heard that fellow Daoist Liu of Yu country is already discussing with fellow Daoist Wei about placing the next Southern Heaven trade fair in Yu country. I wonder if the Nine Kingdoms Alliance will agree. Although he said this, both of them probably knew the answer. Such a grand event, which could earn a large amount of spirit stones and solidify their position in the Southern Heaven, how could the Nine Kingdoms Alliance easily let go? Even if they did let go, it would undoubtedly be for a greater benefit. By the way, junior brother Han. Has fellow Daoist Liu contacted you recently? Elder Liu suddenly asked. Han Li was stunned for a moment, then shook his head with a wry smile. Senior brother Liu, although I have a good relationship with him, that person is always moody, and I can't quite grasp his temperament. In the past year, I haven't received any news at all. Is that so? That's a bit of a pity. Elder Liu lowered his head and sighed. Just then, Han Li suddenly frowned, turned to look beside him, and then showed a slightly helpless smile. Senior brother Liu, it's better to meet by chance than to invite. That person is here. Elder Liu was startled upon hearing this, and then genuinely showed a look of surprise. But very quickly, this surprise turned into a face full of terror. A colossal object was approaching from the horizon, treading on clouds. At first glance, the approaching object resembled a giant metal fortress like a small mountain. Only when it drew closer did Elder Liu clearly see that it was actually a giant ox covered in armor. This giant ox was completely covered in thick metal armor from head to toe, leaving no gaps. Its towering spiritual pressure could be clearly felt even from 100 miles away. This was actually a rank 8 ancient exotic beast. An existence in no way inferior to an early nascent soul stage cultivator. No. Elder Liu suddenly shivered violently. He had a feeling that if they fought to the death, that giant ox could directly crush him. 100 miles was nothing to this giant ox that generated clouds with its hooves. It arrived in just over 10 breaths of time. Only then did the three realize that this giant ox was actually pulling an equally enormous beast carriage. The beast carriage appeared to be made entirely of steel, and countless mysterious and complex spiritual patterns flickered on it, forming a layer of green light that enveloped the carriage. The green light of the shield was hazy, and for a moment, no one could clearly see who was inside. Elder Liu took a deep breath, his face immediately showing a look of doubt and uncertainty. Mu Peeling, beside him, also looked at Han Li worriedly. Using a rank 8 ancient exotic beast to pull a carriage was unheard of in the Southern Heaven, but it was not impossible that some old fellow had a lucky encounter and wanted to show off. If the arrival was indeed Liu Yun's, then it would be fine, but if they mistook the person, embarrassment would be a small matter. If they offended the other party because of it, then the matter would be serious. Han Li lowered his head, secretly pursed his lips, raised his hand, and released a streak of green sword chi, like a heaven-reaching sword, directly slashing towards the beast carriage. This action caught everyone by surprise. Elder Liu didn't even have time to stop him, only watching helplessly as the sword chi slashed towards the green light shield. Just then, the green light shield actually dispersed on its own, and a slender black line flashed by in an instant, directly scattering the sword chi. Han Li flew forward expressionlessly, while the other two felt a drum beating in their hearts and quickly followed. Chapter 607, Killing Intent. Inside the beast carriage, Liu Yun sat on a seat covered with thick animal furs, his posture unusually casual and unrefined. Wen Ziyu sat beside him, somewhat helplessly supporting his shoulder. Wei Lycan sat opposite the two, a smile on his face, looking as if he had an excellent relationship with them. Compared to the beast carriage's colossal size, which was like a small mountain, the interior space was excessively small. There were only 2 rows of seats facing each other, looking like they could accommodate at most 10 people. Han Li flew forward and, seeing the unrefined Liu Yun's, couldn't help but sigh helplessly. Elder Lu and Mu Peeling followed closely, both curiously looking at the 3 people inside the carriage. Liu Yun's, of course, needed no introduction, his portrait had spread throughout the major schools of Tianese over the years. The woman, however, was only at the peak foundation establishment stage. Seeing their intimate manner, she was likely a concubine or similar. The black-clothed man sitting opposite them, though, looked somewhat unfamiliar. Elder Lu scrutinized him for a moment, his pupils suddenly quivering slightly. He then stepped forward with a smile and bowed, saying, I am Lu Luo of Lu Yun sect. Greetings, 3 fellow Daists. Liu Yun's looked up at him and cupped his hands in return. Wei Lycan, however, smiled and said, Fellow Daist Lu, I have long admired your reputation. Not at all. If I'm not mistaken, are you fellow Daist Wei Lycan of Hui sect? Lu Luo quickly said with a smile. Wei Lycan nodded, his gaze sweeping over Mu Peeling, who was behind the two, before he said with a smile. Indeed, it is I. I am here to guide fellow Daist Liu, by order of my junior martial uncle. While the two were still exchanging pleasantries, Han Li had already led Mu Peeling to sit beside Liu Yun's. What's going on? Han Li transmitted, his lips barely moving. Nothing, just doing business. But you. Liu Yun's eyes narrowed slightly, sweeping over Mu Peeling beside Han Li. His eyelids immediately twitched. Fellow deist, have we met before? Liu Yun's asked, puzzled. He always felt this girl looked familiar, but he just couldn't remember where he had seen her. Mu Peeling was stunned by his words, while Han Li rolled his eyes and introduced her, this is my named disciple, Mu Peeling. Come, greet your junior martial uncle. Mu Peeling finally reacted and quickly stepped forward to bow, respectfully calling out, Mu Peeling greets junior martial uncle Liu. No problem, rise, Liu Yun's casually responded. Then he looked at Mu Peeling, then at Han Li, and his gaze immediately became a little strange. Named disciple? Yes, why else? Han Li retorted with a smile. Having been tricked by this bastard Liu Yun's for over 200 years, Han Li had long developed an intuition beyond ordinary people. From the moment Liu Yun's gave him that Phoenix Reversal Cultivation art, Han Li knew this bastard had ill intentions. Sure enough, soon after, Mu Peeling sought his help to escape her family's coercion. In that instant, Han Li first thought of the Phoenix Reversal Cultivation art's miraculous effect of breaking through the nascent soul bottleneck, then he thought of Liu Yun's, and then from Liu Yun's, he thought of a veiled woman with cold eyes. In that instant, Han Li's hair stood on end. It was as if those eyes were behind him, staring at him incessantly. And so, Mu Peeling became his named disciple. Han Li offered her a certain degree of protection with his reputation, and Mu Peeling, under the title of named disciple, was in reality a servant, serving him for 30 years. Han Li thought this was very fair. Other than that, why are you looking at me? Liu Yun said, somewhat uncomfortably. Han Li smiled and waved his hand in front of Liu Yun's. This is my first disciple. Aren't you, as her junior martial uncle, going to show some appreciation? Liu Yun's immediately pouted as if he had a toothache, while Mu Peeling opposite him appeared very reserved, lowering her head and remaining silent. Helpless, Liu Yun's casually took out a wolf guard puppet from his storage pouch and handed it to her. Take it. It's not a great treasure, but it's not inferior to an average early core formation cultivator. It's perfect for her self-defense. Mu Peeling's eyes widened suddenly. Just as she was about to decline, she saw Han Li wink at her. Thank you for the treasure, junior martial uncle. Mu Peeling hesitantly accepted the wolf guard puppet. Wen Ziyu kindly pulled her to her side, moving slightly away from the four nascent soul cultivators. Fellow deist Han. At this moment, Wei Lycan, who had just finished exchanging pleasantries with Lu Luo, suddenly looked at Han Li and asked with a smile. If I'm not mistaken, fellow deist Han, like fellow deist Liu, both came from the seven sects of Yu state, right? That's right, Han Li said thoughtfully, noticing that while Wei Lycan's tone was amiable and his attitude humble, his eyes gave him a strange sense of aversion. I am from Yellow Maple Valley of Yu state, and Liu Yun's is from Yunyu sect. No wonder, Wei Lycan sighed softly, then looked up at Liu Yun's, his expression somewhat troubled. What is the attitude of two fellow deists towards the former six sects of Yu state? Han Li frowned. Just as he was about to say something, Lu Luo's voice transmission sounded in his ear, Junior brother Han, this person is the grandnephew of Wei Wuya, the chief executive of the Nine Kingdoms Alliance. This time, he's likely here to sound out fellow deist Lu's attitude. Junior brother Han, please be careful with your words. Hearing this, Han Li turned to look at Liu Yun's beside him. Seeing his expression was normal, he calmly said. Fellow deist Wei, you must know something about what happened back then. If we were to say there are no grudges in our hearts, you probably wouldn't believe it. However, so many years have passed, and it's unnecessary to constantly dwell on past grievances. As for the current Yellow Maple Valley, they and I simply live and let live. Liu Yun's disdainfully rolled his eyes inwardly. Han Li was a petty person, it would be a miracle if he could let go of what Yellow Maple Valley did back then. Wei Lycan nodded with a smile, saying admiringly, fellow deist Han has a broad mind and understands righteousness. I admire you. After speaking, Wei Lycan looked at Liu Yun's again, his expression becoming somewhat awkward. Liu Yun's glanced at him and then said with a smile, fellow deist Wei, you weren't entrusted by someone to specifically sound me out, were you? Fellow deist Liu, you jest, this. Wei Lycan opened his mouth, looking at Liu Yun's smiling yet not smiling eyes. He suddenly felt an inexplicable panic, and various thoughts surged in his mind. He subconsciously said. To be honest with fellow deist, I was indeed entrusted by someone. The moment these words left his mouth, Wei Lycan felt as if something was not quite right. However, his mouth seemed to have a mind of its own today, speaking almost uncontrollably. Fellow deist Liu should be an old acquaintance of fellow deist Nangong Wan of Yunyu sect, who recently condensed her nascent soul. To be frank, I recently met fellow deist Nangong by chance, and we found each other agreeable, but... Suddenly, Wei Lycan felt a killing intent. Chapter 608, Seeking Death. This killing intent instantly jolted Wei Lycan awake from his bizarre state, and he subconsciously glanced around. He saw Lu Luo looking at him with curiosity, seemingly waiting for him to continue. Liu Yun sat upright, having conjured a table from who knows where, and even kindly poured himself a cup of tea. Han Li, on the other hand, had his head slightly lowered, his expression calm, his eyes fixed intently on Liu Yun's teacup. Wei Lycan's brows furrowed slightly, and he scanned his surroundings with a hint of confusion. Come, come. Have some tea. Liu Yun's kindly offered him a cup of tea, his smile incredibly warm. Seeing this, Wei Lycan immediately felt relieved, completely forgetting the killing intent from moments ago. In truth, even before coming, Wei Wuya had subtly reminded him that according to rumors among the 7 sects, Liu Yun's and Nangongwan had a very good relationship. If there was an opportunity, he could use this as a breakthrough point to try and bridge the distance between them. Now it seemed that Nangongwan truly had a close personal relationship with Liu Yun's back then, to the point that Liu Yun's entire attitude changed after he spoke those words. Continue. You and senior sister Nangong are deeply in love, and then what? Liu Yun's asked eagerly. Wei Lycan smiled amiably and continued, my original intention was to go directly to Inu sect and propose to Won'er, but too many things happened afterward, which caused a delay. Han Li kept his head down, his gaze intently fixed on the teacup in his hand, as tiny cracks gradually spread across its surface. Liu Yun's gaze became even more amiable, and he heard Wei Lycan continue. However, I have already discussed this matter with Inu sect's current Grand Elder, and she has agreed. Won'er has also tacitly approved. I imagine it won't be long before fellow Daist Liu will have the opportunity to attend our dual cultivation ceremony. This time, even Liu Yun's smile became a little stiff. He picked up his own teacup and took a small sip. Old Wei, your grandnephew is seeking his own death, don't blame me. Thinking this, Liu Yun's smile grew even more benevolent. So, fellow Daist Liu, could you perhaps show some leniency towards Inu sect? Wei, thank fellow Daist Liu on Won'er's behalf. At this, Wei Lycan cupped his hands towards Liu Yun's, his eyes exceptionally sincere. Liu Yun's nodded, not speaking, but focused on refilling his tea, appearing very patient. Beside him, Han Li picked up his teacup and drained the spirit tea within. As for Lu Luo, he was scared to death. Just moments ago, when Wei Lycan was halfway through his sentence, he clearly felt a killing intent, almost solid in its essence, emanating from Han Li. Even though this killing intent wasn't directed at him, Lu Luo still had a premonition of impending disaster and almost instinctively ran away. Yet, Wei Lycan, who was right beside him, seemed to notice nothing, merely glancing around blankly before continuing his speech. Throughout this process, the killing intent from Han Li intensified, but Wei Lycan ignored him completely, as if that person wasn't even in the carriage. This bizarre scene sent a chill down Lu Luo's spine. He was both terrified by such methods and worried that Han Li would act against Wei Wuya's grandnephew. The atmosphere inside the spirit beast carriage became incredibly heavy. Everyone felt as if a 1,000-pound boulder was pressing on their hearts, not daring to speak freely. Only Wei Lycan seemed oblivious to everything, still recounting various matters concerning Inu sect. Not long after, everyone suddenly felt the spirit beast carriage sink, becoming slower. Lu Luo first froze, then let out a sigh of relief, quickly saying to everyone. It seems we've entered the Tiantian city restriction area. Perhaps we should take our leave now. No worries. Wei Lycan enthusiastically interjected, telling the group, such restrictions cannot limit us at all, let alone fellow Daist Lu's spirit beast, which has profound cultivation and extraordinary talent. We can enter the city directly. My granduncle is waiting for fellow Daist, after all. Lu Luo's eyelid twitched, and he sighed silently. Han Li kept a straight face, showing no expression. Liu Yun's, on the other hand, was chatting happily with the two women beside him. The green-armored beast arrived on clouds, directly crossing Tiantian city's towering walls amidst the terrified gazes of all the cultivators around, heading straight for the city center. Before they even reached their destination, several escape lights flew towards them. At the same time, a powerful voice resounded through the sky. Young friend Liu. Wei, have been waiting here for a long time. A powerful spiritual pressure suddenly erupted. The green-armored beast, half annoyed and half fearful, exhaled a puff of white chi and stopped in mid-air. The escape lights dissipated, revealing 5 or 6 nascent soul cultivators, each looking as if facing a formidable enemy, subtly forming a semi-encirclement around the green-armored beast. The leader was an ordinary-looking old man in a green robe, appearing almost unremarkable. The only thing that drew attention was that the old man had long fingernails on all 10 fingers. They looked exceptionally sharp, were purplish-black, and shimmered with a faint glow. This person was none other than one of the 3 great cultivators of Tianese, the head of the 9 Kingdoms Alliance, and the Grand Elder of Huai sect, Wei Wuya. Brother Wei, what a grand display. Liu Yun's raised an eyebrow, saying with a smile. His voice boomed in the air, like rolling thunder echoing through the sky. Ha ha ha. Brother, you can't blame me for this. It's simply that young friend Lu's entourage is too grand. Your brother, had no choice but to do this. Inside the spirit beast carriage, Liu Yun silently pouted. The 5-colored spiritual light flashed around the green-armored beast, and its massive form shrunk in mid-air. In a short while, it became no different from an ordinary green ox. This was a divine ability it had an awakening after its breakthrough to rank 8, which Liu Yun's named size as desired. It could freely control its body size, as large as a mountain or as small as a green ox. And at this moment, the green-armored beast, now the size of an ordinary green ox, pulling the massive, mountain-like spirit beast carriage, was guided by Wei Wuya and the others all the way to the very center of Tiantian city. Here stood a gigantic palace-like building, with a huge plaza in front of it, large enough to accommodate the enormous spirit beast carriage. This was where the 9 Kingdoms Alliance headquarters was located, and also Liu Yun's destination for this trip. Before landing, Lu Luo and Han Li, with good foresight, took Mu Peeling and departed, leaving only Wei Lycan, Liu Yun's, and Wen Xiu. With a boom, the spirit beast carriage landed heavily, kicking up a cloud of dust and stones. If not for the powerful restrictions already embedded in every floor tile here, this massive spirit beast carriage might have crushed the entire plaza. Wei Wuya sighed helplessly, looking up at the three figures of Liu Yun's descending, and said with some displeasure, "Young friend Liu, your display is a bit too grand. Many people in the city today were quite frightened by you. Brother Wei, you can't blame me for this. Have you forgotten, this is what you requested?" Liu Yun spread his hands, saying casually. "I requested it." Wei Wuya was stunned by the remark. Chapter 609, Transaction. Hearing Liu Yun's words, Wei Wuya was first stunned, then his expression suddenly changed, revealing a look of pleasant surprise. "Young friend Liu, could this be?" Liu Yun chuckled and cast a spell with one hand. The giant beast carriage instantly let out a muffled sound, and then it was as if bolts of lightning exploded simultaneously inside. Accompanied by these loud bangs, the entire mountain-sized steel beast carriage suddenly deformed, revealing a giant bronze gate that opened to reveal three colossal figures inside. They were three humanoid white dragon-like puppets, nearly 20 jong tall and massive in size. Each of their arms was equipped with several cannon muzzles, and the part that should have been a slender dragon tail on their backs had transformed into a massive bronze battle axe. Their eyes were crimson, and their entire bodies exuded a powerful spiritual pressure no less than that of an early nascent soul stage cultivator. Galatron Type 2, with enhanced area of effect firepower as per your request. The battle axes on their backs can easily cleave through the protective shields of ordinary early nascent soul stage cultivators, or slightly weaker restriction formations. They might be a bit lacking for one-on-one combat, but if you are using them for conquering cities, defending strongholds, I guarantee there are no better puppets. Liu Yun said with a somewhat proud smile. Wei Wuya's eyes widened, and he slowly exhaled. Young friend Liu, this gift is quite valuable. After speaking, he waved his hand backward. Several nascent soul old monsters, who were stunned by the sight, quickly stepped forward, taking out already prepared storage pouches to store both the puppets and the entire beast carriage. That carriage is my gift. As you can see, there isn't a single trace of spiritual chi leaking out, so no one would be able to detect what's inside. Moreover, its defensive power is extremely strong, capable of withstanding any attack below the late nascent soul stage. However, its drawback is also obvious, it's too big. Liu Yun shrugged and said to the crowd, due to time constraints, this was the only way. But it should be enough for you all. Wei Wuya took a deep breath, cupped his hands to Liu Yun's, and solemnly said, Young friend Liu, this old man thanks you on behalf of the Nine Kingdoms Alliance. Please come this way. Liu Yun smiled, and with Wen Ziyu, followed behind Wei Wuya into the main headquarters of the Nine Kingdoms Alliance. To be frank, fellow Daoist Liu, the situation on the Mulan clan/region is getting increasingly tense. The Mulan people could attack the border at any time. To be honest, this time the opponent is coming with great momentum, and if they suddenly launch an assault, our Nine Kingdoms Alliance might not be able to stop them. In fact, we are already considering whether to issue a warning to other forces in advance. Wei Wuya said, shaking his head with a bitter smile as he walked ahead. I'm afraid it would be useless even if you did. Whether it's true or not, everyone else will assume you're just bluffing. They'll only consider sending reinforcements when your Nine Kingdoms Alliance truly can't hold on any longer. Liu Yun said calmly. Indeed. Wei Wuya sighed deeply and led the group through a spacious corridor. At the end of the corridor, a hint of lush green was faintly visible. Liu Yun followed Wei Wuya and took a step, and the surrounding scenery suddenly opened up. This place was actually a huge garden, looking like a natural jungle as far as the eye could see. Not only were there birds singing and flowers fragrant, green trees and clear water, but there were also some rare birds and exotic beasts hidden within, almost all of them exuding considerable spiritual chi, truly being genuine Yao beasts. Brother Wei, what a refined taste. Liu Yun looked around and couldn't help but praise. Haha, you flatter me, young friend Liu. Wei Wuya smiled and shook his head, leading the group through a small blue stone path to a pavilion. Inside the pavilion, there was a stone table and 2 stone stools, and nothing else. Young friend Liu, please sit. Wei Wuya politely gestured. After Liu Yun sat on one of the stone stools, he slowly sat down. Wei Liken, although also an early nascent soul stage cultivator, could only stand obediently behind Wei Wuya, not daring to show any dissent. Wei Wuya waved his hand, and a jade slip immediately appeared on the stone table. Young friend Liu, there are still half a month until the trade fair begins. During this time, various major forces and well-known nascent soul fellow Daoists have submitted their item lists to our Nine Kingdoms Alliance. Young friend Liu can take a look first. If there's anything you want, you can approach the owner of the treasure beforehand to exchange for it, saving you the trouble of competing with a group of people. Liu Yun raised an eyebrow, reached out to take the jade slip, and sighed inwardly. This was the treatment of a partner. Liu Yun believed that Venerable Xiang, Old Devil He Huan, and the Dragon Han and Phoenix Bing couple all had similar things, it was just that he received his earlier. After these people had made their selections, it would be the turn of those who held great power or were well informed. After these people had also made their selections, the remaining items would be left for the auction, allowing others to bid for them. After a quick scan of the contents of the jade slip, Liu Yun immediately sighed with some disappointment. The most valuable items in the jade slip were merely 2 types of materials and a few ancient treasures, which Liu Yun currently had no shortage of. Brother Wei, is there any news about space attribute materials? Liu Yun asked, putting down the jade slip. Wei Wuya shook his head with a bitter smile, saying somewhat helplessly, Young friend Liu, any material with space attributes is extremely rare and precious. Even if someone truly possessed it, they wouldn't easily bring it out. Upon hearing this, Liu Yun's eyes narrowed slightly, and he scrutinized Wei Wuya up and down. Brother Wei, do you mean that old devil Hehuan or venerable Ziyang might have such materials? Wei Wuya smiled and waved his hand. Fellow Daoist Hehuan, not necessarily. As for fellow Daoist Ziyang, Wei Wuya didn't explicitly state the rest, but Liu Yun's roughly understood. Thank you for the reminder, Brother Wei. Liu Yun's cupped his hands, then asked, Brother Wei, is there any news about the item I asked you to keep an eye out for last time? Upon hearing this, Wei Wuya actually shook his head with a hint of melancholy, taking out a storage pouch from his bosom and placing it on the stone table. Young friend Liu, to be able to deliver this item into your hands, this old man had to go against many opinions. Wei Wuya said, his tone subtly implying something. Liu Yun's was first startled, then his eyes suddenly widened. You found it? Liu Yun's asked, overjoyed, almost leaping off the stone stool. Wei Wuya nodded and said with a smile, this item was originally found by a well-connected nascent soul loose cultivator in an immortal cave of an ancient cultivator. However, this person, not knowing its true value, was going around inquiring with the soul stones that you had given me. After I heard about it, I personally spoke with that fellow Daoist and only then did I realize that the item young friend Liu wanted was actually in his possession. So, I used some treasures from the Huai Sex collection to exchange for it from him. Upon hearing this, Liu Yun's quickly reached for the storage pouch, took it, and probed it with his divine sense. Chapter 610, Ancient Puppets. The storage pouch didn't contain much, only 2 puppets resembling evil spirits, a dozen or so puppets shaped like various animals, all at roughly the core formation stage, and a yellowed jade slip. Liu Yun's poured all the puppets and the jade slip out of the storage pouch. He breathlessly brought one of the evil spirit puppets close to his eyes for careful observation. After a few glances, he eagerly picked up the jade slip and extended his divine sense into it. In fact, Liu Yun's had long realized that the Galatron puppets were gradually failing to keep up with his strength. No matter how well Galatron was designed, it was an early work of Liu Yun's. Even after so many years of optimization and iteration, its inherent design flaws still existed. For example, it was too large, too slow, not flexible enough in its movements, and its operation was somewhat rigid. These minor and major issues were not significant at first, but when Liu Yun's began to frequently face opponents at the nascent soul level, these shortcomings became a fatal threat. Although Galatron boasted powerful output worthy of a nascent soul grade puppet, its various flaws prevented it from truly confronting a nascent soul cultivator head-on. Back then, when Han Li commanded Galatron against a speed-type enemy like Feng Xi, it couldn't even last for more than 10 breaths of time. And on the previous battlefield, a full 12 Galatrons were deployed together, yet they could only barely hold off 6 nascent soul cultivators from the opposing side. While this was partly due to the opponent having 3 mid-nascent soul stage cultivators, it indeed exposed the significant problems with Galatron. As of now, after multiple optimizations, Galatron only had 2 advantages left. First, its firepower was strong enough, making it an excellent choice for guarding immortal caves and cities, or for providing firepower on large battlefields. Second, although the materials were precious, they were not scarce, and the price was relatively affordable, making it suitable for mass production. Logically speaking, these 2 points should have been enough, but what Liu Yun's needed was a truly reliable combat force, one that could provide effective protection in complex and ever-changing battle Dao, not just a simple firepower output device. Therefore, Liu Yun's urgently needed new nascent soul grade puppets. However, a completely new nascent soul grade puppet was not something that could be created just by wishing for it. With Liu Yun's current level of puppet mastery and foundation, he was still far from being able to design a truly practical and mature nascent soul grade puppet. So, after much thought, Liu Yun's turned his attention to ancient puppets. The ancient puppets in the Void Heaven Palace had truly opened Liu Yun's eyes. The golden furred puppet among them was also a genuine nascent soul grade puppet, and it even managed to withstand the siege of Savage Beard and several other powerful nascent soul cultivators for a considerable amount of time. It was definitely not inferior to a top-tier early nascent soul stage cultivator. And similar ancient puppets also existed in Tianese. After Liu Yun's obtained the true art of puppetry from the Great Evolution Divine Lord back then, he had researched information about this exceptionally talented individual in the Yunyu Sex Library. Although the relevant information was scarce and vaguely described, making it difficult to comprehend, one thing Liu Yun's could confirm. This Great Evolution Divine Lord also originated from Tianese. Liu Yun's didn't believe his puppet Dao was conjured out of thin air. He had done similar things and knew how difficult it was. Liu Yun's believed that, at some point, Tianese must have had a complete legacy of puppet Dao, but like other precious legacies, it vanished into the long river of history due to the incompetence of later generations. The Great Evolution Divine Lord most likely obtained some information on ancient puppet Dao and, relying on his extraordinary talent, successfully brought puppet Dao back into the world, even developing something as heaven-defying as the Great Evolution art. Having understood this, Liu Yun's, a year ago, gave a soul stone to Wei Wuya and asked the Nine Kingdoms Alliance to help collect information on ancient puppet Dao. The conditions for this were the 3 Galatron Mark IIS and the giant beast carriage that had just been delivered. Originally, Liu Yun's idea was that it would be good enough if Wei Wuya could find him some information or clues about ancient puppet Dao, but he hadn't expected Wei Wuya to be so reliable, actually finding him the refining methods and physical ancient puppets directly. Within the jade slip, various refining methods for ancient puppets were recorded. From the lowest grade early core formation stage puppets to the most advanced mid-nascent soul stage puppets, all types were available, clearly indicating a complete puppet Dao system. The various ancient puppets recorded within were incredibly mature in both their completeness and design philosophy, far surpassing the puppets Liu Yun's had developed himself. The two evil spirit puppets were the best examples. Although these two puppets still lacked soul stones and were only half-finished products, Liu Yun's, as a puppet great master, naturally saw their extraordinary qualities at a glance. He was certain that these two puppets were absolutely not inferior to top-tier early nascent soul stage cultivators, and in terms of general utility and practicality, they even surpassed the golden furred puppet from the Void Heaven Palace. The only problem was that the materials required to refine these ancient puppets might not have been particularly rare in the ancient era. However, by now, many of these materials had become extinct. Even with an entire small interface at his back, Liu Yun's couldn't guarantee he could gather them all. However, Liu Yun's had great confidence in himself. Just a few materials, he didn't believe he couldn't find substitutes. Not to mention, there were already two existing ones that could be used. Although they were only early nascent soul stage, they were sufficient for now. As for the more advanced mid-nascent soul stage puppets, Liu Yun's didn't think that was a problem either. He had always been good at custom modifications. Once he thoroughly understood the puppet Dao in this jade slip, it wouldn't be impossible to use these two puppets as a foundation and transform them into the most advanced mid-nascent soul stage puppets recorded in the jade slip. After all, the main materials for both were quite similar, it was just that various precious auxiliary materials were hard to find, and the refining techniques differed somewhat. There was still hope for modification. Brother Wei, I owe you a favor this time. Liu Yun's put down the jade slip in his hand and let out a long sigh. Wei Wuya maintained his usual calm expression on the surface, but inwardly, he breathed a huge sigh of relief. It seemed this step was the right one, and it wasn't in vain that he had gone against all objections to deliver this item into Liu Yun's hands. Liu Yun solemnly put away the storage pouch and then asked, "From what you're saying, some people within the Nine Kingdoms Alliance have strong opinions about you giving this thing to me." Wei Wuya gave a wry smile and nodded helplessly. "Yes, some people think that giving this item to you is tantamount to aiding the enemy. And others believe that I should keep this item at Hui Sect and research this ancient puppet Dao myself." Humph. A bunch of fools. What could they possibly research? Chapter 611, A Letter from an Old Friend. Wei Wuya's face was filled with fury, and he couldn't help but slam the table. 10,000-year ironwood, do they have it? Can they find a substitute? Are they capable of modifying this puppet design? Do they know where to find these so-called soul stones? Do they understand how to use a puppet? They have nothing, they know nothing. What's the point of keeping this thing in Hui Sect? Offending allies for such a useless toy. They're a bunch of fools. Behind Wei Wuya, Wei Lycan subtly lowered his head, a hint of unwillingness flickering in his eyes. It's just greed at work. They always think that even if it's useless, keeping it in their hands might come in handy one day. Better than it falling into someone else's hands. In reality, it's just greed, they're greedy even if it's useless. Liu Yun shook his head and said calmly. Greed? Humph. I say it's foolishness. Wei Wuya gritted his teeth and let out a silent sigh. Young friend Liu, that's the situation. Even now, this old man still doesn't dare to die. Liu Yun nodded and said comfortingly, understood. Wei Lycan swallowed, chuckled and stepped forward slightly, saying, Uncle Grandmaster is joking. With Uncle Grandmaster's cultivation, you still have at least 200 years to live. Everything is still in time. Wei Wuya and Liu Yun exchanged glances, and the bitterness in his eyes immediately became more apparent. Brother Wei, I'll take my leave first. Liu Yun stood up and cupped his hands. Wei Wuya nodded, but didn't stand. Instead, he turned to Wei Lycan and said. Lycan, help me see off young friend Liu. Yes, Uncle Grandmaster. Fellow Daoist Liu, this way please. Wei Lycan bowed to Wei Wuya, then turned and spoke very politely to Liu Yun. Liu Yun and Wen Ziyu followed behind him. Just as they were leaving the garden, he suddenly looked back. In the pavilion, Wei Wuya's aged back was slightly hunched. He sat on the stone stool, leaning his single hand against the stone table, as if he could barely support his own weight anymore. Liu Yun sighed, lowered his head, and followed Wei Lycan out of the Nine Kingdoms Alliance's main headquarters. Fellow Daoist Liu, the Nine Kingdoms Alliance's main headquarters does not keep outside guests, please forgive us. There is a guest house in this city specifically prepared for nascent soul cultivators. Fellow Daoist Liu can stay there for a while and wait for the trade fair to begin. Wei Lycan said warmly, a hint of apology appropriately showing in his eyes. No worries, I also wanted to exchange ideas with other fellow Daoists and see if they have anything I want. Let's meet again on the day of the trade fair. Liu Yun smiled and waved his hand, leading the silent Wen Ziyu out of the Nine Kingdoms Alliance's main headquarters. Sir, is this Tian City? Looking at the scene before her, Wen Ziyu couldn't help but ask with a bewildered expression. Liu Yun's eyes twitched, and he shrugged, saying, probably. They hadn't had time to look closely when flying over the city walls earlier, but now that they walked into Tian City, the two of them discovered that even this so-called cultivator city also reflected the Southern Heaven cultivator's usual pragmatism. Simply put, it was rows upon rows of identical stone houses, clearly created by spells. In between, randomly laid out were wide and narrow bluestone streets. Looking out, they were numerous and dense. There was no urban planning to speak of, nor was it particularly beautiful, filled with a sense of I'm a cultivator master building my own house, what more do you want from me, kind of perfunctory attitude. And they dare to call this the greatest city in southern heaven? How do these people have the nerve to compare it to Kyunji City? Thinking of the grand and unrestrained, or delicate and elegant pavilions in Kyunji City, Lu Yun's couldn't help but curse inwardly a couple of times, then pulled Wenziyu directly towards the guest house for nascent soul cultivators. The two passed through many streets and finally arrived before a white light barrier. Behind the light barrier were many secluded and elegant pavilions, each with a different style, exquisite and peerless. Lu Yun secretly breathed a sigh of relief. He had just been thinking that if the guest house was also that perfunctory, he would just leave the city and find a mountain outside to stay for a while. Fortunately, the people of the Nine Kingdoms Alliance were not all fools and knew that these nascent soul old monsters were difficult to please, so they specifically built these pavilions. Lu Yun then swiped his single hand across the white light barrier. A black light flashed, and the white light barrier instantly tore open a crack about 10 feet long. The edges faintly glowed with burning demonic fire, preventing the light barrier from closing on its own. Wenziyu looked at it twice in surprise, then, amidst the astonished and envious gazes of the crowd outside the light barrier, she followed Lu Yun's into the white light barrier. Among the many pavilions, a small portion already flickered with restriction light, clearly indicating that people were already residing there. Lu Yun's and Wenziyu spent a long time choosing together, and finally, at her suggestion, they chose a pavilion with a more elegant style and moved in. However, before the two could rest and relax, an uninvited guest burst in. Lu Yun's. Han Li sat quietly in the chair, as if flames were burning in his eyes. An incredibly dense evil qi uncontrollably emanated from his body, faintly accompanied by several low beastly roars. Wenziyu had intended to offer Han Li a cup of tea, but before she could get close, it was as if a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood rushed towards her. In an instant, Wenziyu's mind went blank. The blood throughout her body felt like it was freezing, gradually encasing her entire being in ice from the inside out. In a daze, Wenziyu seemed to see one tragic-looking Yao beast after another, bearing their fangs and claws, lunging at her, trying to drag her into hell. Just then, a back blocked her front. Lu Yun's pulled her behind him, a spiritual light flashing in his eyes, directly dispelling the evil qi emanating from Han Li. What are you going crazy for? Lu Yun's coldly shouted. An invisible force instantly entered Han Li's sea of consciousness, forcefully suppressing the killing intent in Han Li's heart. In an instant, Han Li seemed to have cold water poured over him, suddenly clearing his head. He quickly focused and reined in all his evil qi. If you want to go crazy, go somewhere else. Don't pull this with me. Lu Yun's gently stroked Wenziyu's back twice, forcing out the evil qi that had invaded her body, and told her to step back first. Then, he sat down beside Han Li, annoyed. It's just that kid surnamed Wei's one-sided story. Is it really worth it for you? Han Li lowered his head and remained silent for a long time. If you ask me, you brought this on yourself. You've been in nascent soul condensation for some time. If you had just gone to Inya sect to see her during this period, it wouldn't have come to this. Lu Yun's poured a cup of tea and heavily placed it in front of him. Han Li glanced at the teacup, then lowered his head and asked softly, what if this is true? Lu Yun's looked up, staring at him blankly, and fell silent for a moment. Han Li's single sentence had stumped even Lu Yun's. Is there something wrong with your head? Lu Yun's asked in confusion. Han Li opened his mouth, then picked up the teacup and took a sip, saying in a low voice, if they are really preparing to hold a dual cultivation ceremony, then I. If what? What exactly do you want to do? Want to kill Wei Lycan? Lu Yun's picked his ears, asking impatiently. If that's the case, don't call me. I just owed Wei Wuya a favor. It would be too disloyal to turn around and kill his grandnephew. At most, I'll help you clean up the scene. Han Li pondered, saying nothing. Just then, a white light suddenly flew in from outside the door. Lu Yun's casually took it, discovering it was a sound transmission talisman. He tossed it aside, and a familiar, clear, and cold voice emerged from the talisman. Martial nephew Lu, I know you have arrived at Tiantian City. Junior sister Nangang and I are waiting for you at Zhenyuan Wine House in the south of the city. We have important matters to discuss. I ask martial nephew, for the sake of our past relationship, to grant us two a little face. I would be immensely grateful. Tisk. Lu Yun's immediately stood up and said to Han Li, let's go. They've already arrived. Let's clarify things face to face. Han Li looked at him, then sat in the chair, somewhat conflicted, without getting up. If you don't go, I'll tell Nangang Wan that you don't want to see her. With a bang. I'll go then. Han Li slammed the table and rose in anger. Chapter 612, Meeting an Old Acquaintance. Lu Yun's and Han Li traversed dozens of streets of varying sizes together, arriving at a secluded path in the southern part of the city. As soon as they entered this path, the pedestrians on the road suddenly became sparse, completely out of sync with the bustling atmosphere of Tiantian City recently. As they walked, the two looked around, and Lu Yun's did not forget to ask Han Li beside him. Seriously, if Nangang Wan really holds a dual cultivation ceremony with Wei Lycan, what do you plan to do? Han Li did not speak, only giving Lu Yun's a murderous glare. Understood. Lu Yun sighed, beginning to think about how to fool Wei Wuya. The old man was very deep in thought, and without a decent reason, he probably wouldn't be fooled. Should I try to contact the spellcasters on the prairie? Wei Wui's grandnephew being killed by a Mulan spellcaster, that sounds quite reasonable, doesn't it? Suddenly, Han Li's eyes narrowed, and he grabbed Liu Yun's, who was lost in thought. They saw a small banner standing in front of a small building, 7 or 8 zhang high, on the street. At this time, the autumn wind was strong, and a knife-like gust of wind blew, causing the banner to flutter and the 4 characters Zhenyuan Wine House to dance in the wind. No plaque, just a flag. This boss really has character. I like it. Liu Yun's commented, stroking his chin. Han Li gave him a sidelong glance and walked in by himself. Liu Yun's grinned and slowly strolled in, and sure enough, he saw Han Li frozen like a statue on the first floor, his eyes fixed on the stairs leading to the second floor, not daring to take another step. Liu Yun's looked at him with disdain and walked directly to the second floor. Seeing this, Han Li slowly followed him, pretending to be just a passerby. Walking up to the second floor, the vast space was almost empty. There were only 2 white-veiled, ethereal white-clothed women, sitting side by the window, one on the left and one on the right. Their clear eyes, exposed outside, one pair was cold and refined, like a fairy from the heavens, and the other pair was as cold as a knife, like an Ashura in the snow. Han Li's figure instantly froze. His eyes seemed to be fixed on one of the women, unable to be pulled away. The woman who had appeared countless times in his dreams was so close to him now, yet her eyes remained cold, her gaze not shifting even half a point from what was in front of her. The other woman, with a sharp, frosty, and knife-like demeanor, looked over. Seeing that 2 people had come together, her brows furrowed slightly, but the next moment, it turned into a gentle smile. Stop staring, it's embarrassing, big brother. Liu Yun squeezed out this sentence through clenched teeth, then sat down casually opposite the 2. Han Li moved his steps, little by little, to sit beside Liu Yun's. His eyes were still fixed on Nangang Wan, whose gaze was cold. Liu Yun's looked up and met the eyes of the woman opposite him, a little awkwardness between them. For some reason, Liu Yun's always felt that this scene was very similar to parents bringing their socially anxious children on a blind date. So, as the father figure, should he start making small talk now? Senior sister, long time no see. Still so beautiful. And senior martial uncle, it's been over 100 years, but your demeanor is still the same. Liu Yun's greeted the 2 with a chuckle, while nudging Han Li beside him with his elbow, telling him to act normal. Nangang Wan didn't even move her eyeballs, while the woman took a deep breath and said softly. Actually, by rights, I should call you fellow deist Liu. But you are, after all, my junior brother's disciple. According to your master's seniority, I'll still call you martial nephew Liu. Liu Yun's eyelids twitched, and unexpectedly, he didn't refute. Seeing this, the woman couldn't help but be pleased. She turned to look at Han Li, and seeing him still peeking at Nangang Wan, her brows subtly moved, and a hint of coldness appeared in her eyes. Senior martial uncle, there's nothing much for us to talk about, is there? If it weren't for senior sister's face, plus this guy. Liu Yun's raised his hand and pointed at Han Li's head. This guy insisted on coming, so I wouldn't have come to this appointment at all. To be honest, I think it's better for all of us if we don't meet. The woman didn't react to his words. Instead, she calmly picked up her wine glass and said to Liu Yun's. This cup of genuine spiritual wine is a secret spiritual wine passed down by a great aristocratic family of the 9 Kingdoms Alliance. Only 1 jar can be produced every 100 years. For cultivators below core formation, it has the marvelous effect of cleansing the marrow, transforming the meridians, and helping to break through the core formation bottleneck. Martial nephew, why don't you take some back? Liu Yun's eyes narrowed, and his sword-like eyebrows, which slanted into his temples, shot up abruptly. A 5-colored spiritual light uncontrollably burst forth from his eyes. You investigated me? Liu Yun's asked in a deep voice. Few people knew about his coming here to collect spiritual items that increase the chance of core formation, but now the woman opposite him had revealed it with a single sentence. The next moment, Liu Yun suddenly calmed down, and with a quick thought, he guessed what was going on. He then sat back down, somewhat helplessly. Seeing this, the woman couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief in her heart and said with a smile. It seems martial nephew has already guessed. Fellow deist Wei's action was also to resolve the conflict as much as possible. Please, martial nephew, don't be angry. He promised me he wouldn't interfere with this. Tisk. It seems I'm still too easygoing. Liu Yun smacked his lips and said with a smile. The woman's eyes darkened, and she forced a smile, handing the wine pot beside her to Liu Yun's. Martial nephew Liu, this is just a gift to show our sincerity. Please don't decline. Liu Yun's casually put away the wine pot, secretly rolling his eyes. Decline? Was he that kind of person? Why refuse benefits that were delivered to his doorstep? Seeing Liu Yun's put away the wine pot, the woman finally breathed a sigh of relief and said to Liu Yun's with a smile. Martial nephew Liu, so much time has passed since the events of that year. Rights and wrongs, grudges and grievances, I don't want to bring them up anymore. I just hope that martial nephew, you can still remember some fellow disciple affection. Fellow disciple affection. Liu Yun's leaned back in his chair, a cold smile playing on the corners of his mouth. Are you talking about the kind of fellow disciple affection that wished me dead? The woman instantly fell silent. After a while, she continued, martial nephew, back in Yunyu sect, not everyone was hostile towards you and your master. Yes, but it was just most of your subordinates. Liu Yun's glanced at Nangang Wan beside him, frowned, and continued, of those who were close to my master and me back then, how many are left now, besides senior sister Nanggong? Where is senior sister Nishang? Where is senior brother Feng? Where are all these people now? Liu Yun's rested his hands on the table and gave the woman opposite him a grim, cold smile. Do you think I wouldn't investigate you? All these people are dead, aren't they? Either they died from a nascent soul condensation heart demon, or they died on the battlefield against the prairie spellcasters. And senior sister Nanggong, what did you do to her? Chapter 613, Killing with Malice. With a buzz. As Liu Yun's words fell, the atmosphere instantly became tense. Liu Yun's eyes were profound, with white light flickering within, while Han Li's eyes narrowed, and an eerie blue light immediately shot out. Both of them activated their Dharma eyes simultaneously, looking at Nanggong Wan, who had remained silent from the beginning. It's as I thought. What a profound restriction. We were so close, yet saw nothing. Liu Yun sneered, while Han Li's brows furrowed, and an extremely dense evil qi immediately emanated from his body. Two incredibly powerful divine senses instantly locked onto the cold woman. If she dared to make any move, they would immediately strike her down without hesitation. Han Li slowly rose, concentrating on reining in the dense evil qi within his body, his gaze growing even colder. Hand over the restriction token, Han Li said in a calm tone, yet his eyes held a chilling killing intent that made one's scalp tingle. The cold woman sat silently, her face expressionless as she looked at the two men before her. If you kill me, junior sister Nanggong's restriction will immediately activate, she said, enunciating each word, then turned her head to look at Han Li. Judging by your reaction, she must have refused to marry Wei Lycan because of you. Han Li was startled by her words and subconsciously looked at Nanggong Wan. I was forced to. The 6 sects of U State are now living under others' roofs, struggling to survive. Wei Lycan promised us that after he married junior sister Nanggong, he would help the Unyu sect find a new place to establish their school. At the same time, he would also leave the Huai sect and join the Unyu sect. The cold woman picked up her wine cup and drained it. His senior martial uncle is Wei Wuya. I couldn't refuse, and I couldn't afford to refuse. But now it's different. She raised her head, her gaze burning as she looked at Liu Yun's. I've already discussed it with the grand elders of the other 5 sects. As long as you allow us to move back to U State and reclaim our original mountain gate, you will be the common leader of our 6 sects of U State. The entire 6 sects will pledge allegiance to you. Naturally, I won't have to curry favor with Wei Lycan. Junior sister Nanggong will immediately regain her freedom and can marry whoever she wishes. I will never interfere. The secret manuals and treasures of the entire 6 sects will be yours to choose from, and the legacy cultivation techniques yours to peruse. She heavily set down her wine cup, stood up, and looked at Liu Yun's with a solemn gaze. Martial nephew Liu, I know you hate me. But it doesn't matter. Once I become your subordinate, you can punish me however you wish. Just don't forget, you and your master ultimately came from the Unyu sect. If junior brother Kaiang were still alive, he would also want you to help the Unyu sect. Liu Yun squinted, his eyes profound, containing specks of white light, like light in extreme darkness. 6 sects. Liu Yun savored these 2 words in his mouth, and a cold smile gradually appeared at the corner of his lips. Senior martial uncle, is there such a possibility? I could go right now and slaughter everyone in the Unyu sect, then bring your disciples' divine souls before you, extracting and refining them little by little. You would still have to release Nanggong Wan. The cold woman's eyes were calm, her face stern. She looked at Liu Yun's and silently shook her head. You are not that kind of person. Junior brother Kaiang would not teach such a person. That's true, I'm really not that kind of person. Liu Yun's nodded in agreement, then smiled and pointed at Han Li beside him. But whether he is that kind of person, I can't guarantee. Before his words finished, Han Li transformed into a green light and instantly rushed out of the wine shop. The cold woman's face changed drastically. She instinctively tried to chase after him, but her legs went weak, and the Dharma power throughout her body felt as heavy as 1,000 catties, unable to move even an inch. She looked down, only to see that, at some unknown point, spiritual patterns formed by exotic seal characters had spread from Liu Yun's feet, silently clinging to her legs. Don't struggle. With your cultivation, even if you could break free, could you escape from under my hand? Liu Yun's calmly advised, then took out a primordial spirit bead and placed it in front of her. You still have one last chance. Hand over the restriction token. Don't wait until he has slaughtered the entire Unyu sect to regret it. By the way, he's a petty person. The matter of you placing a restriction on Nanggong Wan is quite serious to him. Now, I don't even know what he might do. Liu Yun's poured the cold woman a glass of wine and watched her with a smile. No rush. With his escape speed, it will take him about half an hour to fly to the Unyu sect's main altar. Anyway, you still have time. The cold woman looked in the direction Han Li had left, her face turning incredibly pale, and she sharply questioned Liu Yun's. You are also from the Unyu sect. Do you really want him to slaughter the entire Unyu sect? Liu Yun's grinned, saying nothing. Liu Yun's. Although our 6 sects of U State can't claim to be famous and prominent schools, we are at least schools with tens of thousands of years of legacy. The 6 sects combined still have some power. Why can't you accept us? The woman's voice trembled slightly, like a drowning person grasping at a last straw. Liu Yun somewhat helplessly picked at his ear, sighed, and said. Let's put it this way, the original mountain gates of the 7 sects have now all been transformed into large cities by me. Even if you came back, what could you do? Manage cities? You people can't even manage a school of 1,000 people without chaos breaking out. Do you have the ability to manage a large city with at least hundreds of thousands of people? What else can you do? Can you mine or build houses? Can you research new technologies or develop fertilizers? Can you sweep streets? Can you entertain guests? Can you work as laborers or farm? What can you do besides helping me fight? And even if it's fighting, do I lack your combat power? The woman stood frozen in place, staring blankly at Liu Yun's, unable to speak for a long time. Liu Yun spread his hands and asked very directly, "Tell me, what use are you to me?" I. The woman opened her mouth futilely. She wanted to be angry, but for some reason, she suddenly didn't even have the strength to be angry. She just felt so tired. Everything she had done for so many years seemed to have suddenly lost all meaning. After a long silence, the woman's hands trembled as she took out a token and handed it to Liu Yun's. "Liu. Fellow deist." She lowered her head, her voice trembling as she said, "Please, spare the Anya sect." Liu Yun's took the token, looked at it twice, and casually tossed it out, where Han Li, who had been waiting outside for a long time, caught it. Looking at the cold woman, who seemed to have suddenly aged 10 years, the chi that had been pressing on Liu Yun's heart inexplicably dissipated quite a bit. Killing with malice. Master, did your disciple do well? Chapter 614, The Layout. After the cold woman left in a daze, Han Li flashed in, frowned, looked at the token in his hand twice, and swiped it with one hand. A white spiritual light suddenly lit up, and Nangong Wan's eyes immediately regained their luster. She couldn't help but bend slightly, emitting a muffled groan of pain. Han Li subconsciously reached out to help, but his hand froze halfway and he awkwardly withdrew it. "Are you, all right?" Liu Yun's turned his head to look at him, then moved his stool with a slight hint of disdain. Nangong Wan shook her head, slightly raised her eyes, and gave Han Li an annoyed look. Liu Yun's casually took the restriction token from Han Li's hand, looked at it curiously for a moment, then several five-colored runes extended from his palm. With a rub of his hands, the entire token instantly turned into dust. Nangong Wan's body trembled, and the expression under her veil visibly relaxed a lot. "Thank you. The restriction of this heart-trapping art is quite malicious. By myself, I'm afraid it wouldn't have been so easy to dispel the curse. It's also fortunate you were here, otherwise, with senior sister's temper, she wouldn't have compromised so easily." After thanking Liu Yun's, Nangong Wan slightly raised her head and looked at Han Li with bright eyes. A gut feeling told Han Li that he should say something at this moment. But he opened his mouth, and for a moment, didn't know how to address her. Nangong Wan raised her delicate eyebrows slightly and said with a smile, "You, just call me Wanner." Han Li was stunned at first, then his lips uncontrollably curved upwards, almost reaching his ears. His clear eyes seemed filled with spring water, giving Liu Yun's goosebumps. But immediately after, Han Li's expression suddenly turned serious again. "I met Wei Lycan before. Is that so?" Nangong Wan nodded calmly and asked with a smiling gaze, "So? Were your matters with him all forced by your senior sister? Did he participate?" Han Li asked in a deep voice, a hint of cold light flickering in the depths of his eyes. Nangong Wan stared at Han Li, her gaze always smiling. "What if I say yes? Then I'll go kill him," Han Li said without hesitation. Actually, there's no need for that. He's a typical hypocrite, graceful on the surface, but full of depravity underneath. I heard he has 7 or 8 so-called female disciples. And I also heard that this person seems to have secretly cultivated the art of taking yin to replenish yang, harvesting yin to supplement yang. His proposal to me was probably not with good intentions. That's why the first time he proposed, I immediately rejected him. However, apart from that, he should be unaware of my senior sister's actions to restrain me. After all, as Wei Wui's grandnephew, before the situation becomes clear, he shouldn't be foolish enough to act against Yunyu sect, especially against me. Nangong Wan said with a smile, then looked at Liu Yun's. Is that so? Han Li pondered, not speaking. After a long while, he hesitantly asked, how have you been all these years? Then Han Li looked up, suddenly realizing something, and followed Nangong Wan's gaze to Liu Yun's. The two of them just looked at him, not saying a word. You two are going too far. You're burning bridges even faster than that. After a while, Liu Yun's walked out of the restaurant, muttering curses. After only a few steps, Liu Yun suddenly stopped, turned his head to look behind him, confirmed that no one was paying attention to him, then raised his hand and released a black flame. Where the black flame passed, nothing burned, as if the black demonic fire was merely an illusion. Only after the demonic fire spread out, Liu Yun's figure disappeared. Through this illusory barrier created by the illusionary flame moth's innate divine ability, Liu Yun's couldn't help but curiously observe for a moment, confirming that no one had actually seen him disappear into thin air, before kicking the nearby tree. The grooves on the tree suddenly gathered together, forming a blurry human face. Can you stop kicking me? Do you know where you're kicking me? This is too perverted. Liu Yun's rolled his eyes and asked him politely, how are those people from before? Is everything going smoothly? Smoothly, extremely smoothly. You haven't seen it, but our industrially mass-produced talismans and magical artifacts are very popular, and the key is that they're cheap. Many core formation cultivators have also bought some cheap magic treasures. Now, except for a few nascent soul old monsters whom I can't get close to, Every other place is already me. After saying this, perhaps to strengthen the persuasiveness of his words, a hairpin on the head of a passing Foundation establishment female cultivator outside the illusionary barrier suddenly opened an eye and winked at Liu Yun's. Liu Yun's was speechless for a moment. Please don't tell me we've already entered the domain of underwear and stockings, Liu Yun said very sincerely. What are you thinking? Am I that kind of person? Liu Yun's number 5 said indignantly. If it really reached that point, I'd definitely notify you. Am I the kind of person who hogs everything? Although I don't know why I'm actually a little touched, I still beg you to keep some bottom line. You've scared me. Liu Yun's touched his chest in shock and sighed deeply. Don't be ridiculous, I'm not even considered a person anymore, so what bottom line is there to speak of? Liu Yun's number 5 curled his lip in disdain, then said to him. I've basically found out everything you wanted to know. About half a month ago, Wang Tiansheng came to Tiantian City with his son, daughter-in-law, that nascent soul mid-stage cultivator surnamed Gu from the Demon Flame sect, and another unfamiliar early nascent soul stage cultivator. As you guessed, these people are still up to no good. They plan to use this time when cultivators from all sides are gathered in Tiantian City to find a nascent soul mid-stage cultivator surnamed Yun. I also looked into this person surnamed Yun. In most people's eyes, this guy is a loose cultivator without any sect, but according to Wang Tiansheng, he seems to be one of the ghost spirit sect's hidden forces. But for some reason, that person surnamed Yun has been avoiding Wang Tiansheng and his group during this period. Liu Yun stroked his chin upon hearing this, nodding in thought. I understand. Monitor that person surnamed Yun and the ghost spirit sect people, see what they are up to. If any unexpected situation arises and there's no time to notify me, then proceed as we discussed before, contact Old 4 and Qing Li to directly apprehend them. Speaking of which, Old 5's voice carried a hint of hesitation. A few months ago, the two of them did indeed follow the caravan to Tiantian City as planned. Wei Wuya also gave them a lot of face, successfully allowing the caravan to establish a foothold. But after that, let's just say, Old 4 might have some other ideas. Went out to eat, just got back, the second update will be a bit late. Chapter 615, Sulking. About half a day ago, inside a certain house in Tiantian City. A woman who looked to be around 20 years old was slumped in a chair, lazily stretching her body, showcasing her curvaceous figure to the fullest. She wore a cyan-fitted suit with metal armor plates attached, making it look more like a form-fitting armor than clothes, exuding a rare killing intent for a woman. Inside this house, besides the woman, there was also a handsome man, appearing to be around 30 years old, with slightly darkened skin and a perpetual smile in his eyes and brows. Liu Yun's is coming soon. Is there anything else you want to do? The man asked with a smile. The woman slightly raised her head, her sharp, angular eyes scanning him, her lips slightly downturned, looking somewhat serious. What do you mean? The woman asked, frowning. The man shrugged and said with a smile, nothing. It's just that it's rare for us to come out, to be able to walk around freely. Don't you want to take this opportunity to do something else? The woman pouted and slumped back down lazily. Don't mess around. Liu Yun's told me to keep an eye on you. Hat. You really listen to him? The man shook his head helplessly, his fingers tapping rhythmically on the wooden table beside him. Qing Li, you are also a flood dragon from the sea, a heaven and earth spirit beast. Are you really content to be kept like a dog by Liu Yun's? It's rare to come to this new world, and you don't have to worry about the flood dragon clan from the chaotic star sea bothering you. Don't you want to be free? With your divine ability, you shouldn't be afraid of Liu Yun's anymore, right? With a bang. The woman propped herself up, her feet landing heavily on the ground, the seemingly indestructible metal armor plates clashing with the wooden chair beneath her, producing a crisp sound. I understand. You want to cause trouble. Qing Li slowly curled her lips, and green scales emerged on her face. At the same time, her eyes, which held both sharp heroism and alluring charm, instantly transformed into the vertical pupils characteristic of cold-blooded animals. Simultaneously, a bloodline appeared out of thin air between her brows and quickly split left and right, revealing a light green vertical pupil. Liu Yun's number 4 frowned, his figure suddenly darkened, and the lotus spirit pattern on his forehead gradually ignited with a grey-white demonic fire. Qing Li, don't mess around. Liu Yun should have warned you before he came. This layer of illusion cannot withstand your full power. Once you reveal your true form in Tiantian City, you and he will be in big trouble. Liu Yun's number 4 said with a smile, or are you really confident that with this eye and the evil warding divine thunder, you can deal with me in a short time? Qing Li stared at him expressionlessly, light golden lightning gradually dancing in her palm. Liu Yun's no 4's lips twitched. Although his face remained calm, he couldn't help but feel a little flustered inside. As long as it was a normal person, Liu Yun's number 4 was confident he could persuade them. But this guy opposite him completely played outside the rules, acting without thinking. Heaven knows if she would pounce without a second thought. Although his skeleton was sturdy, he didn't want to test the bite of a shape-shifted flood dragon. Actually, I didn't mean that. After much thought, Liu Yun's number 4 decided to back down first. I just want to ask for a leave, Liu Yun's number 4 said, carefully choosing his words. You know, ever since I gained sentience, I've never been this far from Liu Yun's. I also want to come out and breathe some fresh air. I can assure you, I'll be back in a few days. All you need to do is keep it a secret from Liu Yun's. TCH. Qing Li pouted, letting out a disdainful sound. Liu Yun's knew you were dishonest, so he specifically told me to watch you. You can give up. Liu Yun's number 4 narrowed his eyes and slowly raised a finger. One nascent soul. I'll bring you a nascent soul when I get back. Upon hearing this, Qing Li's eyes instantly widened. After heaven and earth spirit beasts enter the shape-shifting stage, each stage of breakthrough in cultivation is countless times more difficult than for human nascent soul cultivators. Without external help, it would take you at least several thousand, or even tens of thousands of years, to break through to the mid-shape-shifting stage. But if there is external help, the situation changes. Liu Yun's grinned and continued, were you satisfied with the few nascent souls you ate over a year ago? Just those few nascent souls saved you thousands of years of hard work. Now, you're almost at the peak of the early shape-shifting stage, right? If you could get 2 or 3 more, then you'd truly be not far from the mid-shape-shifting stage. Qing Li swallowed, falling into a difficult internal struggle. Don't worry, I promise to be back in a few days. Liu Yun's won't even know what happened. This, Qing Li's gaze flickered as she fell into deep thought. So she did agree in the end, right? Back to the present, Liu Yun's listened to Liu Yun's number 5's retelling and couldn't help but sigh deeply. Don't blame her. This was my idea, Liu Yun's number 5 said calmly. At this time and place, Liu Yun's No 4's outing, besides being for clues about the demon falling valley, I can't think of anything else. In fact, it is true. He has been following Wang Tiansheng and his group, waiting for them to reveal a flaw. At this point, Liu Yun's number 5 sighed silently. If you ask me, Liu Yun's number 4 couldn't have left this time to run away. Otherwise, he would have run long ago, no need to wait until now. I think he might be sulking with you. Hey. Liu Yun's was stunned by the words. It's about who finds the clues to the demon falling valley first, things like that. After all, he is also Liu Yun's, so it's normal to be a bit childish. Liu Yun's mouth twitched uncontrollably twice, then he bent slightly and let out a long sigh. What sin have I committed? Indeed. Liu Yun's number 5 agreed wholeheartedly. Liu Yun's glared at him in annoyance, you're not much better. If I hadn't looked for you, were you not going to tell me? Well, it depends on the situation. Ha ha ha. Liu Yun's number 5 laughed mischievously, and Liu Yun's couldn't resist kicking him again. Where is Qing Li now? Liu Yun's number 5 pouted and pointed north of Tiantian City, saying. Afraid you'd settle scores with her, she went shopping. Liu Yun snorted coldly with an unpleasant expression, then reached out and tapped the tree trunk in front of him. If you have anything else to say, you'd better say it all now. Otherwise, I'm going to saw down this damn tree right now. The rest aren't important matters. Oh right, your pavilion will have 2 groups of guests in a while. One group is from the Yuling sect, your newly developed informant, and the other group, you absolutely won't guess who they are. Chapter 616, Evil Qi, Geng Essence. Several hours later, Han Li walked out of the restaurant with a beaming smile, feeling as if the sky today was as blue as if it had been washed clean, the old trees by the road were lush green, every passerby he encountered was joyful, and even a certain madman leaning against an old tree on the street seemed much more pleasant. Your smile is truly disgusting, Liu Yun's commented from the bottom of his heart. Han Li was still smiling, no matter what Liu Yun said today, it couldn't shake his good mood. Where is Nangang Wan? Liu Yun swept his divine sense around, didn't find Nangang Wan, and couldn't help but ask curiously. She still has some matters to handle at the Yunyu sect, which should take about a month or so to resolve, Han Li said with a smile. Oh, Liu Yun's drew out a long, affected sound. And after she handles it? Han Li opened his mouth, about to answer, but the next moment he saw the smile on Liu Yun's lips. At this instant, Han Li's spiritual sense screamed in his heart, and he subconsciously tightened his facial expression, saying indifferently. Nothing much, just severing ties with the Yunyu sect. Liu Yun's narrowed his eyes and scanned him up and down, then, as if nothing had happened, he said calmly. Then congratulations to her. Let's go. Before the auction begins, let's not wander around too much, it wouldn't be good if we scared someone. Han Li was startled by this, not expecting Liu Yun's to dismiss the matter so easily. Watching Liu Yun's naturally walk further and further away, Han Li frowned slightly, suppressed the doubts in his heart, and followed directly. How do you plan to deal with Wei Lycan? Liu Yun's asked as he walked. Upon hearing this name, Han Li's eyebrows instantly shot up, but then returned to his usual calm expression. Wanner's intention is that since that person is Wei Wui's grandnephew, and the matter of the heart trapping art may not be related to him, there's no need to create such a powerful enemy out of thin air. If he's sensible, we'll let bygones be bygones. But if he continues to pester us... Han Li's eyes narrowed, and a strong wave of evil qi instantly emanated from him. Liu Yun's frowned, and a faint golden lightning flashed across his palm, clearing away the evil qi. Han Li also reacted sharply, frowning as he reabsorbed the evil qi back into his body. Your evil qi is too heavy, you must find a way to deal with it, Liu Yun said with some solemnity. Han Li nodded with a complex expression. In the past, he and Liu Yun's hunted Yao beasts in the chaotic Star Sea, slaying thousands of them, which was equivalent to thousands of core formation cultivators of their same rank dying by their hands. The evil qi accumulated on their bodies, cultivated by these thousands of lives, far exceeded the normal standard, almost solidifying. Earlier, Han Li had merely been emotionally agitated and accidentally let out a tiny bit of evil qi, a total amount that was less than 1% of his entire evil qi. But even this insignificant amount of evil chi for Han Li was enough to shock Wen Xiu, who was at the peak foundation establishment stage, into a daze, and even directly invade her body. If Liu Yun's hadn't intervened in time, Wen Xiu would have at least suffered a serious illness, and possibly even damaged her foundation, thus having no further connection with the Dao of Immortals. Such dense and dangerous evil chi, if Han Li's magical power and divine sense hadn't far surpassed those of cultivators at the same stage, he might have long been unable to suppress it and been backlashed by it. Han Li understood this himself, but there were simply too few methods to resolve evil chi. At least, he had never heard of such a type of cultivation technique in Tianese. Conversely, there were quite a few demonic techniques that utilized evil chi for cultivation, and each of them was a truly top-tier demonic technique with considerable renown. But no matter how powerful these demonic techniques were, Han Li couldn't possibly abandon his Qing Yuan sword art to restart cultivating those demonic techniques, so he was at a loss for what to do for a while. Oh right, what about your evil chi? Han Li suddenly remembered this and quickly asked Liu Yun's. Me? My situation is very difficult to replicate. Liu Yun stroked his chin, deliberating, and said, first, you need to split off another self, prepare a body for him that can refine evil chi, and then. The more Han Li listened, the tighter his brows furrowed. The principle of Liu Yun's method was not complicated, it was essentially utilizing the characteristic of evil chi being difficult to dissipate, preparing another self, then entering a state of suspended animation, allowing the other self to carry the evil chi and enter a body that could seal and refine evil chi. It sounded not difficult at all, even very simple. However, to do this, first, it would require at least a nascent soul level refined corpse, anything below this level simply couldn't withstand the terrifying evil chi on their bodies. Secondly, another self would need to be prepared and allowed to enter this refined corpse. This completely disregarded the risk of backlash that might arise if the other self developed sentience, as well as how powerful an aid that nascent soul level refined corpse, which refined evil chi, could provide him. Compared to the evil chi, that was the truly terrifying danger. After giving Liu Yun's a meaningful look, Han Li sighed and silently listed this method as a backup plan. Liu Yun's glanced at Han Li, took out a jade slip from his storage pouch, and handed it to him. The Xianpin Nurturing Infant Great Art. This was given to me by a friend back then. I know you can't bring yourself to split your divine soul. But if one day your evil chi becomes so severe that it must be removed, then try this. Han Li took the jade slip, probed it with his divine sense, and his face immediately showed an undisguised look of shock. A second nascent soul? There's actually such a heaven-defying cultivation technique in this world. This world is vast, Liu Yun shrugged, saying casually. Han Li nodded, not bothering with formalities with Liu Yun's, and directly put the jade slip into his storage pouch. But then, Han Li hesitated and asked. Old Liu, do you have any Geng essence? Geng essence? Liu Yun's was momentarily stunned. I do have some, but what do you want that for? Your green bamboo bee cloud sword is a proper wood attribute flying sword. Randomly mixing in materials of other attributes can indeed boost the flying sword's power in the short term, but that's like overdrawing the green bamboo bee cloud sword's potential, which isn't worth it. Han Li didn't have much research in artifact refining, but he knew that Liu Yun's was a true expert in this field. With Liu Yun saying this, Han Li immediately became somewhat indecisive. Forget it, I'll figure something out later. How much Geng essence do you still have? After much thought, Han Li was still reluctant to give up the immense power of the Great Geng Sword Array recorded in the Qing Yuan sword art, and he gritted his teeth and asked. Liu Yun slapped his storage pouch with one hand and took out two pieces of Geng essence, one large and one small. The large one was about the size of an egg, and the small one looked about the size of a walnut. This is all I have. Additionally, there's another piece of Geng essence at the auction, roughly the same size as this small one. If you really need it, I can help you acquire it. Han Li silently calculated in his mind. The two pieces of Geng essence in Liu Yun's hand combined would be enough for him to refine about 20 flying swords. Adding another small piece, that would be roughly 27 or 28. Although there was still a small gap from the minimum requirement of 36 flying swords, it wasn't far off. Alright, later, whatever you want, I'll compensate you. Han Li didn't bother with pleasantries with Liu Yun's and directly reached out to take the two pieces of Geng essence. The two chatted as they walked, and it didn't take long for them to return to the Nascent Soul Cultivator's Pavilion. Chapter 617, Visitors. Right in front of Liu Yun's pavilion gate, two groups of people stood facing each other, their gazes not only unfriendly but even carrying a hint of veiled hostility. It wasn't until Liu Yun's and Han Li appeared together at the gate that both groups retracted their gazes and turned to look at Liu Yun's. I am Gu Shuangpu, greetings, fellow Daoist Liu and fellow Daoist Han. The speaker was an old man in a green robe with a somewhat sinister appearance. Behind this old man, Liu Yu stood with her head slightly bowed, hands clasped, appearing docile. Senior Liu. The other group consisted of two late core formation stage cultivators. One wore a red robe, had a square face, and looked to be about 40 years old. The other was a stooped, elderly man with a face full of wrinkles, seemingly in his twilight years. Strangely, the old man's posture was half a step behind the middle-aged man, as if deferring to him. At this moment, the square-faced middle-aged man forced a smile that was completely out of place with his features, an exceptionally fawning expression. He bowed slightly and said to Liu Yun's, Senior Liu, I am Yan Poyun, and this is my third uncle, Yan Rudi. We have come specifically to pay our respects to Senior Liu. People from the Yan family? Liu Yun's pupil subtly shifted upon hearing this. He scanned the two of them twice, then shifted his gaze to Gu Shuangpu. May I ask what business you fellow deists have with me? As he spoke, Liu Yun subtly moved one hand, imperceptibly pressing against a certain spirit beast pouch at his waist. This action went unnoticed by anyone, except for Han Li, who stood beside him and slightly frowned. At this moment, Lu Yu, who was behind Gu Shuangpu, suddenly looked up, a flicker of doubt in her eyes, but it quickly vanished from her face. Everyone's attention was currently on Liu Yun's and Han Li. No one noticed her, a mere early core formation cultivator. Liu Yun's lips curved into a slight smile as he cupped his hands and said, "Everyone, no need to stand outside. Let's go in and talk." With that, Liu Yun's opened the restriction on the pavilion. After a few polite exchanges, the group followed Liu Yun's into the main hall of the pavilion. Wen Ziyu was still in seclusion healing from the evil qi influence of Han Li, so Liu Yun's could only release a few puppet people himself to serve tea and water to the guests, ensuring proper etiquette was observed. In a slightly tense atmosphere, Gu Shuangpu was the first to speak. "Fellow deist Liu, we, the Yuling sect, have already found 3 of the materials you asked us to search for earlier." "Oh." Liu Yun's raised an eyebrow in surprise. He had given the Yuling sect so much time before because he knew the materials for the Black Wind banner were incredibly difficult to find. Even the auxiliary materials used as substitutes were mostly rare spirit beasts that had been extinct from the market for many years. He hadn't expected that in just over a year, the Yuling sect had found 3 of these materials. Truly worthy of being one of the top sects among the 6 demonic sects, their foundation was far beyond what an upstart like Liu Yun's could compare to. Without waiting for Liu Yun's to urge him, Gu Shuangpu sensibly took out 3 jade boxes from his storage pouch and placed them in front of him. Then, a spiritual light flashed in his hand, and the lids opened on their own, revealing 3 peculiar materials. They were a mass of liquid with flickering starlight within, a jade stone resembling a blood-red single eye, and a translucent ore with swirling mist inside. Heavenly star liquid, blood dragon jade, and dry cloud stone. "Fellow deist Liu, please examine them." Gu Shuangpu politely pushed, and the 3 jade boxes immediately flew in front of Liu Yun's. Liu Yun's casually glanced at them, and a satisfied smile immediately appeared on his lips. "Not bad. Your actions are very swift. However, coming all the way here to visit me, it shouldn't just be for this matter, should it?" Gu Shuangpu smiled upon hearing this, his gaze subtly sweeping over the reserved 2 from the Yan family opposite him. He moved his lips a few times, directly transmitting a message to Liu Yun's right in front of them. Liu Yun's was first stunned, then, following Gu Shuangpu's transmission, his expression gradually became excited. "Can you confirm it's real?" Liu Yun's asked subconsciously. Gu Shuangpu smiled, glanced at the 2 from the Yan family opposite him, and stroked his beard, smiling without speaking. Liu Yun's expression changed, then he suddenly stood up and cupped his hands towards the 2 of them. "2 fellow deists, I am truly sorry. Please allow me and these 2 fellow deists to go ahead first, I will entertain you 2 later." The 2 from the Yan family smiled, showing no trace of anger. "Senior Liu, you overstate it. We 2 are idle anyway. If Senior has something to do, please go ahead." Liu Yun's nodded and led Gu Shuangpu and his companion towards the side room behind the main hall. Han Li frowned slightly in thought, then also stood up and followed them. Inside the side room, the 3 sat around a small wooden table, while Lu Yu stood obediently behind Gu Shuangpu, her head slightly bowed, seemingly lost in thought. "Fellow deist Gu, what exactly is this spatial material you mentioned?" "Ordinary materials are of no use to me," Liu Yun said seriously. This concerned the main material for the Black Wind banner, so he could not afford to be careless. Gu Shuangpu smiled upon hearing this, stroking his not-so-long beard and saying, "Has fellow deist Liu ever heard of the Sumeru insect?" Liu Yun's and Han Li both widened their eyes simultaneously. The Sumeru insect, one of the ancient exotic beasts, was one of the few exotic insects that had a terrifyingly great reputation even in the ancient era. However, its ranking on the exotic insect list was not high, not even making it into the top 50. The reason was that this exotic insect was not strong in combat and had no advantage in direct confrontation. But it was born with the divine ability to temporarily tear open spatial rifts and was best at hiding in place. This characteristic could completely replace one of the main materials for the Black Wind banner. Liu Yun's excitedly clenched his fist and quickly asked, "Fellow deist Gu, do you perhaps know the whereabouts of this exotic insect?" Gu Shuangpu smiled and nodded, but then his expression suddenly turned serious. "Fellow deist Liu, according to the intelligence I received, someone once personally saw this exotic insect in the Yellow Sand tribe of the Mulan clan/region, people. Although it is not yet the legendary mature form, with its ability to tear open spatial rifts, it should be enough for fellow deist Lu's use. If fellow deist Gu is not mistaken, this insect should belong to a Grand Master in the Yellow Sand tribe. Core formation cultivators are not qualified to raise such exotic insects." As Gu Shuangpu spoke these words, Han Li, who had been observing Lu Yu out of the corner of his eye, suddenly noticed that her expression had become somewhat strange. Liu Yun's also noticed this and stood up with a smile, cupping his hands to Gu Shuangpu and saying, "Fellow deist Gu, thank you very much this time. The debt between the Yuling sect and me is completely cleared. Of course, if possible, I would still like to ask for your help in collecting those materials. Whether it's nascent soul level puppets or rare ancient exotic beasts, I have them here, and I will certainly not let you suffer any losses." Gu Shuangpu's face showed pleasant surprise, and he also stood up to return the bow to Lu Yun's, saying, "Fellow Daoist Lu, rest assured, our Yuling sect will certainly do its utmost to assist fellow Daoist Lu." These words were a bit excessive. Lu Yun's couldn't help but be stunned for a moment, then shook his head helplessly and made a gesture to see them off. "Oh, right, one more thing." Lu Yun suddenly remembered something and turned to look at Lu Yu. "Fellow Daoist Lu, I have something I'd like to discuss with you privately. Is that convenient?" Lu Yu, hearing this, looked at Gu Shuangpu with some trepidation. "Ha ha ha. Niece Lu, why are you looking at me? Fellow Daoist Lu is generous, and communicating with him will surely be very rewarding. Fellow Daoist Lu, I shall take my leave first." After Gu Shuangpu finished speaking, he walked out of the side room without hesitation, leaving only Lu Yu, Lu Yun's and Han Li, who had remained silent all this time. Chapter 618, Six-Winged Frost Centipede. Once Gu Shuangpu left, Lu Yun's brows furrowed slightly. He raised a hand and cast a magic incantation. The entire room was instantly enveloped in a layer of hazy green spiritual light, isolating all sounds and divine sense. Only then did Lu Yun's turn around, his gaze solemn as he looked at Lu Yu. "Where did the Yuling sect get this information?" Lu Yun's asked, his brows furrowed. Lu Yu was silent for a moment before respectfully saying, "This junior truly doesn't know. Not only this junior, but even some nascent soul elders within the sect are unclear. We only know it came from Elder Gu's personal intelligence network, and before this intelligence was received, someone saw Elder Gu visit the Grand Elder's quiet room where he was recuperating. Dongmen too? Why is he involved?" Lu Yun's brows furrowed even tighter as he listened. 100 years had passed since the Mulan people's last invasion. With the Mulan spellcasters deploying heavy troops on the front lines, and the Nine Kingdoms alliance on high alert, it was uncertain when the Great War between Tianese and the Mulan people would begin. At such a time, Gu Shuangpu actually claimed that someone among the Mulan people had raised a Sumeru insect. Regardless of whether this matter was true or false, that bastard had ill intentions. "Dongmen too, Gu Shuangpu, it's really getting livelier." Lu Yun scoffed. He truly didn't take such minor tricks seriously. Compared to that, he was more concerned about whether that Sumeru insect was real or not. The 9 main materials for the Black Wind banner were all exceptionally rare and heaven-defying items, difficult to find even in the ancient era, let alone now. With a substitute for one of the main materials finally appearing, Lu Yun's absolutely couldn't let it go. However, exactly how to find it would depend on the professionals. Lu Yun's gave a nearby flower pot a meaningful look, then turned to face Lu Yu again. "What spirit beasts do you carry with you?" Lu Yun's asked curiously, while simultaneously pressing a hand to a certain spirit beast pouch at his waist, trying to calm something down. Upon hearing this, Lu Yu's face showed a hint of struggle, but she eventually sighed and opened a certain spirit beast pouch at her waist with one hand. Immediately, several foot-long flying centipedes shot out, letting out strange hisses at Han Li and Lu Yun's. These centipedes were very different from ordinary ones, their bodies were jet black and shiny, with snow-white wings on their backs, appearing exceptionally ferocious and sinister. As soon as they emerged from the spirit beast pouch, wisps of snow-white frost seeped from their ferocious mouths. The entire room instantly froze over with a layer of ice, like an ice house. Han Li had initially maintained an indifferent expression, but the moment he saw these centipedes, his pupils constricted, and he instinctively stood up. Six-winged frost centipede. Lu Yun's also instinctively clenched his fist. The six-winged frost centipede, ranked 18th on the list of strange insects. Like Han Li's gold-devouring insects, it was one of the ancient spirit insects from the barbaric era. It was said that they possessed a partial bloodline of ice-attributed true dragons. Once they evolved into their mature form, their entire bodies would be snow-white, with 6 wings on their backs, and the cold chi they exhaled from their mouths would be enough to cover 100 li and freeze all things. No wonder, Lu Yun's let out a long breath, patted his spirit beast pouch, and a giant turtle, entirely dark blue and resembling glazed glass, immediately shot out. Its sapphire-like eyes stared fixedly at the 6-winged frost centipedes, filled with greed and longing. The few juvenile 6-winged frost centipedes, which had initially dared to show off, immediately huddled together in fright upon seeing the Li turtle, exhaling cold chi and futilely displaying their ferocious and sinister side. "I didn't bring this guy when we met last time. The moment you appeared this time, I felt it start to get restless. Now it seems it must have detected the scent of these 6-winged frost centipedes." Lu Yun's frowned slightly. The legend said that 6-winged frost centipedes had a partial bloodline of ice-attributed true dragons. Could it really be true? Otherwise, even if they were both ice-attributed heaven and earth spirit beasts, it shouldn't have caused the Li turtle to lose composure to such an extent. Han Li also clicked his tongue slightly, looking at the 6-winged frost centipedes with a complex gaze. "In an environment like the demonic path, you actually managed to keep such rare spirit insects? Didn't any elder in your sect ask for them?" Lu Yu heard this, lowered her head slightly, and smiled bitterly. "Someone did ask for them, but these ancient spirit insects, no matter how carefully cultivated, cannot advance without 1,000 years. So, they were eventually returned to me. I just felt that their divine ability in their juvenile form was already sufficient, which is why I've kept them with me." Lu Yun's chuckled upon hearing this. In a turbulent and dangerous environment, the immediate benefits are always more appealing than the huge gains many years later. This was the norm in Tianese, and indeed, for cultivators in the human realm. This was not shameful, just a little sad. Lu Yu looked down at the 6-winged frost centipedes, her gaze grim as she gritted her teeth, then cupped her hands and said, Senior Lu, this junior is willing to offer these 6-winged frost centipedes to you, hoping that senior. There's no need for that. Lu Yun's glance immediately told him that this girl was overthinking things again. How about this? Lu Yun's turned to look at Han Li. Han Li immediately understood, nodding with a smile, fellow Daoist Lu, may I borrow these 6-winged frost centipedes for a period of time? Perhaps I can help fellow Daoist raise their cultivation to another level. Lu Yun's nodded and followed up, saying, I don't have that ability, I just want to trade for a ready-made one from you. Do you want magic treasures, puppets, medicinal pills, or something else? Just say it directly. Lu Yu was stunned by this, looking at the two with some difficulty in understanding. In the demonic path, no, it should be said that in most places in the human realm, fair trade only ever happened between people of similar cultivation and strength. Lu Yu had lived for over 100 years, and so far, she had only heard that in Yu country, over the past year, transactions between immortals and mortals were free, and oppression by force was forbidden. In other places, not helping the strong oppress the weak was already considered a strict legal system. Seeing Lu Yu unable to recover for a long time, Lu Yun's frowned, thought for a moment, and pulled something out of his storage pouch. How about this, I'll trade this item with you. Lu Yu instinctively took it, only to find that what Lu Yun's handed her was a golden-bodied eagle puppet. Although it was only palm-sized now, its eyes were like blades, its talons like cast iron, and its feathers like red gold, reflecting dazzling light in the sun. This was one of the ancient puppets Wei Wuya had given Lu Yun's, a completed core formation puppet. Lu Yun's estimated that in a direct fight, it would be no worse than an ordinary late core formation stage cultivator. Not to mention, this was a bird puppet known for its speed. With Lu Yu's cultivation, having this puppet by her side would be enough for her to handle most troubles. Staring blankly at the puppet in her hand for a few moments, Lu Yu finally looked up and gave the two a charming smile. Thank you, seniors, for your kindness. This junior is undeserving, but accepts. Chapter 619, Flame. As Lu Yu walked out of the room, Lu Yun's reactivated the restriction, and only then did Han Li finally ask, unable to restrain himself. Don't you dislike raising insects? Why are you suddenly so proactive this time? Just to buy food for the Li turtle. Looking at the Li turtle's drooling expression, Han Li's eyelids twitched uncontrollably, and he quickly put away a few 6-winged frost centipedes, leaving only the one Lu Yun's had traded for. These were the parents of his future spirit beasts, he couldn't let Lu Yun's Li turtle ruin them. Of course not, I wouldn't be so wasteful. Lu Yun's grinned, beckoned, and the 6-winged frost centipede obediently flew to his side. Lu Yu had already removed the restriction binding the 6-winged frost centipede, and Lu Yun's had placed a new one on it himself. For Lu Yun's, who had almost all the secret techniques of the Yuling sect, this was mere child's play. After some training when he returned, this 6-winged frost centipede would be no different from a spirit beast he had raised since childhood. Looking at the 6-winged frost centipede in front of him, and then at the Li turtle, which was about to drool, Lu Yun's couldn't help but frown slightly and extended his divine sense into the Li turtle's divine soul. This was a secret technique of the Yuling sect, which could maximize the connection between the master and the spirit beast, achieving an effect like commanding one's own arm. When cultivated to a profound level, one could even truly use spirit beasts and spirit insects as if they were limbs, making them more agreeable to use than most magic treasures. After sensing for a moment with his eyes closed, Lu Yun suddenly opened his eyes, looking at the Li turtle in disbelief. In his divine sense, what made the Li turtle drool was not the bloodline of the 6-winged frost centipede, but the cold chi it exhaled. After a moment of contemplation, Lu Yun suddenly made a single-handed gesture, and the 6-winged frost centipede obediently opened its mouth towards the Li turtle and spat out a ball of white frost. The Li turtle eagerly opened its large mouth and swallowed it in one gulp. Under the astonished gaze of Lu Yun's and Han Li, the ball of cold chi entered the translucent body of the Li turtle and quickly sank into its dantian. Then, a ball of deep blue cold flame suddenly ignited, enveloping it. Han Li was startled, he had also refined a wisp of Qunlan ice flame, but compared to the Li turtle, the power of his wisp of Qunlan ice flame was clearly inferior, even though both originated from the same source. There were reasons for this. On one hand, the Li turtle's cultivation was already above his, on the other hand, the Li turtle was a naturally ice-attributed heaven and earth spirit beast, while Han Li was just a human cultivating wood-attributed cultivation technique. Given Han Li's conditions, being able to forcefully use the Qunlan ice flame without affecting his own cultivation technique was already remarkable, let alone wielding it like an extension of himself or advancing it further. This was also why Lu Yun's had not chosen to refine the Qunlan ice flame himself back then, but instead gave it to the Li turtle. And now, the Li turtle seemed to have given him another surprise. Under their astonished gazes, a dazzling purple color gradually emerged in the center of the deep blue Qunlan ice flame. Then, as if igniting a spark, with a whoosh, the deep blue cold flame instantly turned purple and quickly spread throughout the Li turtle's entire body along its meridians. In the blink of an eye, the originally dark blue Li turtle transformed into a more dreamy light purple. The Li turtle blinked, opened its mouth, and spat out a ball of purple cold flame, which floated in front of Lu Yun's. Within the cold flame, the chilling cold chi made both Lu Yun's and Han Li's scalps tingle. This power completely surpassed that of the Qunlan ice flame, and among the demonic fires Lu Yun's had seen, only the Azura sacred fire could suppress it. No wonder. Lu Yun's lips curved into a joyful smile, and he muttered to himself. Suddenly, Lu Yun's thought of something, raised his hand, and drew the ball of purple cold flame into his palm. With the aid of the Yuling sect's secret technique, Liu Yun's and the Li Turtle could now almost be considered one entity. This cold flame was now like Liu Yun's innate divine ability, completely unable to harm him in the slightest. Liu Yun's clapped his hands together, then separated them. A purple flame instantly appeared in his palm. At the same time, the six-winged frost centipede, following Liu Yun's command, flew forward with a mix of excitement and apprehension, carefully swallowing the flame. In an instant, a layer of purple solid ice spread from its body, instantly turning it into a lump of purple ice, which crashed to the ground with a bang. Han Li, who was still deep in thought, was startled by the scene. Liu Yun's, however, calmly put it into the Li Turtle's spirit beast pouch. Through their divine sense connection, Liu Yun's could clearly feel that the six-winged frost centipede was not only unharmed but was also slowly refining that wisp of purple demonic fire. This was a great boon for it. Liu Yun's nodded with satisfaction and opened the spirit beast pouch towards the Li Turtle. Come in and help it, assist it in refining the demonic fire faster. The Li Turtle's dark blue eyes remained unchanged, yet showed a hint of displeasure. You idiot, when its cultivation increases, aren't you the one who ultimately benefits? Liu Yun scolded, annoyed. The Li Turtle's small eyes showed a momentary confusion, then it suddenly realized. By itself, refining this brand new purple demonic fire and boosting its own cultivation would probably take at least several hundred years of arduous cultivation. But if the six-winged frost centipede could advance in a short period, then the power of its cold chi would undoubtedly make a leap forward, and the power of the purple demonic fire would also rise accordingly. Understanding this, the Li Turtle immediately flew into the spirit beast pouch, connecting its divine soul with the six-winged frost centipede through Liu Yun's Yuling sect's secret technique, and assisted it in fully refining the purple demonic fire. Liu Yun's breathed a sigh of relief, while Han Li showed a thoughtful expression, raising his hand to draw a wisp of cold chi from the spirit beast pouch at his waist. Under their solemn gazes, a white frost flower and a blue cold flame simultaneously emerged from Han Li's fingertips, converging into a small purple firebird that circled and danced around Han Li's finger with extreme agility. It really works. Han Li's eyes suddenly lit up with surprise. He could sense how terrifying the power of this purple cold flame was. Unfortunately, compared to the Li Turtle's purple cold flame, its power was still considerably weaker. Liu Yun's naturally noticed this as well, and couldn't help but stroke his chin, pondering, and asked. How about we try to get you an ice-attributed spirit beast as well? Relying on yourself, not to mention how much of this cold flame's power you can unleash, just refining it little by little would take an unknown amount of time. Han Li pondered for a moment, then shook his head with a bitter smile. Liu Yun's could generously give away both the Azura Sacred Fire and the Qunlan Ice Flame, but Han Li couldn't do that. He felt more secure holding such a trump card in his own hands. Not to mention, according to Silver Moon, this Qunlan Ice Flame had intricate connections with the Void Heaven Cauldron, which made Han Li even more unwilling to let go. Alright, let's leave these matters for later. Let's go out and see what the Yan family people want to do first. Liu Yun said as he opened the door to the room. Chapter 620, Seeking Refuge. Yan Poyun and Yan Rudi sat in the main hall, watching Liu Yun's follow the two from the Yuling sect into the back room, feeling as if they were sitting on pins and needles. Although there were only the two of them in the hall, it felt as if countless eyes were staring intently at them. In this eerie situation, Yan Rudi felt cold sweat trickling down his back and couldn't help but transmit a message to Yan Poyun beside him, asking. Poyun, did we come to the wrong place? Liu Yun's doesn't seem to care about us. Yan Poyun's expression remained unchanged. While drinking tea, he transmitted, with his status and strength, he really doesn't need to care about our Yan family. But this is also an opportunity. If we can use this to get close to the senior, then the Yan family will truly rise to prominence. Yan Rudi didn't respond. For some reason, the feeling of being watched seemed even more pronounced, as if someone was standing right in front of him, staring without blinking. Frightened, he quickly picked up his teacup again and took a sip of tea. Poyun, the ghost spirit sect has indeed fallen. But we don't necessarily have to cling to this powerful figure. The Yuling sect, Jianhuan sect, Joyful Union sect. These major demonic path sects would all accept us without hesitation if they knew what Wang Tiansheng and his group are doing. Yan Rudi subtly shook his head, his lips moving slightly as he said. The Yan family is weak. Although there are many cultivators with profound cultivation within the family now, there are ultimately no nascent soul cultivators. The family's influence also suffered a huge blow along with the ghost spirit sect. Even if we seek refuge with those demonic sects now, we will be marginalized, not given any importance, let alone power within the sect. But Liu Yun's is different. As far as I know, he has not yet accepted the allegiance of any family or sect. If we can pledge allegiance to him, we will be his first subordinates, naturally his trusted confidants. Yan Rudi's lips moved, but he said nothing more. Just then, Liu Yun's also emerged from the back room, greeted the two, and sat down. Han Li, on the other hand, left directly through another back door. He still needed to go back and thoroughly test the power of the new purple demonic fire, so he wasn't interested in watching Liu Yun's and these two play mind games here. Sirs, may I ask what urgent matter the Yan family has with me? Liu Yun's asked calmly. Yan Poyun smiled, respectfully cupped his hands, and asked. Senior Liu, do you still remember the remnants of the ghost spirit sect who fled in panic from your hands back then? Liu Yun's gave the two a strange look. Remnants of the ghost spirit sect? Wasn't that the Yan family? Upon seeing Liu Yun's peculiar gaze, Yan Poyun's face also showed a hint of embarrassment. Senior Lu, our Yan family separated from the Ghost Spirit sect a long time ago, so we are no longer considered members of the Ghost Spirit sect. The remnants of the Ghost Spirit sect that this junior mentioned refer to the remaining members of the Wang family, led by Wang Tiansheng and his son. Wang Tiansheng, Lu Yun's looked at the two, smiled, and said. I do remember him. The situation was too chaotic during the battle back then, and I forgot about him. What? Do you have his whereabouts? Yan Poyun and Yan Rudi exchanged glances, then said in a deep voice, indeed. We do have the whereabouts of Wang Tiansheng and his son. At this point, Yan Rudi also chimed in. Senior Lu, back then, the Wang family used their power to force us to marry the family's number one genius, Yan Ruan, to the Wang family's young master. We have always been deeply ashamed of this, but the Wang family was too powerful, and we were truly unable to resist. It wasn't until Senior broke the Ghost Spirit sect that we found an opportunity to try and rescue Ruan from her predicament. However, we didn't expect that the first thing Wang Tiansheng did after escaping was to take his son and abduct Ruan. As he spoke, Yan Rudi's wrinkled face revealed a look of profound sorrow, which made Lu Yun's brows twitch slightly. This old man's acting is quite good. Yan Poyun nodded at Yan Rudi and continued, to be frank with Senior, the Yan family has been operating for 100 years. Besides our businesses in Yu State, we also have many overt and covert businesses in other countries. After Wang Tiansheng and his son took Ruan out of Yu State, they sought us out, asking for our help in gathering information. The old thief's cultivation is profound, and we were truly unable to resist, so we could only bite the bullet and gather information for him. At this point, Yan Poyun couldn't help but sigh deeply. We originally intended to lie low for a while to see what the old thief's intentions truly were. However, we didn't expect the old thief to be so cunning, not allowing any of our Yan family disciples to participate in the most core secrets. Fortunately, Ruan was there. She managed to find out the old thief's target and contacted us. After much deliberation, we felt it was most appropriate to hand this information over to Senior Lu. Lu Yun's leaned slightly against the back of his chair, his gaze sweeping over the two, and asked with a smile. What are your conditions? Just say it directly. Yan Poyun's face lit up with joy, his eyes almost narrowing into thin slits. If Senior does not abandon us, we are willing to. Stop, stop, stop. Lu Yun's quickly interrupted. He finally understood what these two were here for. Lu Yun's had heard this kind of talk too many times, his ears were practically calloused. It was still the same old saying, he had no use for these people. Sirs, Lu Yun's opened his mouth, about to refuse, when suddenly, he seemed to remember something, and his expression instantly softened. Does the Yan family have any businesses in the Nine Kingdoms Alliance? Lu Yun suddenly asked. The two from the Yan family heard this, and their faces immediately showed unconcealed surprise. Since Lu Yun's asked, it meant he had the intention of accepting the Yan family. Senior Lu, the Yan family's original businesses were mainly concentrated in Yu State. However, 100 years ago, the Mulan people invaded in large numbers, and the demonic path was forced to send a portion of its allied forces to assist the Nine Kingdoms Alliance in resisting the Mulan people. Our Yan family also took this opportunity to connect with some families within the Nine Kingdoms Alliance. Now, the Yu State within the Nine Kingdoms Alliance has businesses belonging to the Yan family. Yan Poyun bowed his head and said respectfully, his posture extremely low, already considering himself a family servant. Yu State, that's fine. Lu Yun's lowered his head slightly, thought for a moment, then suddenly asked with a smile. Are you too interested in making your business bigger? The two were stunned by the question, somewhat bewildered. You should know that currently, industries in Yu State are developed. Various talismans, magical artifacts, materials, and other items are generally about half the price of those in other countries, and they are produced in vast quantities and quickly enough to flood the entire Tianese. To be honest, Lu Yun's was already holding back quite a bit. How many cultivators were there in the entire Tianese? How many mortals in Yu State alone had accepted the soul imprint method? Not to mention that those talismans and magical artifacts were products of industrialization. Once the production line started, they were basically fully automated. If he didn't want to fall out with other forces right now, how could these things only be half price? Even if he sold them at 30% of the price, Lu Yun's would still make a profit. Yan Poyun clenched the teacup in his hand tightly. He probably understood what Lu Yun's was about to say. Sirs, Yu State now needs a distributor. I will sell these talismans and magical artifacts to you at 40% of the normal price in other countries. I don't care how much you sell them for, but I have one requirement that you must fulfill. Lu Yun's eyes narrowed, and a suffocating pressure suddenly emanated from him. Do everything possible to sell a portion of these items to the Mulan people. What? The two from the Yan family almost collapsed in fright. At a time like this, selling talismans and magical artifacts to the Mulan people? To be precise, to the Yellow Sand tribe among the Mulan people. Lu Yun's looked at them with a smile. How about it? Can you do it? Chapter 621, Secret Talk. Lu Yun's took some time to explain to the two what a distributor was. He then stated that they only needed to sell some low-level magical artifacts and talismans to the Mulan, clan/region, people, but for the Yellow Sand tribe, at least 2 magic treasures had to be circulated. The two from the Yan family were utterly bewildered by such strange requests for a long time, but thinking of the enormous profits this could bring, a hint of greed couldn't help but surface in their eyes. They wouldn't have to toil for others, could earn a large sum of spirit stones, and at critical moments, they could even use Liu Yun's name to protect their family. For the two of them, this was already an overfulfillment of their mission. Senior Liu. The two from the Yan family excitedly stood up, bowed deeply to Liu Yun's, and were about to utter words of loyalty. All right, all right. Liu Yun's quickly interrupted them. It wasn't that Liu Yun's didn't like to hear such words, but mainly, those who understood knew what kind of people the Yan family were. Words from their mouths were best taken with a grain of salt, hearing too much of it could easily affect one's mental health. Now, can the two of you tell me what Wang Tiansheng and the others are planning? Liu Yun's asked calmly. Yan Poyun subconsciously swallowed, bent at the waist, and said earnestly. Senior Liu, Ruin is watched very closely by the Wang family father and son. She tried everything, but only managed to send out 6 words. Demon Falling Valley, Marquis Nanlong. Liu Yun's eyes instantly narrowed. At the same time, a hint of a smile appeared at the corner of Yan Poyun's mouth. Demon Falling Valley, how could their Yan family not want a piece of the pie? Meanwhile, in Tiantian City, within a secluded residence, an elder with a profound demeanor, as if an otherworldly expert, slowly opened his eyes, revealing a sharp glint like a knife. Come out, the elder surnamed Yun said coldly. Many years have passed, senior brother Yun's cultivation seems to have deepened even further. This is truly gratifying and commendable. Accompanied by a calm and indifferent voice, Wang Tiansheng, dressed in a black robe, appeared silently in the room. The elder looked at him expressionlessly and said in a cold tone, Sect Master Wang, I apologize for not greeting you sooner. Senior brother Yun is joking. If you didn't know I was coming, why would you hide in such a place? Wang Tiansheng said with a smile. The elder glanced at him, then slowly closed his eyes, his powerful divine sense instantly locking onto Wang Tiansheng. Fellow deist Wang, the ghost spirit sect is no more. This old man is now just a loose cultivator, not worthy of being called senior brother by fellow deist Wang. Ha ha ha. Senior brother Yun's words are truly amusing. Wang Tiansheng laughed heartily, and at the same time, another figure emerged from behind him. It was a middle-aged man with a pale, beardless face. One could tell that in his youth, he must have been a dashing young man. Even now, his brows exuded a unique charm of a mature man, possessing an immeasurable attraction for innocent young women. The elder looked up, a hint of a sneer appearing at the corner of his mouth. Fellow deist Wu, why are you following fellow deist Wang as well? The middle-aged man sighed and said helplessly, Senior brother Yun, you and I are both hidden assets cultivated by the ghost spirit sect. For many years, the ghost spirit sect has never treated us poorly, pouring countless resources into us, which allowed us to form our nascent soul. This kindness cannot go unrewarded. The elder snorted at his words and said indifferently. Humph. Over the years, this old man has done countless unspeakable things for the ghost spirit sect. No matter how you calculate it, this old man has long since repaid the ghost spirit sect's kindness. Seeing this, the middle-aged man said no more, only shaking his head helplessly at Wang Tiansheng. Wang Tiansheng, however, scoffed, his gaze dark as he asked, Senior brother Yun, you aren't really thinking of sharing Venerable King Kun's secret with Marquis Nanlong, are you? In an instant, an incredibly powerful spiritual pressure surged like a tsunami. Wang Tiansheng and the middle-aged man instinctively cast spells to block it, only to see the elder slowly rise. A shimmering silver asterisk emerged from his sleeve, emitting a series of hair-raising buzzing sounds in the air. Wang Tiansheng, do you really think that the two of you together can contend with this old man? The elder sneered, his tone chilling as he asked. Just then, a ball of blood-red demonic fire suddenly ignited between the three. With a whoosh, a figure in a red robe slowly emerged from the flames, glancing at the elder with disdain, and asked with a sneer. They too can't, but what about me? The elder subconsciously blocked with his asterisk, then narrowed his eyes, looking at the red-robed cultivator. Gu Chonghong of the Demon Flame Sect. I didn't expect Wang Tiansheng to win you over too. Humph. Gu Chonghong snorted, not replying. It was Wang Tiansheng who stepped forward with a smile and said. Senior brother Yun, this junior brother can understand your thoughts. If it were me, I'm afraid I would do the same. After all, it concerns the secret of the Demon Falling Valley, and no one would be so kind as to share it with others. At this point, for some reason, a young face that he hated immensely suddenly appeared in Wang Tiansheng's mind. Secretly suppressing the murderous intent that surged in his heart, Wang Tiansheng smiled, his expression unchanged, and said. It's just, Senior brother Yun, have you never considered how much manpower and material resources are needed to open the passage to the Demon Falling Valley? Can you and Marquis Nanlong truly accomplish it alone? Not to mention that the brat surnamed Liu is openly researching the Demon Falling Valley now. Can the two of you research it faster than him with the power of 2 nations? Senior brother Yun, as far as I know, Marquis Nanlong also seems to have similar concerns, and has secretly befriended several elders of the Righteous Path's TNG sect, and also intends to join this school. Regarding this, does senior brother Yun not know, or do you also want to take this opportunity to join the TNG sect together? Wang Tiansheng's voice suddenly turned cold. The elder's gloomy gaze swept over the 3 people in the room in turn, his eyes changing several times, and finally, he silently put away the asterisk in front of him. This old man comes from the demonic path. Although I am now a loose cultivator, I would not go so far as to join a Righteous Path school, the elder slowly said. Wang Tiansheng breathed a sigh of relief, seemingly genuinely believing it, and said with a smile, that's good then, Senior brother Yun. This junior brother doesn't dare to hope that senior brother will return to the ghost spirit sect. However, on the matter of the demon falling valley, perhaps we can cooperate. The elder surnamed Yun looked at the three and nodded slightly. How to cooperate? Wang Tiansheng finally breathed a sigh of relief in his heart, a wide smile spreading across his face. Now they already had 2 early nascent soul stage and 2 middle stage nascent soul cultivators, plus the Marquis Nenlong whom they might be able to win over. This force was already considerable. It was enough to contend with Liu Yun's on the matter of the demon falling valley. What no one noticed was that, during their conversation, an invisible ghost-like shadow silently passed through the restriction on the outer layer of the residence. Interesting. Chapter 622, Setting a Trap. After seeing off the 2 from the Yan family, Liu Yun's entrusted this matter to Old Five, hoping to inquire about the Simuru insect in a short period. If the news was false, there was no need to say more, he would directly confront Yuling sect to settle the score. But if it was true, then he would have to plan carefully. Currently, Liu Yun's true strength, without considering additional help like Li Turtle, Qing Li, and Old Four, was actually difficult to define. Liu Yun's could guarantee that he was definitely stronger than a mid-nascent soul stage cultivator. For one, after the 5 elements spirit infants merged into one, although Liu Yun's cultivation realm was still early nascent soul stage, both his magical power output and reserves were several times that of an ordinary early nascent soul stage cultivator, even stronger than an average mid-nascent soul stage cultivator. Coupled with his own treasures and divine ability, Liu Yun's believed that even if he faced several mid-nascent soul stage cultivators alone, he would not fall into a disadvantageous position. However, if he were to fight a late-stage cultivator, Liu Yun still felt somewhat uncertain. Up until now, the only late-nascent soul stage cultivator who had truly displayed his strength in front of him was Old Devil Hehuan. The opponent's cultivation technique and secret arts were thoroughly restrained by Qing Li, and with Old Four suppressing the formation nearby, it could be said that he lost quite miserably. But even so, the various methods he displayed were still formidable. Presumably, the other 2 great cultivators of Tianese and the Mulan, clan/region, S3 great divine masters should be roughly at this level. If he were to confront them directly, before his cultivation technique and secret arts could form a decisive advantage, Liu Yun's could at most guarantee that he could escape at any time. As for whether he could win, that would truly depend on the circumstances. Under these circumstances, Liu Yun's truly dared not risk being besieged by the Mulan, clan/region, to search for the Simuru insect in the Mulan grassland. If he accidentally attracted the 3 great divine masters, or was inadvertently trapped in a formation by the Mulan, clan/region, then it would be a major problem. The Mulan Dharma practitioner's spirit art grand array was renowned, and Liu Yun's did not want to experience it firsthand. Just as Liu Yun's was still pondering this matter, a mouth suddenly grew out of the teacup beside him. We've found Wang Tiansheng and his group. Old Four is following them. Should I call him back? Liu Yun's was stunned to hear this. He really went to track Wang Tiansheng and them. Yes, he hasn't shown any flaws yet. Old Five suddenly closed his mouth, seemingly receiving some information. Wang Tiansheng's group has devised a plan to trap Marquis Nenlong. Old Four seems to want to get involved. Do you need me to call him back? Liu Yun's frowned tightly upon hearing this, thought seriously for a moment, then suddenly looked up and said. No need. Let him do it, lest he comes back and throws a tantrum with me. Liu Yun sighed slightly. All right, then I'll continue to watch them. The mouth on the teacup disappeared, reverting to its unassuming celadone teacup form. Liu Yun stroked his chin, lost in thought. Liu Yun's wasn't worried about Old Four's safety. He was also Liu Yun's, what he knew, Old Four basically knew too, including the formless escape technique. Not to mention he was also a ghost cultivator. In terms of the strangeness of his escape techniques, Liu Yun's before the 5 elements merger couldn't compare to him. Even if he accidentally exposed himself, Old Four's Azura sacred fire could ensure that Wang Tianzhen's group would be the ones to regret it. The most important thing was whether he could gather intelligence about the demon falling valley from Marquis Nenlong. Old Four, he should be able to handle it, right? In a certain pavilion in Tiantian City, elder surnamed Yun sat opposite a middle-aged man with a majestic appearance and a golden crown on his head. Brother Nenlong, it is indeed too difficult to find early nascent soul stage cultivators with strong divine sense and not too much background from major sects, elder surnamed Yun said with a sigh. I did find 2 cultivators who meet the criteria, and also a pair of late core formation stage Dao companions who, by using a secret art in concert, are barely enough. But there are only 5 of them, still 3 short of the 8 cultivators needed to perform divine sense manifestation. The middle-aged man's expression immediately became uncertain upon hearing this. Brother Nenlong, as far as I know, the Mulan, clan/region, have already begun to gather their forces at the border. Just as the middle-aged man was hesitating, elder surnamed Yun dropped this bombshell with a deep tone. The middle-aged man's eyes widened instantly upon hearing this. It has already begun. Indeed, it has already begun. Elder surnamed Yun sighed. Although Venerable King Kun's legacy treasure is related to the demon falling valley, given the current situation, even if the 2 of us were willing to risk being besieged by spellcasters and venture deep into the Mulan grassland, it would be difficult to persuade others to take the risk with us. The middle-aged man's face flickered with uncertainty as he pondered for a moment, then asked with a hint of gloom in his eyes. Can we keep it from them for now, and only tell them the truth when we reach the grassland and encounter the Mulan Dharma practitioners? Elder surnamed Yun merely gave a wry smile upon hearing this. Brother Nenlong, such things cannot be kept secret. The middle-aged man's expression immediately became even uglier. He knew this all along, he was merely clinging to a sliver of hope. Brother Yun, our matter cannot be delayed any longer. If we wait until the Mulan, clan/region's army presses forward and both sides engage in full-scale war, then we will be even less able to enter the Mulan grassland, the middle-aged man said urgently. Elder surnamed Yun nodded in agreement. After pondering with a heavy expression for a moment, he slowly opened his mouth and asked. Brother Nanlong, for now, we can only find another way. How about we find a fellow deist who is proficient in ancient restriction/seal and listen to a professional's opinion? The middle-aged man immediately fell silent. He knew very well that neither he nor his friend opposite him could be called professional in ancient restriction/seal, at most, they were only slightly knowledgeable in this wondrous field. The idea of gathering 8 cultivators to use divine sense manifestation to break the restriction was only a hypothesis they made after the two of them, by chance, probed the restriction with their divine sense and found it reacted. Whether it would actually succeed, they themselves were not sure. In such a situation, having a professional nearby to offer advice would undoubtedly be a good thing, but... Brother Yun, how can someone proficient in ancient restriction/seal be so easy to find? Even if we do find one, they would likely be an important figure from some major power. Can Brother Yun guarantee that they won't leak the secret? The middle-aged man asked with a wry smile. Elder surnamed Yun, upon hearing this, merely smiled and shook his head. Brother Nanlong misunderstood my meaning. I said to find a fellow deist proficient in ancient restriction/seal, but I didn't say to politely invite him. The middle-aged man's pupils immediately contracted, and he looked up at his friend in disbelief. Elder surnamed Yun grinned ferociously and slowly said. I have already found out that there is currently a late core formation stage formation master from the demonic path in Tian City. It is said that he has studied some ancient restriction/seal texts and has considerable achievements in this area. A mere late core formation stage cultivator, as long as the two of us act fast enough, we can capture him in an instant without worrying about alarming others. What do you think, Brother Nanlong? Elder surnamed Yun asked with a smile. Chapter 623, Ping Nanchu, Part 1. Nighttime. The moon hung high in the sky. Inside Tian City, on a bustling street. A gloomy-faced, dark-skinned middle-aged man walked down the street, exuding an aura that warned others to keep their distance. Wherever he passed, pedestrians would retreat, fearing they might offend him and bring about their own demise. This was not for any other reason than that this man was a rare late core formation stage cultivator, a true senior expert in the cultivation world. Meanwhile, in a tavern not far from him, Marquis Nanlong and elder surnamed Yun, disguised as two ordinary foundation establishment stage elders, kept their powerful divine sense, restrained to its utmost, locked onto the man, not daring to relax in the slightest. Ping Nanchu originally hailed from the Ping family, a prominent clan within the Tianxing sect of the Yuanwu kingdom, and was a rare formation prodigy of his family, appearing only once every few centuries. Later, when the Demon Flame sect conquered the Yuanwu kingdom, Ping Nanchu and his family joined the Demon Flame sect. Initially, due to his identity and ability as a formation master, the Demon Flame sect held him in high regard. However, this changed when he secretly attacked the Grand Elder's grandson for a legendary flame transformation fruit, rumored to increase the chances of nascent soul condensation, only to be severely injured by the grandson in return. If Ping Nanchu hadn't prepared several formations in advance, he might have even died at that person's hands. After that, Ping Nanchu fled to the Nine Kingdoms Alliance, living in seclusion and ignoring external affairs. All of this information was provided by the former Demon Flame sect elder, Gu Chonghong. Ping Nanchu was, of course, a real person, and the events were all true. However, within the Demon Flame sect, only a select few knew of his whereabouts. For Wang Tiansheng and others, at least concerning the opening of Venerable Keng Kun's ancient restriction/seal, their goal was aligned with Marquis Nanlong's, so they wouldn't deceive Marquis Nanlong in this regard. What elder surnamed Yun didn't tell Marquis Nanlong was that Ping Nanchu, after attacking the Demon Flame sect Grand Elder's grandson, was able to continue living freely in the Nine Kingdoms Alliance entirely because he had gained the backing of the Huai sect. The Huai sect would absolutely not let such a formation master disappear without a trace, and it was even possible that their Grand Elder, Wei Wuya, might be alerted. However, by then, they would only discover that Marquis Nanlong had abducted Ping Nanchu. As for whether they would trace it back to their side through Marquis Nanlong, elder surnamed Yun was not worried. Because before long, Marquis Nanlong would be a dead man. Thinking of this, elder surnamed Yun raised his wine cup, concealing the fleeting cold glint in his eyes. Marquis Nanlong squinted, his divine sense never leaving Ping Nanchu's figure until he turned into a quiet alley. The opportunity has come. Marquis Nanlong whispered, a golden light flashing around him as he vanished from his original spot. Elder surnamed Yun was startled, something seemed off. It was agreed that Wang Tiansheng and others would secretly help create an opportunity, and then they would abduct the person. How did this opportunity come so quickly? Without time to think much, a white light flashed around elder surnamed Yun, and he used his escape art to give chase. When he arrived, he only saw Marquis Nanlong wave his sleeve, instantly sending out a golden light that wrapped around Ping Nanchu's head, knocking him unconscious. This time, not only elder surnamed Yun but even Marquis Nanlong felt it was too easy. It wasn't until he crouched down to examine Ping Nanchu that he let out a surprised chuckle. It turns out this person is injured and has not yet recovered. No wonder it was so easy to succeed. When elder surnamed Yun heard Marquis Nanlong's words, his heart tensed again. Gu Chonghong had never told him that Ping Nanchu was still injured. Did he not know, or was there another hidden reason? Marquis Nanlong didn't suspect anything. He quickly pulled out a shimmering golden leather pouch, and with a single gesture, he drew Ping Nanchu into it. Neither of them noticed that the moment he was drawn into the leather pouch, Ping Nanchu's tightly shut eyes flickered slightly, and a wisp of eerie, dark green light flashed in his pupils. And above them, on the green tiles and eaves, many eyes narrowed slightly, their corners turning up as if in a smile. That's roughly what happened. Fourth brother has now been taken away with Ping Nanchu's body, presumably heading straight for Venerable King Kun's ruins. What do you think? Should we follow them? Once they reach the Mulan grassland, I'll be powerless. After listening to fifth brother, Liu Yun's couldn't help but sigh, casually placing the teacup in front of him aside. He leaned against the railing on the top floor of the pavilion, looking at the city lights. No need. With fourth brother's abilities, even if he's exposed, they'll be the ones in trouble. Besides, he is also me, and his proficiency in ancient restrictions is formidable. Opening Venerable King Kun's ruins shouldn't be a problem. The key is whether he can safely bring back the Demon Falling Valley's information. Now, the Mulan people could attack at any time. At that point, fourth brother is very likely to encounter the Mulan people's army. Liu Yun stroked his chin, pondering for a moment. Call Qing Li back and tell her that if she continues to delay, I will confiscate her Azure Dragon armor. All right. Fifth brother replied with a cheerful electronic voice, then fell silent. Liu Yun's brows furrowed. On his shoulder, a black moth, both real and illusory, gently flapped its wings, igniting specks of black flames. In the spirit beast pouch at his waist, the pale purple Li turtle lowered its head slightly, a block of purple solid ice pressed beneath it. The green armored beast was sound asleep, and disturbed by Liu Yun's divine sense, it let out a dissatisfied low growl. The two strange fire pythons, stimulated by the Qunlan ice flame and years of diligent cultivation, had reached the peak of the 7th level. They had a single horn on their heads and bore a pair of golden wings that seemed to be formed from flames. They were intertwined and sound asleep. 3 mature gold-devouring insects slightly vibrated their wings, each clutching a soul stone and feasting heartily. Perhaps it was an illusion, but the size of these 3 gold-devouring insects seemed slightly larger than they were in the chaotic Star Sea back then. Although most of the army cannot move for now, with these, as long as they don't encounter the Mulan people's main army, escaping shouldn't be difficult. Liu Yun muttered to himself, his deep pupils flickering with specks of white light in the darkness. A moment later, Liu Yun let out a long breath and walked into a secret chamber deep within the pavilion. Previously, he had obtained a series of ancient puppet crafting methods from Wei Wuya. In addition, there were a dozen various core formation puppets and 2 unfinished early nascent soul stage puppets. Liu Yun planned to first complete the 2 unfinished puppets to thoroughly test the strength of these ancient puppets, and then craft some core formation puppets. As for researching the crafting methods for nascent soul level ancient puppets and finding substitutes for some of the materials, that would not be a task for a single day. However, Liu Yun was not in a hurry, these 2 completed puppets were enough for his research for now. And so, the door to the quiet room remained tightly shut for more than 10 days. It wasn't until the trade fair officially began that the door to the quiet room slowly opened. Chapter 624, The Auction Begins. With cultivators from all walks of life gathering in Tiantian City, the largest trade fair in Tianese officially commenced. The Righteous Path, Demonic Path, 9 Kingdoms Alliance, and Heavenly Dao Alliance, all major powers surged into the city of cultivators. The city's largest auction house began auctioning various treasures on the second day of the trade fair. Han Li, Lu Luo, and Mu Piling waited together at the entrance of the auction house. Almost an hour and a half after the auction had begun, 3 figures arrived late. Apologies, everyone, I accidentally arrived late, Liu Yun said with a chuckle. Han Li instinctively rolled his eyes, but then, he, along with Lu Luo and Mu Piling, looked at the additional woman behind Liu Yun's. She was a woman with a seductive and charming face, yet her eyes held a hint of languor. Her long black hair wasn't draped over her body but was pulled back into a simple high ponytail, unreservedly displaying her captivating face. She wore a set of Qing Li, but it wasn't a typical dress for women or practical activewear. Instead, it was a thin, leather-like, form-fitting Qing Li, fully embedded with azure metal plates, making her appear, at first glance, as if she were clad in steel armor. This form-fitting armor not only failed to diminish her charm but accentuated her already alluring and graceful figure, making her even more curvaceous, yet it also made it difficult for anyone to harbor any inappropriate thoughts. A unique sense of danger, absent in ordinary women, emanated from her entire being, causing a prickly sensation upon a cursory glance. Lu Luo and Mu Piling instinctively averted their gaze. For some reason, they both seemed afraid to look at the woman again. Han Li, however, squinted slightly, asking with some uncertainty. Qing Li. The woman in Qing Li parted her lips, smiling like a beast. This smile, on her alluring and captivating face, didn't seem out of place at all, as if such a dangerous woman should indeed smile this way. Han Li's mouth twitched uncontrollably as he turned to look at the smiling Liu Yun's. Are you crazy? Bringing an 8th-rank flood dragon to such a densely populated cultivator area in broad daylight? If this guy wasn't insane, then his mental illness had flared up again. Liu Yun spread his hands, saying somewhat helplessly, she insisted on coming to see it herself. What could I do? I couldn't very well chain her up, could I? The exchange between the two left Lu Luo and Mu Piling somewhat bewildered, but they dared not ask for details. Lu Luo could only rub his temples, barely suppressing the inexplicable sense of threat, and stepped forward, saying with a smile. Fellow deists, let's go in first. Although there won't be too many good things at the beginning, it's not impossible that something we need might be auctioned off early, and then we'd suffer a great loss. Liu Yun's glanced at Qing Li and Wen Ziyu, then nodded helplessly. He had already seen the auction item list. The only material he needed was the Geng essence that Han Li required. Liu Yun's had already sought out the seller before going into seclusion. That person needed a 7th level demon beast's egg or a material called Huai divine clay. Coincidentally, Liu Yun's had both. With just a small piece of chilling soft jade, he exchanged it for the walnut-sized Geng essence from the seller. Liu Yun's had no interest in the other items remaining at the auction. However, Wen Ziyu wanted to experience it, and Qing Li was clamoring to join the fun and see how the items they consigned to the auction house were selling, so Liu Yun's had no choice but to accompany them. Han Li's situation was similar, but he still had a few things he wanted to buy, he just wasn't sure if he had enough spirit stones. The 6 of them stepped into the auction house. Greeted by the attendants at the door, they walked through a glittering golden corridor and arrived in a vast hall, resembling a mortal palace. Looking around, a huge palace lantern floated in mid-air, emitting bright golden light, clearly a magical artifact of no low rank. Below the palace lantern, 18 giant jade pillars, carved with dragons and painted with phoenixes, were half embedded in the vermilion walls on both sides, each exuding a powerful spiritual qi. The interior of the hall was spacious, nearly 100 zhang in circumference, with hundreds of wooden chairs arranged in order, gradually spreading outwards around a central high platform. At this time, most of these wooden chairs were occupied. These were naturally not all nascent soul old monsters, most were core formation cultivators, but judging by their attire and demeanor, they were likely representing some school. On the high platform at that moment, an old man in the late core formation stage was holding a piece of wood as black as ink, saying something. Han Li took a look, then shook his head and smiled, finding a secluded spot with the other 5 to sit down. Qing Li's eyes lit up. While staring intently at the nearby high platform, she tugged at Liu Yun's sleeve with her human-transformed claws, asking eagerly. Is it our turn yet? When will it be our turn? Liu Yun's quickly pulled his sleeve back. If she pulled it any longer, the sleeve would turn into rags. Not yet, the initial auction items are from smaller schools or loose cultivators with average cultivation. There's basically nothing good. They're put at the beginning to sell quickly, so these cash-strapped fellows can leave and not delay serious buyers from spending their spirit stones. Liu Yun said this without any intention of concealing it. Not far from him, a relatively young male cultivator in the middle core formation stage frowned and shot him a displeased glance, but after realizing the cultivation level of Liu Yun's and his companions, he quickly turned back, his face a little flushed, watching the old man on the high platform trying hard to promote the item. Wen Ziyu, beside him, quickly pulled Liu Yun's, signaling him to speak more quietly. However, she didn't notice Qing Li beside Liu Yun's. With a whoosh, she stood up, her body slightly bent, like a wild beast preparing to pounce, and asked Liu Yun's. Then when will these things be sold out? Why don't we leave first? And come back after they're done selling? Liu Yun's pulled her back into her seat, looking at the black wooden block on the high platform that no one was bidding on, and grimaced as if he had a toothache. 3,000 spirit stones, Liu Yun's called out, buying the unique spiritual wood, which was at most less than 1,000 years old. The male cultivator not far away breathed a sigh of relief, stood up, subtly bowed to Liu Yun's, and quickly left the auction house with his head down. For the entire day that followed, Liu Yun's did not buy a single item, nor did Han Li. Lu Luo, however, took a liking to a 3-colored exotic flower and bought it for over 10,000 spirit stones. Time came to the second day, and on this day, Qing Li was exceptionally excited. Chapter 625, Shocking News from the Front Line. A high-grade jade talisman, brimming with spiritual qi, a truly brand new jade talisman. It contains several extremely powerful divine abilities, capable of playing a significant role even in battles between nascent soul stage cultivators. Bidding starts now, with a reserve price of 20,000 spirit stones. As the old man's voice from the high platform faded, the entire hall immediately erupted into an uproar. No one present was unfamiliar with jade talismans. But it was precisely because of this that everyone was so astonished. In Tianese, these incredibly powerful and reusable jade talismans were often synonymous with the ancient era. They either appeared in the immortal cave of some ancient cultivators or were treasured in the secret chambers of long-established schools. Similar to ancient puppet techniques, the manufacturing technology for jade talismans had long been lost in the river of time. By now, it was rare to even see a jade talisman emerge, having essentially become a legendary item. If another 1,000 years passed, it was possible that jade talismans would truly become mere descriptions in books, with not a single physical specimen left to be found. Yet now, a brand new jade talisman had appeared before everyone, and beyond the inherent preciousness of the item itself, it made people wonder if someone had rediscovered the manufacturing technique for jade talismans. For a time, everyone was either whispering to each other or lost in thought, with not a single person making a bid. The old man on the high platform, whose expression had been full of confidence, suddenly changed, looking somewhat awkward. He quickly picked up the jade talisman and demonstrated the divine abilities within. On the high platform, streaks of blue lightning first roared through the air, then a seemingly solid white light shield floated in mid-air. Following that, countless green flying knives, like a school of fish from the deep sea, swirled and gathered, whistling as they streaked across the platform. Everyone watched the various divine abilities displayed on the high platform with amazement, but still, no one made a bid. Qing Li, who had initially been excited, saw this scene, and her entire face instantly fell. She slumped back into her chair as if becoming reclusive. Liu Yun's eyelids twitched, and he couldn't help but raise his hand. 20,000 spirit stones. The not-so-loud voice echoed throughout the hall, startling those lost in thought. Everyone suddenly snapped back to reality and quickly began shouting bids. 21,000 spirit stones. 25,000 spirit stones. 30,000. In the blink of an eye, the price of this jade talisman rapidly soared to the exorbitant price of 50,000 spirit stones. For the jade talisman itself, such a price was already too high. But as the first brand new jade talisman to appear in Tianese, its research value, as well as the information about the talisman maker behind it, far exceeded what this price could measure. Amidst shouts, this jade talisman was finally bought by a pale-faced old man for 98,000 spirit stones. Seeing the jade talisman taken away, Qing Li immediately looked at Liu Yun's excitedly. It's agreed. These spirit stones are mine. Liu Yun's mouth twitched, and he nodded helplessly. His Ha Qing Li let out a strange sound, which made Lu Luo, who was not far away, instinctively lean to the side. Mu Peeling, next to him, lowered her head slightly, not daring to look at her. Han Li had already told them Qing Li's identity yesterday. Remembering that they were so close to an 8th-rank flood dragon, Lu Luo and Mu Peeling couldn't help but feel a chill in their hearts and hadn't dared to speak to Qing Li. The auction continued. By the 3rd and 4th days, there were even fewer people in the hall, only about 30 or 40, but almost all of them were nascent soul old monsters. The auctioned items also became more precious and rare. The person on the high platform had changed from the late core formation stage old man to an early nascent soul stage fat cultivator, whose round face was full of smiles, making people feel happy just by looking at him. Han Li tried to participate in 2 auctions but didn't win either. Qing Li, however, splurged spirit stones to buy a piece of exotic spirit jade almost as large as a human head, and an unknown small flower emitting a chilling chi. By the 5th day, Han Li and the others still attended the auction as usual, but Liu Yun's and his 2 companions were gone. In front of the many nascent soul cultivators' pavilions in Tiantian City, Liu Yun's, while pulling the reluctant Qing Li out of the restrictions range, held a jade pendant and asked in a low voice. Is it true? These Yan family people are so efficient? How many days has it been, and they've already connected with the Mulan people? The jade pendant flashed twice with white light, and a slightly scornful electronic voice came from within. Efficient my ass. These traitors have long been connected with the Mulan people, but because they did it covertly and the time wasn't long, they haven't been discovered yet. Liu Yun's mouth twitched, and he said with either admiration or lament, amazing. Indeed, to have maxed out their talent for being traitors to this extent, in a sense, these people are also capable individuals. Old Five's voice continued from the jade pendant. The Mulan people connected with the Yan family are not high-ranking. So far, the Yan family has only sold a batch of cheap low-grade talismans and magical artifacts, which they didn't lie to you about. These low-grade talismans and magical artifacts have already begun circulating on the Mulan people's front line. Yes. It seems these Mulan people are really preparing for war. I've already seen over a dozen warehouses, all filled with various supplies, but unfortunately, they're all low-grade goods. Also, several other tribes are still on their way. Guess which tribe's name I heard? Liu Yun's eyes narrowed. He held down Qing Li, who was still a bit unwilling and trying to escape, and asked in a deep voice, Yellow Sand Tribe. That's right, the Yellow Sand Tribe is currently on its way to the front line, led by a Grand Master from their tribe. They are expected to reach the front line within 5 days. Liu Yun's pondered for a moment, then slowly and heavily took a deep breath. How many forces have the Mulan people gathered on the front line now? How many Grand Masters are there? The jade pendant flickered a few times, and old Five's slightly solemn electronic voice came from within. The information I have currently is about 500 regular troops and 3 Grand Masters, one of whom is a middle-stage nascent soul cultivator, said to be the leader of a tribe called Heavenly Wind Tribe. Additionally, within these 5 days, 3 more tribes, including the Yellow Sand Tribe, will arrive at the front line, each with a Grand Master. As for their specific cultivation levels, that's truly impossible to ascertain. 6 nascent souls. Liu Yun stroked his chin, thought for a moment, and said in a deep voice. Notify the Yan family people to present those 2 magic treasures to the Yellow Sand Tribe at all costs in 5 days, preferably to meet the Grand Master of the Yellow Sand Tribe in person. Also, inform Wei Wuya of the situation and tell him to prepare early. We'll go ahead and take a look at the Mulan people's front line. Chapter 626, Red Phosphor Fire Ghost. Tiantian City is located in Yu State, which is not the closest state in the Nine Kingdoms Alliance to the Mulan grassland. Crossing the border of Yu State and flying south, one can reach a small state called Wu State. This small state, due to its proximity to the Mulan grassland and its own lack of resources and small territory, doesn't have any significant sex. Only cultivators from the Nine Kingdoms Alliance are stationed here on rotation to defend against the invasion of the Mulan people. However, this state and the Mulan grassland are not truly contiguous, they are separated by a vast expanse of barren yellow earth, stretching for nearly 10,000 li. This area is sparsely vegetated, with yellow dust flying year-round and incessant strong winds. There are no spiritual veins or spiritual mountains, not even a place suitable for habitation, it is truly a barren wasteland. Such an environment naturally made this place a battleground for the Nine Kingdoms Alliance and spellcasters. Even during normal times, not just during formal engagements, this wasteland is extremely dangerous. For various reasons, many cultivators and spellcasters from both sides wander back and forth across this land. For the impoverished Mulan Dharma practitioners, the opportunity to openly kill and seize treasures is not to be missed. If he can slay a Southern Heaven cultivator confident enough to wander into this borderland, the opponent's substantial wealth would be enough for him to make a fortune. As for the Southern Heaven cultivators who wander here, their motives are much more complex. Some are fugitives with nowhere to go after offending a senior expert or a powerful aristocratic family. Some have special cultivation techniques that require blood sacrifices of living people. Others seek to break through a cultivation bottleneck between life and death. Whatever the reason, one thing is constant: the cultivators who dare to come here are naturally quite confident in their cultivation and strength, far surpassing ordinary cultivators of the same stage. Most of these individuals are foundation establishment stage cultivators, with occasional conflicts between core formation stage cultivators. These battles appear fierce, and the aftermath of a death match between individual core formation stage cultivators can even level the ground within a radius of several li. But within this 10,000 li long wasteland, individual power is still too insignificant to cause any ripples. The victor simply takes everything, and the loser's body is buried in the rolling yellow sand. Over the years, the number of cultivators who have died in this land has long reached tens of thousands. The soaring evil qi and yin qi make the natural phenomena here even more erratic. At night, some troublesome ghostly spirits even wander across this rolling yellow sand, which, to some extent, has also made this place a treasure trove for some demonic path cultivators, attracting even more cultivators. Thus, the nights in this wasteland became a death trap in the eyes of normal cultivators, and a paradise for a few with ulterior motives. Under the moonlight, a dazzling red light shot past. Within the red light, a tattered skeleton was faintly visible. This skeleton was missing one arm and half a leg bone, and most of its chest ribs were shattered, revealing broken bone fragments tinged with an ominous bloody qi. With a boom, a blue lightning bolt streaked across the deep night sky, descending like a true heavenly thunderbolt and striking in front of the skeleton. Surging lightning instantly erupted, and branches of destructive lightning quickly spread, heading straight for the skeleton. The red glowing skeleton braced itself on one leg, and its other relatively intact hand blocked in front, releasing a mass of dark red liquid resembling congealed blood, which instantly solidified into a black shield. It blocked the streaks of blue lightning. The skeleton looked up at the night sky, and two pools of green phosphor ghost fire burned in its empty eye sockets, flickering slightly. They resembled the pupils of an immortal master, contracting slightly due to apprehension and fear. Just then, a dazzling blue light suddenly shot out from the almost extinguished lightning cluster, instantly flutter onto the skeleton's body. The skeleton tried to struggle, but the blue light immediately transformed into a giant python made entirely of lightning, coiling tightly around it, preventing it from moving an inch. In the night sky, two figures appeared out of thin air. One was enveloped in dazzling white light, making it impossible to look directly at him, while the other was covered in constantly flickering pale blue electric arcs, appearing as if a god of thunder had descended. Our luck is pretty good. We just came out to meet those Southern Heaven cultivators, and we actually encountered a red phosphor fire ghost, the figure radiating dazzling white light said with a smile, appearing to be in a very good mood. The figure with blue electric arcs flickering all over him shrugged noncommittally and slightly raised his hand. The giant lightning python then carried the red phosphor fire ghost slowly into the air, bringing it before the two of them. The light on the two figures gradually receded, revealing a tall, thin young man and a burly man with well-developed muscles all over his body. The young man leaned closer, looking enviously at the lightning python, and smiled as he cupped his hands to the burly man beside him, saying, "Brother Joe, your void spirit beast is truly formidable. With its assistance, and your lightning spirit arts, you could probably even hold your own against a weaker Grand Master for a while, couldn't you?" The burly man shook his head with a serious expression and said stiffly, "Compared to a Grand Master, I am still far behind. But against some weaker Southern Heaven cultivators, I might be able to hold my own." The young man smiled and shook his head. He was already accustomed to the burly man's way of speaking, so he didn't mind. He simply took out a small jade bottle from his storage pouch with a solemn expression, opened the lid, and shook it towards the red phosphor fire ghost. A beam of green light immediately shot out, enveloped the red phosphor fire ghost, and dragged it into the bottle. "Many thanks, Brother Joe, this time. If not for you, it would have been difficult for me alone to capture this red phosphor fire ghost. I will surely repay you later," the young man said with a grin. The burly man did not speak, but merely silently looked towards the north of the wasteland, the direction where Southern Heaven lay. "They are late," the burly man said with a serious tone. Upon hearing this, the young man's expression also became solemn, and he nodded gravely. Southern Heaven cultivators are not to be trusted. These people can betray their own country and nation without hesitation. Now, they are trading with us for profit and could stab us in the back at any moment. The burly man did not say much, but merely silently activated his cultivation technique. In his eyes, faint streaks of lightning flickered. Seeing this, the young man merely smiled, and white light also flickered in his eyes, faintly revealing a blurry, bizarre lotus that seemed to be made of stacked blades. The two waited in the air for about half an hour, when two escape lights lit up on the northern horizon and quickly arrived before them. As the escape lights dissipated, Yan Poyun and Yan Rudy stood side by side with smiles, and cupped their hands in a friendly gesture to the two. "Greetings, two fellow deists." Chapter 627, Grand Master Lu. Looking at the two people in front of him, the burly man remained expressionless, not saying a word. The young man, however, stepped forward with a smile, cupped his hands to the two, and said. "To fellow deists Yan, our cooperation has always been arranged by our subordinates. I wonder what important matter requires you to meet with us." Yan Poyun's smile remained unchanged, and he said kindly, "To be honest, to fellow deists, for many years, the Yan family's business with the spellcasters of Mulan has always been smooth, and we have cooperated sincerely with your tribe. If circumstances permit, the cooperation between the Yan family and your tribe might be able to go a step further." The young man was startled, his brows furrowed slightly, and he scrutinized Yan Poyun. "What do you mean by this, fellow deist? Please speak plainly." Yan Poyun's smile remained unchanged, but he cursed in his heart, "Grassland barbarian. It's clear to everyone now that a great war is about to begin. As an elder of the Yan family, I wish to secure a fallback for the Yan family." Yan Poyun said, taking out a jade slip and handing it to the young man. "This is a troop distribution map of the cities near the border of the Nine Kingdoms Alliance. Consider it the Yan family's sincerity." The young man frowned slightly, turned to exchange a glance with the burly man, a hint of undetectable disdain flashing in his eyes. Yan Rudi, who was beside them, quickly stepped forward, flipped his hand, and took out two square jade boxes. Under their gazes, the box lids opened on their own, revealing two magical artifacts brimming with spiritual qi. On one side was a dark green short sword, shaped like a snake's maw, with a wavy blade and a forked tip, exuding a strange, sweet, and fishy scent. On the other side were a pair of silver-white blade wheels, upon which silver electric arcs constantly flickered, and a muffled thunderous roar could faintly be heard, appearing extraordinarily mystical. The eyes of the young man and the burly man immediately fixed on the two magic treasures, unable to look away. Especially the burly man, whose gaze towards the pair of blade wheels was as fervent as if he had seen a peerless beauty. He himself only possessed an ordinary magic treasure, his current strength relied entirely on his lightning-attributed spiritual root and the spirit arts that matched it. If he could refine this pair of blade wheels, his strength would increase by at least 30%, and then he might truly be able to contend with weaker southern heaven nascent soul cultivators. The two from the Yan family saw this, their lips curling slightly, and they secretly breathed a sigh of relief. The Mulan grassland has scarce resources and thin spiritual qi. Not to mention magic treasures, even ordinary magical artifacts are rare items in the Mulan grassland. And these two magic treasures were fine pieces Lu Yun's took from his own collection, rare even in southern heaven, let alone the Mulan grassland. These two magic treasures are a meeting gift for two fellow deists. We hope that our Yan family can cooperate fully with the Grand Masters of your tribe in the future. In addition, we have also prepared a batch of supplies to send to your tribe." Yan Poyun said, taking out several storage pouches and handing them to the young man. The young man finally moved his eyes away from the two magic treasures, and after a moment of silence, he still reached out and accepted Yan Poyun's gifts. "This matter is too significant, we too have no right to decide. We must return and report to the Grand Master." The young man hesitated, his expression relaxing slightly as he continued, "If the Grand Master decides to cooperate with the Yan family, we will naturally send someone to inform you." The two from the Yan family breathed a collective sigh of relief, and Yan Poyun even smiled and cupped his hands, saying, "Then we shall rely entirely on two fellow deists." The four exchanged smiles, then carefully retreated more than 10 jong, slowly turning at the same time, transforming into escape lights and departing. At the edge of the wasteland, on a certain dirt mountain near the Mulan grassland, a circle of grey-white stone walls, 100 jong high, stood on the ground, completely enclosing the entire dirt mountain. Above the dirt mountain, there was also a sky-obscuring dark cloud, spiraling downwards like a funnel, with silver-white lightning flashing within, like countless silver snakes dancing wildly. Directly below the dark cloud, tall tents rose from the ground, shimmering with faint spiritual light. In the middle of the tents, many grassland people, dressed in different clothes and with distinctive appearances, walked back and forth, seemingly chaotic but clearly distinct. In the northeast corner of this camp, a large earthy yellow flag fluttered in the wind. Beneath the flag was the largest tent in this area of the camp, faintly shimmering with earthy yellow spiritual light. Inside the main tent, the young man and the burly man respectfully stood before an old man. The old man sat on a stone chair in the main tent, covered with a thick layer of white beast hide, stripped from some unknown exotic beast. In front of him was a small table, on which lay the two magic treasures given to them by the Yan family. The two from the Yan family only said this much. The old man's face was stern, his expression gloomy, and his triangular eyes swept over the two, like sharp swords. "Grand Master, Southern Heaven cultivators have always been selfish, shameless, and without bottom lines. Now that a great war is imminent, these people probably just want to hedge their bets to ensure their family's power endures." The young man said respectfully in a low voice, showing considerable disdain for the Yan family. The old man stroked his chin, his gaze sweeping over the two magic treasures in front of him, remaining silent for a long time. The young man's smile became a little stiff. He turned to glance at the serious burly man, secretly gritting his teeth in helplessness, then stepped forward and pointed at the snake maw-like short sword, saying, "Grand Master, this item does not match my cultivation technique. Keeping it would be useless and a waste of a good item." The young man smiled, his back slightly bent, and said cautiously, "If this disciple remembers correctly, the heavenly poison illusionary art you cultivate, Grand Master, is the Holy Temple's renowned poison cultivation technique. If Grand Master can refine this treasure, it will surely be like adding wings to a tiger, and you will be able to achieve great merits in the upcoming war, bringing fame to the Yellow Sand tribe." The old man glanced at him, and snorted indifferently. "Cut the act. I'm too lazy to take advantage of you. You've only recently become a Grand Master, and now is the time to stabilize your cultivation. I have 5 Dragon Yuan pills here, take them. The young man's eyes immediately showed surprise and joy. He quickly stepped forward and respectfully took the jade bottle from the old man's hand. The burly man also stepped forward, bowed to the old man, and took the pair of blade wheels. The old man nodded, and waved his hand, somewhat tiredly, signaling for the two to leave first. Only after the two had left the main tent did the old man reach out and caress the dark green snake maw short sword. Southern Heaven, truly a land of treasures. The old man lowered his head and suddenly sighed deeply. Outside the main tent, the young man was beaming with joy as he looked at the jade bottle in his hand. Although it was a bit regrettable to give up that magic treasure, it indeed did not match his cultivation technique, and forcibly refining it would be useless. Instead, the red-scaled fire ghost that the burly man helped him catch, if refined properly, would be enough to greatly increase his strength. Coupled with these 5 Dragon Yuan pills that could significantly boost his cultivation in a short period. By the time the Great War began, he would surely be completely transformed. If he also had the opportunity to achieve meritorious service in this war, perhaps he would even be qualified to choose a spirit art suitable for himself at the Holy Temple, becoming a strong spellcaster among his peers, just like the burly man beside him. The young man couldn't help but laugh out loud at the thought of such a perfect future right before his eyes. Hiss. 2, what's wrong? Laughing like that? A familiar voice suddenly entered their ears. The two subconsciously turned their heads to look, only to see a handsome young man with deep eyes standing between them, grinning as he looked at them. The young man's face showed confusion, and the burly man even grabbed a bolt of lightning, looking at the person warily. What's wrong? Did you two forget about me after going out? The person looked at them with a puzzled expression, as if he completely couldn't understand why their reactions were so strong. The two were immediately stunned. They frowned and thought carefully, then suddenly remembered. This person was clearly Lu Yun's, Grand Master Lu, their playmate since childhood, from the same tribe as them. Chapter 628 Friendship. Inside the Mulan clan/region, frontline camp, Lu Yun skillfully led the young man and the burly man, turning left and right, until they exited the Yellow Sand tribe's camp area and finally ducked into a not-so-small tent on the edge of the camp. The young man and the burly man exchanged hesitant glances, but then, thinking that their cultivator from the same tribe had no reason to harm them, they followed him inside. The interior of the tent appeared unexpectedly spacious, and unlike the sparsely populated outside, it was bustling with people, almost filling the entire tent. Although no one made much noise, it felt exceptionally lively. Lu Yun's led the two towards a long wooden table, enthusiastically greeting the people around him. Old Zheng, when did you get back? Old Li, does your wife know you're here? Sister Wu, you're even prettier lately. What cultivation technique are you practicing? Passers-by either nodded in friendly greeting, laughed triumphantly, or some even, in a fit of pique, came over to try and kick him. Old Lu, your popularity is still so good, the young man remarked with some emotion. The social structure of the Mulan grassland was completely different from Southern Heaven. Essentially, the Mulan people were merely an alliance composed of various nomadic tribes, and what tightly bound these tribes together was the Mulan clan/region, Sacred Hall. Every 10 years, major tribes would send children with spiritual root from their tribes to the Mulan clan/region, Sacred Hall for unified education by the Sacred Hall. The Sacred Hall would only release these children when they advanced to the foundation establishment stage, becoming true spellcaster, or if they exceeded 30 years of age and still hadn't successfully achieved foundation establishment. These individuals would generally return to their own tribes, becoming spellcaster who protected their tribes. Of course, some with exceptionally outstanding talent would remain in the Sacred Hall for further education. In such cases, that person would become a direct spellcaster of the Sacred Hall, and the status of their originating tribe would also rise. Therefore, although there were various intricate conflicts of interest among the Mulan grassland tribes, and constant overt and covert struggles, their relationships were much closer than those between the major school of Southern Heaven. After all spellcaster were, in essence, classmates. Almost all spellcaster of the same generation knew each other, and those of different generations would also show some consideration for past connections. And among those of the same generation, spellcaster from the same tribe had even closer relationships. No matter what, the Sacred Hall was essentially a cultivator organization, and at its core, it adhered to the principle of the strong preying on the weak. In such an environment, those who didn't understand the importance of banding together for warmth wouldn't survive. In the young man's memory, he was rather introverted during his time at the Sacred Hall and didn't have many friends. Lu Yun's, however, was completely different from him. He could converse with children from almost all tribes and even had some connections with people from the Sacred Hall. In that environment, he had received a lot of care from him. The burly man beside him also softened his gaze considerably. He, the young man, and Lu Yun's were not from the same batch, but his own nephews and nieces had received a lot of care from Lu Yun's, so he, too, owed a not insignificant favor. Why are you two still so reclusive? Lu Yun said helplessly, leading them to sit at the long wooden table and casually pulling 2 pots of wine from his storage pouch to toss to them. The two, without suspicion, took a sip and their eyes immediately lit up. Good stuff, right? I got it from a friend in the Heavenly Wind tribe. He encountered a Southern Heaven cultivator while patrolling the wasteland and found a few pots of spiritual wine on him, Lu Yun said with a chuckle. Heavenly Wind tribe. The burly man's brows furrowed sharply. You still have connections with them. Yet, what's wrong? Liu Yun's looked at him, puzzled. The young man shook his head helplessly and said to Liu Yun's, this area is currently overseen by the Heavenly Wind Tribe. Relying on their Grand Master's profound cultivation and carrying the Heavenly Wind Tribe's sacred item, the Heavenly Wind Pearl, they've given us quite a bit of trouble. I know, but honestly, that's a matter for the higher UPS. It's enough for us to take care of ourselves, there's no need to offend people over this, Liu Yun sighed. The young man nodded silently, took another large gulp, and then, looking around, asked with some confusion. Old Liu, what is this place? You two don't even know this. Liu Yun looked at them with some surprise, then his lips tightened, and he suddenly asked, you're not spies from Southern Heaven, are you? The burly man rolled his eyes, while the young man directly swore Mulan, clan/region, curse word. Hehe, just kidding, don't be so serious. Liu Yun waved his hand with a grin, pointing around and saying. As you can see, it's just a trading market, but it's secretly run by the people below, hidden from the Grand Master. The Grand Master don't know, the young man asked incredulously. Liu Yun stroked his chin upon hearing this, grinning as he said, of course they know, but they just turn a blind eye. After all, this kind of thing can't be forbidden. Besides, it's not a big deal for us cultivator from various tribes to communicate occasionally. The young man was stunned and looked around curiously. The burly man, however, furrowed his brow, glanced at Liu Yun's, his eyes somewhat solemn. What do you want to know? The burly man asked expressionlessly. As soon as these words were spoken, the young man instinctively glanced at him, his expression a bit awkward. No good deed goes unpunished, literally, offering courtesies for no reason, either a cheat or a thief. Although he didn't believe Liu Yun's had any ill intentions, he was certainly asking for a favor, but due to their past friendship, he couldn't ask as directly as the burly man. It's actually not a big deal. Liu Yun's was still grinning, exactly like the mischievous leader of children the young man remembered. To be honest, while I was patrolling the wasteland recently, I happened to kill a few Southern Heaven cultivators, and it turned out one of them was from the demonic path Suling sect in Southern Heaven. From him, I obtained a secret cultivation technique on how to cultivate and tame spiritual insects. If I could get a rare spiritual insect now, I could quickly strengthen my power and have some ability to protect myself in the upcoming Great War. At this point, Liu Yun suddenly sighed. But you know, with our cultivation level, what kind of decent spiritual insects can we get? So you set your sights on the Grand Master. The young man's eyes widened in surprise. Yeah, Liu Yun chuckled, a bit embarrassed. You also know, I really like the Grand Master's Sumeru insect. Although its frontal combat ability is a bit weak, it's really useful for hiding and escaping. When Liu Yun spoke of these things, his face showed no unusual expression, as if being ready to escape at any time on the battlefield was a very normal thing. The two opposite him said nothing, nor did they show any look of disdain. The Grand Master was not present, and everyone there was a familiar face from the same tribe, so some pretenses naturally didn't need to be maintained. After a moment of silence, the burly man said in a deep voice, the Sumeru insect in the Grand Master's possession is just a larva, it might not lay eggs. Even if it did, you couldn't afford it. Liu Yun nodded, his expression helpless, and said, I know that too, but don't worry, I already have an idea. Now I just need you two to do me a small favor. Chapter 629 Teleportation. At this moment, in the main tent at the center of the Yellow Sand tribe, the Grand Master of the Yellow Sand tribe slightly lowered his head, lovingly caressed the snake-mouthed short sword a few times, and carefully placed it into his storage pouch. This magic treasure is indeed excellent, and it complements your cultivation technique. There will be many benefits after refining it. In the main tent, which was empty save for the old man, a slightly teasing voice suddenly sounded. The voice sounded young and its tone was calm, making it impossible to discern any emotion. However, the old man's expression immediately became solemn, and he respectfully bowed his head, saying, You're making fun of me. It's fine, you don't need to mind me. Just pretend I'm not here. A bitter smile appeared at the corner of the old man's mouth. Pretend he wasn't there? That was easy for him to say. Suddenly, the old man frowned, and his respectful expression instantly vanished, reverting to that of the distinguished Grand Master of the Yellow Sand tribe. Come in, the old man said in a deep voice. At the entrance of the main tent, the young man and the burly man walked in with uneasy hearts. Grand Master, the young man swallowed, his heart pounding, but remembering Liu Yun's entrustment in the good old days, the young man gritted his teeth and continued, Master Mu of the Heavenly Wind Tribe has something to discuss and would like to meet with the Grand Master at the Heavenly Wind Tribe's main camp in an hour. Master Mu, the old man immediately frowned. For some time now, the Heavenly Wind Tribe, due to its powerful strength, had secured the position of frontline commander, leading to unpleasant relations with the Yellow Sand tribe and several other tribes. After all, the Mulan grassland was barren of resources, and frequent wars were waged to plunder them. As the commander, the Heavenly Wind Tribe naturally reserved resource-rich areas for its own people, so it was normal for other tribes to be dissatisfied, any other tribe in power would do the same. Now that Master Mu wanted to meet him, it was likely with ill intentions. The old man's eyes flashed, and he nodded slightly, saying, I understand. You two may leave. The young man and the burly man exchanged glances, then quickly retreated, simultaneously letting out a sigh of relief. This should settle all the past favors, right? After the two left, the old man instantly reined in his arrogance and respectfully asked, Divine Master, is there anything amiss with those two? No, I've already sensed it with a secret technique. There are no traces of anyone tampering with either their physical body or their divine soul. However, we cannot let our guard down. You go ahead, and I will follow you in secret. The old man immediately breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing this, slightly steadying his mind. When the time came, he walked out of the main tent and headed towards the location of the Heavenly Wind Tribe's main tent. As the frontline commander, the Heavenly Wind Tribe naturally occupied the most central position of the entire frontline camp without surprise. The large white banner, emblazoned with fierce wines and spiritual pearls, fluttered in the wind, proudly soaring in the sky. The old man cast a glance from afar, then let out a dissatisfied snort and stepped into the camp. The moment he entered the camp, the old man suddenly felt that something was amiss. Before his eyes, the vast camp was completely empty. Save, the old man's pupils suddenly constricted. He had only managed to utter one word when a white light lit up beneath his feet. With a boom, the entire main tent was instantly torn apart, and a middle-aged Confucian scholar, enveloped in five-colored spiritual light, stood suspended in the air, his face terrifyingly grim. Right before his eyes, the Grand Master of the Yellow Sand Tribe had vanished into thin air amidst the white light. In the wilderness over 1,000 li away from the Mulan camp, Liu Yun slightly lowered his head, stroking his chin in thought. Beside him, Qing Li, who had reverted to her half-human, half-dragon state, sat casually, idly looking up, seemingly pondering what the white clouds above her head resembled. And before the two of them, a complex white teleportation array glowed with a faint white light. In the complete silence, Qing Li, utterly bored, spoke up, Liu Yun's, couldn't we just kill that guy directly in the camp? Why go through all this trouble? Liu Yun's glanced at her sideways and said grumpily, do you think I don't want to? As soon as Lao Wu entered their tent, he found something wrong with that guy. Later, it was confirmed that a Mulan Divine Master was protecting him. Humph. An early nascent soul stage spellcaster can alarm a Mulan Divine Master to personally protect him, this is 80% aimed at me. Thinking of this, a cold glint flashed in Liu Yun's eyes. He had initially thought that Gu Shuangpu of the Yuling sect at most only wanted to lure him into the Mulan grassland, but now it seemed there was likely more to it. He had no illusions about the integrity of Southern Heaven cultivators, and demonic path cultivators even less so. Liu Yun's absolutely believed that the Yuling sect would cooperate with the Mulan people to kill him. What's wrong with having a divine master? We'll kill him too. The last one got away, so we'll make up for it with him this time. Qing Li said excitedly. Liu Yun's was stunned, then turned his head to look at her with a complex expression. You've gotten very arrogant lately, thinking of directly making a move in their home base. Hey. Qing Li turned her head, looking at him with a bewildered expression. Evidently, she hadn't considered the terrible consequences if the two of them were held up by a Mulan Divine Master. To avoid alarming that Divine Master, Liu Yun's didn't even dare to let Lao Er directly tamper with the divine souls of those two. He could only influence them indirectly. At least for now, even with Qing Li, he couldn't possibly take on the entire Mulan army alone. Never mind, I won't talk about this with you. Let's, Liu Yun's words stopped halfway. The teleportation array in front of them suddenly lit up with a dazzling white light. Within the light, the old man's gaunt body suddenly appeared. Before he could employ any means, Qing Li pounced forward. As an 8th-rank flood dragon, her movement speed at such a close range was almost like teleportation. In just the blink of an eye, Qing Li had already appeared beside the old man, a dragon claw directly piercing his dantian and grabbing his nascent soul in her hand. Go. Liu Yun said without hesitation, a illusionary flame moth flashing on his shoulder, its wings fluttering to unleash black flames onto their bodies. In an instant, their figures vanished. The next moment, a small black dot suddenly appeared in the sky. In just a few moments, the black dot transformed into the middle-aged Confucian scholar's figure, appearing at the location where the two had been. His originally elegant and handsome face was now terrifyingly grim. A powerful divine sense instantly surged forth, covering a radius of several hundred li, but it found no trace of Liu Yun's. After pondering for a moment, the middle-aged Confucian scholar, with a somber face, returned to the Mulan camp. Chapter 630 Spiritual Arts. Above the vast wilderness, in a canyon far from the Mulan main camp, a ball of black flame suddenly appeared from the void realm, and in an instant, Liu Yun's and Qing Li's figures were revealed. Hand it over. Liu Yun's face was taut as he reached out to Qing Li. Qing Li retreated 2 steps, holding the old man's nascent soul in her hand, looking at him with a wronged expression. I know it's yours, but can you at least let Liu Yun's number 2 extract his memories first? Liu Yun's eye twitched, and he said helplessly. At the same time, Liu Yun's No 2's several-inch-long body also appeared in the void realm, rolling his eyes at Liu Yun's. Alright, this guy is about to reach the peak of the early stage of transformation, and she needs a great tonic to help her break through her bottleneck and advance to the middle stage of transformation. This is also your fault, you tricked her so many times that now you have no credibility at all. Qing Li on the opposite side nodded frantically. Liu Yun's mouth twitched, and he glared fiercely at Liu Yun's number 2. At this moment, 2 white lights suddenly shot out from Liu Yun's No 2's eyes, entering the old man's nascent soul's eyes. The light seemed to have color, but was actually formless, like a phantom covering the real world. The old man's nascent soul's original struggle instantly disappeared. A moment later, a faint wisp of light emanated from his glabella, transforming into a light screen in front of the 3 of them. Scene after scene of memories flashed across the light screen, representing his life of several hundred years. HOH. A new move. Liu Yun's exclaimed, turning his head to look at Liu Yun's number 2. Liu Yun's number 2 glared at him unhappily and said, I am the tool spirit of your life-bound treasure, and my cultivation realm is related to yours. After you fused with the 5 elements spirit infants, I naturally became much stronger than before. After saying this, he didn't bother to explain further and directly brought up the 2 segments of memory Liu Yun's was most concerned about. One was his memory from the core formation stage, when he was chosen to select spirit arts at the Sacred Hall for his valiant performance in attacking the 9 Kingdoms Alliance. The other was about 100 years ago, when the Yellow Sand Tribe and the Heavenly Wind Tribe fought together, and he had seen the Heavenly Wind Tribe's sacred object, the Heavenly Wind Pearl. That's right, in fact, Liu Yun's main objective in coming here had already been achieved. The Sumeru insect had already fallen into Liu Yun's hands when Qing Li snatched out the old man's nascent soul with a claw. But Liu Yun still risked being tracked, taking the old man's nascent soul and hiding in this place, all for the Mulan people's spirit arts and the rumored sacred object of the Heavenly Wind Tribe, the Heavenly Wind Pearl. Spirit arts are easy to understand. The Mulan grassland is extremely resource poor. If Mulan spellcasters wanted to be like Southern Heaven cultivators, where every low and mid-level cultivator had a magical artifact and every high-level cultivator had a magic treasure or even an ancient treasure, that would be a pipe dream. Let alone magical artifacts and magic treasures, even ordinary talismans from Southern Heaven were rare items in the Mulan grassland, they simply couldn't afford them. In this situation, without the abundant resources of Southern Heaven, nor the unique legacies of Southern Heaven, these spellcasters, to fight against cultivators, could only put effort into the most basic 5 elements spells that Southern Heaven cultivators looked down upon. It must be said that perhaps because a poor life can truly temper one's will, these grassland people actually came up with some impressive tricks. Spirit arts, Liu Yun stroked his chin, looking at the old man's various memories regarding spirit arts, his eyes seeming to sparkle. These grassland people, they have a knack for it. Liu Yun's number 2 also widened his eyes, exclaiming in admiration. Qing Li looked at Liu Yun's, then at Liu Yun's number 2. Are you too sick? Qing Li asked curiously. Both of them glared at her simultaneously, and Liu Yun's even pointed at the memories in the light screen and said, Look closely, these spirit arts are too suitable for you. Ah. Qing Li looked bewildered. The last time Liu Yun said something like this was when he gave her the Jade Talisman method. However, that Jade Talisman method was relatively easy to learn, besides almost burning out her brain, it was still comprehensible. What was the deal with these spirit arts? Qing Li's bewildered expression made Liu Yun's teeth ache. He turned his head and sighed. Spirit arts had been developed by the Mulan people for so many years that they had long formed a complete system. Although the old man was a grand master of the Yellow Sand Tribe, the spirit arts he had learned were merely the tip of the iceberg of the entire system. However, Liu Yun's had more or less understood the general principle of spirit arts. The 5 elements spells of Southern Heaven, with the exception of a few low-level spells that could be cast instantly, all other mid to high-level spells required hand seals and incantations, mobilizing magical power, and consuming a considerable amount of time before they could be successfully cast. Of course, if someone's attainments in a certain spell reached a certain realm, those relatively advanced spells could also be cast instantly. The problem, however, was that for most cultivators in Southern Heaven and even the chaotic Star Sea, spending time and effort on spells was an extremely wasteful act. Whether it was magical artifacts, magic treasures, or even various divine abilities and secret arts, they could achieve effects similar to, or even superior to, spells. Moreover, they didn't require as much effort as spells. And because Mulan spellcasters had no other choice, they could only devote all their energy to improving 5 elements spells. The most crucial step was to find a way to omit the lengthy casting time of mid to high level spells. It's unknown which genius came up with the idea that forming hand seals and chanting incantations for spells was simply a way to transform the internal magical power into a specific form, and then release that form. Then, if a specific form of magical power crystal was prepared in the body beforehand, would it be possible to directly skip this step and instantly cast the corresponding mid to high level spell? Furthermore, if the quality of this specific form of magical power crystal was high enough, it could even boost the power of the spell. In a sense, this was equivalent to using various special cultivation techniques to transform ordinary magical power into a different type of spiritual qi, similar to Kunlan Ice Flame or Azura Sacred Fire. The ingenuity of this idea was so great that even Liu Yun's had to exclaim, amazing. It was just a pity that although the old man could use spirit arts, he didn't possess much knowledge about them. This knowledge was mainly held by the Mulan Sacred Hall. If he could obtain the relevant knowledge, the improvement for Qing Li, Old Fourth, and even Li Turtle and himself would be obvious. Purple Demonic Flames, Azura Sacred Fire, Evil Warding Divine Thunder, these different spiritual energy, variant spiritual qi, were far stronger than the spiritual qi cultivated by Mulan spellcasters themselves. Spirit arts cast on this basis would undoubtedly possess astonishing power, far beyond what Liu Yun's few flame control techniques could achieve. After a moment of contemplation, Liu Yun's, who had a faint inspiration regarding this, looked at the other light screen. It displayed the powerful might of the Heavenly Wind Tribe's sacred object, the Heavenly Wind Pearl, which the old man had seen only once 100 years ago. That fleeting glimpse had left the old man fearful and shocked for a century. Chapter 631 Fire Spirit. In the light screen, a great battle between Tianese and the Mulan people from 100 years ago was recorded. In the elder surnamed Yun's memory, a white-robed old man flew out, a milky white round pearl above his head, and headed straight for the Tianese Great Array. The massive Great Array protecting the entire city lit up with dazzling spiritual light, and thick beams of light, almost as powerful as an attack from a nascent soul cultivator, rained down. Under an attack of this magnitude, even if that old man was a nascent soul cultivator, he would have to avoid its edge, otherwise, he would be seeking death. But the next moment, a gust of strong wind rose from the ground. In an instant, the world changed color. The sun and moon lost their light. Giant heaven-reaching tornadoes instantly formed, obscuring the sky, tearing the earth, as if a natural disaster had descended. The old man stood amidst the strong winds, his white robes fluttering around him, and giant tornadoes moved at his will, like a god. The Tianese Great Array, which would at least require a nascent soul grandmaster and dozens of core formation grandmasters to jointly unleash a spirit art grand array to break, was directly torn to shreds by these disaster-like strong winds. This scene was deeply imprinted in the elder surnamed Yun's memory, and even after 100 years, there was no trace of fading. Did you figure it out? Lu Yun's was trembling with excitement. Lu Yun's number 2 also widened his eyes and nodded repeatedly, saying, I figured it out. I was wondering why you were so interested in other people's things, turns out this is the reason. The two looked at each other, both being Lu Yun's, they understood what the scene meant. The main materials for the Black Wind banner now had another substitute. Venerable Dharma left 3, plus the inner core of the Sumuru insect and the Heavenly Wind Pearl, 5 of the 9 main materials are already complete. Lu Yun's number 2 took a deep breath and slowly said, a heaven-reaching spirit treasure. No wonder you are so interested, even I can't help but want to try refining one. Lu Yun's showed a big smile. If he only wanted to refine an imitation heaven-piercing spirit treasure, then Lu Yun's could have started when he received Venerable Dharma's inheritance. With the true spirit Rahu's essence blood, the imitation heaven-piercing spirit treasure refined would have at least 40% of the original's power, which in the human realm, was already a top-tier treasure. With this item in hand, he would at least have more than enough self-preservation. Spatial treasures had too much of an advantage in this regard. But Lu Yun's, at his core, was an extremely arrogant person. Imitations were too boring. If he was going to refine, he would refine the genuine article. Even if he couldn't refine the genuine article in the end, he would at least create something close to the original. Besides, a heaven-reaching spirit treasure. Which artifact refiner could resist such a temptation? I wanted to get that Heavenly Wind Pearl when I was at the Mulan Great Camp, but I happened to run into the Grand Master of the Heavenly Wind Tribe and several other Grand Masters leaving together, so I didn't get the chance. Lu Yun's rubbed his chin and said in a deep voice, at this point in time, what could make several Grand Masters leave the camp simultaneously? After Lu Yun's finished speaking, he turned his head and exchanged glances with Lu Yun's number 2, both speaking at the same time. Lu Yun's no 4. Deep within the Mulan grassland, an inconspicuous small mountain suddenly trembled slightly. The next moment, a grey-white pillar of fire erupted. The entire small mountain was instantly burned through, and a translucent, ghostly green phantom flashed out, accompanied by a golden, shimmering figure. Behind them, several escape lights also shot out. Lu Yun's. You lingering bastard! Wang Tiansheng's nearly despairing roar echoed between heaven and earth. The escape lights dissipated, and the figures of Wang Tiansheng and others appeared, but the elder surnamed Yun was missing. The ghostly green phantom slowly stopped, but the golden light suddenly transformed into a slender golden thread, fleeing 100 li away without looking back. At the same time, that person did not forget to send a voice transmission. Fellow Daoist Lu, I won't thank you for such a great kindness. I will repay this matter in the future. Lu Yun's no 4's mouth twitched, thinking to himself that if he hadn't run so fast, he might have actually believed him. Gu Changhong's entire body was bursting with red light, and in his eyes, blood-red demonic fire burned fiercely. Lu Yun's, hand over the jade box and fellow Daoist Yun's nascent soul. Lu Yun's number 4 looked around, then suddenly his mouth curved into a sneer. Sirs, aren't you overestimating yourselves? If I didn't have something I wanted to ask Marquis Nanlong, and had to bring him out first, do you really think you few could win against me? Upon hearing this, Gu Changhong immediately snorted coldly. The blood-red demonic fire around him transformed into a giant python with crimson eyes and a single horn on its head, coiling around Gu Changhong's body and emitting low roars. Demonic fire becoming a spirit. Lu Yun's number 4 grinned slightly. What a coincidence. As soon as his voice fell, the lotus pattern on his glabella transformed into a small, exquisite grey-white fire lotus, and a small snake, entirely grey-white with deep black eyes, poked its head out from it, yawning as if just waking up. It appeared extremely spiritual. Fire spirit. Gu Changhong's eyes widened abruptly. This is impossible. This scene before him severely crushed all his common sense and pride. His demonic fire was one of the top demonic fires within the demon flame sect, and after more than 300 years of diligent cultivation, he had only managed to refine this spiritual fire python from it. Even so, he was already called a rare genius of the demon flame sect, unmatched by almost any cultivator of the same stage. And now, a fire spirit had actually appeared within the opponent's demonic fire, and its spirituality far surpassed that of his fire python. How could this be? How old was the brat surnamed Lu in total? Lu Yun's number 4 sneered, reaching out to tease the small snake in the Azura sacred fire. In order to make this ghost Dao sacred fire take shape as quickly as possible, Lu Yun's had frantically thrown in hundreds of divine souls of high-level Yao beasts. That was equivalent to hundreds of high-level cultivators at the core formation stage, all sacrificed by him in one go. Because of this, the power of the Azura sacred fire after it took shape far exceeded Liu Yun's expectations. But don't forget, this secret art was taken from the demon flame sex soul sacrifice method. Increasing the power of the demonic fire and accelerating its formation were secondary. The main function of this secret art was to enhance the spirituality of the demonic fire. With hundreds of divine souls of high-level Yao beasts thrown in, it would be impossible for the Azura sacred fire not to produce a fire spirit. Go, leave the nascent soul behind. Liu Yun's number 4 commanded with a smile, his tone like someone telling their pet not to eat too many snacks. The small snake raised its body, its deep black eyes looking at Gu Chonghong, who was covered by the giant python. The next second, the small snake transformed into a grey-white line of fire, instantly appearing before Gu Chonghong. Fire escape. Gu Chonghong was also proficient in the fire escape art, and his pupils immediately contracted. The giant python on his body opened its mouth, also using the fire escape art to block it. With a boom, the small snake and the giant python collided. In everyone's incredulous gaze, the grey-white line of fire formed by the small snake instantly pierced through the blood-red giant python, tearing it directly to shreds. Chapter 632 Instant Kill. The extremely slender ash-white line of fire was insignificant in front of the blood-red giant python, but as the line of fire flew past, wherever it went, the blood-red giant python's body disintegrated inch by inch, and in an instant, it pounced on Gu Chonghong. With a sizzle, ash-white demonic fire rose. Gu Chonghong didn't even have time to let out a scream before his body instantly turned into ashes. The ash-white demonic fire extinguished instantly, leaving only an ash-white little snake a few inches long, holding a nascent soul about 2 inches long, suspended in the air. Wang Tiansheng and the middle-aged man, who were only a few feet away from the ash-white little snake, swallowed their saliva and, without any hesitation, turned into 2 escape lights and shot away. Liu Yun's number 4 sneered, and with a flash of spiritual light around his body, he was about to give chase. Just then, Liu Yun's number 4 suddenly frowned and whistled at the ash-white little snake. The little snake instantly turned into a slender line of fire, split into 2 in the air, and chased after them at an extremely fast speed. Liu Yun's number 4, however, remained in place, turning his head to look expressionlessly into the distance. From a very distant place on the horizon, an ear-piercing booming sound faintly came. In a flash, this strange sharp whistle grew 3 times louder. Liu Yun's No 4's brows were tightly furrowed, his arms instantly turned pitch black, covered with several slender, quiet green spiritual patterns, and his fingers were slender and long, with exposed tendons and bones, like a malevolent ghost. Only to see white light flashing on the distant horizon, a seemingly small ball of light, with a speed that made people dumbfounded, rapidly flew towards this side. Its speed was incredibly fast. Relying on his powerful divine sense, Liu Yun's number 4 instantly saw the appearance of the newcomer. Within the white light, a strange flying treasure was shooting forth. The treasure as a whole resembled a pure white 4-sided beast chariot, entirely pristine and delicate, actually refined and assembled from some unknown beast bones, subtly exuding a fierce aura. There were no spirit beasts pulling the front of the beast chariot, nor were there wheels underneath. Instead, on the left and right sides of the chariot walls, dark red wooden wings, each 7 or 8 zhang long, extended out. Runes floated on them, and 5-colored shimmering light flowed ceaselessly. Wind-riding chariot, Liu Yun's number 4 narrowed his eyes slightly, gazing intently. Through the obstruction of the white light, Liu Yun's number 4 could see that there were 3 people inside the chariot. A 60-something-year-old man wearing a uniquely styled blue brocade robe with strange green tattoos on both sides of his cheeks. A middle-aged man with a golden complexion, wearing a feathered crown and a hemp robe. A ferocious-looking big man in a green robe. All 3 were early nascent soul stage spellcasters, and the old man among them had reached the peak of the early nascent soul stage cultivation, only half a step away from the middle stage nascent soul. The 3 cautiously stopped about 20 zhang away from Liu Yun's number 4. The old man casually put away the wind-riding chariot, glanced at the small mountain that had been pierced below, and asked with a grim expression. Fellow deist, what is your purpose in coming to my Mulan grassland? Liu Yun's number 4 glanced at the 3 of them, a disdainful sneer playing at the corner of his mouth. You 3, a spellcaster meeting a cultivator, don't complicate such a simple matter. Just come at me quickly. I have other things to do after I kill you. Humph. Arrogant. The hemp-robed cultivator snorted coldly with a sharp voice, a chilling light suddenly bursting forth from his eyes. The hemp-robed cultivator felt that even though the cultivator opposite had nascent soul middle stage cultivation, they had 3 early nascent soul stage spellcasters on their side, so there was no need to fear him. Moreover, he also had a heavy treasure on him, and as long as he took it out, he wouldn't fear even a mid-nascent soul stage cultivator. This was also the confidence that allowed the 3 of them to dare to pursue and kill 2 mid-nascent soul stage cultivators. The leading old man, however, narrowed his eyes slightly, his divine sense sweeping the surroundings. The turbulent spiritual chi in the air indicated that a major battle had taken place here. Fellow deist, where are the other fellow deists now? The old man suddenly smiled brightly and asked in a friendly tone. According to the intelligence he had received, a group of nascent soul cultivators had ventured deep into the Mulan grassland, with at least 2 mid-nascent soul stage cultivators among them, yet now he only saw 1 person opposite him. This made the old man's eyelids twitch, and a somewhat ominous premonition arose in his heart. Liu Yun's number 4 frowned. He had clearly seen that while the old man was speaking, he subconsciously took a step forward, slightly blocking the hemp-robed cultivator. You really have a lot of questions, Liu Yun's number 4 said with a smile. The old man narrowed his eyes, a smile playing on his lips, and was about to say something more. Suddenly, an angry shout of surprise rang in his ears. Junior brother! The old man subconsciously turned his head, and the scene before his eyes made his eyes turn blood red. The hemp-robed cultivator was looking at the two of them in confusion, still somewhat disbelievingly lowering his head. Through his chest, a pitch-black ghostly hand, like that of a malevolent spirit, had pierced through, holding a fist-sized red fleshy ball. The fleshy ball was still faintly throbbing, pumping out streams of fresh blood. What's going on? The hemp-robed cultivator subconsciously tried to activate his nascent soul, but found that strands of quiet green silk had extended from that arm, and at some unknown point, had firmly bound his nascent soul, preventing him from mobilizing even a trace of magical power. Yinhun silk, this person is a ghost cultivator. The hemp-robed cultivator gave a bitter smile, and his body instantly vanished into nothingness. Lu Yun's weighed the nascent soul, which was tightly bound by the Yinhun silk, in his hand, then reached out and picked up the hemp-robed cultivator's storage pouch. Only then did he realize that the two people in front of him had only glanced at the nascent soul for a moment. The rest of the time, their eyes were fixed on the storage pouch in his hand. Interesting, it seems this kid has something you care about very much, Lu Yun's number 4 said with a chuckle, holding the storage pouch. Lu Yun's number 4, who had remained in place and attracted the attention of the three, had at some point transformed into a translucent, quiet green phantom. Lu Yun's number 4 beckoned, and it turned into a wisp of quiet green ghostly chi, returning to his palm. Even though your cultivation is the highest, you put the item on this guy. Is it because of his wind spiritual root? The old man took a deep breath and spoke word by word. You seek death. Before he finished speaking, a ball of white light lit up in his palm, and then hundreds of extremely cold ice prisms shot towards Lu Yun's number 4. At the same time, the big man also let out a fierce roar, green light flashing around his body. Vines, appearing like living creatures, emerged from his palm and rapidly expanded, instantly transforming into colossal objects dozens of zhonglong, completely enveloping the big man's body. Lu Yun's number 4 merely glanced at the big man, and two black lights instantly flew out from his arms, landing in his hands and transforming into two black short blades. With a swing of his twin blades, two intersecting pitch-black blade lights immediately shot out, instantly splitting the hundreds of extremely cold ice prisms into balls of ice mist. Chapter 633, Divine Master. Streaks of ice shards were cleaved apart by the saber gleam, transforming into plumes of white ice mist that instantly spread out. Using the ice mist as cover, a blue light flashed around the old man, allowing him to evade the black saber gleam. At the same time, he took out a small, exquisite black mountain peak from his storage pouch and held it in his hand. Just as he was about to chant incantations to activate this treasure, a sudden, intense premonition surged in the old man's heart, and he instinctively looked up. Lu Yun's number 4 had appeared before him at some unknown point and was grinning at him. Before the old man could retreat, over 20 black lights suddenly shot out from Lu Yun's no 4's chest, instantly piercing through his body and shattering his nascent soul. The black lights dissipated, transforming into 24 black flying daggers suspended in the air. You're seeking death. A furious roar erupted from within the massive vines. Although the battle between Lu Yun's number 4 and the old man seemed to take a long time to describe, in reality, it was over in mere moments, and the old man had already died by his hand. The burly man within the vines didn't even have time to intervene and save him. Humph. Lu Yun's number 4 merely sneered. The 24 black flying daggers around him instantly transformed into 24 black lights, crisscrossing as they slashed down upon the vines. Just then, the massive vines began to writhe like living creatures, stirring up large swaths of yellow sand and submerging into the ground. The burly man knew very well that he couldn't be a match for this southern heaven cultivator. All he could do was either run, betting that the opponent's speed wasn't as fast as his, a gamble he had no confidence in after witnessing the opponent's ghostly movements. Or, he could stall, waiting for the main army to arrive and surround this southern heaven cultivator to avenge the two grand masters from his tribe. The burly man unhesitatingly chose the latter. Beneath the earth, plumes of yellow poisonous mist spread from cracks in the ground, and faint glimpses of massive vines could be seen moving underground, like tentacles stirring the earth. Truly seeking death, Lu Yun's number 4 sighed. The ash-white fire lotus on his glabella reappeared, instantly expanding to several zhong in size. The fire lotus rotated slightly, then slammed down, spewing out a massive ash-white pillar of fire. The azura sacred fire directly pierced through the soil layers, rapidly spreading along the massive vines. Beneath the cracked earth, within those fissures, ash-white demonic fire blazed furiously, instantly incinerating the overlying soil. Moments later, the ground within 100 zhong radius had turned to scorched earth. The burly man's physical body and nascent soul were completely incinerated by the azura sacred fire. Lu Yun's number 4 looked at the 3 storage pouches in his hand, his eyes flickering slightly. In the sky, a slender line of fire flew over, instantly arriving before him. The ash-white little snake let out a satisfied burp and contentedly burrowed into the lotus pattern on Lu Yun's no 4's glabella. Let's go. There's nothing left to see here, Lu Yun's number 4 said, stroking his chin after a final glance at the small mountain whose side had been pierced through. Go? Where to? A cold voice suddenly sounded in his ear. Lu Yun's number 4 was slightly startled and turned his head to look. A middle-aged Confucian scholar with icy eyes and an aura of evil chi emanating from him was suspended in the air, expressionlessly observing him. The powerful spiritual pressure unique to a late nascent soul stage cultivator was spreading out unrestrainedly. Behind him, over 10 escape lights were approaching through the air. Liu Yun's No 4's mouth twitched, as if lamenting his terrible luck. Are the three great divine masters of Mulan, that idol? The middle-aged Confucian scholar's gaze grew even colder. He unhesitatingly extended a hand, and a five-colored giant hand materialized out of thin air, striking down at Liu Yun's number 4 with a palm. Liu Yun's number 4 sneered, pushing out a single hand. A black ghost claw also materialized out of thin air, colliding with the five-colored giant hand. Liu Yun's number 4 and the middle-aged Confucian scholar exchanged a palm strike from dozens of zhang away, both shaking simultaneously. But before the middle-aged Confucian scholar could react, a raging ash-white demonic fire ignited on the black ghost claw. The five-colored giant hand, which had been evenly matched with the ghost claw, was instantly ignited by the demonic fire. The middle-aged Confucian scholar's face paled for a moment, and he couldn't help but let out a pained groan as the five-colored giant hand was reduced to nothing. Liu Yun's number 4 had no intention of prolonging the battle. He turned into a translucent, eerie green ghost shadow and vanished from his original spot. The middle-aged Confucian scholar's eyes were like lightning. He released a small green mirror from one hand, which floated above his head. The mirror's surface glowed with green light, and its back was carved with insects, fish, birds, beasts, mountains, rivers, and plants. Go! The middle-aged Confucian scholar snorted coldly. The small mirror above his head trembled slightly, emitting a dazzling green light. The next moment, the small mirror transformed into a giant circular mirror several dozen zhang in size, almost obscuring the entire sky. Large swaths of green light shot out from the mirror's surface. At the edge of the light, Liu Yun's No 4's figure uncontrollably emerged. Without any hesitation, the middle-aged Confucian scholar waved a hand, and 3 green blade wheels shot out from his palm, heading straight for Liu Yun's number 4. These 3 blade wheels were astonishingly fast. With a flash of green light, they had already arrived before Liu Yun's number 4. Bang! A loud noise. A translucent black protective shield suddenly appeared around Liu Yun's number 4. The 3 green blade wheels, powerful enough to split mountains and divide seas, struck the shield but were easily bounced away, without even causing a ripple on the shield. Liu Yun's number 4 looked up at the middle-aged Confucian scholar, his eyes seemingly burning with a raging ash-white demonic fire. Just then, the middle-aged Confucian scholar's reinforcements arrived. The more than 10 escape lights were astonishingly fast, having already reached the middle-aged Confucian scholar's back in that short time. As the escape lights dissipated, the newcomers were oddly dressed and varied, but none of their cultivation levels were below the early nascent soul stage. Apprehend this man, the middle-aged Confucian scholar ordered expressionlessly, turning to look at the small mountain burned through by the azure sacred fire, a glint flashing in his eyes. The more than 10 nascent soul cultivators immediately revealed cruel smiles and pounced directly at Liu Yun's number 4. Suddenly, one of the early nascent soul stage cultivators seemed to have a spasm. His wrist shifted, a trace of confusion flashed in his eyes, but it was immediately replaced by rage. His eyes moved, looking at an early nascent soul stage old man not far ahead. The old man's tribe had attacked his tribe's transport convoy a few years ago and had injured one of his descendants. Rage burned in his heart, and a white fireball, seemingly pulsating slightly, appeared in his palm, unhesitatingly striking at the old man. Caught off guard, the old man was hit squarely in the back by the fireball. His body trembled, a white light flashed, and he was sent flying over 10 zhang away. He hastily stabilized himself, and with a look of surprise, took out a bronze mirror from his embrace that was already shattered. If not for the exotic treasure saving his life, that strike would have been fatal. The old man raised his head, his eyes already a bloody red. Chapter 634, Jadestone Grand Array. The middle-aged Confucian scholar looked at the scene with a hint of bewilderment, but in just a blink of an eye, the more than 10 grand masters he brought with him had already fallen into chaos. Several of them, with bloodshot eyes, attacked the others like wild beasts. While most of the others were still clear-headed, they couldn't hold back under the attacks and could only retaliate with all their might. In the blink of an eye, these more than 10 grand masters were in utter disarray. Just as the middle-aged Confucian scholar was about to intervene, his eyes suddenly narrowed, and he struck out with a backhand. A 5-colored great hand appeared out of thin air, with the 5 elements gathered in its palm, striking down towards a certain spot. With a tearing sound, a layer of purple solid ice instantly spread over the 5-colored great hand, causing it to drop straight down. Liu Yun's, stepping on the lead turtle, suddenly appeared in mid-air. It's you. The middle-aged Confucian scholar narrowed his eyes, pointed a single finger upwards, and the green giant mirror in the sky instantly emitted 100 zhang, 333 meters, of green light, rushing towards Liu Yun's. Liu Yun's raised one hand, and a black 8 trigrams mirror shot out, transforming into a gigantic, pitch-black 8 trigrams diagram in front of him, meeting the astonishing 100 zhang, 333 meters, of green light. Clang! Between heaven and earth, a long, drawn-out bell chime seemed to resound. The green light and the 8 trigrams collided silently, like a silhouette left over from primeval times, making heaven and earth pause in that instant. Taiyin 8 trigrams mirror. The middle-aged Confucian scholar blurted out subconsciously, his eyes instantly wide with shock. Without giving Liu Yun's time to counterattack, the middle-aged Confucian scholar clasped his hands in front of his chest, forming a complex lotus-like hand seal. Dense 5 elements chi gathered from all directions, forming a 5-colored divine bird. It spread its wings and flew straight towards Liu Yun's. Liu Yun's expression was solemn. The lead turtle beneath him let out a low growl, and streaks of purple spiritual patterns spread from his body, instantly covering Liu Yun's completely. A ball of purple demonic fire spewed from the Lee turtle's mouth. Liu Yun's grabbed it with one hand, drew it to his chest, and it transformed into a dreamlike purple ice flower. At this moment, the five-colored divine bird had arrived. As it spread its wings, large swaths of five-colored spiritual light instantly shot out, merging with the green light, giving the originally formless green light a sense of solidity. The divine bird opened its enormous beak, and a five-colored stream of light, like rising flames, merged into the almost solid green light, striking directly at the black 8 trigrams diagram. In an instant, the black 8 trigrams diagram, originally as firm as a rock, now began to tremble slightly. Purple demonic fire flickered in Liu Yun's eyes. He pushed the ice flower forward with his hand, and a purple ice dragon coiled up from it, baring its fangs and claws to meet the five-colored divine bird. At the same time, the Lee turtle opened its huge mouth and spat out a thick purple pillar of fire, striking directly into the sky. Purple light instantly spread, and everything the middle-aged Confucian scholar saw was dyed in that dreamlike purple. He exhaled, and the warm water vapor instantly transformed into blooming ice flowers before his eyes. As the purple light bloomed, the movements of the five-colored divine bird instantly became incredibly sluggish, and a thin layer of purple cold ice gradually spread over it and the middle-aged Confucian scholar. Humph! The middle-aged Confucian scholar roared, and his body burst forth with five-colored spiritual light, forcefully isolating the biting cold. But the five-colored divine bird was, after all, merely a spirit art. Its reaction was a beat too slow, and it was firmly bound by the purple ice dragon's slender body. The purple ice dragon opened its mouth, and a large amount of purple demonic fire poured onto the five-colored divine bird. In just a moment, the divine bird, formed by the spirit art, transformed into a block of purple cold ice. Humph! The middle-aged Confucian scholar let out a cold snort and raised his hand, summoning 3 green flying swords. At this moment, the middle-aged Confucian scholar felt that the speed of these flying swords was a beat slower, and the purple cold chi was constantly seeping into them. The middle-aged Confucian scholar used almost 3 times the spiritual power he normally would to ensure the flying swords attacked normally. Just then, a buzzing sound suddenly came from the ground. The middle-aged Confucian scholar subconsciously looked over, only to see the earth within several hundred zhang, 333 meters, now undulating like ocean waves. Immediately after, jade pillars pierced out of the earth, with spiritual patterns spreading across them, emitting astonishing spiritual chi. Looking down from above, it was clearly a jade stone grand array encompassing an area of several hundred zhang, 333 meters. Black flames scattered, and Qing Li, half human and half dragon, materialized out of thin air. Her third eye on her forehead opened wide in anger, flickering with dazzling green light. The middle-aged Confucian scholar suddenly felt his spiritual sense wildly alert and subconsciously wanted to stop her. Just then, Liu Yun's made a single-handed gesture. Come! Liu Yun's shouted, why aren't you coming quickly? On the ground, Liu Yun's No 4's mouth twitched. He sighed silently, and his entire being instantly transformed into a quiet green shadow, arriving behind Liu Yun's in a blink of an eye and silently merging into his body. Liu Yun's eye slightly opened. In his left eye, a dreamlike purple cold flame flickered, and in the depths of his right pupil, a grayish-white ghost Dao sacred fire ignited. Through the Yuling sect's secret art, his connection with his fourth clone was unprecedentedly close. Just like establishing a divine soul connection with the Lee turtle, he was now one with his fourth clone. I control myself. In this world, could there be a spirit beast with better synergy than this? Liu Yun slightly raised one hand, and the Azura sacred fire instantly bloomed in his palm, transforming into a grayish-white fire lotus. As the lotus bloomed, dozens of lotus leaves transformed into streaks of grayish-white escape lights, shooting towards the middle-aged Confucian scholar. The middle-aged Confucian scholar was about to stop the grand array from forming when he turned his head and saw the scene. His intuition told him that this unknown demonic fire could pose a huge threat to his life. Without any hesitation, the middle-aged Confucian scholar retreated abruptly, and 3 ancient treasures shot out from his sleeve. They were a 5-colored ruyi scepter, a blue round bowl, and a green long sword. Each of the 3 ancient treasures emitted astonishing spiritual chi. Just as the middle-aged Confucian scholar was about to activate these 3 treasures, he saw the astonishingly fast lotus leaves fluttering towards them. With a tearing sound, the lotus leaves and ancient treasures touched, and grayish-white demonic fire instantly ignited. The 3 ancient treasures, before they could even display their power, were engulfed in the demonic fire and turned into scattered ashes. This scene made the middle-aged Confucian scholar's hair stand on end. Seeing the other lotus leaves getting closer and closer to him, he immediately formed a hand seal, and a ribbon made of 5 elements spiritual chi instantly appeared on his body. Just then, the jade stone grand array on the ground was formed. During this time, it wasn't that no one tried to stop Qing Li, but whenever they tried to do so, those few grand masters who had seemingly lost their minds would pounce like wild beasts, risking their lives to stop everyone. By the time they finally managed to kill those few, it was already too late. Accompanied by dazzling green light, a gigantic, illusory light wheel appeared out of thin air. Qing Li's third eye on her forehead shot out a slender green light, hitting the center of the light wheel. In an instant, green light covered the ground. The gigantic light wheel, like the sun, emitted dazzling streaks of green light. Within this green light, the magic treasures and spirit arts of the many grand masters all transformed into ordinary jade stones. Chapter 635, Capture Alive. Where the green light passed, all magic treasures and spirit arts lost their intended effects, turning into pieces of emerald jade and falling powerlessly to the ground. All the grand masters, whether they harbored ulterior motives, were stirring up trouble, or were looking for an opportunity to escape, were all affected by this green light. Their magic treasures, connected by their divine souls, and their life-saving spirit arts, were turned into jade by the green light, instantly causing them severe injuries. Qingli laughed loudly, and lightning flashed wildly around her body. She instantly transformed into a faint golden lightning bolt, like a teleportation, and charged towards the many spellcasters. For a time, the many Grand Masters were terrified and in disarray, yet they dared not flee because the Divine Master was still above them. It wasn't until Qingli's figure, accompanied by lightning, appeared behind one of them, tore apart his physical body with a claw, dug out his nascent soul, and swallowed it whole. The bloody scene made everyone's scalps tingle, and they instinctively prepared to attack. Just then, the giant light wheel released a second wave of green light. Their counterattacks once again turned into jade, neither ancient treasures nor spirit arts had any effect. For a time, the many Grand Masters with astonishing divine abilities could only be slaughtered by her. Lu Yun's merely smiled at this. Lu Yun's clad in green robes suddenly emerged from behind him, holding a 3-foot-long, pitch-black long saber. He grinned at the middle-aged Confucian scholar opposite him, then brandished the long saber and charged into the battle. A pitch-black saber glow flashed past. One of the Grand Masters had his magic treasures and spirit arts continuously shattered, only managing to release a layer of protective shield in front of him. However, under that black saber glow, this Grand Master, who was supreme in his tribe, was directly cut into 2 pieces, body and shield, by the saber glow. His nascent soul didn't even have a chance to escape, and was directly devoured completely by the demon dragon blade along with his physical body. The middle-aged Confucian scholar's scalp tingled. These dozen or so individuals were the foundation of many large tribes. The Mulan grassland was originally resource poor, and cultivating a nascent soul stage Grand Master was quite difficult. If all these people died here, then there would be no need to fight this war. Just as the middle-aged Confucian scholar was about to intervene, he saw black sparks flash before his eyes. Immediately, an ash-white little snake appeared out of thin air, transforming into a line of fire and pouncing towards the middle-aged Confucian scholar. The middle-aged Confucian scholar moved his feet, about to use the art of shrinking the ground to an inch. Just then, an invisible force invaded his sea of consciousness, following the crack in his state of mind. For a moment, everything the middle-aged Confucian scholar saw slowed down several times. The entire world seemed to have pressed a slow-motion button. His divine soul and physical body showed signs of separation, and his entire reaction was half a beat slower. The ash-white little snake did not stop at all and pounced directly onto him. Sizzle. The 5-colored streamers on the Confucian scholar's body blocked the little snake for an instant, but the next moment they were reduced to ashes by the ash-white demonic fire. But in that brief moment, a 5-colored spiritual light suddenly lit up above the middle-aged Confucian scholar's head. Without any hesitation, the middle-aged Confucian scholar decisively abandoned his physical body. A 5-colored flying bird flew out from above his head, and with a flap of its wings, it was about to perform the art of teleportation. Just then, from within the ash-white pillar of fire, only a few jong away from him, a figure suddenly leaped out. Lu Yun's leaped out of the fire, his pitch-black ghost claws carrying the Azura sacred fire, and he clawed down at the middle-aged Confucian scholar's head. After fusing with the 5 elements spirit infants, Lu Yun's 5 elements escape technique had also advanced to a whole new realm, allowing him to escape by means of the 5 elements, achieving an effect similar to teleportation. Now, Lu Yun's had escaped to the side of the flying bird formed by the middle-aged Confucian scholar and clawed down. The flying bird was about to dodge, but that invisible force struck again, making its movements freeze for a moment. However, in the blink of an eye, the victor was decided. The pitch-black ghost claws, burning with Azura sacred fire, pierced through the flying bird formed by the spirit art, and pulled out the middle-aged Confucian scholar's nascent soul. The eerie green yin soul threads followed closely, tying the nascent soul securely, preventing it from using any magical power. Spirit arts data, acquired. Lu Yun's weighed the nascent soul in his hand, his lips gradually curving upwards, looking to be in a very good mood. At this time, the chaotic battle below had also ended. If Qingli only gave the Grand Masters a feeling of ferocity, then the demon dragon blade gave them a feeling of terror. Watching old friends, whose cultivation was no different from their own, being cut in half, instantly turning into withered bones, the terror this brought them was far beyond Qingli's pure violence. And so, everyone fled. Qingli, while loudly cursing, transformed into streaks of lightning and gave chase, but was still a step too slow, only managing to snatch 3 nascent souls in total. The demon dragon blade, held by the supreme wood spirit infant, having entered the fray late, only managed to slay 2 Grand Masters. It was now buzzing slightly in discontent, looking as if it would have already started a shouting match with Qingli if it had a mouth. The other Grand Masters ran extremely fast, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Lu Yun's number 4 then separated from behind Lu Yun's, and number 2 also appeared in the void realm, looking up and down at the 4th one a few times, letting out a mischievous laugh. The ash-white little snake flew back to the 4th one's fingertips, curiously observing everyone. Lu Yun's looked around and nodded with satisfaction. This was a battle that at first glance seemed like 2 against 1, then upon closer inspection, 3 against 1, but was actually a group brawl. It could only be said that this Mulan Divine Master had lost justly. As soon as Qingli saw the 4th one, her eyes instantly turned red. Clad in faint golden lightning, she bared her fangs and charged over. Fortunately, the 4th one reacted quickly, timely taking out the elder surnamed Yun's nascent soul from his body and throwing it over. Qingli directly opened her mouth wide, swallowed it in one gulp, and hummed contentedly while clutching her belly. Of course, she wouldn't immediately refine the several nascent souls in her belly, doing so might very well cause her meridians to burst. She now only needed to find a secluded place to cultivate in seclusion for a period of time, slowly refining the nascent souls in her belly. By then, she could attempt to break through the bottleneck of the mid-stage transformation. The fourth one glanced at Liu Yun's, sighed silently, and took out a nascent soul and several storage pouches from his body, handing them to Liu Yun's. Gu Changhong's nascent soul, and all the gains from this trip, are all here, Liu Yun's number 4 said grumpily. Liu Yun's looked at him with some surprise, scanned everyone, and then casually put them away. Let's go first, and divide them in a safe place. The fourth one, the second one, and the Supreme Wood Spirit Infant once again fused into Liu Yun's body. The Li Turtle and Qing Li also returned to the Spirit Beast pouch. Black flames flashed around Liu Yun's body, and he instantly disappeared from his original spot. After a while, a team of core formation cultivators clad in black-robed person flew from the horizon, landing directly above the large hole burned through by Liu Yun's number 4. Among them, a black-robed person with a silver mask silently observed everything before him, his eyes filled with resentment and terror. Behind him, a peerless young woman looked at him indifferently, a cold glint flashing deep within her eyes. Chapter 636, Harvest. The checkpoint closest to Mulan Grassland in the Nine Kingdoms Alliance is called Dragon Control Pass, and it is the first line of defense for the Nine Kingdoms Alliance. Over the years, it has experienced wars, changed hands several times, but in the end, it was firmly held by the Nine Kingdoms Alliance. There is a small city within the pass, an unnamed small city, and outsiders mostly refer to it as Dragon Control Pass. This small city was initially just a settlement spontaneously formed by cultivators who wandered into the wasteland, because no matter the reason, as long as one stepped onto that wasteland, killing and plundering treasures were inevitable. The materials obtained in this process naturally needed channels to be sold. Initially, it was just a market spontaneously formed by some cultivators. Later, some families and sects of the Nine Kingdoms Alliance smelled a business opportunity, so they sent people to open shops. The market thus became a market city, and the market city attracted more people. At the same time, because it was close to the border and itself an ownerless, unregulated area, it attracted many people of unknown origin who directly settled there. After an unknown period, some busybodies built high walls around the gradually expanding market city, and thus Dragon Control Pass gained this small city. At this moment, Liu Yun's and the others arrived at the only inn in this small city. This inn was opened by a not insignificant cultivation family, specifically serving cultivators preparing to wander into the wasteland. Therefore, each room was equipped with a low-level restriction, which had the function of preventing divine sense probing. Liu Yun's concealed his cultivation, opened a room, and after casually setting up a restriction, he laid out the spoils from his trip to Mulan Grassland on the only wooden table in the room. Come out, come out. Time to split the loot. With Liu Yun's call, Liu Yun's number 4, the second brother, and Qing Li all appeared. Li Turtle was still in the Spirit Beast pouch, guarding the six-winged frost centipede refining the purple cold flame. As a turtle, this matter had nothing to do with him, at most he would get some supplements afterward. The green armored beast hadn't even exerted any effort, so he merely flipped over in the Spirit Beast pouch, finding a more comfortable position to sleep. First, there was the primary goal of this trip to Mulan Grassland, the inner core of the Sumeru insect. This was a translucent white inner core, only the size of an egg, and its spiritual chi was faint. If everyone wasn't staring at it intently, they might even think the table was empty. A spatial type Yao Beast core, Qing Li leaned on the table, curiously examining the Yao Beast core. Spatial type Yao Beasts, such Yao Beasts were legendary even in the chaotic Star Sea. It was unexpected that such a Yao Beast could exist in the barren Mulan Grassland. Although Mulan Grassland doesn't have many resources, it's vast and sparsely populated, and many areas haven't been disturbed by cultivators' activities. Therefore, many Yao Beasts are still active, and quite a few of them are ancient exotic beasts, Liu Yun's explained to Qing Li, casually putting away the Yao Beast core. Although the nature of this Yao Beast core was similar to a certain main material for the Black Wind banner, it was not the original version after all. Liu Yun still needed some time to ponder the nature of this Yao Beast core to decide how to modify the refining method of the Black Wind banner. This was not something that could be completed in a short time. Looking at the entire human realm, those capable of modifying the refining method of a heaven-reaching spirit treasure probably numbered no more than 5. Fortunately, Liu Yun's was one of them. Putting away the Yao Beast core, Liu Yun's picked up a white spherical object next to it. Inside the sphere, a gigantic tornado, as if sweeping across heaven and earth, seemed to be slowly forming. The Heavenly Wind Tribe's sacred object, the Heavenly Wind Pearl. Liu Yun's number 4, your eyesight is good. If that person had truly unleashed this item, it would have been impossible for you to get rid of him in a short time, Liu Yun said to Liu Yun's number 4 while observing the inside of the Heavenly Wind Pearl. At the time, I just felt that 3 early nascent soul stage cultivators actually dared to chase after 2 middle stage nascent soul cultivators, and their attitude was so arrogant, they must have had something to rely on, Liu Yun's number 4 said calmly, spreading his hands. Then, looking at the reactions of those 3, I roughly guessed what was going on. It's also fortunate that those 3 guys weren't smart enough. If they had directly attacked me upon meeting, I would have been a bit troubled. Liu Yun's nodded, gazing at the Heavenly Wind Pearl before him. Although the Black Wind Banner was a spatial attribute spirit treasure, it also required wind attribute main materials, and this Heavenly Wind Pearl was just right. Thus, 5 of the Black Wind Banner's 9 main materials were gathered, For the remaining 4, Liu Yun's had secretly decided that if he couldn't find them in Tianese in the next few years, he would make a trip to Great Jin. There was no reason why the Holy Land of the human realm's cultivation world, as rumored, wouldn't have the materials he needed. Seeing that Liu Yun's had finished speaking, Liu Yun's number 4 cleared his throat and pointed at the 5 jade slips on the table. I possessed that core formation cultivator and went with Marquis Nanlong and the others to Venerable King Kun's immortal cave, obtaining these things. Originally, there were 6 jade slips in total, Marquis Nanlong took 1, and the remaining 5 are all here. According to their speculation, these jade slips should contain clues to the demon falling valley. As Liu Yun's number 4 spoke, he opened all 5 jade slips. Inside were a jade slip, a small and exquisite ring, a small green porcelain bottle, a ball of purple misty silk threads, and a folded animal hide. Everyone exchanged glances and picked up these items to examine them. This jade slip only contains Venerable King Kun's cultivation technique and secret arts from back then, it's not of much reference value to us, the second brother said to everyone, releasing the jade slip. Liu Yun's number 4 put down the ball of silk threads and the ring, pushing them back onto the wooden table. This ring is just a magical artifact, but seeing how Venerable King Kun carefully put it away, it probably has some special use, I can look it up later when I have time. As for this ball of silk threads. As Liu Yun's number 4 spoke, he picked up the ball of silk threads, shook it in his hand, and a purple silk net instantly unfurled. This thing should be an ancient treasure used for defense or trapping enemies, and its quality is not low, not much worse than your Taiyan 8 trigrams mirror. It's probably one of the treasures Venerable King Kun obtained from the demon falling valley. Qing Li also put down the green porcelain bottle in her hand, nodded seriously, and then, with a thump, bumped her head on the wooden table. My head is so dizzy, Qing Li trembled as she placed the green porcelain bottle back on the table with both hands. Liu Yun's number 4 gave her a disgusted look, picked up the porcelain bottle, sniffed it, and instantly, one hand swiftly clamped down on the bottle cap. Poison of the Green Dove, one of the legendary 10 ultimate poisons. Liu Yun's number 4 said with a grim expression. The 10 ultimate poisons, the 10 most virulent poisons in the human realm's legends. Even Liu Yun's No 4's invisible ghost body didn't want to touch it in the slightest. No wonder Qing Li, an 8th rank flood dragon, turned into this state after just one sniff. Putting down the items in their hands, everyone simultaneously turned to look at Liu Yun's and the animal hide in his hand. Chapter 637, Dividing the Spoils. Can you tell what it is? The second brother couldn't help but ask. Liu Yun stared at the beast skin in his hand, his brows tightly furrowed as he nodded. This is a random teleportation formation diagram that can directly lead to the interior of the demon falling valley. Liu Yun's tone became much more serious. Random teleportation. The second brother was startled. Isn't that courting death? Random teleportation relies entirely on luck. Engaging in such a thing in other normal places carries enormous risks, let alone within the demon falling valley, a dangerous place with spatial rifts of all sizes and ancient restrictions/seals scattered everywhere. Performing random teleportation in such a place was indeed no different from courting death. Yes, it seems Venerable King Kun very likely entered the demon falling valley through this teleportation array, and he was extremely lucky not to die in some spatial rift or ancient restriction/seal, and even safely brought things out. Liu Yun stroked his chin, his brows furrowing even deeper. He always felt there was something amiss. For instance, where did Venerable King Kun obtain this teleportation formation diagram? From what Liu Yun's observed, this teleportation formation diagram was incredibly complex. In terms of technical skill alone, it even surpassed the interrealm teleportation array of the Void Heaven Palace. Activating this formation would require at least one high-grade spirit stone as the core, supplemented by hundreds of mid-grade spirit stones. So many spirit stones, just to achieve teleportation over such a short distance between the outside and inside of the demon falling valley? This couldn't even be called wasteful, it completely violated the basic theories of formation. If this teleportation array isn't simple, then the demon falling valley itself has a problem, Liu Yun's mused silently. Crossing a valley was actually more difficult than crossing realms, which was not something ancient restrictions/seals or spatial rifts could accomplish. Behind this, there must be a significant issue. Liu Yun's put away the formation diagram, preparing to take it back for the fifth brother to study slowly. Even if they ultimately didn't use this random teleportation array to enter the demon falling valley, it could still serve as research material, opening a direction for future research. The remaining storage pouches contained nothing good, even the middle-aged Confucian scholars. After searching through these few storage pouches, there were only a few decent ancient treasures and 2 level 7 demon cores. These Mulan Dharma practitioners are really poor, Liu Yun said with a hint of disdain. Finally, Liu Yun's took out the middle-aged Confucian scholar's nascent soul. Qing Li's eyes instantly lit up. She hunched over, her head slightly raised, her eyes glowing as she stared at Liu Yun's. It's no use looking at me. This guy is one of the 3 great divine masters of Mulan. He's more useful alive than dead. Liu Yun's pushed her away, saying helplessly, and at the same time handed the nascent soul to the second brother. Check his memories, focusing on information about spirit arts, as well as the beginning and end of this great war and the Mulan people's plans. I always feel there's something fishy about the Mulan people's sudden gathering this time. They've never been this united before, Liu Yun said with a solemn expression. As a nomadic tribal alliance composed of different tribes, while the Mulan people were united overall, conflicts between them were inevitable. In previous years, the Nine Kingdoms alliance only had to face the joint armies of a few of the largest Mulan tribes. This time, From what Liu Yun's had seen, there were already 5 or 6 tribes, with others still on their way. Such a rapid speed of assembly made Liu Yun's ponder the issues behind it. The second brother nodded and plunged his head into the Confucian scholar nascent soul's glabella. Hiss. This guy is ruthless. He actually placed a restriction on his own divine soul. Liu Yun's was startled at the words and quickly asked, can it be broken? It can, but it will take some time. His divine soul is too stable. To extract his memories without triggering the restriction and causing the nascent soul to self-destruct, I can only guide him little by little. Liu Yun's pondered for a moment, then raised his hand to put away the nascent soul. It's all right, take your time. This matter cannot be rushed anyway. Liu Yun's waved his large sleeve, and the purple thread ball and the Heavenly Wind Tribe Elder's ancient treasure, the thousand-fold peak, flew towards the fourth brother. With the Azura sacred fire and demon bones, the fourth brother did not lack direct attack methods. In comparison, the purple thread ball, which could defend and trap people, was more suitable for him, able to make up for his shortcomings. And the thousand-fold peak, as an infinitely powerful ancient treasure, possessed the mighty power to deliver a decisive blow. In the hands of the fourth brother, who was at the nascent soul middle stage cultivation, it could better exert its power. Immediately after, the middle-aged Confucian scholar's 3 flying swords and the azure round mirror were given to Qing Li by Liu Yun's. She didn't really lack offensive means now, but she did lack treasures for self-protection that could be controlled at will. With these 2 ancient treasures, there would be no more problems regarding self-protection. Liu Yun's gathered the remaining items and waved at everyone. Let's go. Time to settle scores with the Yuling sect. Meanwhile, deep within the Mulan grassland, inside a hidden quiet room, a skinny old man furiously slammed the table, his powerful spiritual pressure uncontrollably spreading, causing the air to tremble slightly and emit bursts of explosive sounds. Divine Master Zhong was captured alive? Where did this news come from? The old man asked, suppressing his rage with each word. Standing opposite him was a dwarf less than 4 feet tall, who, upon seeing the old man's furious appearance, quickly tried to appease him. Brother Zhu, calm down. This news has been confirmed by the Grand Masters of several major tribes, it won't be false. As things stand, we should think about how to suppress this matter. At the dwarf's words, the old man immediately felt as if cold water had been poured over him, instantly calming down. Brother Bai is absolutely right, this old man's mind was in disarray. The old man sighed softly, turning to look at a woman in her 20s next to him, her skin as white as snow, her face covered by a veil. Grand Master Eli, how many people currently know about this matter? The old man's tone had already calmed down as he asked the woman expressionlessly. The woman bowed slightly and respectfully said, Divine Master Zhu, I have already issued a gag order. Those Grand Masters who escaped back also know the gravity of the situation and will not spread rumors. However, if Divine Master Zhong does not appear for a long time, this news may not be kept secret for long, and since Divine Master Zhong was captured alive, the initiative now lies with Southern Heaven. Upon hearing the woman's words, the old man's expression immediately darkened. Do those few people from Great Jin know about this? The old man asked in a deep voice. The woman quickly shook her head, those people are very arrogant and look down on us spellcasters. Normally, they don't even bother to say an extra word, let alone try to inquire about the truth from us. A hint of anger crept into the woman's tone. The old man, however, breathed a sigh of relief, that's good. Keep it secret for as long as possible. At least wait until they help us conquer the Southern Heaven cities and form a blood feud with the Southern Heaven cultivators before letting them know. The woman nodded in agreement, her eyes still holding a trace of unwillingness. At this moment, the short man surnamed Bai spoke, speaking of Brother Zhong, I'm actually more worried about another matter. For several centuries, Brother Zhong has painstakingly researched the spirit art Grand Array, and his attainments in this area are second to none among us. Now that he has been captured alive by the Southern Heaven cultivators, with the Sacred Hall's restriction in place, I'm not worried about him leaking information about the spirit art Grand Array. However, now that he's gone, whom should we assign to organize and train the spirit art Grand Array? Upon hearing this, everyone in the room instantly fell silent, until the last person in the room, a brocade-clad big man who had not spoken until now, slowly stood up. I'll do it. Although my attainments in the spirit art Grand Array are not comparable to Divine Master Zhong, they are not too far off. Coupled with the information Divine Master Zhong left behind, it should barely be enough. The man slowly spoke, an aura of powerful spiritual pressure belonging to a late nascent soul stage spellcaster faintly emanating from him. Chapter 638, Startling News. Liu Yun's activated his formless escape technique, streaking through the air like lightning. He frowned slightly, various conjectures surfacing in his mind. First and foremost, Liu Yun's had absolutely no unrealistic fantasies about the integrity and moral bottom line of Yuling sect. They simply couldn't possess such things. Forget about colluding with Mulan people to ambush him, if not for the irreconcilable ethnic conflict between clan and Tianese people, the demonic path cultivators would absolutely not mind selling Tianese for a good price to get new neighbors. Things like nation and ethnicity were utter nonsense in the eyes of cultivators, especially demonic path cultivators in Tianese. These pure egoists could not possibly see anything beyond short-term interests. This was also what puzzled Liu Yun's the most. Yuling sect found a way to collude with Mulan people to kill him, and then what? What benefits could they gain? The territories of Yu Kingdom and Yuan Wu Kingdom combined? Let alone the current Yuling sect, even if all the other major demonic path sects were brought in, they couldn't possibly devour these two countries again. These two countries were developing rapidly, with an endless stream of puppets and spirit tools/artifacts. Not to mention the cost the demonic path would pay to conquer them. Even if they did, the other three major forces were not to be trifled with. Having finally kicked out one competitor, would these three forces allow the demonic path to return to the table? It was inconceivable. What's more, at the critical juncture of the Mulan people's invasion, if the demonic path cultivators dared to act, the other three major forces would dare to directly annihilate them, even having the moral high ground. So, apart from these two countries, what benefits could Yuling sect gain after his death? Absolutely none. Besides the satisfaction of revenge, these Yuling sect people would gain almost nothing. Instead, they would benefit the Righteous Path, Heavenly Dao Alliance, and Nine Kingdoms Alliance. When did these people become so noble? Liu Yun's racked his brains but couldn't understand what these people were thinking, but he figured Gu Shuangpu should still be in Tiantian City, and a visit to ask him should clear things up. After all, the second brother was especially good at convincing others. Liu Yun's flew while pondering, and in less than half a day, he had returned to Tiantian City. At this time, the Tianese trade fair was nearing its end, and cultivators from various major forces in the city had already obtained what they wanted. Most had already left, with only a portion remaining in the city. The entire Tiantian City suddenly became much quieter. Liu Yun's didn't linger and returned directly to his pavilion. Gu Shuangpu has disappeared. Liu Yun's eyes widened in surprise. Lu Yu bowed her head and respectfully said, "Precisely. About a day ago, Elder Gu left under the pretext of attending the trade fair, and he hasn't returned since." Liu Yun's rubbed his chin, his expression somewhat gloomy. "What's the reaction from Yuling sect?" he asked as calmly as possible. Lu Yu fell silent for a moment, then hesitated before speaking, "None. I already relayed Elder Gu's situation back to Yuling sect, but there has been no response until now." Liu Yun's narrowed his eyes slightly, leaning back in his chair, and murmured to himself. "This is getting interesting." After a while, Liu Yun's raised his hand, dismissing Lu Yu, and sat alone in the chair, deep in thought. Is Yuling sect trying to show their true colors? It can't be. When did these people become so brave? Could it be Gu Shuangpu's personal action? Then Yuling sect? No, should Dongmen too be aware of this matter? And what is his attitude? After much thought, Liu Yun's always felt as if he had overlooked something important. Suddenly, Liu Yun stood up abruptly, a five-colored spiritual light flashing around him, and he vanished from his spot. Inside the Nine Kingdoms Alliance headquarters, Wei Wuya stared at the jade slip in his hand, his brows tightly furrowed, and silent flames seemed to burn in his eyes. He was very angry and very frightened, but he was forcing himself to think. Something was wrong. There was something very important he didn't know. What was it? What kind of unexpected situation could force the Mulan people on the other side to jump the gun? Granduncle. A slightly trembling voice came from nearby. Wei Wuya looked up, the powerful spiritual pressure of a late nascent soul stage cultivator almost uncontrollably emanating, carrying with it a surge of evil qi that rushed towards him. Wei Lycan trembled all over, so awestruck that he could barely speak. He had never seen his granduncle so shocked and furious, the evil qi around him almost solidifying, as if it would devour him alive the next moment. Granduncle. Wei Lycan stammered. Fellow Daoist Liu requests an audience. Wei Wuya's brows instantly knitted together, then he seemed to suddenly realize something, and he stood up abruptly. Please, quickly. Deepest within the Nine Kingdoms Alliance headquarters, in Wei Wuya's exclusive cultivation chamber. He looked at the unconscious nascent soul before him, then at Liu Yun's, who was reading the contents of the jade slip, his expression constantly changing, the wrinkles on his face almost twisted together. Fellow Daoist Liu, you really gave this old man a huge surprise. Though he said that, Wei Wuya's face was filled with a bitter smile. Liu Yun solemnly put down the jade slip, taking a deep breath as if he had just surfaced from underwater. The two Mulan Divine Masters simultaneously attacked, breaking through several Nine Kingdoms Alliance checkpoints within half a day. Is this news truly reliable? Liu Yun's asked with a frown. Wei Wuya nodded with a bitter smile and told Liu Yun's, this old man has already verified it. Now, the Mulan People's Army, led by the two Mulan Divine Masters, is rapidly heading towards Tiantian City. At this speed, the remaining two checkpoints won't hold them for long. The army is expected to arrive at Tiantian City by tomorrow evening. I have already sent sound transmission talismans to fellow Daoist Xiang, fellow Daoist Hehuan, and the Dragon Han and Phoenix Bing couple of the Heavenly Dao Alliance. However, I think fellow Daoist Hehuan won't be able to make it. Wei Wuya looked at Liu Yun's and sighed heavily. Originally, I was wondering why these two were so aggressive this time, forcibly attacking Tianese even before the Mulan army had fully assembled, completely disregarding potential casualties. But now, Wei Wuya looked at the unconscious nascent soul before him, opened his mouth, and carefully chose his words. I probably understand what they're thinking. Liu Yun's also rubbed his chin and said, indeed, rather than waiting for us to publicize this matter and cause a drop in the Mulan army's morale, it's better to strike first. Perhaps they can catch us off guard. Wei Wuya nodded and added, not only that, you must have also seen the black-robed men and ancient beasts mentioned in the jade slip. Chapter 639, Whispers of War. The intelligence Wei Wuya spoke of was all recorded in the jade slip Liu Yun's had read earlier. This Mulan invasion was vastly different from previous ones. Besides two divine masters acting simultaneously, there were also primeval behemoths whose origins were unknown. These colossal beasts had thick hides, immense strength, and attacks below the nascent soul stage could only tickle them. In front of these giants, the grand formations at several checkpoints were as brittle as wooden boards, shattered by their sheer force. After carefully reading about the various behaviors of these giant beasts, Liu Yun's was almost certain that each beast was no weaker than a green armored beast without its armor. This was absurd. The green armored beast was now a genuine 8th level demonic beast. And the opposing side had more than one. Besides these behemoths, there were also some suspicious black-robed men. These individuals were highly suspicious, hiding their faces, yet their spirit arts were incredibly powerful, far exceeding spellcasters of the same rank. They also used an extremely peculiar treasure. Several nascent soul cultivators had been defeated, and as soon as their nascent soul emerged, they were trapped by this treasure, unable to use their instantaneous divine ability, and thus perished. Furthermore, the appearances of these nascent soul stage spellcasters were also very strange. They seemed capable of directly devouring the divine souls of those who died in battle, sparing neither spellcasters nor cultivators. Therefore, the Jade Slip suspected that these individuals were not human but some kind of outliers, alien/otherworldly being. Each of these black-robed men possesses divine abilities far surpassing spellcasters and cultivators of the same rank. Coupled with that treasure that can restrain the instantaneous divine ability of a nascent soul, they are quite troublesome to deal with. It is precisely because of their existence, along with those primeval behemoths, that the Mulan people were able to break through several checkpoints in just half a day, regardless of the cost. Wei Wuya's expression became quite solemn. Whether those black-robed men are demons, ghosts, or some evil cultivators who dare not show their faces, it's clear that the Mulan people have received a very powerful contingent of reinforcements. If I'm not mistaken, the reason for such an aggressive and costly attack this time is also due to this group. Alliances between cultivators are often very fragile. Seeing that these black-robed men don't even spare the divine souls of spellcasters, such an alliance is probably much more fragile than we imagine. So, after Divine Master Zhong was captured by you, they could only use such aggressive methods to force that group of black-robed men to shed the blood of Southern Heaven cultivators. With only 2 of the 3 great divine masters left, if even their foreign aid is gone, then there's truly no need to fight this war. Wei Wuya suddenly let out a cold laugh as he spoke. Neither of them mentioned Gu Shuangpu's name. After they exchanged intelligence, all questions had been resolved. Approximately 1 day ago, which was when Divine Master Zhong set up the ambush to kill Liu Yun's, the Mulan people began their attack on Southern Heaven half a day later. Everything was unspoken, the only question was whether the Yuling sect was involved. However, that was Wei Wuya's problem, not Liu Yun's concern. Such a costly attack seems to indicate that this time, the Mulan people want to decide the outcome in one battle, Liu Yun said, stroking his chin. Yes, not long ago, these people were defeated by the Tuwa people on the grasslands. Now they have no retreat and can only burn their bridges. Wei Wuya shook his head with a sneer, unsure if he was mocking his old adversary. Young friend Liu, I might have to trouble you this time, Wei Wuya said with a smile. It's not just the Mulan people who have reinforcements this time, we do too, he said, staring at Liu Yun's, his eyes seemingly glowing. Liu Yun's mouth twitched, and he awkwardly turned his head away. Brother Wei, you'd best not rely on me too much, Liu Yun said helplessly, spreading his hands. To be honest with you, most of my available manpower and resources have been diverted to a secret project. I genuinely don't have much in the way of decent strength right now. Supporting a batch of puppet soldiers is the most I can do. Wei Wuya was startled by this and quickly asked, what project is so important that it requires so many resources? The Yu Kingdom plus the Yuan Wu Kingdom, plus the personal secret realm Liu Yun's likely possessed such a massive amount of resources was flowing into a single project. What kind of project warranted such a huge investment of resources and manpower? Liu Yun sighed deeply and tilted his head slightly upwards. A man's ultimate dream. Wei Wuya couldn't understand, only assuming the fellow was talking nonsense. If Han Li were here, he could calmly accept this reason and pat Wei Wuya's shoulder, telling him, normal phenomenon, no need to be surprised. How many puppets can you provide? Wei Wuya asked, his expression somewhat grim. Liu Yun's pretended to think, but in reality, he was communicating with a potted plant nearby using his divine sense. After a while, Liu Yun's confidently replied, 10 nascent soul level puppets from last time, 40 core formation level puppets, and 400 foundation establishment level puppets. Plus 80 small flying boats. Wei Wuya's expression instantly relaxed considerably. This was already a very powerful force, especially on the battlefield. Puppets, who strictly followed orders and feared no casualties, were even more effective than regular cultivators. After all, Mulan Dharma practitioners truly fought with their lives on the line, whereas Southern Heaven cultivators, as long as they showed up, that was enough. It was unrealistic to ask for more. Coupled with Liu Yun's own combat strength, the chances of winning this major battle were still quite high. Wei Wuya's expression softened slightly, and the spiritual pressure surging from his body finally subsided. He turned to look at Divine Master Zhong's sleeping nascent soul and couldn't help but let out a deep sigh. If we could extract all his memories, things would be much simpler, Wei Wuya said regretfully. Indeed, but there's no other way. The restriction in his divine soul is quite intricate and tightly linked to his divine soul. It was probably integrated into his divine soul a long time ago. In the current situation, removing the restriction would be equivalent to annihilating his nascent soul. Liu Yun's pressed his brow, his expression also becoming much more solemn. I can only proceed bit by bit, but at this rate, it probably won't be undone before the major battle begins. No matter, young friend Liu, just keep him, Wei Wuya immediately understood Liu Yun's meaning and said directly, if we can win this battle, then Divine Master Zhong's nascent soul will be an important bargaining chip. If we lose, we still have a chance. At worst, we can temporarily retreat and cede a few countries. After all, we don't have no retreat like the Mulan people, we can completely trade space for time. Once we decipher the plans and spirit arts information in his mind, we can still push back. Young friend Liu, once fellow deist Xiang and the others arrive, we will. Wei Wuya suddenly paused, a smile gradually appearing on his face. Young friend Liu, they're here. Chapter 640, Nascent Soul Assembly. Han Li and Lu Luo watched Mu Peeling leave Tiantian City. The two exchanged glances, both revealing a bitter smile and sighing deeply. Han Li had originally only intended to stay in Tiantian City for a while longer to see if there was any news of other gang essence, but he unexpectedly encountered the Mulan army's attack. The current situation no longer allowed external forces from the Nine Kingdoms alliance to shirk their responsibilities. Han Li and Lu Luo, along with a group of elite disciples who had just arrived, became the Luyun sect's support force stationed in Tiantian City, preparing to fight the Mulan people to the death outside Tiantian City. Originally, things might not have been so rushed, but when the Mulan army dispatched a nascent soul late-stage demonic cultivator of unknown origin while attacking the last pass outside Tiantian City, the entire Tiantian City immediately entered a state of alert. The Sheng Yuan light extinguishing formation was fully activated, and the massive spiritual qi surging in the sky made Han Li's scalp tingle just by looking at it. The worst part was that a certain psychopath had gone missing, and there had been no news of him until now. Alas, Han Li sighed deeply, turned to bid farewell to Lu Luo, and prepared to attend the nascent soul assembly within Tiantian City. Just recently, support forces from various major powers had arrived one after another. Wei Wuya of the Nine Kingdoms Alliance had summoned all cultivators at nascent soul middle stage and above to their main headquarters for a discussion. For certain reasons, Han Li, with his early nascent soul stage cultivation, was invited to participate. Lu Luo was naturally very pleased that Han Li could participate in such a high-level strategic meeting in Tianese, as it would greatly benefit the Luyun sect. However, Han Li only found it troublesome. Having been unexpectedly drawn into this great war, Han Li currently felt no sense of security and wished he could immediately return to seclusion to prepare more trump cards before coming out again. But alas, circumstances were unpredictable, so Han Li could only head to the Nine Kingdoms Alliance to see how Tianese planned to face the enemy. Upon arriving at the entrance of the main headquarters, Han Li's gaze met that of another person. The latter showed a friendly smile, but Han Li felt his scalp tingle and instinctively averted his gaze. Fellow deist Han, long time no see, old devil Yunlu said with a smile, his captivating peach blossom eyes slightly curved, like a peerless beauty welcoming her lover, or a refined young master standing with a smile. Han Li used all his strength to suppress the urge to turn and run, forcing out a smile in response, fellow deist Yunlu, it has been a long time. Only then, with his attention entirely on old devil Yunlu, did Han Li notice that there was another person following him. Junior sister Dong, long time no see, Han Li said with a genuine smile this time. Following old devil Yunlu was Dong Xiener, who was already nearing the middle core formation stage. Dong Xiener glanced at Han Li, her lips curving, her eyes slightly narrowed, and nodded as a greeting. Han Li initially looked surprised, but then seemed to recall something and returned a faint smile. Many years ago, when everyone was still young, Han Li had a very poor impression of this junior sister Dong. As a straightforward man, Han Li always disliked her flirtatious style. But as time swiftly passed, and as the familiar faces of those years disappeared one by one, the conflicts and dislikes of youth gradually faded from memory, leaving only repeated instances of sharing life and death, fighting side by side. Perhaps people truly start to reminisce about the past when they grow old, even such bad memories now seem to glimmer with a faint light. Dong Xiener also seemed to recall something, a hint of wistfulness appearing on her face, but she still maintained a stern expression, asking in a tone that was both nostalgic and somewhat disdainful. Why are you alone? Where's the other one? Han Li shrugged, indicating that he didn't know either. Dong Xiener's expression turned grim again, and she slowly exhaled, tugging at her conservative long skirt. Old devil Yunluo looked at the two, silently shook his head, and said, time really flies. The scene of fellow deist Han and fellow deist Liu standing in front of Xiener back then feels like yesterday. In the blink of an eye, you are already renowned nascent soul cultivators. Dong Xiener's face flushed, and she slightly lowered her head, saying to Han Li. Senior brother Han, please be careful. Han Li's heart stirred. He looked at Dong Xiener's complex expression, then at the subtle smile on old devil Yunluo's face, and immediately understood something, nodding silently. Old devil Yunluo and Han Li walked into the Nine Kingdoms Alliance's main headquarters together. After entering the hall, they soon saw the entrance to the main hall, exchanged glances, and walked in side by side. The interior of the great hall was very simply arranged. Apart from towering stone pillars, in the large open space in the middle, exquisite wooden chairs were placed every few feet, numbering about 16 or 17. On these chairs, 7 or 8 cultivators with varied expressions were sparsely seated. Upon seeing the two enter, some cast a cold glance, some ignored them, and others closed their eyes in meditation, all minding their own business, as if no one else was present. Besides these, Han Li even felt a few faint killing intent, but they were not directed at him, but at old devil Yunluo beside him, inadvertently affecting him as well. Birds of a feather flock together, it seems this guy is also quite hated. Han Li thought with a smile, naturally separating from old devil Yunluo to avoid those people's gazes. Old devil Yunlu didn't care, he casually found a chair and sat down, bringing with him a faint scent of perfume. Beside him was an old man with an unusual appearance, engrossed in reading a scroll. When he saw old devil Yunlu sit next to him, he immediately spat in disgust, turning his back as if he had seen something dirty. Old devil Yunlu didn't even glance at the man, only staring at Han Li with a smile, which sent chills down Han Li's spine. Just then, a familiar cultivator in the crowd greeted him with a smile. Han Li was startled, then smiled, and walked over. Han Li recognized this person, the Heavenly Dao Alliance's administrator, Long Han of the Luanming sect. He and his dual cultivation Dao companion, Feng Bing, now jointly served as the Heavenly Dao Alliance's administrators. However, the latter seemed to be a reclusive cultivator, usually leaving the Heavenly Dao Alliance's affairs to Long Han. Fellow Daoist Han, do you know where fellow Daoist Lu is now? Long Han asked with a solemn expression as soon as Han Li sat down. Han Li could only smile bitterly and shake his head. He and Liu Yun's weren't conjoined twins, how could he know where the other was? Long Han's expression was somewhat hesitant, and he sighed silently, saying, if fellow Daoist Lu isn't here, then things will be a bit troublesome. Chapter 641, Appearance. Hearing this, Han Li immediately frowned and quickly asked, is it because of that late nascent soul stage demonic cultivator who suddenly appeared in the clan army? Exactly. Long Han nodded. The news I just received is that old devil He Huan, after being severely injured by fellow Daoist Lu, has not yet recovered and will not be able to participate in the battle. This means that our side's true late nascent soul stage cultivators are only fellow Daoist Wei and Venerable Xiang. On the other hand, there are 3 great divine masters, plus a late nascent soul stage demonic cultivator of unknown origin. Even with my wife and I working together, the Heavenly South side can only hold off 3 divine masters. If fellow Daoist Lu doesn't appear, then this battle will likely be very difficult. Long Han spoke with utmost seriousness, and even Han Li's expression couldn't help but become solemn. In this kind of large-scale cultivator melee, if one's top combat power is insufficient to tie down the opponent's top combat power, allowing the opponent to rush into the low and mid-stage cultivator groups and slaughter them, the impact on the battle will be devastating. Fellow Daoist Long, where did that group of black-robed men come from? Is there any relevant news? Han Li asked with a frown. A late nascent soul stage demonic cultivator, no matter where it is, should not be an unknown entity. How could it suddenly appear out of thin air? Long Han smiled bitterly and shook his head. Just then, people continuously streamed into the hall from outside. These people were naturally all mid-nascent soul stage cultivators. Some of them knew the people who had arrived earlier, while others harbored considerable grudges. As a result, greetings and sarcastic remarks occasionally echoed through the hall, making it quite lively. Just then, a familiar name entered Han Li's ears. Heavenly Fiend True Lord? Why is he here too? An elder from the Heavenly Dao Alliance, sitting on Han Li's other side, looked at someone who had just walked through the door and muttered in confusion. Han Li's heart stirred, and he quickly looked over. He saw a tall, handsome middle-aged man with his hands behind his back walk into the hall, looking around as if no one else was present. Wherever his gaze fell, some people smiled and nodded, some ignored him, and some simply met his gaze with even fiercer eyes. The middle-aged man merely sneered at this. Just then, his gaze swept over old devil Yunlu. His expression immediately changed, and he put on a friendly face, smiling as he sat down beside old devil Yunlu. Old devil Yunlu frowned slightly but said nothing. Han Li stared at the man until their gazes met. Heavenly Fiend True Lord was immediately startled, then sensed Han Li's cultivation and smiled at him in a friendly manner. Han Li politely returned a smile. Just then, Long Han's voice sounded in his ear. Fellow Daoist Han, have you met this person before? Han Li's expression remained unchanged, and he moved his lips slightly, saying, I haven't really met him. Back then, I saw a core formation cultivator possessed by this person during the 3-sex sword trial assembly in Yunmen Mountain. That explains it. Fellow Daoist Han, you should still be careful. This Heavenly Fiend True Lord is the Daoist title of successive Heavenly Fiend sect, Tianxia Zone, sect masters. As one of the 6 demonic sects, the Heavenly Fiend sect, Tianxia Zone's cultivation technique has always been known for its strangeness and power. Successive Heavenly Fiend True Lords, Tianxia Zhenjun, have possessed formidable divine ability and are extremely difficult to deal with. Normally, the Heavenly Fiend sect, Tianxia Zone, located in the heart of the Heavenly South, wouldn't need to get involved in this mess. But he still came, and he brought the Heavenly Fiend sect, Tianxia Zone's Divine Fiend Grand Array. Divine Fiend Grand Array. Han Li couldn't help but frown slightly at the words, asking curiously. I don't know the specifics, I only know that this Divine Fiend Grand Array is one of the Heavenly Fiend sect, Tianxia Zone's trump cards and is generally not easily exposed. This Heavenly Fiend True Lord has invested such a significant amount, it's probably as the rumors say, after the Joyful Union sect and Yuling sect were successively wounded, the Heavenly Fiend sect, Tianxia Zone, with its well-preserved strength, has set its sights on the position of Demon Dao leader. Hearing this, Han Li couldn't help but sneer inwardly. Demon Dao leader? Not to mention that old devil He Huan is only seriously injured, not yet dead. Even if he really died, without the cultivation of the late nascent soul stage, how could this Heavenly Fiend True Lord suppress the other demonic sects? Not to mention that a certain psychopath has always been eyeing the demonic path. Even if he behaves himself on the surface, that doesn't mean he's given up. Some hidden methods are even more unpredictable than open confrontation. Next, Long Han introduced several other Heavenly Dao Alliance cultivators to Han Li. They chatted for a few minutes, and their first impressions were all quite good. For a while, everyone was talking and laughing. However, as the number of people in the hall grew, everyone's expressions became increasingly solemn. At some point, the hall became so quiet you could hear a pin drop. No one was chatting anymore, they were all coldly sizing up the others. Each of these individuals, when they went out, was almost a top-tier existence dominating a region of the Heavenly South. Now, they were all gathered here. Whether they knew each other or not, various thoughts and intentions naturally arose. Han Li looked around, noticed the gazes directed at him, and couldn't help but lower his eyelids in a seemingly faint doze, avoiding everyone's sight. The atmosphere grew increasingly tense. Just then, 4 figures finally emerged one after another from a side door of the main hall. The moment he clearly saw the newcomers, Han Li's eyes widened sharply, and he almost jumped up. Everyone else also had varied expressions, their faces changing wonderfully. Amidst everyone's shocked, delighted, or uncertain gazes, Liu Yun's, accompanied by the half-human, half-dragon Qing Li, along with Wei Wuya and Venerable Xiang, took their seats at the head of the hall. The three of us shouldn't need to introduce ourselves, right? Liu Yun's asked expressionlessly, the upcoming meeting will be chaired by the three of us. Does anyone have any objections? Behind him, Qing Li bared her fangs, revealing a mouth full of sharp, pointed teeth. For a moment, the hall was so quiet you could hear a pin drop. It was unclear whether everyone acquiesced or was simply too stunned to react. Good, in that case, let's not waste any more words. The meeting now begins. First item, regarding the group of black-robed men who have appeared in the clan army. Liu Yun's expressionlessly swept his gaze over everyone, then slapped the spirit beast pouch at his waist with one hand. A black-robed corpse immediately appeared in the center of the hall. Fellow Daoist Wei, Venerable Xiang, and I recently went to the clan front lines. Taking advantage of their divine master's absence, we captured one of the black-robed men. After Liu Yun's finished speaking, he slightly raised one hand, and a black nascent soul appeared out of thin air in his palm. It can now be confirmed that these people are not some kind of demon or ghost, but a group of demonic cultivators with peculiar cultivation techniques, originating from the Great Jin Empire on the other side of the grasslands. Great Jin. Everyone's hearts trembled, and their gazes subconsciously turned to the nascent soul in Liu Yun's hand. Chapter 642, Yin Luo Sect. Great Jin, a super empire with a territory nearly 10 times that of Southern Heaven. It is a holy land for cultivators in the human realm. Simply saying this might not fully describe the terrifying power of the Great Jin Empire. So, let's put it another way. The land of Southern Heaven has a long legacy, the chaotic Star Sea is vast and rich in resources, and while the Mulan grassland is barren in resources, its domain is expansive, and its people are united. However, whether it's Southern Heaven or the chaotic Star Sea, there are only 3 or 4 late nascent soul stage cultivators. The Mulan people are relatively more competitive, but across the entire Mulan grassland, even counting both the Mulan people and the Tuwa people, there are only 7 late nascent soul stage cultivators. But what about Great Jin? There are over 20 late nascent soul stage cultivators openly known. If we include some reclusive old monsters, that number would be even more terrifying. Besides that, the cultivators of the Great Jin Empire are not just numerous. Unlike Southern Heaven, where legacies are many but later generations are uninspired, leading to fragmented legacies. The Great Jin Empire has preserved the most complete ancient legacies in the human realm. Whether it's magic treasures, ancient treasures, or cultivation techniques and secret arts, they are far stronger than those of Southern Heaven cultivators of the same stage. If the cultivators of the Great Jin Empire were also involved in this great war, then this battle would truly be difficult to fight. Thinking of this, the expressions of everyone in the hall became somewhat grim. They couldn't help but glance at each other, with all sorts of thoughts swirling in their minds. Humph. Wei Wuya swept his gaze over the crowd, letting out a cold snort with a grim expression. What is there to fear? If it were truly the major sects of the Great Jin Empire, why would they be so secretive and act as if they couldn't be seen? We have already thoroughly investigated this person's memories. The invaders are all from the Yin Luo sect, one of the 10 demonic sects of the Great Jin Empire, and only a portion of their forces, led by the sect master of Yin Luo sect, has arrived. Upon hearing Wei Wuya's words, everyone's expressions eased slightly, appearing much more relaxed, but deep in their eyes, there was still a flicker of unease. One of the 10 demonic sects of Great Jin, even if it was only a partial force, was not something ordinary powers could withstand. During this period, most of the people present had received some intelligence and were well aware of the various mysterious methods of the black-robed men. Leaving aside other things, just the method that could prevent nascent soul teleportation almost took away half of their courage, not to mention that the sect master of Yin Luo sect was among the arrivals. That was a late nascent soul stage cultivator from the Great Jin Empire. Although they were both late nascent soul stage, no one in their right mind would believe that this individual was truly on the same level as the 3 great Southern Heaven cultivators. At the late nascent soul stage, the gap between different cultivators can even reach a terrifying degree. Seeing this, Wei Wuya's expression grew even more somber. He let out a cold snort and stopped speaking. Liu Yun's also sneered, his eyes terrifyingly cold, making everyone almost afraid to meet his gaze. What? If a few major sects from the Great Jin Empire truly came, would you all just surrender directly and sell out Southern Heaven? Liu Yun's asked with a sneer, tapping the armrest of his chair with one hand. It's a pity, you all won't have that chance. The people from the Yin Luo sect who came this time have only one goal, to collect the large number of divine souls generated in this great war to repair their sect's ultimate treasure, the Ghost Luo banner. In their eyes, you are not high and mighty nascent soul cultivators. At most, you are just a bunch of materials for repairing the Ghost Luo banner. Upon hearing this, the expressions of everyone present instantly became extremely grim. They instinctively glared at Liu Yun's, only to be glared back by the terrifying dragon behind him. With that glare, everyone instantly calmed down. Recalling that the nascent souls of the cultivators captured by these black-robed men were still unaccounted for, with no contact made to Southern Heaven for ransom, nor any attempt to use this to disrupt Southern Heaven's morale, everyone immediately realized that what Liu Yun said was likely true. Liu Yun's also had no need to lie to them, the nascent soul in his hand was still there. If anyone went up and performed a soul search, they would understand everything. Having understood this point, everyone finally let go of that last bit of hope in their hearts. They weren't afraid of a major battle. At their cultivation level, no matter how bad things got, self-preservation was not an issue. If worst came to worst, a nascent soul escaping was not unacceptable. But if they were targeted by the Yin Luo sect, not only would their nascent soul be unable to escape, but their divine soul would also be taken as materials to repair an evil object, eventually becoming a vengeful ghost that cannot enter reincarnation, forever enslaved. That would be truly terrifying. However, even so, everyone couldn't help but feel resentment towards Liu Yun's. Some nascent soul old monsters even continued to glare at Liu Yun's. This bastard's words were too unpleasant. Among the many old monsters, some with furrowed brows, some with grim expressions, and some expressionless, only Han Li frowned, looking at Liu Yun's. His emotions were clearly not quite right. Seeing that everyone had finally mustered a bit of battle intent, Liu Yun secretly breathed a sigh of relief. He turned and exchanged glances with Wei Wuya and Venerable Xiang, nodding simultaneously. Actually, you all don't need to be too pessimistic about this battle, Venerable Xiang suddenly said with a smile. Though his voice was not loud, it rippled like water. As soon as it reached the ears of those present, it was like a gentle breeze, bringing a chill to their hearts and immediately calming them down. The other cultivators were startled, and the commotion immediately subsided. But someone murmured in a low voice. The Taijin sect's heart-calming art truly has some merit. Liu Yun's looked in the direction of the voice and saw that the speaker was Heavenly Fiend, true lord of the Heavenly Fiend sect, Tianxia Zone, which made him frown slightly. Venerable Xiang, however, had a normal expression, as if he hadn't taken the matter to heart at all. He smiled and said to everyone, this time, with the assistance of the Yin Luo sect, the high-level power of the Mulan clan/region side is indeed a few points stronger than ours in Southern Heaven. Fortunately, fellow Deist Lu's divine ability is powerful, and he struck first, which has recovered some advantage for us. As Venerable Xiang spoke, he smiled and looked at Liu Yun's. Everyone was stunned by these words. With some confusion, they followed Venerable Xiang's gaze and also looked towards Liu Yun's. Liu Yun's met everyone's gaze calmly. Then, for some unknown reason, he glanced at Venerable Xiang and casually tossed the black nascent soul behind him. Qing Li opened her big mouth and accurately caught the nascent soul, swallowing it directly without even chewing. This scene stunned everyone, and then an unavoidable chill ran through their hearts. That was a cultivator's nascent soul. It was actually fed to a dragon by Liu Yun's without even a blink. Although they knew that the Yin Luo sect also played with cultivators' nascent souls, and their actions were even more heinous, this scene still inevitably made everyone somewhat unable to accept it. Several of the righteous path nascent soul cultivators even showed a hint of indignation, staring at Qing Li's terrifying and ferocious appearance, almost wanting to say something. Just then, another nascent soul appeared in Liu Yun's hand. Chapter 643, Exchange. Liu Yun scanned these people, completely ignoring the resentment and anger in their hearts, and took out a 3-inch-long nascent soul. Looking at the unconscious nascent soul, everyone was initially a little slow to react, but soon, several nascent soul old monsters from the Nine Kingdoms Alliance suddenly stood up, staring in disbelief at the middle-aged man's face on the nascent soul. The others were first startled, then subconsciously swept their divine sense over it. Late nascent soul stage. Inside the hall, someone uncontrollably shouted, and the entire hall instantly became so quiet that a pin drop could be heard. Everyone looked at each other, seeing the shock and fear in each other's eyes. A late nascent soul stage cultivator had been captured alive. This person is Divine Master Zhong, one of the Mulan three great divine masters, Venerable Xiang explained with a smile, his eyes slightly lowered. Not long ago, fellow Deist Liu ventured deep into the Mulan grassland, captured this person alive, and at the same time, killed 7 or 8 Grand Masters, severely wounding the Mulan people. Now, the Mulan army only has 2 divine masters and the sect master of Yin Luo sect, 3 late nascent soul stage cultivators, and the number of nascent soul stage Grand Masters has been greatly reduced. Calculating it, our Southern Heaven actually has the advantage this time. Venerable Xiang's voice rippled like water, calming the agitation in everyone's hearts, but it couldn't erase the shock and fear in their minds. The 3 great divine masters were already the top-tier cultivators in everyone's eyes. The Mulan divine masters, who were on the same level as them, were naturally also such. But today, such a top-tier existence in the human realm was actually captured alive by Liu Yun's. And he was captured alive deep within the Mulan grassland. How could this not make everyone afraid? The few righteous path old monsters who had originally intended to speak were now sitting quietly in their chairs, like wooden puppets. The few old monsters who had originally been glaring at Liu Yun's quickly retracted their gazes, lowering their heads and remaining silent, appearing extremely docile. But then, a surge of ecstasy suddenly rose in everyone's hearts. Such a figure was now on their side. Seeing that the goal of boosting morale had been achieved, Liu Yun's, Wei Wuya, and Venerable Ziyang immediately exchanged glances. Today, we have gathered everyone here not only to discuss strategies for dealing with the Mulan people, but also to resolve an urgent matter, Wei Wuya slowly began. Just half a day ago, the Mulan people sent a letter, agreeing to a decisive battle outside Tiantian City 15 days from now. Before that, they wish to retrieve Divine Master Zhong's nascent soul. Humph. As soon as Wei Wuya spoke, a sneer echoed in the hall. Are the Mulan people perhaps muddle-headed? With a major battle imminent, it's already good that we haven't directly annihilated this person's nascent soul as a battle flag. They actually want to retrieve him. It's truly ridiculous, an elder from the Heavenly Dao Alliance said with a cold laugh. Although the others didn't speak, their expressions were full of agreement. Seeing this, Venerable Ziyang let out a helpless, bitter laugh. Fellow Daists, you may not know, but earlier, the Mulan army, led by 2 divine masters, forcibly broke through several checkpoints within half a day. Many Southern Heaven fellow Daists fell into their hands, roughly several hundred people. Additionally, fellow Daist Gu from the Nine Kingdoms Alliance and fellow Daist Su from the Righteous Path were also captured alive by the sect master of Yin Luo sect when the Mulan army broke through the last checkpoint. Now, the Mulan people have sent word that they want us to exchange Divine Master Zhong's nascent soul for these people. Otherwise, the sect master of Yin Luo sect will personally extract their souls and refine them into their ghost Luo banner. At this point, Venerable Ziyang's expression also turned grim. Killing is one thing, but extracting souls, refining them into evil spirits, is far too malicious. Humph. This old man doesn't believe these barbarians truly dare to do such a thing. They are merely captives. If they have them, do we not? The Heavenly Fiend sect, Tianxia Zone, is also skilled at soul extraction and refinement. It's a good opportunity to compare with the Yin Luo sect of Great Jin. Heavenly Fiend True Lord snorted coldly, speaking in an unfriendly tone. Hearing this, some in the hall showed relaxed expressions, while others frowned sharply. Tianxia, that's easy for you to say. After all, none of your Heavenly Fiend sect, Tianxia Zone, people are among the captives, an elder sitting opposite Heavenly Fiend True Lord said with a cold laugh. This elder was from the Bei sect of the Nine Kingdoms Alliance, and the captured nascent soul cultivator from the Nine Kingdoms Alliance was precisely his junior brother. Heavenly Fiend True Lord glared at the elder, about to say something. Just then, Wei Wuya spoke with a gloomy expression. I received intelligence not long ago that the Mulan people were utterly defeated on the grassland by their mortal enemies, the Tuwa people. Several large tribes were wiped out, and even a large part of their territory was forcibly occupied by the Tuwa people. Now, fellow Daist Liu has also captured one of their 3 great divine masters. To be blunt, the Mulan people are at their wits' end. For the Mulan people, this battle is a fight for survival. Once they fail, it means the destruction of their nation and race. In such a situation, even if we kill all the captured Mulan people, their morale will not be shaken in the slightest. Everyone looked at each other, and for a moment, no one dared to speak. The problem they faced was too sensitive, several hundred low and mid-level cultivators plus 2 early nascent soul stage cultivators to exchange for 1 late nascent soul stage Grand Master. Such an exchange would naturally be a great loss for the Southern Heaven side. But some things aren't calculated that way. Although most of the captured cultivators were not highly cultivated, they represented a great many families and various sects. Especially many of these cultivators were captured by the Mulan people while delaying the spellcaster's offensive. The 2 nascent soul cultivators were also well-connected individuals with many friends in the Righteous Path and the Nine Kingdoms Alliance. If they were not rescued, it was feared that morale would be severely damaged before the battle even began, and no one would fight with all their might. However, despite saying that, a living Mulan Divine Master could do far too many things. Just letting him go back was absolutely not a good idea. For a time, everyone's thoughts varied, and the hall was eerily silent. Just then, Liu Yun suddenly spoke. I have decided that in half a month, I will exchange this Mulan Divine Master for the captured Southern Heaven cultivators. Liu Yun's words were decisive, leaving no room for anyone to refute. Everyone was stunned at first, then realized that Divine Master Zhong was captured solely by Liu Yun's, and how to deal with him was his own business, not theirs to interfere with. Venerable Ziyang gave a silent, bitter smile, then looked up and said. Since fellow Daist Liu has already decided, then let us discuss how exactly to conduct the exchange, and what tactics the Mulan people might employ. Liu Yun sat to the side, watching everyone speak, but he himself remained silent. Only his lowered gaze was chillingly cold, like a gleaming blade. Chapter 644 Memories. Several days later, the sealed main gate of the Nine Kingdoms Alliance's headquarters finally opened again, and numerous nascent soul old monsters streamed out, transforming into escape lights and soaring into the sky. With only a little over 10 days left until the start of the Great War, they still had too many things to attend to. Liu Yun's walked out last, only emerging from the main hall after most of the nascent soul old monsters had dispersed. He gazed at the thousand-jung glow of the sunset on the horizon and the fish-scale clouds dyed red by the evening light, letting out a deep breath. Behind him, Qing Li followed closely, her face grim and fierce, not uttering a word. After a while, Liu Yun's turned his head and looked at Han Li, who was the last to walk out, sighing silently. You're not leaving yet? You're leading the charge in this great war, why aren't you hurrying back to prepare? What do you want with me? Oh, has senior brother Liu, the great cultivator, become such an important figure that he can't be bothered with old friends anymore. Han Li grinned, and his smile was 7 parts like Liu Yun's. They say that once people spend a long time together, they start to resemble each other more and more. It would probably be hard to find friends who have spent more time together and have a deeper bond than Liu Yun's and Han Li. Liu Yun's clicked his tongue in distaste, taking a step back as if disgusted. Hat. Han Li chuckled, his expression suddenly turning serious. What happened? Han Li asked gravely. Liu Yun's fell silent for a moment, not speaking for a long time. After a while, Liu Yun slowly raised a hand and pointed vaguely at Han Li's glabella. In an instant, Han Li felt his vision go dark, and then his entire being suddenly appeared in an unfamiliar place. Surrounding him were green mountains and lush trees, with the sky as clear as if it had been washed. Not far away, a giant city stood at the foot of a mountain, shimmering with a faint golden light under the sunlight, as if it were blessed by a restriction. Just as Han Li was bewildered, someone suddenly called out to him from behind. Senior brother, those bald donkeys from the Jinluo sect have been lured away. The voice was deep and hoarse, yet it carried an indescribable joy, like that of a 17 or 18-year-old youth. Suddenly, Han Li felt his body move, and he turned to look at a black-robed man beside him who appeared to be only in his early 20s. It's time. Han Li's throat emitted a low sound. He transformed into an escape light, flying with the young man beside him towards the giant city. On the city walls, tall soldiers clad in armor instantly revealed an uncontrollable look of terror upon seeing the two. The Yinluo sect's people are here. Someone in the city screamed in terror. Old men, women, children. As far as the eye could see, the people in the city were like ants, running and wailing in a panic. Dozens more escape lights flew out from the city, scattering in the air without hesitation, fleeing in different directions. Han Li's companion, the young man, sneered and transformed into a mass of pitch-black devilish chi, covering the sky and sun as he gave chase. Han Li, on the other hand, solemnly took out a small, eerie green banner. This banner exuded oppressive yin chi, and as soon as it appeared, it brought forth gusts of cold wind. In an instant, dark clouds gathered, the world changed color, and streaks of blood-red lightning flashed incessantly within the dark clouds, as if the end of days was approaching. This banner was an unknown treasure, merely its appearance caused the world to change color. However, for some reason, there was a medium-sized gap in it. Han Li laughed in a low, hoarse voice, then tossed the banner into the sky. The small banner instantly swelled against the wind, transforming in a flash into a colossal object, a towering pillar 5 or 6 jong long. Cold winds howled in the sky, and the thick black yin clouds gradually changed color, becoming an incredibly eerie, dark green. Enlarged skull heads, many times their original size, struggled out from the yin clouds, only to be forcibly torn back by a powerful force, able to emit only futile wails of pain. As the yin clouds descended, eerie green fireballs began to fall from the sky. Upon closer inspection, they were not fireballs at all, but rather grotesque skull heads enveloped in emerald green yin fire. These skull heads flew into the city, spewing yin fire, laughing and wailing as they rushed towards the living people. A burly man shielded a middle-aged woman behind him, holding a wooden stick, his eyes wide, letting out a roar that was a mix of anger and sorrow. He swung the wooden stick in a full circle, striking a skull head that was spitting yin fire. With a sizzle, the wooden stick instantly burned to ashes, and a ball of emerald green yin fire landed on the man, turning his entire body into an emerald green torch. The big man let out a painful wail. The yin fire, which could instantly reduce a wooden stick to ashes, did not kill him instantly. Instead, it burned his flesh while drilling into his 7 orifices and bones like a venomous insect. The woman behind the big man wailed, reaching out to try and extinguish the yin fire. But she only became a second burning torch, equally bright, equally heartbreaking. An old woman tightly embraced a little girl, knocked to the ground by the crowd, crouching like the lowest of wild dogs. Behind her, a flying skull head gave a grotesque laugh and pounced onto the little girl. Accompanied by piercing screams and wails, emerald green yin fire drilled out from the little girl's body, burning her entire being translucent. The old woman still held the little girl tightly, refusing to let go. Countless yin fire devils rampaged through the city. Emerald green torches burned and wailed throughout the city, and the rising yin fire seemed to ignite the entire city. The agonizing wails echoed in the fierce flames, as if coming from the hell. One by one, the wronged souls, tormented to the extreme by the yin fire, carrying immense resentment, eternal torment and hatred, were burnt by the yin fire and flew towards the giant banner. Han Li watched the slowly repairing giant banner with glowing eyes, and actually laughed triumphantly towards the sky. The laughter was high-pitched and hoarse, merging with the wails echoing in the air, transforming into an indescribably eerie melody. Just then, a 7-colored spiritual light brightened on the horizon. A loud shout entered Han Li's ears. Devil head, how dare you! He looked up, only to see a giant palm descending from the sky. Han Li suddenly took a deep breath, instantly detaching himself from that memory. He was drenched in a cold sweat on his back, as if he had just been pulled out of water. Han Li lowered his head, emitting a low growl from his throat, like that of a wild beast. They deserve to die. Han Li spoke these words with extreme coldness, without any change in tone. But Liu Yun's already understood how serious Han Li was at this moment. He didn't reply, turning his head to look at the horizon, his eyes now gleaming with cold light. That was the direction of the Mulan army. Chapter 645 Immortal Vine. Han Li stood beside Liu Yun's, slowly exhaling a breath. The memories had come too fiercely, too suddenly, leaving him with a lingering sense of trepidation even now. So, these Yinluo sect people are here to wantonly plunder souls, Han Li scoffed. No wonder the Mulan people are so anxious. If they hadn't forged a blood feud with the Southern Heaven cultivators, these people would have probably allied with Southern Heaven long ago. After all, they are all souls, what difference is there between cultivators and spellcasters? Then you're mistaken, Lu Yun said calmly. Even after forging a blood feud, the Yinluo sect people still want to turn around and ally with Southern Heaven. Lu Yun's turned around, a chilling, bone-piercing smile appearing on his lips. Do you really believe that this guy was brought back by the three of us from the Mulan front lines? Even if I had the guts, Venerable Xiang and Wei Wuya wouldn't dare. Han Li's lips twitched as he looked at Lu Yun's in disbelief. He's a messenger? You made the move. Had. If I hadn't made a move, those two old guys would have really allied with the Yinluo sect, Lu Yun sneered, a rare hint of evil chi appearing in his eyes. To them, the 4 words Great Jin demonic sect are enough to scare them. Enough for them to put aside that so-called hatred. Han Li pinched his brow, slowly letting out a sigh. How did you convince Venerable Xiang and Wei Wuya after you made your move? Lu Yun's eyebrows twitched, finally showing a hint of a smile. That's simple. I just told them directly, either they ally with me, and we all unite to resist the external enemy, or they ally with the Yinluo sect, and we settle things on the battlefield. Lu Yun scoffed, an incredibly powerful spiritual pressure flashing across him. If those two really had the courage to turn against me, then I would look at them differently. What a pity. Lu Yun shook his head, saying nothing more. Han Li's lips twitched, truly at a loss for words. Forget it, let's not talk about that. What exactly was your strategy this time? Han Li asked, rubbing his temples with a hint of helplessness. What else could we think? You don't know the situation with the Southern Heaven cultivators? It's good enough that they can gather together, do you still want to deploy troops and generals? Lu Yun's rolled his eyes, speaking with great disdain. With the poor execution ability of these people, even if we were military immortals reborn, it would be useless. It's better to let those sects fight among themselves. It's already very good that we can coordinate the distribution of the battlefield and the trump cards of the major sects. Han Li stroked his chin and nodded, then asked with some hesitation. Then, regarding the prisoner exchange. Han Li didn't elaborate, thinking Lu Yun should understand his meaning. Previously, everyone had decided on a plan, select several nascent soul cultivators skilled in escape lights to escort the captured Divine Master Zhong to the Mulan side for a prisoner exchange. This way, if the Mulan people had any ulterior motives, the chances of these people returning safely would be greater. Han Li was, without a doubt, selected to be among them. Don't worry, there's no inherent risk in this matter. No matter how ruthless those people are, they wouldn't disregard the life of a Divine Master. Your trip will most likely be eventful but safe, and you'll also receive compensation from Venerable Xiang and Wei Wuya. In a way, you've profited. At this point, Lu Yun's grinned, asking with a smile. How about it? Venerable Xiang and Wei Wuya really had Geng essence, didn't they? Han Li likewise nodded with a smile. He had previously obtained an egg-sized piece of Geng essence from Venerable Xiang, and combined with the Geng essence he had received from Lu Yun's earlier, it was enough for him to refine all 36 green bamboo bee cloud swords. At that time, he could try to set up half of the Grand Geng sword array and see if its power was as formidable as described in the Qing Yuan sword art. Unfortunately, with the Great War imminent, he didn't have the time to slowly refine his flying swords, so he could only try to prepare some quick-fix trump cards. As Han Li's eyes flickered, he already had a plan in mind. Oh, by the way, you should have received compensation for handing over Divine Master Zhong's nascent soul this time, right? Han Li suddenly remembered this and asked curiously, what did they give you? Actually, it's nothing much, just some raw materials I've been collecting. Unfortunately, neither of them had any space attribute materials, so in the end, they only gave me this. As Lu Yun spoke, he took out a withered vine from his storage pouch. It's this thing, the Xiantian Immortal Vine. It has a terrifying reputation, but in reality, it's just a dead object. Lu Yun's tossed the vine back to Han Li. Take it back and see if you can save it. If not, I'll make a magic treasure out of it for you. Han Li didn't bother to be polite with him and simply accepted the Immortal Vine. Old Lu. This time. Cough. Just as Han Li was about to say something more, a cough suddenly came from behind him. He turned his head to see Dong Xianer standing gracefully at the entrance of the hall, dressed in a conservative plain white gown, her gaze towards Han Li as if she wanted to devour him. What's wrong? Lu Yun's asked, puzzled. Han Li's lips twitched, and he sighed softly, nothing. I'll go back and prepare myself. All right. Lu Yun's nodded, watching Han Li transform into a streak of green escape lights, vanishing in a flash in the air. Only then did he turn around, looking at Dong Xianer with some confusion. Are you, in mourning? Dong Xianer had originally intended to say something with a smile, but upon hearing Lu Yun's words, the smile on her face instantly collapsed. Lu Yun's. Dong Xianer gritted her teeth, squeezing out these 3 words from her throat. Lu Yun's quickly raised both hands, saying helplessly, you can't blame me for overthinking. We haven't seen each other for over 100 years, and the first time we meet, you're wearing mourning clothes. If I hadn't just seen your father inside, I would have thought he had died. Dong Xianer's face turned crimson with anger. She looked down at the clothes she was wearing and also felt a wave of discomfort. She pulled at a sleeve, slapped her storage pouch with one hand, and a red light enveloped her entire body, a pink mist instantly spreading out. The mist quickly dispersed, revealing Dong Xian'er dressed in a vibrant golden and red gown, embroidered with an exquisite and delicate phoenix seeking its mate. The embroidery extended to her half-open collar, revealing a delicate and alluring collarbone, and her fair skin, tinged with a faint pink. She rolled her eyes, her makeup meticulous and glamorous, making her appear poised and full of charm. Hiss. Don't tell me, looking at you in this outfit, I suddenly regret it a bit. Why don't you change back? Lu Yun's asked with a smile. Dong Xian'er glared at him, saying exasperatedly, too late. This is the only time this girl will wear this. Indeed. Lu Yun stroked his chin, a hint of nostalgia in his eyes. This is truly you. Chapter 646, Reunion and Separation. Lu Yun's and Dong Xian'er walked together on the empty streets of Tiantian City. Qing Li had long since been sent away by Lu Yun's. She was currently in a quiet room in the pavilion, making jade talismans in preparation for the upcoming great battle. With only a little over 10 days left until the great battle, everyone was either silently preparing their trump cards or visiting friends and relatives to exchange information. As a result, the entire Tiantian city was eerily quiet, with not even a dog on the empty streets. This instantly extinguished the desire Lu Yun's and Dong Xian'er had for a stroll. To avoid awkwardness, Lu Yun simply chose to chat with Dong Xian'er about his experiences over the past 100 years, leaving Dong Xian'er wide-eyed. How exciting, Dong Xian'er let out a long breath and murmured, why didn't I go with you too? Lu Yun's waved his hand casually, don't be silly. My master is dead, and old Han's master is as good as dead. Isn't your father doing well? Hat. Dong Xian'er let out a cold laugh. Are you and your father not on good terms? Lu Yun's asked awkwardly. Dong Xian'er suddenly fell silent. After a while, she said, it's not that we're not on good terms. He just doesn't know how to be a father, and I don't know how to be a daughter. After saying this, Dong Xian'er spoke again before Lu Yun's could ask, my mother died. Lu Yun's was momentarily stunned, then remembered she was referring to true person Hongfu. She died on the battlefield in the Great War against the Mulan people, and he couldn't do anything. I wanted to pay my respects to her, but I couldn't. Because I am now a true disciple of Immortal Master Yunlu of Hehuan sect, I have no reason to pay respects to a core formation cultivator from Yellow Maple Valley. Besides you two, I have no friends in the six sects. I couldn't even find anyone to help me set up a grave. He tells everyone I'm his disciple, a descendant of one of his bloodlines, but he just can't say I'm his daughter. Because he has an overbearing and suspicious senior brother, because he is the true disciple of the former old devil Hehuan, the most legitimate heir of Joyful Union sect. So he has to endure, even if old devil Hehuan's disciples provoke him again and again, even if he could crush them with one hand, he still has to endure. Not only does he have to endure, but I also have to endure. Even if I'm so disgusted I'm about to vomit, I still have to put on a smiling face and pretend that the words of those idiots are very interesting and that I particularly enjoy listening. Dong Xian'er took a deep breath, her eyes chillingly cold. How many times have I thought, if only I had gone with you too, if only you could suddenly appear and kill all those people, if only you could take me away to fly high. She spread her hands, saying helplessly, unfortunately, you never appeared, so I could only solve the problems myself. After more than 100 years of this, I've almost gotten used to it. Before today, I had fantasized countless times about what it would feel like to see you again. To be honest, I was prepared to cry shamefully, but now that I've actually seen you, it's, how should I put it? Dong Xian'er thought for a moment, suddenly a little downcast. It feels like nothing special. Lu Yun's clutched his chest, what you said is so hurtful. The truth, you know, is always hurtful. Shall I lie to you again? Dong Xian'er asked with a grin. At that moment, she seemed to have transformed back into the Dong Xian'er of more than 100 years ago. All right. Lu Yun's nodded, clutching his chest, a look of anticipation on his face. Senior brother Lu, Dong Xian'er's eyes gradually turned red, a tear welling up but not falling, shimmering in those eyes mixed with resentment and bewilderment. She looked at him like that, as if to reach out, but dared not touch the phantom. Senior brother, you finally decided to see me. I'm sorry. It's fine. Dong Xian'er wiped away her tears with a grin. Anyway, I'm used to it. Lu Yun's watched, stunned. Many years ago, this girl had the potential of a movie queen. Now, it seemed she had fully evolved. Thank you, I truly mean it. Dong Xian'er suddenly said. Over the years, those nascent soul elders who were close to my father were all transferred out of the Joyful Union sect main altar by old devil Hehuan under various pretexts. Now, only a group of old devil Hehuan's dogs and sycophants who fawn over the powerful remain there. If you hadn't injured old devil Hehuan, our lives would only be more difficult now. Lu Yun's nodded, his expression becoming much more serious. Next time I have a chance, I'll help you kill him. Good. Dong Xian'er nodded and smiled directly. Suddenly, she turned around and looked at him with a surprised expression. So this is what it feels like to have someone backing you. I'd almost forgotten how good this feeling is. Indeed. Lu Yun's calmly took over the conversation. When someone is backing you, it's as if everything you do is divinely aided, you're always full of confidence, without any scruples. Dong Xian'er looked at Lu Yun's face, smiling gently. Time had taken away too much. The former innocence and naivete were now like sand blown away by the wind, leaving no trace. In their place was the gentleness and introversion honed by the years. Unconsciously, Dong Xian'er was already over 200 years old, long past the age where she would be flattered by the admiration of the opposite sex. After the joy of a long-awaited reunion, only an unspoken understanding remained between the two. These years must have been very difficult, right? Dong Xian'er suddenly asked. It was all right. It was a bit tiring, but I also gained a lot. Liu Yun's nodded, trying to speak in a calm tone. Yes, just hearing you talk, I feel like you two had a truly fulfilling 100 years. Dong Xian'er agreed with a smile. The two walked all the way to the pavilion area where the nascent soul cultivators gathered. As they were about to part ways, Dong Xian'er suddenly said to Liu Yun's. I'll be returning to Joyful Union Sect in a few days. Liu Yun's nodded, good. Once the great battle begins, no one knows what will happen. Yes. Besides that, is there anything else you want to say to me? Dong Xian'er turned her head and asked with a smile. Liu Yun's was silent for a moment, a smile also appearing at the corner of his mouth. Wait for me for a while. I'll come find you. All right. They said no more unnecessary words, turning their heads simultaneously and walking towards their respective pavilions. With only a little over 10 days left until the great battle, Liu Yun still had too many things to do. For example, preparing a grand gift for the sect master of Yin Luo sect. In the quiet room of the pavilion, Wei Wuya had already arranged for all the materials Liu Yun's needed to be delivered. In addition to the auxiliary materials for the Black Wind banner, which were part of the reward for handing over Divine Master Zhong's nascent soul this time, there were also some rare raw materials not too common on the market, and some materials that, while common, Liu Yun's didn't really want to pay for, so he simply reported them all to Wei Wuya. In the quiet room, Liu Yun sat cross-legged, preparing his trump card. I just got home tonight, so the second update will be a bit late. Chapter 647, Hidden Cards. 10 odd days later, inside a secret chamber in Tiantian City. The heavy door slowly rose, and Liu Yun's walked into the secret chamber, looking around. It seems I'm late. There were only 4 people in the secret chamber, Wei Wuya, the head of the Nine Kingdoms Alliance, Venerable Xiang, the head of the Righteous Path, Long Han, the head of the Heavenly Dao Alliance, and an unfamiliar old man with an eagle-eyed bald head and a white beard. Liu Yun's gaze lingered longest on this elder, not because of his peak middle stage nascent soul cultivation, but because of the jade ring he wore on his hand. An ancient treasure, and I've never seen this craftsmanship before, it's somewhat similar to a jade talisman. Liu Yun's eyes flickered, but he said nothing. Southern Heaven was a treasure trove, with countless ancient legacies left behind, so comprehensive that Liu Yun's was a bit overwhelmed trying to take it all in. It was hard to imagine what kind of place Southern Heaven was in ancient times, to attract so many ancient cultivators of different legacies to settle there. Fellow Daoist Liu, you exaggerate. Please take a seat. Long Han said with a smile, gesturing. Liu Yun's nodded and took the last available seat. Fellow Daoist Liu, allow me to introduce you. This is fellow Daoist Tianhen. Venerable Xiang introduced with a smile, looking as if he had a deep friendship with this old monster Tianhen. Fellow Daoist Tianhen, I've long heard of your great name. Liu Yun's greeted him, looking over with some curiosity. I've heard of fellow Daoist Lu's prestige more than once as well. Old monster Tianhen said with a chuckle, his attitude unexpectedly amiable. Liu Yun smiled and withdrew his gaze. He had heard the name Old Monster Tianhen more than once. He was known as the foremost figure below Southern Heaven's 3 great cultivators, and once had the glorious battle record of lightly injuring Venerable Xiang and escaping while heavily wounded. To Southern Heaven cultivators, this was undoubtedly a true great divine ability user, but to Liu Yun's, who had dealt with many powerhouses from the chaotic Star Sea, this person was at most only slightly stronger than an ordinary mid-nascent soul stage cultivator, and could not be considered a true powerhouse. He had witnessed the strength of old Devil Hehuan and had personally exchanged blows with Divine Master Zhong. These two, to him, felt at most only slightly stronger than Savage Beard. They were the type where a battle might last a day and a night without a clear victor. Compared in this way, Southern Heaven's 3 great cultivators and the 6 Paths Extreme Sage, who heavily injured Savage Beard, were more than just a little bit weaker. What kind of great divine ability users must the twin saints of Heavenly Stars be, who had kept the 6 Paths Extreme Sage from making any moves for several hundred years? Liu Yun's, whose thoughts had spontaneously jumped to this, couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth, suddenly realizing that his troubles were far greater than he had originally imagined. Fellow Daoist Liu, Venerable Xiang's expression suddenly became serious as he asked, you mentioned before that you had a way to read Divine Master Zhong's memories. Do you have any results now? As soon as these words were spoken, everyone present became serious. As one of the clan 3 great Divine Masters, the value of Divine Master Zhong's memories to Southern Heaven was self-evident. If his memories could truly be extracted, then this great battle would be halfway won. To be honest, I haven't been able to extract all of his memories to this day. Liu Yun sighed lightly, telling the others. This was indeed true. The restriction in Divine Master Zhong's nascent soul was more troublesome than he had thought, and his second clone had been so busy it was losing color recently. The others immediately showed their unconcealed disappointment. However, Liu Yun's paused, then said with a smile, I have extracted information regarding the clan's combat power distribution, the locations of their hidden resource warehouses, and some of their upcoming arrangements. Hiss. Wei Wuya's eyes widened in surprise. Young friend Liu, what about the weaknesses of the spirit art grand array? Have those also been extracted? Wei Wuya asked with a serious expression, his voice even trembling slightly. The Nine Kingdoms Alliance and the clan had been enemies for generations, having fought each other for countless years. The clan's spirit arts and spirit art grand array had undoubtedly left a deep impression on the Nine Kingdoms Alliance. Although over the years, the Nine Kingdoms Alliance had made considerable progress in researching the spirit art grand array, they still felt somewhat powerless against the constantly upgrading clan spirit arts. If detailed information about the enemy's spirit art grand array could be found in Divine Master Zhong's memories, then not to mention this battle, even for the next few hundred years, the clan would not pose much of a threat to the Nine Kingdoms Alliance. Brother Wei, rest assured. Liu Yun's nodded and handed over a jade slip. Here is all the current information on the spirit art grand array from Divine Master Zhong's memories that has been extracted. Wei Wuya quickly took the jade slip and immersed his divine sense into it, reading carefully. After a while, under the solemn gazes of the others, Wei Wuya nodded in pleasant surprise. For a moment, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Since Wei Wuya had confirmed the authenticity of the spirit art resources, the possibility of other intelligence being fabricated was very low. It wasn't that they didn't trust Liu Yun's, well, they just didn't trust Liu Yun's. This guy had only recently threatened them by brandishing the head of the Yin Luo sect's envoy. To say they didn't care would be nonsense. But with a great enemy before them, and this fellow being a ruthless individual who dared to venture deep into the Mulan grassland to capture a divine master, the few of them could only swallow their dissatisfaction. Liu Yun's also knew this, so he never intended to hand over all the spirit art information from the start. What he gave to Wei Wuya was only information about the spirit art grand arrays that the clan might use in this great battle. Much more specific and valuable information was kept by Liu Yun's for himself, intending to study it slowly after returning. These underhanded power struggles would have annoyed Liu Yun's to death 100 years ago. But now, Liu Yun's was becoming more and more adept at playing the game. This time, besides deploying the spirit art grand array, several large clan tribes are also preparing to bring out their ultimate sacred objects and secret techniques. These include the Yellow Sand tribe's sacred object, the Demonic Dust Banner, the Thunder Roar tribe's sacred object, the Purple Thunder Hammer, and the Heavy Rock tribe's Void Spirit Beast Giant Stone War Puppet. As he spoke of these things, Liu Yun's expression also grew solemn. Each of these items, when deployed on the battlefield, represents a powerful combat force capable of causing great upheaval. I have the specific information here, but if we rely on human lives to fill the gaps, I'm afraid it will be insufficient. In the end, we will still have to rely on the hidden cards prepared by the various sects this time. The few people exchanged glances and nodded simultaneously. Besides these, there's also the ultimate hidden card that the clan has prepared this time. Liu Yun's took a deep breath, his tone grave as he said, the clan's sacred beast, the clan peacock. If I haven't misunderstood, that is a combat force infinitely close to the soul transformation stage. Chapter 648, Scheming. Seeing the shocked expressions of the crowd, Liu Yun's also nodded with a solemn gaze. To be honest, when he saw that thing in Divine Master Zhong's memories, he was also startled. He never expected that these barbarian people of Mulan actually had someone backing them. And not just any ordinary person. Being able to project a clone across realms, such a cultivator would not be a small figure even in the spirit realm. And even if the opponent's clone, due to various factors, couldn't reach the soul transformation stage, their inherent cultivation level wasn't affected. This meant that as long as the opponent wished, they could fully utilize various methods beyond the nascent soul stage. Below the soul transformation stage, it would be almost impossible to find an existence capable of matching them. This was a fundamental difference in the essence of cultivation. The few of them looked at each other, seeing the solemnity in each other's eyes. After a while, Wei Wuya said in a low voice, this time, fellow deist Yunlu brought the yin and yang demonic corpses. Those demonic corpses possess formidable divine abilities, and when working together, they are enough to contend with us. Liu Yun's eyelids twitched. A pair of refined corpses that, when working together, were no weaker than a late nascent soul stage cultivator. So the Joyful Union sect actually had such a trump card. No wonder even after old Devil Hehuan was beaten so badly by him, the Joyful Union sect could still firmly hold its position as the Demon Dao leader. It's not enough, Liu Yun said in a deep voice. Wei Wuya nodded and looked at Venerable Xiang beside him. Our Taijin sect has also prepared the 7 treasures of Taijin. The 7 cultivators of Taijin will jointly set up a demon trapping great array. Even if I were trapped within it, it would be extremely difficult to escape, Venerable Xiang said in a deep voice. Liu Yun scratched his head, a bit annoyed. This meant that both the Taijin sect and the Joyful Union sect could each muster a combat force equivalent to a late nascent soul stage cultivator. Their combined strength would definitely be more than enough to deal with ordinary late nascent soul stage cultivators, but against that Mulan sacred bird, even if it didn't collapse at the first touch, it probably wouldn't last long. He pondered for a moment, then looked up at Wei Wuya. At the same time, the other also looked at him. Their gazes met for an instant, then they silently picked up their teacups and took a sip. The Huai sect does have the Black Dragon banner as a trump card, but this item is mainly used for large-scale battle array attacks. Fighting and subduing demons is not our strong suit, Wei Wuya sighed softly. If the Huai sect had the same foundation as the Joyful Union sect and the Taijin sect, why would he have struggled so hard until now? Long Han also nodded and said, our Luan Ming sect also has a few pieces of ancient jade, which are quite powerful, but they can only be used one more time. I'm afraid they won't be of much help. Seeing everyone's gaze fall upon him, Liu Yun's couldn't help but curse inwardly. Fourth brother, why don't you? Scram. All right, Qing Li. Go to hell. Can you stop cursing? Liu Yun's rubbed his temples with a headache. Honestly, if he were to truly encounter that Mulan sacred bird head-on, even if Liu Yun's couldn't defeat her, he wouldn't be afraid of her. But the problem was that in this great battle, he also had a sect master of Yin Luo sect to deal with. There was no doubt that the sect master of Yin Luo sect would be left for him. This was one of the conditions Wei Wuya and the others set for rejecting the Yin Luo sect. The Mulan sacred bird was also a truly top-tier opponent below the soul transformation stage, and there was also the sect master of Yin Luo sect, who was no easy opponent either, requiring Liu Yun's to be fully alert. With these two, Liu Yun's immediately found himself somewhat stretched thin. After a moment of contemplation, Liu Yun slowly took a deep breath. I might have a way to deal with that Mulan sacred bird, Liu Yun said, word by word. Normally, considering the factional issues, Liu Yun should have called her a demon bird like a normal person. But considering that her true form was likely a spirit realm mighty figure, and who knew if she possessed divinatory abilities, Liu Yun's thought it over and decided to play it safe. At this moment, the others had no time to dwell on the issue of address. Their attention was completely drawn to what Liu Yun's had said. However, I need the 7 cultivators of Taijin and the Yin and Yang demonic corpses to stall her for a period, at least until I have decided the victor with the sect master of Yin Luo sect. Liu Yun scanned the group. Can you do it? Venerable Xiang pondered for a moment, then asked with a solemn expression, can you guarantee a one-hit kill? If the delay was too long, the 7 cultivators of Taijin and the Yin and Yang demonic corpses might be unable to assist, and there might even be casualties. Those were the foundations of the Joyful Union sect and the Taijin sect. Although he had fought the Joyful Union sect his entire life, in the current situation, Venerable Xiang still wanted to preserve the foundations of both sects as much as possible. Yes, Liu Yun said with absolute certainty. The few of them exchanged glances, primarily Wei Wuya and Venerable Xiang nodded and said to Liu Yun's, then we'll leave it to fellow deist Liu. They didn't discuss what would happen if he failed, as if they had simply skipped over the matter. According to Divine Master Zhong's memories, the Mulan people are still using the same tactics this time, starting with a Spirit Art Grand Array, then using Void Spirit Beasts to charge, drawing the battle lines closer, and entering a chaotic situation of individual combat. However, this time, with the support of the Yin Luo sect, they can play even more tricks, Liu Yun said while deep in thought. The others listened very attentively, even old monster Tianhen, who had remained silent all this time. This time, the Yin Luo sect brought about a dozen nascent soul cultivators. Among them, besides the sect master of Yin Luo sect, including his Dao companion, there are 3 mid-nascent soul stage cultivators, and all the rest are early nascent soul stage cultivators. It must be noted that these individuals possess powerful methods and are not easily handled by ordinary cultivators of the same rank. Not to mention that the 4 individuals, including the sect master of Yin Luo sect, all carry the Yin Luo sect's treasure, the Ghost Luo banner. Liu Yun's continued with a somewhat grim expression, never underestimate such an evil object. The main banner of each Ghost Luo banner requires hundreds of thousands or even millions of living souls to be refined, and among them, there must be hundreds of cultivator souls, which can only succeed after being processed by the Yin Luo sect's secret techniques. It is said that if 12 main banners are brought together, they can even contend with a soul transformation stage cultivator. The faces of the few instantly darkened, and Venerable Xiang's face showed even more horror. As someone who had dealt with the demonic path his entire life, he naturally understood how difficult it was to deal with evil objects refined from living souls. Although it was common for demonic cultivators in Tianese to slaughter cities and exterminate sects, when refining treasures, they would at most gather a few thousand living souls, with only a few dozen cultivator divine souls among them. Evil objects refined in this way were already enough to give nascent soul stage cultivators a headache. How terrifying would an evil object refined from hundreds of thousands of living souls be? Just thinking about it sent a shiver down Venerable Xiang's spine. You don't need to worry, those 4 people will be dealt with, Liu Yun said with a calm face. Besides these people, the most troublesome thing is what they brought. Chapter 649 Giant Beast Blood Corpse. This time, the Yin Luo sect came to meddle in the great war between the Mulan people and us, and they are fully prepared. As Liu Yun spoke, he took out a jade slip and handed it to the others. First, there are those savage giant beasts. Even Divine Master Zhong isn't entirely sure how many they brought, only estimating around 10. Wei Wuya frowned slightly and nodded, saying, we must find a way to stop those savage giant beasts. If those beasts charge, our grand formation won't withstand many blows. They can be left to me, Liu Yun's calmly interjected. I happen to have 10 early nascent soul stage puppets. While they're not particularly skilled at one-on-one combat, they're perfectly suited for dealing with these giant beasts. At the very least, holding them back won't be a problem. Good. Venerable Xiang quickly said, as if afraid Liu Yun's would go back on his word, in that case, we'll leave it to fellow deist Liu. Liu Yun's glanced at him, nodded, and continued, besides the giant beasts, the Yin Luo sect also brought quite a few refined corpses this time. This includes a dozen or so blood corpses that have been nurtured for hundreds of years, and an army primarily composed of Foundation establishment armored corpses. There's no need to worry about that army, I can guarantee that no matter when they emerge, someone will deal with them. The crucial issue lies with those dozen or so blood corpses. When Liu Yun said this, his expression was terrifyingly solemn. Everyone, please do not treat them as ordinary refined corpses. Each of these Yin Luo sect blood corpses was cultivated from the physical body of a nascent soul stage cultivator. After being nurtured for hundreds of years with the Yin Luo sect's secret techniques, they all possess at least early nascent soul stage cultivation. Furthermore, they can unleash several of the Yin Luo sect's secret arts, fear no death, possess bizarre divine abilities, and are even more troublesome than the Yin Luo sect's nascent soul elders of the same rank. Divine Master Zhong actually didn't know much about blood corpses, but Liu Yun's himself had some research into this type of refined corpse. For example, the blood fiend demonic corpse he refined for his third brother was a type of blood corpse, and it was one of the most difficult to refine and had the most troublesome divine abilities. This type of refined corpse not only required the physical body of a nascent soul cultivator as its base, but also required years of cultivator essence blood for sustenance, and continuous cultivation with yin sha qi. If one was lucky, a complete blood corpse might only be obtained after 100 years. The resources and lives required to cultivate such a blood corpse were simply outrageous. And after formation, the blood corpse certainly lived up to the investment, with almost every single one being 3 parts more powerful than an ordinary cultivator of the same rank. Only a powerful great Jin demonic sect like the Yin Luo sect, with its vast resources, could manage to cultivate such refined corpses in bulk. Even the blood fiend demonic corpse that Liu Yun's refined was a shortcut, relying on the essence blood of a 9th rank flood dragon, the devilish chi supply from the myriad Zhang demon abyss, and the suppression of a 10,000-year-old Yin Chen wood, which allowed him to avoid the monthly refinement ritual. Even then, it was only because his third brother was guiding it from within the blood fiend demonic corpse that Liu Yun's dared to play it this way. Otherwise, a failed blood corpse refinement would be a minor issue. If things went wrong, the refined blood corpse could even directly backlash its master. Liu Yun's eyes flickered as he looked at Venerable Xiang. He had preemptively taken on the task of dealing with the savage giant beasts and the Yin Luo sect elders precisely to offload this major trouble. Even with his evil warding divine thunder, dealing with those blood corpses would still be difficult. He couldn't afford to be distracted in the slightest when facing the sect master of Yin Luo sect. Venerable Xiang's expression was somewhat stiff. After a moment of thought, he let out a slight breath. No matter, our Righteous Path Alliance had already opened the ancestral master halls of various sects and factions before setting off, taking out over a dozen ancient rare treasures of immense power. Even if those blood corpses are incredibly powerful, we will firmly hold them back, Venerable Xiang declared resolutely. He understood that Liu Yun's had already taken on the most troublesome task, and now, the Righteous Path Alliance could not shirk this responsibility. After thinking for a moment, Venerable Xiang quickly added, however, this means that facing the Mulan people's frontal assault will require fellow Daoist Long and fellow Daoist Wei to put in more effort. Wei Wuya and Long Han nodded simultaneously. Then, they looked at old monster Tianhen. Fellow Daoist Tianhen, heaven's hate, the plan for the frontal battlefield is as such, we will spare no effort to firmly pin down the main army on the battlefield. The rear battlefield will be entrusted to fellow Daoist Tianhen, heaven's hate. As long as you can infiltrate Tian City and plunder all the resource warehouses, without the spirit stone materials and other resources painstakingly collected by the Mulan people, even if the Mulan people gain the upper hand in the Great War, we will be able to completely wear them down in the subsequent war of attrition. Liu Yun's was initially stunned, then Long Han's voice transmission sounded in his ear, and his expression immediately changed. He said with a smile, fellow Daoist Tianhen, heaven's hate, the location of the Mulan army's resource warehouses is here. Fellow Daoist can take it and look at it at your leisure. Liu Yun's handed over a jade slip, while smilingly glancing at the other two. Old monster Tianhen took the jade slip, but did not rush to look at it. Instead, he pondered and asked, I have seen the preparations and sincerity of you all, and naturally, I won't doubt anything. However, I don't understand why the Mulan people would gather all their resources together. Could this be a trap? Waiting for us to jump in? Wei Wuya shook his head and said with a smile, fellow Daoist Tianhen, heaven's hate, need not worry. Those resources are originally the collective assets contributed by various tribes. These things need to be uniformly allocated and used, so they are all stored in a secret warehouse, specifically protected by a powerful restriction formation, and simultaneously guarded by several Grand Masters. And since our 9 Kingdoms alliance and the Mulan people have been entangled for so long, there are spies infiltrating each other. One of the Mulan Grand Masters guarding the resource warehouse is our person. So, fellow Daoist can rest assured. Old monster Tianhen breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing this, looked around, and asked in a deep voice, then, after the matter is done, will you all agree to cede Sukuo to me? So that I can establish a sect in this country. Is this matter? Only then did Liu Yun's understand why he wasn't told about this earlier, and why the others only invited him at the last minute. Sukuo was a small country near the center of the 4 major powers, bordering Dongyu Kingdom where Demon Falling Valley was located. Coincidentally, Dongyu Kingdom was situated in the cracks between the 4 major powers and, for various reasons, did not belong to any single major power. Currently, the strongest force in that country was the old 5th research team sent by Liu Yun's. This was fear that he would cause trouble. Fellow Daoist Tianhen, heaven's hate, rest assured, Liu Yun said with a smile. I can make the decision, we will absolutely not interfere with Sukuo in the slightest. Moreover, if fellow Daoist Tianhen, heaven's hate, is willing, I can also make the decision to allow trade between Yueguo, Yuanwu Kingdom and Dongyu Kingdom with Sukuo. Old monster Tianhen instantly showed a look of pleasant surprise. Establishing a sect was not just talk, how to attract disciples. How to cultivate future generations. How to win over local cultivation families. These were all issues. Currently, who in the entire Tianese didn't know that the magical artifacts and talismans produced by Liu Yun's sect were abundant and affordable. It was just that due to various reasons, they hadn't yet spread throughout the entire Tianese. If, at the beginning of establishing the sect, one could purchase a large quantity of cheap magical artifacts and talismans from 3 countries, as well as the most important trade routes, the benefits to a new sect were obvious. For a moment, old monster Tianhen's gaze towards Liu Yun's was filled with gratitude. Chapter 650, Exchange before the battle. Seeing old monster Tianhen walk out of the quiet room with a refreshed look, the 3 couldn't help but exchange bitter glances. This time, they had indeed been overly cautious. After old monster Tianhen left, the group discussed the arrangements for when the Great War would begin, then each went back to prepare. The day of the decisive battle arrived in the blink of an eye. Early that morning, Liu Yun's, with a solemn expression, flew to the outskirts of Tiantian City with Wei Wuya and Venerable Xiang. Across the way, from the spellcaster's camp, a flash of auspicious light appeared, followed by a thunderous drumbeat that shook the heavens. Squads of spellcasters calmly flew out of the camp, controlling their magical artifacts, and headed towards the center of the boundary. The sight of those disciplined spellcasters made the group's eyelids twitch. Looking back at their own side, with its chaotic streams of spiritual light, their mood worsened. In the end, they could only deceive themselves by thinking that cultivators fighting wasn't like mortals clashing, so good discipline was useless, and at least their side had more people. Suddenly, various spiritual lights shot up into the sky. 2 tidal waves of colorful light, imbued with earth-shattering spiritual power, surged forward majestically. But they came to an abrupt halt when they were about 10 li apart. The spiritual light gradually dispersed, revealing faces twisted with ferocity and filled with killing intent. One side was fighting for survival, facing annihilation if they failed. The other was defending their homeland, naturally not allowing foreign enemies to invade. There were no reasons for compromise, nor any excuses for the 2 sides to coexist. Therefore, let the killing begin. Liu Yun's took a deep breath and turned to glance at Han Li in the crowd. The 2 exchanged a look and nodded simultaneously. Liu Yun's retracted his gaze and, together with Venerable Xiang and Wei Wuya, transformed into 3 dazzling streaks of light that shot forward. And from the clan army on the opposite side, 3 streaks of light also flew out. As the escape lights dissipated, the figures opposite were none other than the 2 divine masters of the Mulan people and the sect master of Yin Luo sect. Liu Yun's curiously scrutinized them for a few moments. This was his first time seeing the trio outside of Divine Master Zhong's memories. A short person, an old man, and a black-robed person. Liu Yun's paid particular attention to the black-robed person. Frankly, he was a bit less impressive than he had imagined. Facing the sect master of Yin Luo sect, Liu Yun's always felt that he wasn't as strong as he had imagined. At least, he lacked the overwhelming pressure that the twin saints of heavenly stars exuded, which was so powerful it almost made one dare not resist. Is your excellency Liu Yun's? Before the southern heaven side could speak, the withered old man opposite asked with killing intent in his eyes. Liu Yun's tilted his head, looked at him, and subtly used his clever little brain. Yes, it's your grandpa, Liu Yun's nodded and said. As is well known, character does not necessarily increase with age. The 3 individuals opposite were all prominent figures, they had never encountered such a thing. For a moment, they were utterly stunned. After a while, they finally reacted. The withered old man's dark face instantly turned crimson, and his eyes seemed to spit fire. How many years had it been? Since he had advanced to the nascent soul stage, when had he ever been so insulted? You. Fellow deist Liu is quite sharp-tongued, but alas, things have come to this, what good is a sharp tongue? The short person beside him quickly interrupted the withered old man, helping him calm down and realize that now was not the time for a war of words. Humph. Where is Divine Master Zhong? The withered old man snorted coldly, glaring at Liu Yun's, and asked with a grim expression. Liu Yun's, Venerable Xiang and Wei Wuya exchanged glances and nodded simultaneously. At the same time, several escape lights flew out from the southern heaven army. Han Li was among them. Several escape lights flew to the middle of the 2 armies. Hundreds of southern heaven cultivators opposite, suppressed by restrictions, were simultaneously pushed to the front of the formation. As the escape lights dissipated, Han Li stood in the center of the group, holding Divine Master Zhong's nascent soul, staring expressionlessly at the opposing army. Venerable Xiang snorted coldly and said, "Can we exchange now?" The 2 divine masters opposite exchanged glances, and the withered old man spoke, "Yes, you first sent Divine Master Zhong's nascent soul over, and we will release the people immediately." Hat. Wei Wuya sneered, saying nothing, but the disdain on his face was completely unconcealed. "You can also release the people first," Liu Yun said casually, spreading his hands. "Humph. Easy for you to say. If we release the people, what if your people eliminate Divine Master Zhong's nascent soul?" the withered old man asked with an unfriendly tone. "Oh, in that case, go ahead and do it," Liu Yun rolled his eyes. "You kill the captives, and we'll use Divine Master Zhong along with those captured Mulan people as a sacrifice for the banner. Let's just get this fight started and save time." "You," the withered old man's eyes suddenly widened. Just then, the short person spoke in a deep voice, "Enough. How about this, we release half the people first, then you select one person to bring the nascent soul into our formation. Once that person is inside the grand formation, we will release the other half, and your person will then hand over the nascent soul and exit the formation." Liu Yun glanced at him and scoffed, "Then if you have any ill intentions, wouldn't our person be trapped in the grand formation after handing over the nascent soul?" "That would only be an early nascent soul stage cultivator," the short person said directly. "Even without counting the low and mid-level cultivators, that's still a 1-for-2 exchange, you wouldn't be at a disadvantage. The three fell silent for a moment, then Liu Yun's was the first to nod. Good, let's do it this way, Venerable Xiang agreed. As the Mulan people's grand formation opened, half of the cultivators had their restrictions removed by the spellcasters and flew towards the opposite side with expressions of pleasant surprise. This included the nascent soul cultivator from the Nine Kingdoms Alliance. However, the group had already made arrangements. Before these cultivators could fly into the main army, hundreds of cultivators had already come out to meet them, carefully inspecting the rescued cultivators to confirm there were no spies and no tricks had been played on them, only then did they allow them to enter the cultivator ranks with peace of mind. Seeing this, Han Li slowly took a deep breath and, led by two early nascent soul stage black-robed persons, flew into the Mulan people's grand formation. At the same time, the other half of the cultivators passed him by, flying towards the southern heaven side's army formation. Seeing this, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Under the unfriendly gazes of the surrounding Mulan people, Han Li removed the restriction on the nascent soul in his hand. Immediately, two clan grandmasters flew out from the crowd, carefully took the nascent soul, and began to nervously inspect it. Divine Master Zhong had been captured for so long, it was hard to guarantee that no one had tampered with his nascent soul. This was also why the withered old man was unwilling to personally retrieve Divine Master Zhong. Facing an opponent of the same stage, he dared not risk any unexpected incidents. Seeing the group inspecting Divine Master Zhong's nascent soul, Han Li couldn't help but slightly lower his head, and his wrist, hidden in the wide sleeve of his robe, moved slightly. Chapter 651, Starting the War. Seeing that the few people had finally finished examining Divine Master Zhong's nascent soul and flown into the army, intending to find a safe place to settle Divine Master Zhong. Right before Han Li's eyes, the two mysterious black-robed people, covered by their cloaks, suddenly twisted their bodies, and their four red glowing eyes, hidden beneath their hoods, stared intently at him. Not good. Han Li's heart trembled, and he instinctively retreated rapidly. At this moment, the bodies of the two black-robed people suddenly collapsed as if boneless, then their black robes slid off, revealing two humanoid monsters, each about 10 feet tall, entirely blood-red and seemingly without a trace of skin, right before Han Li's eyes. Blood corpse. Han Li's thoughts raced, and the light golden wings on his back instantly unfurled. In the next second, he was about to use the wind lightning escape art to flee. But suddenly, Han Li found that his body could not move. Unbeknownst to him, one of the blood corpses had, at some point, transformed into an invisible blood light and merged into Han Li's shadow. The other blood corpse in front of Han Li revealed an incredibly eerie and ferocious smile. Its single hand transformed into a 10-foot-long, monstrous giant claw, with 5 incredibly sharp, blood-red fingernails, now like 5 slender long swords, striking down at Han Li's head. The speed was too fast. In a flash, the situation had undergone an earth-shattering change. Han Li's body stood frozen in place, as if solidified, only able to watch the incoming sharp claw. But at this moment, a faint smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. A light golden copper ball slipped from his sleeve. As soon as it emerged, it emitted streaks of light golden lightning, extending in all directions. In the blink of an eye, the blood corpse in Han Li's shadow was directly ejected, and the blood corpse rushing towards his face was also forced back by the lightning. At the same time, Divine Master Zhong's nascent soul, which was being examined, suddenly showed signs of pain, and an incomparably terrifying spiritual chi surged out from his body. A cold smile appeared on Han Li's lips. The copper ball under his foot opened, and with the sound of mechanical parts shifting and combining, it transformed into a 3-foot-long small formation diagram. White light bloomed, instantly engulfing Han Li's figure. Immediately after, right before Han Li's eyes, amidst the distorted expressions of the surrounding Mulan people, an incomparably powerful and violent spiritual chi erupted from Divine Master Zhong's body. Boom! Accompanied by an earth-shattering explosion, a corner of the Mulan people's spirit art grand array instantly disappeared. Everything within a 100-foot radius seemed to have been wiped away from thin air, vanishing completely. Before the Mulan people could react, the attacks from the Tianese people arrived a step ahead. More than a dozen long-range area of effect exotic treasures launched their attacks first: demonic wines, yellow mists, fireballs, ice frost. Under the no-holds-barred activation, these exotic treasures unleashed incredibly terrifying destructive power. On the Mulan people's side, although they immediately mobilized personnel to fill the gap, on one hand, the brocade-clad big man in charge of the formation did not have a deep understanding of it, and on the other hand, the explosion was truly too violent, almost like a nascent soul self-detonation, and there were no prior signs. This resulted in heavy casualties for the Mulan people. If these people hadn't known Divine Master Zhong well enough, they might have even thought that Divine Master Zhong, in a moment of despair, had directly self-detonated his nascent soul within the Mulan people's military formation, randomly taking a batch of his clansmen with him. Various reasons accumulated, leading to the Mulan people failing to organize their spirit art grand array in the first instance. Almost in an instant, the Tianese side's incredibly swift and explosive attacks landed within the Mulan people's military formation. For a time, spiritual lights extinguished in swathes, and screams echoed everywhere. "You used a trick," the dwarf roared furiously, his eyes red as he glared at the 3 Tianese cultivators. The 3 people opposite him returned a look as if they were staring at an idiot. This was war, who stipulated that one couldn't use underhanded tactics in war. If you can't play, then don't play. No need for more words, let's see the real deal with our hands, the gaunt old man snorted coldly and flew directly towards Venerable Xiang. Although he really wanted to trouble Liu Yun's, it's good to know one's limits, and some things are better left to others. The dwarf also looked at Wei Wuya with a grim expression. The latter returned a cold smile, transformed into a purple poisonous cloud that covered the sky, and collided with the dwarf, flying above the clouds in the sky shortly after. For a time, only surging spiritual light and continuous explosions could be seen overhead, clearly indicating a fierce battle. Liu Yun's and the sect master of Yin Luo sect stared at each other, neither making a rash move. Unlike the three great cultivators of Tianese and the Mulan divine masters, who knew each other's backgrounds, neither of them was clear about the other's divine ability or what trump cards the other held. For a time, neither dared to act rashly. Meanwhile, on the battlefield directly below the few people, the Mulan people, caught off guard, were repeatedly attacked by the Tianese people's long-range exotic treasures, temporarily unable to organize a counterattack. Within the great army, the brocade-clad big man's face was ashen. He turned his head and said to the black-robed woman beside him, Madame Liu, it seems we need to deploy your giant beasts first. Since the sect master has lent those giant beasts to fellow deist may use them as you wish. There's no need to specifically inform me, the black-robed woman said indifferently after a slight smile. The brocade-clad big man slowly took a deep breath, waved his single hand, and a disciple beside him, holding a 10-foot-long spiritual banner, raised it towards the sky. A red light instantly tore through the heavens. Accompanied by an earth-shattering roar, more than a dozen massive figures, like moving fortresses, pushed through various attacks and charged out from among the spellcasters. These were precisely the armored barbaric giant beasts. As soon as these giant beasts emerged, they immediately galloped towards the cultivators' main camp. Their massive hooves trampled the earth, and their violent aura seemed to carry an earth-shaking, powerful might. The cultivator side's attacks were instantly drawn to these giant beasts, and the spellcaster side finally freed up their hands. Seizing this opportunity, dozens of high-rank spellcasters hastily flew out, simultaneously conjuring dozens of colorful pellet-shaped magic treasures, and began chanting incantations. Some of these pellets plunged directly into the ground and disappeared. Others spun wildly before being enveloped in green light. Still others condensed into a ball of clear water, or spontaneously erupted in fire, enveloped by intense flames. Then, from the ground, from the green light, from the water and fire, various forms of Yao beasts materialized out of thin air. There were yellow earth pythons over 10 feet long, giant fire wolves 7 or 8 feet tall, ethereal green misty strange birds, and blue demon turtles covered in water mist. As soon as these Yao beasts appeared, they immediately followed behind the barbaric giant beasts, also charging towards the opposing cultivator army. Void Spirit Beast, Liu Yun's eyes flickered, revealing a thoughtful expression. The Mulan people's Void Spirit Beast is indeed miraculous. It can, by combining heaven and earth spiritual chi with its own spiritual chi, conjure these puppet-like Yao beasts out of thin air, the sect master of Yin Luo sect, opposite Liu Yun's, said at this moment. However, it's a pity that despite generations of optimization, this Void Spirit Beast technique has gradually matured, but it is ultimately just a substitute developed to fight against cultivators in the absence of magic treasures. It's difficult to gain any advantage when facing cultivators of the same stage. In the end, it still relies on spirit arts to contend with cultivators of the same stage. The sect master of Yin Luo sect seemed quite knowledgeable about the Mulan people's methods. As he spoke, he looked at those Void Spirit Beasts, which at most only had late core formation stage cultivation, and sighed slightly. Not necessarily, Liu Yun's interjected. Chapter 652, Battle Against a Demon. Oh? Fellow deist Liu has a different opinion. The sect master of Yin Luo sect asked, seemingly very interested. Indeed. As far as I know, while Void Spirit Beasts are difficult to create and require cultivators to control them remotely, making them far less practical than regular puppets, their inherent characteristic of being formed by heaven and earth spiritual chi gives this technique many more possibilities. Theoretically speaking, as long as there is a sufficient quantity and quality of heaven and earth spiritual chi, the strength of Void Spirit Beasts is almost limitless. At this moment, Liu Yun seemed to be facing an old friend he had known for many years, speaking voluminously about his conjectures. The sect master of Yin Luo sect across from him showed no displeasure. Instead, he listened to Liu Yun's conjectures with extraordinary patience, occasionally offering his own insights as a knowledgeable late-stage grand cultivator, which greatly benefited Liu Yun's. Meanwhile, the Void Spirit Beasts that had been rushing towards the cultivator army formation alongside the giant beasts had almost completely dissipated under the cultivator's long-range attacks. However, they had indeed accomplished their mission of drawing fire for the savage giant beasts, successfully allowing these incredibly destructive creatures to approach the southern heaven cultivator's great array. Facing these approaching giant beasts, Long Han decisively released the 10 Galatrons provided by Liu Yun's. These 10 massive puppets, like moving city walls, directly blocked the giant beast's path. With a boom, the two sides collided head-on. The Galatrons managed to withstand the giant beast's charge and even had the leeway to counterattack. However, the number of giant beasts dispatched by the enemy was unexpectedly large, totaling over 10. The Galatrons were not agile, and despite having sufficient firepower, they could only block 10 giant beasts. 3 more giant beasts broke through the Galatron's blockade and charged directly towards the great array. Left with no choice, Yuling sect could only send out its 3 guardian spirit beasts, rushing forward to intercept the remaining savage giant beasts. Liu Yun's looked on curiously. As he had learned from Dongmen Tu's memories, Yuling sect's 3 guardian spirit beasts were only around rank 8, and possessed no extraordinary divine abilities, they were merely ordinary savage exotic species. Among them, the magnificent dragon horse beast was probably the strongest, but it was by no means comparable to a heaven and earth spirit beast of the same rank, at most on par with an ordinary 8th level demonic beast. Furthermore, due to its inability to transform, it might even be slightly inferior. Compared to Joyful Union sect, Yuling sect's foundation was indeed a bit pathetic, which was why Qing Li's appearance had instantly agitated these people, making them disregard even life and death. While he was deep in thought, the battle below intensified again. The Mulan people, using the time bought by the giant beasts, set up a spirit art grand array and launched a counterattack against the southern heaven cultivators. For a time, various fire crows, ice spears, light blades, and massive boulders surged towards the southern heaven cultivators' great array, momentarily pushing back the southern heaven cultivators' offensive. Fellow deist Lu. Just then, the sect master of Yin Luo sect suddenly spoke. I previously sent someone to find a few fellow deists, but for some reason, the person I sent has not returned to this day. Does fellow deist Lu know his whereabouts? Lu Yuns glanced at him, smiled, and nodded. I know. I killed him. His nascent soul was fed to my pet. If you want it, I can have her poop it out for you. The sect master of Yin Luo sect's expression instantly turned grim, his eyes wide and then narrowing instantly, like a feline predator staring at its prey. Is that so? He asked in a somber tone, a strong, hair-raising sense of threat gradually emanating from him. May I ask why? Lu Yuns thought seriously for a moment, then replied thoughtfully, probably, because he was too ugly. Seriously, does no one in your Yin Luo sect look like a human? Whoosh. Lu Yun's eyelids twitched, and a golden light shot out from between his eyebrows, colliding violently with something in the void realm, and both flew backwards simultaneously. The two golden lights instantly converged, transforming into a golden small shuttle and another golden cone that flew back to the sect master of Yin Luo sect's side. This cone, a magic treasure of unknown origin, had an astonishing escape speed, even Lu Yun's divine sense could only barely track it. If it were anyone else, they might not even know how they died. If not for the equally fast golden small shuttle, Lu Yuns might not have been able to stop it this time. Good treasure, Lu Yuns praised. At the same time, the golden small shuttle beside him trembled slightly, instantly transforming into a slender golden light. The same to you, the sect master of Yin Luo sect said in a deep voice, the golden cone beside him blurring. Bang! The two incredibly fast treasures collided again, and this time, it was Lu Yun's golden small shuttle that flew backward. A hint of disdainful sneer appeared on the sect master of Yin Luo sect's lips, but the next moment, just as he commanded the cone to pursue, he found that the treasure was fixed in midair, unable to move at all. He looked up in astonishment, only to see that the golden small shuttle had an incredibly thin golden thread trailing behind it. At the moment of collision with the cone, it had looped the golden thread around it, then wrapped it tightly at an extremely fast speed, completely immobilizing the cone. As if sensing the sect master of Yin Luo sect's gaze, the golden small shuttle seemed to taunt him, swaying left and right. Humph! The sect master of Yin Luo sect snorted coldly. He naturally didn't believe there could be a magic treasure with such high sentience in the world, only thinking that Lu Yuns was provoking him. A deep, inky black chi spread out from his body, like some ancient era evil entity, extending its limbs with heavy evil chi, revealing a gaping maw filled with flesh and blood. Inside the maw was the sect master of Yin Luo sect, his eyes glinting with cold light. The black chi suddenly contracted, clinging to the sect master of Yin Luo sect's body like a colloid, then transforming into a magnificent black battle armor. Streaks of blue lightning coursed over the armor, making his figure appear like a deity wielding lightning from myths and legends. The sect master of Yin Luo sect snorted coldly, and the blue lightning that had been coursing over his body suddenly leaped into the air, like a living creature, carrying the extreme speed and destructive aura unique to lightning, and rushed directly towards Lu Yuns. Sizzle! A deep, inky lightning spread out in Lu Yuns' hand. With a single wave, the streaks of blue lightning, radiating destructive aura, were enveloped by black lightning and easily flung aside, almost without any power to resist. Looking across the entire human realm, there might be lightning that could not be restrained by profound origin heavy thunder, but it was certainly not this kind of lightning. Seeing his killing move broken, the sect master of Yin Luo sect's pupils instantly contracted, and a large expanse of black chi instantly spread out around him, enveloping him. Hat. This sight reminds me of a few old friends, Lu Yuns chuckled, bringing his hands together in front of his chest, then slowly pulling them apart, and a 3-foot-long pitch black long blade appeared between his palms. Speaking of which, I have quite a connection with people like you. More than half of my divine abilities, whether by coincidence or design, are actually aimed at you lot. Lu Yuns held the blade in one hand, raising his head, and coldly stared at the black cloud that blotted out the sky, and the huge, indistinct phantom within the black cloud. The Heaven Fiend True Demonic Technique. I think that's its name. Anyway, thank you all for helping me discover something very important recently. As Lu Yuns spoke, he raised the long blade with both hands and slashed down fiercely. In an instant, a pitch-black blade light, as if capable of changing the color of heaven and earth and devouring all light, shot out violently. The black cloud that blotted out the sky seemed to be stimulated by something, suddenly contracting inward, vaguely forming a gigantic, gradually solidifying, ferocious demonic phantom. Sizzle! The pitch-black blade light fiercely struck the black cloud. At this moment, it was as if a red-hot, swift blade had cut through a solidified block of grease, wherever the blade light passed, whether it was the solidifying black cloud or the ferocious, sinister pitch-black demonic phantom, all boiled, melted, and were easily cleaved in two with a single strike. Ah! A scream came from within the black cloud. A figure shot out, and Liu Yun's focused his gaze, his pupils constricting slightly. He saw that the figure was several jong tall, with 2 horns on its head, fangs in its mouth, and scales all over its body. At first glance, it was completely non-human. But upon closer inspection, one could find several places on its body that were incongruous with this appearance, still retaining some human features. If those human features were excluded, the appearance of this demon would be almost identical to a certain demonic phantom in the 6 Extremes True Demon art. Indeed. Liu Yun's nodded inwardly. What kind of treasure is that? It can actually break my Heaven Fiend True Demonic technique. The sect master of Yin Luo sect, almost transformed into a demon god, cried out in disbelief, his voice hoarse and deep, completely unlike a human's. To be honest, if you people hadn't rushed to be my test subjects, I wouldn't have thought of it. Liu Yun's ran a hand over the spine of the demon dragon blade, feeling the powerful devilish chi within, eager to burst forth, and couldn't help but laugh. The number 1 supreme treasure of the demonic path actually has such a strong restraining effect on your ancient demonic techniques. These ancient cultivators are truly remarkable. The number 1 supreme treasure of the demonic path. The sect master of Yin Luo sect muttered to himself, his pupils almost shrinking to pinpricks. Demon dragon blade. That's the demon dragon blade in your hand. His voice suddenly became shrill, and his blood-red eyes, completely unlike a human's, revealed an unconcealable look of panic. Liu Yun stroked the blade with one hand, chuckled softly, and the demon dragon blade in his hand hummed without cause. Do you feel it? This demon dragon blade is far more excited facing your devilish chi than facing a cultivator's nascent soul. Perhaps in the ancient era, this was its true purpose. As Sun's words fell, the demon dragon blade in his hand suddenly and eerily vanished. The sect master of Yin Luo sect's scalp instantly prickled. His spiritual sense screamed wildly, as if disaster was about to strike the next second. He suddenly turned around, opened his mouth, and spat out a foot-long, inky black flying sword that circled his body, while a black orb was already clutched in his hand. Although the Heaven Fiend True Demonic technique had just been broken, failing to fully summon the Heaven Fiend True Demon Dharma body, relying on his mostly transformed demonic body and the layer of armor formed by the demonic technique, he still feared most attacks below the soul transformation stage in the human realm. But this absolutely did not include the demon dragon blade. The number 1 supreme treasure of the demonic path. That title was simply too resounding. It made him dare not gamble his demonic body on whether the demon dragon blade's attack was as sharp as rumored. Liu Yun's also saw his reaction, his gaze lingering on the black orb in the sect master of Yin Luo sect's hand for a moment, then his finger moved slightly. A giant black ghost claws appeared out of thin air, grabbing down at the sect master of Yin Luo sect. Humph. The sect master of Yin Luo sect snorted coldly, and the inky black flying sword beside him directly transformed into a black streak of light, meeting it head-on. Crack. The streak of light formed by the inky black flying sword gently twisted, directly cutting the black ghost claws in half. But then, 2 more identical black ghost claws appeared, also grabbing down at the sect master of Yin Luo sect. The sect master of Yin Luo sect didn't even glance at them, the inky black flying sword above his head flew back, slashing at the 2 ghost claws. He, meanwhile, released his divine sense, concentrating on perceiving the demon dragon blade, which could appear suddenly at any moment. Just as the inky black flying sword was about to slash down at the ghost hands, suddenly, one of the ghost hands snatched out like lightning, grasping the inky black flying sword in its palm. And the flying sword, which could originally easily cut through ghost hands, was now firmly imprisoned within, unable to move a single inch for a moment. Before the sect master of Yin Luo sect could react, grey-white demonic fire ignited on the pitch-black ghost claws. The inky black flying sword let out a mournful cry, its spiritual light instantly dimming, and was reduced to ashes by the demonic fire. The sect master of Yin Luo sect's face suddenly turned pale. His magic treasure had been destroyed, if not for his half-demonic body being strong enough, this blow would have been enough to injure him. At this moment, the other ghost claws also followed, grabbing down like lightning, heading straight for the sect master of Yin Luo sect. Ha! The sect master of Yin Luo sect let out a low growl, forcibly suppressing the surging chi and blood within his body, and spat out a smooth jade tablet, which went straight to meet the incoming ghost claws. On the ghost claws, grey-white demonic fire instantly ignited. A hint of fear flashed in the sect master of Yin Luo sect's eyes, and he pointed at the jade tablet with a backhand. A misty green spiritual light immediately erupted from within the jade tablet, transforming into countless green flying swords, which flew directly towards the ghost claws. Having personally witnessed how his magic treasure was destroyed, the sect master of Yin Luo sect naturally didn't believe this could stop the ghost claws. His figure moved, his lower body as if fitted with springs, his knees not bending at all, yet his entire person shot backward with astonishing speed. And the direction he fled was precisely where Liu Yun's was located. Hat. Liu Yun sneered. Before the sect master of Yin Luo sect could reach him, a darkness that devoured all light suddenly appeared, slashing down at the sect master of Yin Luo sect with a blade. The sect master of Yin Luo sect instantly looked up, as if he had long anticipated it, showing no panic on his face. He raised one hand, and a pitch-black orb was sent flying towards the demon dragon blade. Suddenly, the sect master of Yin Luo sect's vision blurred, and black demonic fire suddenly burned in the air, as if burning away a layer of false painting. The demon dragon blade instantly vanished, replaced by Liu Yun's figure. Illusion. The sect master of Yin Luo sect hardened his heart, gritted his teeth, and was about to activate the black orb to directly kill Liu Yun's. But at this moment, the black orb was already too close to Liu Yun's. He slightly raised one hand, and numerous exotic talismans instantly shot out, disappearing into the orb in the blink of an eye. The sect master of Yin Luo sect instantly felt his connection with the pitch-black orb severed. Before he could even be shocked, his spiritual sense suddenly screamed wildly. In the void realm, a black streak of light appeared silently, slashing towards his head like lightning. And at Liu Yun's original position, a translucent, eerie green phantom quietly approached, a grey-white fire lotus already poised to strike. In the blink of an eye, a deadly trap was fully revealed. Chapter 653 Slaying the Demon. With the demon dragon blade breaking through the air from the front, and the phantom wielding the Azura sacred fire silently approaching from behind, such a situation, for any existence below soul transformation, was a deadly trap with 9 deaths and 1 life. Even for the sect master of Yin Luo sect, there was only a sliver of hope for him to desperately cling to. At that very moment, accompanied by an explosive sound, the pitch-black battle armor on the sect master of Yin Luo sect suddenly burst open, transforming into countless pitch-black fragments that shot out in all directions. The demon dragon blade let out a low hum, and a surging, sea-like pitch-black demonic chi erupted from it, carrying a blade-like sharpness that instantly swept away all the fragments enveloped in black chi. The eerie green phantom dared not meet it head-on. The grey-white demonic fire in its palm rapidly expanded, transforming into a blooming giant fire lotus to block in front of it. Those fragments carrying pitch-black demonic chi instantly turned grey-white, and in the blink of an eye, were reduced to ashes. The sect master of Yin Luo sect bought himself a moment, enough for him to open a certain pitch-black leather pouch at his waist and release 3 streaks of black chi mixed with a fierce, fishy smell. Within the black chi, 3 tall humanoid figures flickered into view. White light flickered in Liu Yun's eyes, piercing through the dense black chi to clearly see what kind of demonic creatures were inside. They were 3 tall refined corpses, each clad in black armor. One held a pair of short halberds glowing yellow, another held a verdant long spear, and the last one even carried a huge, silvery wolf-tooth club. These 3 refined corpses all had exposed fangs and their green eyes flickered with intelligence, as if they all possessed sentience. Moreover, each had nascent soul-level cultivation, especially the refined corpse carrying the wolf-tooth club, whose corpse chi was exceptionally dense, faintly showing middle-stage level cultivation. Armored Corpse King. White light flickered in Liu Yun's eyes, his expression betraying no surprise. Aside from some naturally formed refined corpses created by cultivators can generally be divided into several different types. The blood corpse that appeared before was one kind, and the armored corpse belongs to another. The difference between the two is that blood corpses primarily excel at various strange divine abilities and secret arts, while armored corpses are known for their powerful physical bodies. Bronze armored corpse is a more common representative among armored corpses, generally equivalent to an ordinary foundation establishment stage cultivator. They have powerful physical bodies, no sentience whatsoever, and can only be driven by cultivators like puppets. However, among numerous bronze armored corpses, a peculiar type like a corpse king might emerge. Not only is its own cultivation far superior to ordinary armored corpses, but it may also develop sentience, allowing it to telepathically control enemies on its own, and even possess strong command capabilities over ordinary armored corpses. Ordinary armored corpses are powerless to resist a corpse king's command. And these 3 armored corpses not only had such profound cultivation, but also clearly possessed sentience, making them 3 nascent soul-level armored corpse kings. He had no idea how this fellow managed to create them. Liu Yun's, who had read all the memories of a Yin Luo sect elder, narrowed his eyes slightly and immediately thought of something. So that's it. It seems your school's internal affairs aren't very harmonious either. But to think of using these armored corpses to contend against old demon Jian's 5 sons CO Heart's demon, aren't you underestimating your opponent a bit too much? At this moment, with the appearance of the 3 armored corpses, the sect master of Yin Luo sect regained his composure. His expression was solemn, and he did not reply, but instead, he opened his mouth and spat out an eerie green small banner. Meanwhile, the demon dragon blade had already charged forward, and the eerie green phantom, holding the grey-white fire lotus, hurled it towards the sect master of Yin Luo sect's direction. The 3 corpse kings' eyes flashed with eerie green light. The corpse king holding the short halberds raised the 2 short halberds in its hands and slashed downwards fiercely, and 2 dazzling yellow lights instantly surged out, heading straight for the grey-white fire lotus. The corpse king holding the long spear blurred for a moment, instantly appearing to the side of the demon dragon blade, and its long spear, like a venomous dragon, thrust towards the demon dragon blade. The dazzling yellow light was effortlessly incinerated by the grey-white fire lotus without any resistance. The fire lotus spread, directly enveloping the short halberd corpse king. That incomparably powerful physical body had no effect against this Azura sacred fire, it only struggled for a moment before being reduced to ashes. On the other side, struck by the corpse king's immense force, the demon dragon blade couldn't help but hum softly. A large expanse of pitch-black demonic chi instantly spread from it, engulfing the spear-wielding corpse king. Within the black chi, a chilling chewing sound faintly emanated. A moment later, the black chi dissipated, and the spear-wielding corpse king vanished into thin air, leaving behind only the demon dragon blade, which seemed to have consumed some tonic. At the same time, the sect master of Yin Luo sect's figure twisted, and he and the corpse king carrying the wolf-tooth club simultaneously vanished from their original positions, like a distorted black thread, appearing more than 10 zhang away in the blink of an eye. The sect master of Yin Luo sect's figure reappeared, and without the slightest hesitation, he pointed a single finger at the ghost Luo banner in front of him. In an instant, a colossal object, 50 to 60 zhang long, stood between heaven and earth. With a pudgy sound, a verdant green ominous cloud emerged from the banner. It then rapidly swelled, enveloping the sect master of Yin Luo sect's figure. Gusts of bone-chilling cold ominous wind appeared out of thin air, quickly growing fierce, like a storm from the 9 netherworlds. Large patches of dark clouds had flown in from somewhere above, turning the entire sky into a gloomy expanse. For a time, the entire world became pitch black, with not a single ray of sunlight penetrating through. The sky grew incomparably dim. Green ghost mist also appeared around them at some unknown point, and the cries of ghosts rose with it. This scene of heaven and earth changing color attracted many gazes, and even the fierce battlefield below paused because of it. Long Han looked in disbelief at the colossal object, 50 to 60 zhang long, floating in the air. He looked at the sky, then at the Mulan people whose aura had inexplicably surged, and couldn't help but grit his teeth fiercely. It's time, he said in a tone that even he found unusually heavy. Use the Jade Talisman. Following Long Han's command, the cultivator army began to advance rapidly, soon arriving within 100 zhang of the spellcaster army. Attack! Someone in the crowd shouted a command. Accompanied by 7 soft sounds, 7 misty white jade talismans were solemnly offered up by 7 Luanming sect elders. As soon as the jade talismans left their hands, they transformed into 7 white rainbows that shot towards the sky above the spellcaster army. After circling at a height of several tens of zhang, they all revealed their true forms. Amidst their expansion and contraction, earth-shattering thunderous sounds suddenly emanated from the jade talismans. Then the 7 jade talismans shattered, and 7 dazzling white electric spheres emerged. To the horrified gazes of the spellcaster side, the white electric spheres rapidly grew larger. In a blink of an eye, they transformed into colossal existences like scorching suns. 7 white scorching suns, over 10 zhang in diameter, floated brightly above the cultivator army. The next second, the 7 scorching suns exploded. The sky above the spellcasters was instantly filled with crackling, scorching white electric arcs, forming 7 giant electric nets that descended. The spellcaster side, in a panic, conjured talismans and spirit arts to meet them. As lightning annihilated numerous spirit arts, scorching white electric arcs burst open among the crowd. Cultivators and spellcasters were practically on top of each other. Someone shouted angrily first, and in an instant, both sides collided like a tide. Shouts of battle, low hums, explosions, all sorts of sounds merged into a cacophony, momentarily even suppressing the wailing of ghosts and wolves in the air. The great melee had begun. Meanwhile, Lu Yun's looked at the colossal object suspended in the air. His expression was dark and unreadable as he gazed at the countless wailing human faces densely packed on the colossal object. Demon Dragon Blade. Hehe, fellow deist Lu, you might not realize what a big trouble you've stirred up. A deep, hoarse voice emanated from the eerie green ghost mist. With the appearance of the Ghost Luo banner, the sect master of Yin Luo sect once again reverted to his demeanor as if everything was under his control. If those old fellows from Great Jin knew that the demonic path's #1 supreme treasure had appeared, I can't even imagine what they would do. In a sense, this can attract those old monsters of the demonic path even more than a heaven-reaching spirit treasure. Perhaps. Lu Yun said coldly, and with a single gesture, the demon dragon blade mysteriously vanished from its original spot again. Immediately, an eerie green spiritual light lit up behind him. The green phantom returned on its own, merging into the spiritual light. Subsequently, another Lu Yun's #4, walked out from the spiritual light, his expression complex as he glanced at the dense ghost mist above his head. He. Fellow deist Lu, since you know, then hand over this demon dragon blade to me. Accompanied by a furious roar, a red magic incantation shot out from the ghost mist and struck the giant banner. Green light burst forth, and suddenly a large hole several zhang in diameter appeared on the banner. After a burst of black qi, gusts of ominous wind swept through it. A terrifying evil ghost crawled out from the large hole. This evil ghost was 10 zhang tall, with a green face and fangs, ox horns on its head, a horse tail on its back, 10 long and sharp fingers, and its entire body was covered in eerie green scales, appearing indestructible. Accompanying this evil ghost were hundreds of ominous fire skeletons, just as Lu Yun's had seen in the memories of that Yin Luo sect elder. Eerie green ominous fire enveloped the floating skull heads, emitting chilling, soul-stirring weird strange laughter. It's yours. Lu Yun said without looking back. Lu Yun's #4 behind him nodded with a solemn expression. The grey-white fire lotus on his forehead bloomed again, then rapidly shrank, transforming into a small, exquisite, seemingly solid white lotus in his palm. Go. Accompanied by a low roar from within the ghost mist, the evil ghost bared its bloody maw, let out 2 strange laughs, and transformed into a giant skull head, over 10 zhang tall. With hundreds of ominous fire skeletons by its side, it spewed ominous fire and charged majestically towards Lu Yun's location. Lu Yun's #4 flew out, holding the fire lotus in his palms before him, a cold smile gradually appearing at the corner of his mouth. The next second, dense grey-white light threads erupted from Lu Yun's #4's hands. The giant skull head, transformed from the evil ghost, roared and, along with hundreds of skull heads beside it, spewed out a large amount of ominous fire, forming a giant net of ominous fire to meet it. The ominous fire and light threads collided, but then, to the disbelief of the sect master of Yin Luo sect, the giant net of ominous fire offered no resistance whatsoever, and was easily pierced through by those seemingly delicate grey-white light threads. Flame transformation into threads. The sect master of Yin Luo sect's pupils almost shrank to pinpoints. With a command, evil ghosts rushed forward one after another, blocking the grey-white light threads. Without encountering any obstruction, these dense grey-white light threads easily penetrated through the ominous fire skeletons, and even the giant skull was not spared. The sect master of Yin Luo sect's face was ashen. He formed a hand seal, about to urge these almost immortal specters to attack again. But just then, wisps of grey-white demonic fire, like fierce fire meeting strong liquor, surged up with a roar. The evil ghosts were enveloped by the grey-white demonic fire, letting out futile, sharp roars, like grey-white torches, and were devoured by the demonic fire in the blink of an eye. The giant skull was enveloped by the grey-white demonic fire, struggling futilely a few times, continuously changing several forms, but in the end, it was still reduced to nothing by the grey-white demonic fire. All of this happened too quickly, the sect master of Yin Luo sect hadn't even reacted yet. Impossible. The sect master of Yin Luo sect blinked in disbelief. He naturally believed that there were divine abilities in this world that could restrain these immortal evil ghosts, but even the legendary evil warding divine thunder couldn't possibly clear away all the evil ghosts. Otherwise, how could this ghost Luo banner be worthy of being their Yin Luo sect's school suppressing treasure? For a moment, various thoughts surged through the sect master of Yin Luo sect's mind, finally transforming into a certain demonic fire he had seen in an ancient text during his youth. Ghost Deo Sacred Fire. Azura Sacred Fire. The sect master of Yin Luo sect's fingertips trembled fiercely. He looked at Lu Yun's number 4, his eyes filled with extreme horror. You are a ghost cultivator. Lu Yun's number 4 smiled coldly. Who would have thought that 10 days ago, after second brother finally extracted the spirit arts data from Divine Master Zhong's mind, he would be the first to benefit. Just then, a deep black light silently appeared behind the sect master of Yin Luo sect. Humph. The superficial horror did not affect his divine sense vigilance. The sect master of Yin Luo sect unhesitatingly activated the ghost Luo banner beside him to block behind him, and ordered the armored corpse in front of him to meet the black light, while he himself transformed into a black light and fled. However, the black light flashed past, and the ghost Luo banner hummed, its surging ghost chi instantly scattering, leaving only a palm-sized banner cut into 2 pieces in the air. The corpse king carrying the wolf-tooth club had intended to block the black light, but a look of struggle suddenly appeared in its eyes, and for a moment, it froze in place. At that very moment, the black light caught up with the escape lights, flashing past. The sect master of Yin Luo sect's figure abruptly stopped. He blinked, and his head suddenly slid off on its own. Immediately after, his entire body instantly turned into a pale skeleton, as if he had been dead for hundreds of years. Tisk. Lu Yun's figure appeared before the ghost Luo banner, which had been cut in 2 by the demon dragon blade. He grabbed it in his hand, clicking his tongue with some helplessness. Beside him, the demon dragon blade hummed to itself, appearing exceptionally happy. Lu Yun's had originally intended to capture the sect master of Yin Luo sect's nascent soul to extract some useful information from his memories, such as the internal situation of the Yin Luo sect, where the remaining ghost Luo banners were, and if their cultivation technique had any fatal weaknesses. But he hadn't expected the demon dragon blade to strike too quickly. It directly swallowed him. Chapter 654, The Fourth Divine Master. Lu Yun's was still sighing in his original spot when the corpse king, carrying a wolf-tooth club on his shoulder, took a step, instantly covering several zhong and appearing directly beside him. Lu Yun's glanced at him and asked with a smile, "How is it? Is this body all right?" "Excellent." A faint green light flashed in the corpse king's eyes, and Lu Yun's voice actually came from its fanged, gaping maw. "I was wondering why you prepared a refined corpse body for the third one. Turns out this kind of body is so useful. The main consciousness isn't high, making it extremely easy to control, and this physical body and cultivation besides lacking sensation it's practically perfect." As the corpse king spoke, he kept touching himself, appearing exceptionally twisted. This scene made the fourth one on the side unable to watch, but Lu Yun's was fine. He even leaned in to chat with the second one about the experience of being a refined corpse. It must be said that the sect master of Yin Luo sect had definitely put a lot of effort into this refined corpse. Many of its wondrous aspects even made Lu Yun's want to give a thumbs up. One must know that an ordinary armored corpse king having core formation stage cultivation was already quite good. But this one had actually managed to raise the corpse king's cultivation to the nascent soul level. The one controlled by the second one even possessed profound cultivation no less than a mid-nascent soul stage cultivator. The sect master of Yin Luo sect definitely harbored thoughts of competing with old demon Jian, the grand elder of Yin Luo sect. Though it was unknown whether he simply didn't want to be outdone by his senior brother or had some other intentions. But without a doubt, he intended to cultivate armored corpse kings to contend with old demon Jian's 5 son Co Hearts demon. In the memory of the Yin Luo sect elder, Lu Yun's had seen old demon Jian. It was said that his 5 son Co Hearts demon divine ability was eerie and extremely troublesome. When they combined forces, they were no less formidable than a late nascent soul stage cultivator. Moreover, old demon Jian had refined the 5 son Co Hearts demon to be like an incarnation. As long as one remained, he would be immortal. Looking across the entire Great Jin, old demon Jian was a great divine ability user who could steadily rank in the top 10, or even top 5, among late nascent soul stage cultivators. In comparison, while the sect master of Yin Luo sect was also considered a strong individual among those of the same rank, he was still quite a bit weaker. Of course, if he had truly managed to cultivate the other 2 corpse kings to this level, then he might genuinely be able to contend with the 5 son Co Hearts demon. Speaking of which, it was also his bad luck. If Lu Yun's hadn't, after capturing that messenger, tested his various trump cards first, out of a desire to understand the opponent's cultivation technique characteristics, he wouldn't have realized that the demonic path's number 1 treasure, the demon dragon blade, had a suppressive effect against ancient demonic technique and even similar devilish chi that could be called its natural enemy. The powerful effect of this suppression even surpassed that of the evil warding divine thunder, which specifically countered various demonic path evil cultivation techniques. At first, Lu Yun's was very surprised, but after thinking it over carefully, he understood that the method for refining the demon dragon blade was most likely created by an exceptionally talented ancient cultivator during the era when ancient demons invaded. Using demon to counter demon, this person's wisdom was truly remarkable. Thinking this way, could it be that the soul transformation cultivator who was killed by the demon dragon blade back then coincidentally cultivated an ancient demonic technique? That would truly be a fitting end. While Lu Yun's was still chatting with the second one about his experience of having his own physical body, above the clouds, after the death of the sect master of Yin Luo sect, the intermittent explosions noticeably paused, followed by a series of even more intense blasts. Lu Yun's looked up, immediately sneered, and was about to fly out to engage in an unfair group assault. Just then, Lu Yun suddenly frowned and turned to look at the rear of the clan army. There's still one more. At this moment, the brocade-clad big man stood at the rear of the army, his two eyes fixed on Lu Yun's in the air, openly emitting his powerful late nascent soul stage spiritual pressure. Senior brother. Behind him, a thin young man looked at him with a mix of shock and anger. Divine Master Bai instructed that you are not allowed to. I know. The brocade-clad big man roared without turning his head, I am also a divine master. I am the clan's fourth grand divine master. He cannot control me. Junior brother you, I am now handing over command to you. Next, I will do my best to entangle that person. If I die, then the Grand Masters of the Thunder Sound, Golden Light, and Giant Stone tribes will all attack together. No matter what, before this great battle ends, no matter how many people die, you must entangle him. Do you understand? The thin young man froze in place, subconsciously nodding. The brocade-clad big man slowly took a deep breath and turned to look at the black-robed woman on the side. He had only recently, by chance, advanced to the late nascent soul stage. To this day, he hadn't even had time to properly stabilize his cultivation. He had no idea how long he could hold Lu Yun's back. Madam Lu. The brocade-clad big man slowly began, Sect Master Fang is dead. Does Madam not wish to avenge him? The black-robed woman gave him an inscrutable look, pursed her lips, and remained silent. Damn great Jin cultivator. The brocade-clad big man cursed inwardly, his face showing no unusual expression as he said, Madam Lu, as far as I know, the other members of Yin Luo sect do not seem to approve of your involvement in our great war with the people of Tianese. Now that Sect Master Fang is dead, if you were to return just like this, your fate would likely be dire. The black-robed woman's expression instantly turned grim. She turned her head, glared at the brocade-clad big man, and sneered, so what? We are still nascent soul elders of Yin Luo sect. No matter what, it won't be worse than dying tragically under the demon dragon blade. The scene of the sect master of Yin Luo sect's entire body, flesh, blood, and nascent soul being instantly sucked dry was too shocking, so much so that the black-robed woman recognized it at a glance. The brocade-clad big man's expression became even uglier. He frowned and shook his head at the black-robed woman. Madam Lu, we may not necessarily die. Really? The smile on the black-robed woman's face grew colder. Fellow Daoist Tian is truly confident. Does fellow Daoist think that with just the two of us, we can defeat my husband? The brocade-clad big man shook his head and said, not just the two of us, Madam Lu. If I remember correctly, besides Madam, there were two other fellow Daoists from your sect who carried the Ghost Luo banner this time, right? A trace of bloodlight instantly flashed in the black-robed woman's eyes, and a strong, nauseating smell of blood emanated from her entire body. Fellow Daoist Tian, what do you mean by that? The black-robed woman asked, almost enunciating each word. It's simple. Legend has it that when all 12 Ghost Luo banners are gathered, one can face a soul transformation cultivator without defeat. Currently, we have 3 Ghost Luo banners here. Working together, even if we can't defeat the one surnamed Lu, it shouldn't be difficult to trap him. The brocade-clad big man said in a deep voice, as long as we can trap him for a period of time, until the great battle is won, we will naturally be able to free up our hands to besiege the one surnamed Lu. No matter how strong he is, he won't be able to withstand the encirclement of the entire clan army. Regarding the demon dragon blade, in the original work, whether it was Corpse Bear's imitation or Han Li's demon marrow flying blade, their suppression of devilish chi and ancient demonic technique was almost unreasonable, so I infer that the original demon dragon blade must also have similar properties. Chapter 655, Engagement. The black-robed woman's eyes were fixed on the brocade-clad big man, her face so gloomy it seemed water could drip from it. All right, the black-robed woman gritted her teeth and said, but I have one condition, all spoils of war obtained from that person belong to us, especially the demon dragon blade. No problem, I promise you in the name of a Mulan divine master, the brocade-clad big man said without hesitation. The black-robed woman's face was grim as she raised her hand and shot a black light into the sky. Among the crowd, 2 black-robed persons silently flew to her side. One was a dark-faced man who looked to be only in his early 30s, and the other was a young man with a youthful appearance, seemingly not even over 20 years old. Madam Lu, why did you suddenly call us over? The young man asked with an ugly expression. It was clear that the scene of the sect master of Yin Luo sect's death had also been witnessed by these two, and at this moment, they no longer held the proper reverence for the sect master of Yin Luo sect's Dao companion. The black-robed woman's face darkened, and without turning her head, she said, the three of us, along with Divine Master Tian, will attack the one surnamed Lu. After saying this, the black-robed woman's lips moved slightly as she transmitted a message to the two. The two's expressions changed several times, finally turning grim as they slowly nodded. The black-robed woman and the brocade-clad big man both breathed a sigh of relief, turning their heads to look at Lu Yun's, who had been waiting for them in the air. Let's go, don't keep him waiting, the brocade-clad big man said with a solemn voice, opening his mouth to spit out a green orb. The orb emitted a hazy green light in the air, transforming into a giant green bird in the blink of an eye. At the same time, the brocade-clad big man turned to the thin young man and said, notify the Saintess. The moment we start, immediately summon the sacred beast. Spare no expense and defeat the Southern Heaven cultivators as quickly as possible. The thin young man nodded with a solemn expression, watching as the brocade-clad big man stepped onto the giant bird and transformed into a green light, heading straight for Lu Yun's. At the same time, the three black-robed women also transformed into three black escape lights, following behind the brocade-clad big man. Several escape lights stopped about 10 jong in front of Lu Yun's. As the escape lights dissipated, the appearances of the four were revealed. Tisk. I didn't expect the clan to have a fourth divine master. Your information blockade is quite good. It's just a pity, judging by your unstable aura, you probably advanced to the late stage not long ago, and perhaps haven't even stabilized your realm yet, have you? Lu Yun's asked with a smile. Although it was a question, Lu Yun's tone was incredibly certain. Your Excellency has good insight, the brocade-clad big man said, his expression unchanged. Since your Excellency killed Sect Master Fang, then next, I, the fourth Mulan Divine Master, shall be your Excellency's opponent. Is that so? Lu Yun's raised an eyebrow, his gaze sweeping over the three people behind the brocade-clad big man. Then what do these three mean? The brocade-clad big man continued expressionlessly, my fight with your Excellency is my duty, these three, however, are here for personal vendetta. Ah, I see, Lu Yun's glanced at the few people, a wide smile gradually appearing on his lips. All the mid-nascent soul stage cultivators of Yin Luo sect holding the Ghost Luo banner should be here, right? Lu Yun's asked, and without waiting for the four on the opposite side to answer, he continued to speak to himself, I suppose so, there couldn't be any others. Then. Let's begin. Lu Yun's roared. Below, on the battlefield, the situation suddenly changed. Accompanied by a high-pitched dragon roar, a green escape light suddenly rose, heading directly towards one of the black-robed cultivators amidst the chaotic battle. That person had already firmly suppressed an early nascent soul stage cultivator from Southern Heaven cultivators, and the opponent was about to give out. Just then, he suddenly felt a fierce wind rising behind him. Without any hesitation, the black-robed cultivator immediately turned around, and a large amount of dark devilish chi erupted from his entire body, condensing into a terrifying giant claw, which he swiped forward. With a sizzle sound, a faint golden electric arc suddenly shot out, instantly shattering the giant claw. A bolt of lightning followed instantly, and in the black-robed cultivator's horrified gaze, a half-human, half-dragon monster rushed in front of him, its claw plunging into his dantian like lightning, pulling out his nascent soul. Qing Li opened her mouth and swallowed the nascent soul, revealing an incredibly ferocious smile, and then transformed into a bolt of lightning and disappeared again. At the same time, a thunderous sound echoed on another side of the battlefield. Han Li, with faint golden wings on his back, released streaks of faint golden lightning with one hand, turning a black-robed cultivator sealed in purple solid ice into ashes. On the other side, a charming and graceful young woman appeared out of thin air, enveloped in wisps of pink mist, and used exploding thunder beads that emitted faint golden lightning to turn a black-robed cultivator into ashes. Beside her, there were two tall evil spirits, one green and one red, emitting powerful spiritual pressure not inferior to a peak early nascent soul stage cultivator. Upon closer inspection, one would find that these two evil spirits were actually two tall puppets. At the same time, throughout the battlefield, blood corpses with strange divine abilities and incredibly fast escape techniques, after just managing to drain the essence blood of a few cultivators, were blocked by various nascent soul cultivators, some with white hair and beards, others with righteous faces. Each nascent soul cultivator held a heavy treasure emitting astonishing spiritual chi. Gentlemen, Lu Yun's looked at the three black-robed cultivators with grim expressions, the smile on his lips becoming even more pronounced. He waved his hand and said with a smile, come, let's play. With a whoosh sound, the three instantly made their move, simultaneously spitting out a dark green small banner without hesitation. The brocade-clad big man, along with the green bird beneath him, charged directly at Lu Yun's, preparing to buy time for the other three. Lu Yun's moved one hand, and the demon dragon blade already appeared in his palm. He chopped down without hesitation. A deep, dark blade light shot out, heading straight for the brocade-clad big man. The big man's figure moved, and the green bird beneath him met the blade light without evasion. He himself moved, instantly appearing more than 10 jong away. The demon dragon blade struck down, and the giant green bird was instantly split into two, transforming into a broken green orb that fell downwards. And the brocade-clad big man opened his mouth and spat out a crystalline five-colored wheel, pointing forward with one hand. The five-colored wheel instantly transformed into a large expanse of five-colored light, sweeping towards Lu Yun's. Hat. Lu Yun's let out a cold laugh. The phantom of a huge square crystal steel flashed above his head, and overwhelming exotic seal characters instantly shot out, forming a large expanse of exotic light, directly meeting it. The two expanses of light collided fiercely, emitting low explosions, and for a time, neither could gain the upper hand. Liu Yun sighed lightly. Indeed, even if his actual magical power output was now slightly higher than that of an ordinary mid-nascent soul stage cultivator, it still couldn't compare to a late nascent soul stage cultivator. Being evenly matched was already due to the spirit-suppressing steel being strong enough. Just then, the three Ghost Luo banners simultaneously emitted a wailing sound. Chapter 656, Ghost Luo Banner. Yin wind howled, and vengeful spirits wailed. The howling yin wind, mixed with eerie green phosphorescence, swept across the entire battlefield. Above the battlefield, all cultivators and spellcasters below the core formation stage felt a bone-chilling coldness, and their divine souls became uncontrollably restless, almost leaving their bodies. Even core formation cultivators had to fully guard their divine souls, preventing their divine sense from getting lost in the faint sounds of ghostly wailing all around them. For a moment, the entire battlefield subtly quieted. Everyone subconsciously looked up at the sky. Above, layers of gloomy and bizarre dark clouds slowly pressed down, obscuring the entire sky. Looking out, it was almost impossible to see 5 fingers in front of one's face between heaven and earth. Wisps of ghost mist gradually condensed, emerging from all directions and rapidly spreading. Within the ghost mist, the sounds of ghostly wailing and wolf-like howls rose and fell. Suddenly, in this deep darkness, a glimmer of light appeared. This light brought no warmth or brightness, instead, it exuded a profound chill and eeriness. They were 3 massive objects, 50 to 60 zhang long, with black banner poles and eerie green banner faces, emitting a faint, eerie green glow, like the emerald phosphorescence floating above lonely graves in the wilderness. Upon these colossal objects were countless dense human faces, old people, children, men and women, peddlers, and even high-ranking cultivators. They wailed, lamented, and struggled. These faces crowded the giant Ghost Luo banner, like a feast of the dead from the 9 layers of the underworld, laden with suffering, resentful souls about to be devoured alive. The sounds of ghostly wailing rose and fell, growing louder and louder, to the point where cultivators and spellcasters below core formation began to uncontrollably wave their limbs. If no external force intervened, these people would continue to dance until they were exhausted and died, their souls absorbed by the Ghost Luo banner, becoming one of the many wailing, wronged souls upon it. Suddenly, a clap of thunder echoed in the sky. Boom! Golden lightning streaked across the sky, tearing through the dark clouds, like a majestic divine dragon, roaring to repel all demons and monsters. In an instant, everyone sobered up. Everyone looked up to see Liu Yun's, wreathed in lightning, standing between heaven and earth, holding a spear made of pale golden lightning. He twisted his body and threw it. Boom! Another clap of thunder. Golden lightning exploded within the bizarre dark clouds, spreading far and wide, tearing another gap in the yin qi that sealed off heaven and earth. Ghost Luo Banner. Indeed, these things only truly unleash their power when multiple are gathered, Liu Yun's number 4 murmured to himself from the side. At this moment, the brocade-clad big man pointed with one hand, recalling the 5-colored wheel that was entangled with the spirit-suppressing steel in the air to block in front of him. With these 3 Ghost Luo banners present, he didn't need to exert much effort. What he needed to do now was to stall Liu Yun's as much as possible. At the same time, the 3 individuals, led by the black-robed woman, spat out a spiritual light mixed with dense yin qi, striking the 3 Ghost Luo banners like lightning. Above the 3 Ghost Luo banners, arranged in a triangle, a deep black hole suddenly appeared out of thin air. An extremely dense yin qi erupted, summoning an overwhelming yin wind that swept across the entire battlefield with a roar. Where the yin wind passed, cultivators and spellcasters below core formation, who had not yet recovered from the previous surge of yin qi, were blown off balance. Their protective magical artifacts and spells shook violently, and eerie green frost gradually began to spread across them. Madame Lu. Our people are still down there. The brocade-clad big man shouted in a deep voice. The black-robed woman ignored him, which made the brocade-clad big man's anger surge, yet he felt somewhat helpless. Just then, a sharp cry suddenly echoed between heaven and earth. Like a phoenix's nirvana and the return of all birds, the fire spirit qi across the entire battlefield instantly became restless, tearing through the howling yin wind, and surged like 10,000 rivers flowing into the sea towards the rear of the Mulan people's army. There, an azure peacock, with eyes as red as gems and long, magnificent tail feathers, flapped its wings and cried out to the sky. As countless fire spirit qi infused into it, the azure peacock's body rapidly expanded. In an instant, it transformed into a giant bird over 20 zhang long. The profound and boundless fire spirit qi, like an abyss or a sea, made all southern heaven cultivators' scalps tingle, while the Mulan Dharma practitioners showed undisguised ecstasy. While shouting that this battle was sure to be won, they launched almost suicidal, frenzied attacks on the southern heaven cultivators. Just then, 7 streaks of white escape lights suddenly flew out from the southern heaven side, heading straight for the Mulan sacred bird. Simultaneously, 2 faint green qi, barely perceptible, flew out with the white escape lights. Liu Yun's retracted his gaze and focused on the 3 Ghost Luo banners opposite him. From the black hole above the 3 Ghost Luo banners, ferocious skeletons wrapped in yin fire emerged in a continuous stream, densely packed, as if endless. And in the midst of these yin fire ghosts were 3 noticeably larger giant skull heads. One had ox horns on its head, another had prominent tusks, and yet another even had menacing bone spurs growing on its face, making anyone who saw it feel uncomfortable and almost instinctively want to look away. In a short while, the densely packed yin fire ghosts occupied the entire sky. Looking out, clusters of eerie green yin fire seemed to be burning in the clouds, transforming the entire sky into a sea of fire. The dense yin qi moved with it, like a tangible silk cocoon, beginning to envelop Liu Yun's. With a boom, Liu Yun's threw another lightning spear, tearing open the enveloping yin qi. So many. Liu Yun's lips curled into a disdainful sneer. At Qing Li and Old Han's speed, they should be almost done cleaning up by now, right? Liu Yun's asked. Liu Yun's number 4 and number 2 nodded simultaneously. Almost. With the two of them, none of those people will escape. Let's finish up here quickly too. The 7 cultivators of Taijin and the Yin Yang twin devils won't last much longer, Liu Yun's number 2 said, controlling the corpse king and grinning. He seemed to be enjoying the feeling of controlling a powerful physical body. Alright. Liu Yun's nodded, moving one hand to a spirit beast pouch at his waist. Inside it was the big surprise Liu Yun's had prepared for these people. Go. In the sky, the black-robed woman pointed with a grim expression. The 3 giant skull heads, leading thousands of yin fire ghosts behind them, surged towards Liu Yun's like a tide. With so many yin fire ghosts, not even the Azura sacred fire could burn them all away. But just then, in the very center of the thousands of yin fire ghosts, a deep black light suddenly shone. Chapter 657, Devouring Souls and Destroying Ghosts. Long before the battle began, Liu Yun's had already considered the situations he might encounter and made preparations for various possibilities. One such preparation was to temporarily exchange 2 nascent soul-level evil ghost puppets for the ghost Luo Banner's nemesis from Han Li. At this moment on the battlefield, accompanied by a deep black light, a giant ape, over 20 zhang tall, entirely black as ink, with fur like arrows, eyes like fiery red lamps, and an extraordinarily ugly large nose, heavily landed on the ground. It was none other than Han Li's Ti Hun beast, Wailing Soul Beast, which devours souls and consumes ghosts. As soon as the Ti Hun beast, Wailing Soul Beast, landed, it twisted its huge head to look at the yin fire skeletons above, which were descending from the sky like a funnel. It slammed its 2 long arms against its chest twice, letting out an excited roar. Then, it pushed off with its 4 limbs and swiftly rushed towards the sky. Black yin clouds spontaneously generated beneath its feet, carrying its massive body as it flew upwards. The moment the Ti Hun beast, Wailing Soul Beast, appeared, thousands of yin fire skeletons in the sky suddenly let out low whimpers, all showing signs of fear and daring not to advance another step. Even the ghostly wails that had originally resounded throughout the heavens and earth instantly quieted by more than half. The black-robed woman and the 2 others were stunned, looking incredulously at the excited giant ape, and quickly pointed at the numerous yin fire skeletons in the sky. 3 giant skull heads immediately let out enraged growls, and the ghost fire around their bodies surged, almost forming a single mass. Under their coercion, the other skull heads simultaneously opened their ghostly mouths and spat out patches of emerald green ghost fire, spewing them towards the giant ape. Patches of yin fire merged into one, like a vast emerald green sky inverted and falling. The Ti Hun beast, Wailing Soul Beast, stood upright, its face full of excitement, and shook its head, spewing out large swaths of yellow mist from its huge, ugly nose, which swept towards the sky. Wherever the mist passed, the emerald green yin fire was easily scattered without any resistance. The large swaths of mist rolled back and forth, directly tearing the sky-filled yin fire into fragments, then enveloping all of it. The Ti Hun beast, Wailing Soul Beast, took a deep breath, sucking the mist enveloping the sky-filled yin fire into its mouth. With a look of intoxication, it roared loudly and again spewed out large swaths of yellow mist from its nose, sweeping towards the sky-filled evil ghosts. For a time, the numerous evil ghosts showed fear and fell into disarray. No matter how the 3 giant skull heads roared, it was to no avail. Seeing the mist drawing closer, the 3 giant skull heads couldn't help but let out enraged growls. The black-robed woman and the 2 others quickly chanted incantations, simultaneously cutting off a finger and sending it flying towards the 3 giant skull heads. The 3 evil ghosts swallowed the fingers whole, and the yin fire on their bodies immediately surged again, letting out excited shrieks, then violently rushed towards each other. Under a strange, eerie green light, the 3 evil ghosts merged into one, transforming into a giant skull head over 20 zhang tall. This evil ghost had ox horns on its head, fangs in its mouth, and was covered in sharp bone spurs. Wisps of pure yin fire spread across its body, causing the air to slightly distort and bringing with it gusts of biting yin wind mixed with the smell of sulfur. This evil ghost carried yin wind and spat out emerald green yin fire. In the blink of an eye, the yin fire it spat out transformed into giant fire pythons, directly pouncing on the Ti Hun beast, Wailing Soul Beast. The yellow mist swept towards the fire pythons. Taking this opportunity, the giant skull head transformed, becoming a ferocious evil ghost nearly 30 zhang tall, wielding a steel fork, with a green face and tusks. A pair of huge ox horns on its head burned with emerald green yin fire, and its entire body was covered in a strange armor full of terrifying sharp spikes, which subtly twisted as if alive. The evil ghost took a step forward, and a mass of emerald green fire clouds generated beneath its feet, carrying it swiftly towards the Ti Hun beast, Wailing Soul Beast. Seeing this, the other evil ghosts let out excited roars and, following the giant evil ghost, converged from all directions, rushing together towards the Ti Hun beast, Wailing Soul Beast, and Liu Yun's. Liu Yun's was not surprised by this. If the 3 Yin Luo sect's treasured artifacts could be easily defeated by a single Ti Hun beast, Wailing Soul Beast, that would truly be surprising. Seeing that the evil ghost was extremely fast, almost turning into a blurry streak of emerald green fire, and swooping down towards him, Liu Yun's chuckled and issued an order to the Ti Hun beast, Wailing Soul Beast, whose expression had become somewhat grave. The Ti Hun beast, Wailing Soul Beast, S huge nose suddenly snorted, spewing out large swaths of yellow mist, which swept towards the numerous evil ghosts converging from the sky. Meanwhile, white light flickered in Liu Yun's eyes, and with a flip of his hand, a small, pure black, unreflective mirror appeared in his grasp. The giant evil ghost roared, and after hesitating for a moment with its steel fork, it charged straight at Liu Yun's head. Liu Yun's smile grew more pronounced. With a flick of his hand, a slender black light flashed across the air, instantly exploding. Innumerable black orbs of light swarmed out, heading straight for the evil ghost. The yin fire on the evil ghost's head suddenly surged, and it opened its gaping maw, spewing out large swaths of emerald green yin fire. With a whoosh, the yin fire spread rapidly, instantly engulfing the black orbs of light. But to the evil ghost's bewildered gaze, the black orbs of light seemed utterly unaffected, flying freely within the yin fire, then suddenly scattering. The orbs of light swiftly swept past it, like countless miniature black suns, quietly hanging in the air. The evil ghost let out a low roar. For some reason, it remained rooted to the spot, looking warily at the black orbs of light. No matter how the black-robed woman and the two others urged it, it did not move another step. Its intelligence isn't low, Liu Yun's murmured, stroking his chin curiously, as white light erupted from his eyes. The black orbs of light instantly dimmed, transforming into pure black eyes, densely hanging in the air, staring intently at the evil ghost. Then, streaks of pure white light illuminated within the pure black eyes. The next second, white light burst forth. Streaks of white light silently cut through the air, shooting directly towards the giant evil ghost, which was heavily surrounded. The evil ghost brandished its steel fork and spat out yin fire, attempting to resist. But in the face of this white light, neither the yin fire, which even nascent soul cultivators dared not touch, nor the incredibly sharp steel fork, had any effect, silently dissipating. Streaks of white light struck the evil ghost's ferocious body, silently piercing through it. In the blink of an eye, the giant evil ghost's form completely dissipated in the white light, leaving no trace. Liu Yun beckoned with one hand, and the pure black eyes once again transformed into black orbs of light, silently converging into his hand, forming the black mirror. At the same time, when the giant evil ghost disappeared, the courage that the surrounding thousands of yin fire skeletons had been forced to muster instantly vanished without a trace, and they began to flee in disarray. Originally, if they had united, they might have truly been able to contend with the Ti Hun beast, Wailing Soul beast. But now, utterly incapable of unity, they could only be swept up in batches by the yellow mist, swallowed whole by the Ti Hun beast, Wailing Soul beast, and transformed into nourishment for its advancement. Just then, the black-robed woman and the two others suddenly cast a red magic spell. The three ghost luo banners immediately stirred up a strong yin wind, and the numerous yin fire skeletons seemed to suddenly snap back to their senses, scrambling to escape towards the three ghost luo banners. The brocade-clad big man suddenly turned his head, staring at the three with an ugly expression. Madame Lu, what is the meaning of this? The brocade-clad big man asked word by word, his face extremely grim. The black-robed woman's face was equally terrifyingly dark. She slowly said, fellow Daoistian, the ghost luo banner cannot be destroyed in our hands. You, a fierce glint flashed in the brocade-clad big man's eyes. Just then, Liu Yun's voice suddenly echoed in everyone's ears. Trying to leave. Chapter 658, The Lead Turtle Appears. Everyone instantly snapped back to reality, looking up sharply to see two Liu Yun's and an armored corpse king shouldering a wolf-toothed club standing side by side in the air, staring at them with varied expressions. The Liu Yun's clad in a dark green robe beckoned, and the lingering emerald green yin flames behind him, like swallows returning to their nest, were drawn into his sleeve. This scene made a few of them tremble. The black-robed woman and the other two were well aware of the immense power of those yin flames. The yin flames, released by the fusion of the three main souls of the ghost luo banners, were something even a nascent soul cultivator would never dare to touch. Yet, looking at how effortlessly that Liu Yun's collected the yin flames, he showed no discomfort at all. This display, this pure devilish chi, and the greyish-white demonic fire that had previously incinerated the yin flame evil spirits in the sky, all reminded them of a type of demonic fire that only existed in a few ancient texts. Azura sacred fire, the black-robed woman exchanged glances with the other two, then simultaneously turned into three black escape lights and shot away, leaving the brocade-clad big man behind. Yin Luo sect was famous in Great Jin for its ghost-driving and corpse-controlling methods and its ancient demonic technique. Even among the 10 great demonic sects of Great Jin, it was a powerful sect ranked among the top. However, their most proficient secret arts of ghost-driving and corpse-controlling had no chance of victory against the Azura sacred fire, which was known as the sacred fire of the ghost Dao. In front of the Azura sacred fire, any demonic evil or ghost would be instantly devoured and turned into sustenance for this sacred fire. Liu Yun's number 4 smiled at this. A green light flashed around his body, and he instantly vanished from his original spot. Subsequently, a grayish-white fire lotus, over 20 zhang long, silently bloomed 100 zhang away. One of the black escape lights, caught off guard, plunged directly into it, and no sound was heard thereafter. The armored corpse king, shouldering the wolf-toothed club, twisted its body and also vanished from its original spot. Within the black escape light, the young man, who appeared to be less than 20 years old, looked back in horror, just in time to witness this scene. Trembling in his heart, he immediately accelerated his escape light even further. As a confidant of the sect master of Yin Luo sect, he was well aware of how powerful that armored corpse king truly was. Its formidable physical body, pure corpse chi, and the wolf-toothed club that had cost the sect master of Yin Luo sect countless efforts to refine. Its divine ability was even several times stronger than that of an ordinary mid-nascent soul stage cultivator. At least, without the Ghost Luo banner, the young man had no confidence whatsoever in defeating that corpse king. Suddenly, his nascent soul felt as if it were being torn apart, and an indescribable sharp pain caused all the meridians in his body to tremble violently. Ah! The young man clutched his head, letting out a low growl. Dark red blood gushed from his 7 orifices, instantly transforming his rather handsome face into a hideous, demonic visage. With his nascent soul damaged, the young man instinctively tried to mobilize his magic power to stabilize his divine sense. But just then, all the magic power in his body seemed to boil, uncontrollably surging through his meridians. Heart demon entering the body. The young man's heart trembled. He had no time to ponder why the heart demon would suddenly appear at this moment. He quickly concentrated his chi, exerting all his effort to control the uncontrollable magic power within his body. Suddenly, an extremely dangerous feeling arose in his heart, as if a great disaster was about to befall him in the next second. The young man almost instinctively slapped his storage pouch, and a huge metal round shield instantly flew out, blocking in front of him. At this very moment, the armored corpse king, shouldering the wolf-toothed club, suddenly appeared. The silver wolf-toothed club in its hand emitted rays of dazzling silver light, smashing down towards the metal round shield. Clang! A deafening sound assaulted his eardrums. The young man only felt a tremendous force, and the magic power he had barely managed to gather in his body was directly dispersed. The boiling of his magic power, which had just begun to calm down, intensified, almost tearing him apart alive. He struggled to open his eyes, only to see that the metal round shield had instantly deformed from the corpse king's blow, covered in fist-sized holes. In his horrified gaze, the corpse king swung the wolf-toothed club in its hand again. Clang! Another loud bang. The magic power within the young man's body completely lost control, and the metal round shield emitted a low hum, flickering with a few weak spiritual lights before directly exploding. This ancient treasure shield was actually smashed into scrap metal by the corpse king's 2 blows. With a piercing hum, the silver wolf-toothed club tore through the air, smashing directly onto the young man's physical body. With a bang, the young man's body instantly exploded, shattering into a pile of broken, indistinct flesh and blood in the air. The young man's nascent soul wailed in agony, his magic power uncontrollably surging through his body. He couldn't even teleport at this moment, only able to watch as the corpse king let out an excited low growl, grabbing the black nascent soul and stuffing it into its mouth. For an armored corpse king, a cultivator's nascent soul was also a great tonic, especially since this young man cultivated an ancient demonic technique. His nascent soul was filled with pure devilish chi that had undergone countless refinements, which was even more beneficial to the corpse king. Liu Yun's No 2's figure appeared in the air, looking with satisfaction at the docile armored corpse king. The moment he gained control of the corpse king, he had already removed the restriction that originally belonged to the sect master of Yin Luo sect from its body, and then casually added a few new ones. Now, this armored corpse king had changed masters and was even more obedient than when it was under the sect master of Yin Luo sect. Liu Yun's, seeing that both number 2 and number 4 had succeeded, was about to move to pursue the last person. Just then, a 5-colored auspicious cloud enveloped Liu Yun's from above. Before the 5-colored auspicious cloud could descend, Liu Yun's figure instantly vanished, leaving no trace. The brocade-clad big man's heart trembled violently, and he quickly recalled the 5-colored auspicious cloud to protect himself. Just now, he had harbored some thoughts of letting Liu Yun's deal with the 3 members of the Yin Luo sect first, so he hadn't made a move immediately. But he hadn't expected Liu Yun's to act so quickly. In the blink of an eye, 2 mid-nascent soul stage elders of the Yin Luo sect had died by his hand. If all the people from the Yin Luo sect were truly killed by Liu Yun's, then the brocade-clad big man did not believe he could hold off the opponent by himself. Madam Liu, there's no escape. Let's join forces, the brocade-clad big man shouted loudly. On the other side, the black-robed woman flew towards the rear of the clan army without looking back, completely ignoring the brocade-clad big man's voice. The brocade-clad big man secretly gritted his teeth, his eyes flashing with 5-colored spiritual light, about to use a spirit arts to forcibly stop the other party. Just then, a sigh sounded in his ear. You can't be reckless. Along with this sigh, a peculiar, translucent giant turtle, entirely pale purple and resembling glazed glass, emerged in the air. You can play with my spirit beast first. Li Turtle, give this divine master Tian a good welcome. The brocade-clad big man was stunned at these words, then an uncontrollable rage ignited in his heart. He was the 4th divine master of clan, a late nascent soul stage cultivator. Although he had not yet stabilized his cultivation, and his divine abilities and methods had not yet caught up to his cultivation realm, he could not be so humiliated. The brocade-clad big man roared, and the 5-colored auspicious cloud above his head swirled wildly like a vortex, transforming into a rapidly spinning 5-colored blade wheel. Go! The brocade-clad big man shouted in a low voice, and the 5-colored blade wheel instantly shot out, heading straight for the Li Turtle. The Li Turtle's pale purple eyes, like precious gems, gleamed slightly. It opened its mouth wide and spewed out an overwhelming purple cold chi, interspersed with countless faintly discernible purple ice flowers, surging towards the 5-colored blade wheel.